The next day, Song Qinglong woke up early, prepared breakfast for the family, fed the two little ones, and then drove a donkey cart to Xingyu Pavilion. Li Xiuxiu saw Song Qinglong arriving early and was surprised. "Qinglong Jie, why are you here so early today?" Song Qinglong said, "Something came up." "Xiuxiu, come to my room for a moment." She took Li Xiuxiu's hand and led her inside. Li Xiuxiu was confused. "Qinglong Jie, what's going on?" Song Qinglong took out a piece of drawing paper from her pocket and handed it to Li Xiuxiu. "Xiuxiu, you must focus completely when making this dress." Li Xiuxiu looked at it and immediately lit up with excitement, praising, "This dress is so beautiful." Then she looked up at Song Qinglong and asked, "Qinglong Jie, is this the dress that the magistrate's wife wants to make? Has it been decided?" Song Qinglong nodded. "Yes, it has been decided." "Xiuxiu, this is our shop's first high-end custom order. You must do your best and make this design perfect." Li Xiuxiu held the drawing close to her chest with a serious expression and nodded, saying, "Qinglong sister, don't worry. I won't let you down. I'll go work now." After speaking, Li Xiuxiu turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Song Qinglong with a hesitant expression. Song Qinglong guessed what she was about and asked playfully, "What's wrong?" "Xiuxiu, is there something else?" Li Xiuxiu clenched her teeth and asked nervously, "Qinglong sister, I heard brother Qingdong went to Yucheng? Is that true?" Song Qinglong tried not to laugh and replied seriously, "Yes, it's true." Li Xiuxiu's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. She quickly asked nervously, "When will he come back?" "The new year is coming soon. Why did he go so far away?" Finally, Song Qinglong couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, teasing, "Xiuxiu, why are you so worried about my brother Qingdong? You say you're not interested in him? Looks like you can't hide it anymore." Li Xiuxiu's face turned red. Feeling guilty, she avoided Song Qinglong's curious gaze and stammered, I didn't mean anything. Just asked casually. Just pretend I didn't ask. I need to go work now." She was about to leave. Song Qinglong immediately reached out to stop her and said seriously, "All right, you're so nervous. I won't tease you anymore. I'll tell you. Qingdong will come back before the new year. He specifically asked me to tell you to wait for him patiently." A smile appeared on Li Xiuxiu's face as she muttered softly, "Humph, who wants to wait for him? I'm going to work now." With that, Li Xiuxiu happily and contentedly left. Li Xiuxiu worked hard for several days and finally finished the dress for Ling Xian. Song Qinglong held it in her hands, very satisfied. "Xiuxiu, you've worked so hard. The embroidery is perfect. If Sister Xian sees this, she will be very happy." Wei Mingji and He Hailing also came over to look, nodding in praise. "Yes, this dress is really beautiful." He Hailing added, "With Lamlin's design, the fabric from the lady of the county, and Xiuxiu's embroidery skills, it's a perfect combination." Wei Mingji nodded in agreement. Then she looked at Song Qinglong and asked, "Lon Lon, should I find someone to deliver this dress to the county office?" "No need. I'll deliver it myself." Song Qinglong spoke as she carefully folded her clothes and placed them into a beautiful box. She then sat in a sedan chair and headed to the governor's residence. The residence was on Huan Street, where many high officials and noble families lived. These homes were gifts from the government. When Song Qinglong arrived at the gate, she got out of the sedan and was immediately stopped by the guard at the door. "Who are you? What are you here for?" he asked. Song Qinglong smiled and replied, "I am from Xingyu Pavilion, here to deliver clothes to the governor's wife. Please pass the message." The guard frowned slightly and whispered, "Usually, a man delivers the goods. Today, a delicate young lady comes instead. Could it be a trick?" Another guard said, "But she is holding a beautiful box from Xingyu Pavilion." Seeing their cautiousness, Song Qinglong said, "My name is Song Qinglong. Please pass the message and the governor's wife will know." After a moment of hesitation, the guard went inside to report. Soon after, The gates opened, and Qingzhu hurried out happily. Miss Song. Qingzhu. Qingzhu quickly took the box from Song Qinglan and asked curiously, "Why are you personally delivering today?" Song Qinglan smiled and explained, "The dress was just finished, and I couldn't wait to bring it myself for Sister Xian to try." Qingzhu also smiled and said, "The lady has guessed it. Let's go inside quickly." She then led Song Qinglan into the residence. As they passed by the two guards at the gate, Qingzhu paused and said to them, "Look carefully and remember, this is the shopkeeper of Xingyue Pavilion. In the future, you must not be so rude. The lady will be upset." Hearing the lady will be upset, the guards grew nervous and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, understood. Thank you, Sister Qingzhu, for the reminder." In this residence, the biggest concern was not the governor being upset, but the lady. The governor loved his wife dearly. If anyone upset her, the consequences could be serious. The residence was quite large. Qingzhu led Song Qinglan through winding corridors until they reached a quiet, elegant courtyard. Qingzhu took Song Qinglan to Ling Xian's courtyard, where the door was already open for her. Ling Xian saw Song Qinglan and immediately stood up, smiling as she said, "I was just telling Qingzhu that I plan to visit Xingyue Pavilion tomorrow to see if my clothes are ready. I didn't expect you to come so soon. We really do have a special connection." Suddenly, a deep voice came from outside the house. "Who is so in tune with my wife?" Then, a handsome man dressed in a dark blue robe appeared before everyone. Qingzhu quickly bowed and said, "Sir." Song Qinglan also nodded slightly and said, "I am Song Qinglan." "Greetings, Lord Governor." In Song Qinglan's mind, she usually thought that officials were old men with white beards. But she was surprised that this governor's wife was so young and handsome, truly talented and promising. Wei Zilong's eyes were only on Ling Xian. As soon as he entered, he went to her side, took her hand gently and asked softly, "Is this the extraordinary woman you often talk about?" Ling Xian nodded and said, "Yes, that's her. Qingzhu just brought me the finished clothes, made from the fabric my brother gave me last time. Husband, would you like to see?" Wei Zilong thought that men in this era wouldn't be interested in such things about women. He probably would have just made an excuse to avoid it. But unexpectedly, he replied gently, "Sure, I'd love to see you wear it." He spoke very sincerely. "Okay." Ling Xian smiled sweetly, showing a shy, feminine look. Then she said to Qingzhu, "Qingzhu, please come in and help me." "Yes, madam," Qingzhu replied softly. The two went inside. Now, only Song Qinglan and Wei Zilong were left in the room, and the atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Wei Zilong slightly turned his face and looked at Song Qinglan, saying, "Miss Song, please sit down." "Thank you, Lord Governor," Song Qinglan responded politely. After Wei Zilong sat down, she also took a seat. Wei Zilong took a small sip of tea and said calmly, "I've heard your name mentioned many times by the madam. Today, seeing you in person, I realize how young Miss Song is. You're so young and already so successful. Truly an extraordinary woman." Song Qinglan smiled gently and said, "You flatter me, Lord Governor. I am just trying to make a living, nothing special." Wei Zilong noticed her modest attitude and was a bit surprised. He slightly narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the woman before him. "She looks quite nice, but there's a certain special aura about her that I can't quite describe." After a long while, Wei Zilong spoke first, saying, "By the way, I haven't thanked you yet. I heard that your wife fell ill at your shop earlier, and you saved her." Song Qinglan smiled softly. "Since it happened at my shop, I naturally couldn't just stand by." "Lord Taisho, there's no need to thank me." A bright look flashed in Wei Zilong's eyes. "So, Miss Song, you're also skilled in medicine?" Song Qinglan chuckled. "Not exactly skilled, just a little knowledge here and there." Wei Zilong frowned suddenly and said, "I wonder if Miss Song might be able to." Before he could finish, Ling Xian stepped out with a charming smile, looking intently at Wei Zilong and asking, "Husband, what do you think?" Wei Zilong quickly stood up, walked to her and smiled gently. "You look beautiful. Your dress makes you even more lovely." Ling Xian's eyes showed obvious happiness. She shyly glared at him and said playfully, "When did you become so smooth-talking?" Wei Zilong laughed softly. "What I say is all true." "All right, Qinglan is still here." Song Qinglan was almost overwhelmed by the sweet words from the couple and quickly stood up to leave, saying, "I have things to do at my shop, so I'll be going now." Ling Xian stopped her, saying, "Qinglan, wait a moment." Then she gave Qingzhu a look. Qingzhu took a few small food boxes and handed them to Song Qinglan. She looked puzzled and asked Xianjia, "What are these?" Ling Xian stepped forward and explained, "These are desserts from Tianxinju. I found them quite tasty and thought you might like to try some." Song Qinglan smiled and said, "Then I won't refuse."
Thank you, Xianjia.
"It's I who should thank you. You made such beautiful clothes for me. I'll come to Xingyue Pavilion to see you another day." "All right, I'll head back now." Qingzhu led Song Qinglan, twisting and turning toward the main gate. Suddenly, they turned a corner and encountered a noble-looking elderly woman. Qingzhu was startled and instinctively trembled, quickly bowing and greeting, "Greetings, madam." It turned out that this seemingly unfriendly woman was Lady Wei Zilong's mother. Song Qinglan was confused about her reaction. Just then, a stern voice rang out, asking, "Which maid is this from which courtyard?" She was so reckless. Then, the maid beside Lady Wei whispered, "Old Lady Wei, this is Qingzhu, the maidservant next to the lady." Hearing this, Lady Wei's face immediately changed, and she sneered with disdain. No wonder. "Who is this person beside you? She looks unfamiliar. Isn't she one of our household maids?" She then cast a cold glance at Song Qinglan. Qingzhu hurriedly explained in a trembling voice, "Respectfully, old lady, this is the shopkeeper from Xingyue Pavilion, here to deliver clothes for the lady." At this point, Song Qinglan also bowed and said, "Hello, old Lady Wei." Lady Wei had no intention of talking to Song Qinglan. She simply gave her a cold look and walked away. Before she was far, Song Qinglan overheard Lady Wei muttering, "Let anyone into the house these days. What's this coming to? All she cares about is dressing up. She's been married into the house for so long, and she still hasn't even given birth to a child. Truly useless." Listening to these harsh words, Song Qinglan's brow furrowed slightly. Next to her, Qingzhu tugged at her sleeve softly and whispered, "Miss Song, let's go quickly." Only then did Song Qinglan come back to herself.
Oh.
"Okay, let's go." As they walked, Qingzhu explained, "Miss Song, don't take what the old lady said to heart. She doesn't like the lady, so she's been rude to us." Song Qinglan asked, "Why doesn't Lady Wei like Sister Xian?" Qingzhu smiled. "I don't know. I just arrived at the house recently, and I can't ask about the master's affairs." Of course, Song Qinglan knew that Qingzhu knew, but her position didn't allow her to speak freely. She didn't want to make things difficult for her, so she pretended not to know. At this moment, they reached the gate of the Taisho residence. Qingzhu placed the snack boxes in Song Qinglan's hands and smiled. "Miss Song, be careful on your way. I'm going back now." Song Qinglan waved her hand with a smile.
Okay.
She watched the large gate slowly close and couldn't help but feel that being a wife of an official wasn't all that great. It was better to live freely. Anyway, she could make money now, and being independent was wonderful. Before getting into her soft sedan, she sighed happily again. "Luckily, my husband died early." Once back at Xingyue Pavilion, she shared the snacks with everyone. Li Xiuxiu ate happily, saying, "This is the first time I've had such delicious snacks. The lady of the governor's residence is so kind to us." He hailing smiled and said, "These are sweets from Sweetheart House. Of course they taste good. This box has only a few pieces, and it costs almost a month's wages for you." Hearing this, Li Xiuxiu's eyes widened. She rested her chin on one hand and said, "So expensive. I need to be careful when I eat, so I don't waste it." Song Qinglan saw her and couldn't help but smile. "It's okay. You owe a lot of your good clothes to Sister Xian. You can eat the most." Li Xiuxiu suddenly leaned in curiously and asked, "By the way, Sister Qinglan, how is the governor's residence? Is it very big and beautiful? Wei Minji also leaned forward with curiosity and asked, Yes, yes, Lon Lon. Is the steward's house very fancy? I only saw it from far away on Huan Street and have never been inside. He hailing smiled and said, Sister-in-law, what are you thinking? For people like us, how could we ever have a chance to enter an official's house? She never imagined she could have the life she is now. Song Qinglong sighed softly and said, Don't think too highly of it. Besides, no matter how big or beautiful the house is, it's still just a place to live. To me, that place is like a birdcage. There's no freedom. I think we're fine as we are. Why envy others? Li Xiuxiu nodded as if she understood, but wasn't quite sure. I think Sister Qinglong is right. He hailing chuckled and said to Li Xiuxiu, Little girl, what do you know? Just listen to Lon Lon.
She's right.
Li Xiuxiu pouted and said, I may not understand, but I know Sister Qinglong is right. Song Qinglong stopped them and said, All right, stop joking. Let's get back to work. Then she turned and went inside. Li Xiuxiu put down her snacks and went back to the embroidery room to work. Wei Minji and He Hailing also returned to the counter, each doing their own jobs. A few days passed like this. The guests at Xingyue Pavilion came every day in a steady stream, so Song Qinglong hired a few young helpers to assist Wei Minji and He Hailing with greeting and serving guests. That day, before noon, Song Qinglong was about to leave. Li Xiuxiu was holding a freshly embroidered pattern, wanting to ask Song Qinglong for her opinion. Seeing her about to leave, she asked curiously, Qinglong's sister, why are you leaving so early today? It's not even noon yet, is it? She smiled and explained, Today, my second younger brother Qingnan is taking a day off. I plan to pick him up from the martial arts school and then go to the market to buy some vegetables and make something nice for him. Li Xiuxiu looked full of envy. Qinglong's sister, I really envy your brothers. You have such a good sister. Song Qinglong raised an eyebrow and teased with a smile. No need to envy. If you want, you can be my sister-in-law. I would take good care of you too. Li Xiuxiu knew what she meant and immediately blushed deeply. She whispered, Qinglong's sister, stop teasing me. As she spoke, she was folding the fabric in her hands, almost tearing it apart with her nervousness. Knowing she was shy, Song Qinglong stopped teasing her and said seriously, All right, I won't tease you anymore. Do you need anything? Oh, I just wanted to show you what I embroidered. Li Xiuxiu said, picking up the embroidered cloth. Seeing how badly she had messed it up, she smiled shyly. Sorry, Qinglong's sister, Song Qinglong patted her shoulder and said, It's okay. Just make a new one. I'm going to the Jingwu Martial Arts School now. She waited outside the Jingwu Martial Arts School for a while until Song Qingnan came out. She couldn't help but cheer happily. Qingnan. Song Qingnan saw her and was both surprised and happy. He immediately ran over. Sister, why are you here? Qianqian came to the shop a few days ago and said you could rest today. I thought I'd come to pick you up. Song Qingnan frowned. I'm not a kid anymore. You don't need to pick me up. It's so cold today. If you get sick, it wouldn't be good. It's okay. I also wanted to see you sooner. Song Qinglong smiled and patted Song Qingnan's head. Suddenly, she said, Hey, Qingnan, I feel like you've grown taller. At that moment, a pretty girl in pink jumped in front of the two. Wu Qianqian puffed out her cheeks angrily and said, Yeah, little brother is now taller than me. It's so annoying. Wu Qianqian reached out casually and pulled Song Qingnan's wrist. He shivered slightly, frowned gently, but didn't stop her. The two of them just stood there, and the contrast was even clearer. Song Qingnan was already slightly taller than Wu Qianqian by half a head. Song Qinglong looked carefully and smiled, saying, It really is true. I thought it was just my imagination. Our Qingnan has really grown taller. It seems the food at the martial arts school is good, making him so tall. Wu Qianqian giggled smartly and said, I think your cooking is delicious, Qinglong. After saying that, Wu Qianqian unceremoniously jumped onto Song Qinglong's donkey cart and waved to Song Qingnan, saying, Little junior brother, why are you just standing there? Get on the cart quickly. It was clear she was planning to join them for a meal. Song Qingnan pursed his lips and also sat on the donkey cart. He sat quietly beside Wu Qianqian, sitting straight and stiff. Wu Qianqian and Song Qinglan chatted casually, while he listened silently. Suddenly, Wu Qianqian curiously tugged at Song Qinglan's sleeve and asked, "Hey, Qinglan, I heard you went to the prefect's mansion the other day. What does it look like inside?" Song Qinglan chuckled softly and teased, "Aren't you from the martial world? Why are you curious about these things now? That's not like you." Wu Qianqian pouted and said, "I just heard that there are a lot of rules for the wife of a government official. Is that true?" Song Qinglan raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and asked, "What? Do you like some big official? Are you thinking of becoming a government lady?" Wu Qianqian blushed shyly and said, "Qinglan, you still don't understand who I like? And you're teasing me like this."
Oh.
Song Qinglan deliberately stretched her tone. "Are you talking about Lady Wu?" Wu Qianqian looked serious and said, "I heard from my father that my big brother Yong wants to become a great general. If he really becomes a general, he will live in the official residence on Huan Street. When I become a government lady, I will also need to follow the rules, right?" Song Qinglan couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect you to think so far ahead. Are you already planning to be a general's wife?"
Ha ha ha.
Wu Qianqian's laughter sounded like silver bells, cheerful and pleasant. She looked happy and full of hope as she said, "Being a general's wife sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Little junior brother?" Then Wu Qianqian gently touched Song Qingnan sitting beside her. Song Qingnan pursed his lips, looked expressionless, nodded slightly, and responded softly, Before going home, Song Qinglan also went to the academy to pick up Song Qingxi and Song Qingbei. When Song Qingbei came out of the academy and saw Song Qingnan sitting on a donkey cart, he jumped onto the cart like a monkey. "Second brother, I haven't seen you in over half a month. I've missed you so much."
Ha ha ha.
Wu Qianqian couldn't hold back her laughter and teased, "Hey, Qingbei, why are you so cheesy? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you're a couple." Song Qingbei didn't mind and pouted, reaching out to put his hand on Song Qingnan's shoulder. "That's because we're good brothers. But Wu girl." He then shifted his gaze to Wu Qianqian with a smile. "Wu girl, you're always running to our house. Are you trying to be my sister-in-law?" Wu Qianqian glared at him angrily. "You little brat, what nonsense are you talking?" Song Qingnan also gave him a warning look. Song Qingbei immediately shut up obediently. Song Qinglan quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling at Wu Qianqian and asking, "Qianqian, what dish would you like to eat?" Wu Qianqian thoughtfully rubbed her chin and replied, "I want to eat braised fish." Song Qingbei couldn't help but complain again. "Wu girl, your mouth is really picky. You're making sister cook such a difficult dish." Wu Qianqian pouted and confidently said, "Don't worry, I won't eat for nothing. I'll help sister Qinglan later." Song Qingbei teased again, "Haha. Helping out? It's better if you don't cause trouble." Wu Qianqian's eyes widened like bells.
You.
Song Qingnan couldn't stand it anymore and finally stepped in, pulling Song Qingbei's arm and sternly saying, "All right, fourth brother, stop bullying my sister." Song Qingbei blinked in disbelief and looked at him.
Hey.
"Second brother, why are you elbowing your way out?" Wu Qianqian happily laughed, punching Song Qingnan's arm. "My little brother is really kind." In the end, everyone returned to the Song family amidst their noisy chatter. Old Madame Song heard the noise in the yard and came out of her house. She immediately saw Wu Qianqian, dressed in a pink long coat and skirt, and happily said, "Oh, Qianqian, you've come." Song Qingbei leapt lightly from the cart and looked at old Madame Song. "Grandmother, my second brother is back. Didn't you see? Why are you only looking at Wu girl? How come you are talking more and more without thinking, little guy?" Old Madame Song patted his head and said, "I'm not blind. Of course, I saw your second brother." Then, old Madame Song slowly stepped forward, reached out, and held Song Qingnan's hand, looking caring. "Qingnan, you seem to have lost some weight." Song Qingnan smiled and replied, "Grandmother, I haven't lost weight. I've actually gained a few pounds. Song Qinglan also chimed in, yes, Qingnan has grown taller. Then, Song Qinglan looked at Song Qingbei and said, Qingbei, help bring the dishes into the kitchen. Okay, Song Qingbei responded, glancing at Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian understood what that look meant and quickly stepped forward. Sister Qinglan, I'll help too. Half an hour later, for dishes and a soup were ready. There was braised fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, 3 delicacies, and a bowl of fish head tofu soup, all looking very appetizing. Wu Qianqian added a piece of fish to her mouth. This is really delicious. Sister Qinglan, your cooking skills are wasted if you don't open a restaurant. Song Qinglan smiled and placed the deboned fish into old Madame Song's bowl. Qianqian, that's a good idea. I'll think about it. Wu Qianqian casually said, why think about it? As soon as you open a restaurant, I'll bring our martial arts brothers and sisters to support you. Right, little brother? Song Qingnan seriously replied, we still need to practice our skills. We don't have time to eat at a restaurant. Wu Qianqian rolled her eyes at him and said, little brother, I've noticed. You really are, well, not good at talking. The meal ended happily. Song Qingxi and Song Qingbei took care of washing the dishes, and Wu Qianqian happily said goodbye. Song Qinglan quickly gave Song Qingnan a look and said, Qingnan, you should take your senior sister home. Oh, Song Qingnan obediently got up. Actually, no need to see her off. Wu Qianqian immediately stopped him and said, it's still daytime. I can go back alone. Besides, your family doesn't meet often. It's better to stay home and chat. I'll go now. Song Qinglan nodded. All right, be careful on the way. Wu Qianqian waved her hand as she left.
Got it.
When only Song Qinglan and Song Qingnan were left in the house, Song Qingnan finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, Sister, why did Big Brother suddenly go to Yuqing? It's almost New Year. Song Qinglan was measuring Song Qingnan's size with a soft ruler, recording the measurements as she replied, I told him to go. He's in Yuqing for the clothing shop. Even though it's almost New Year, business opportunities are very important. When you see a good chance, you must act quickly. If someone else takes the lead, we'll fall behind. Song Qingnan frowned and said, Sister, seeing how hard you and Big Brother are working, I feel guilty. I haven't been able to help you. Qingnan, what are you saying? Song Qinglan put away the measurements carefully and said seriously, if it weren't for you selling yourself to get money, we wouldn't have started the breakfast shop, nor the current clothing shop, and we wouldn't be living such a good life now. Qingnan, all of this is thanks to you. Qingnan bit his lip and said, Sister, don't worry. I will practice hard and become a great general someday. Qingnan, you don't need to worry about the matter of 2 days ago.
Just do what you like.
Now, I just hope Grandma stays healthy and Chung and Yuanyu are happy. I hope you brothers can find good wives soon. Men should aim high. I want to become a great general first, then think about marriage. Song Qingnan couldn't help but laugh and said, What's going on? Why are you all arguing with the general? A strange look flashed across Qingnan's face. Sister, I'll go practice a set of boxing now. He stood up and went to the yard. Yesterday, I was talking to your Annie about how the new year is coming soon, and I wondered why you haven't come back yet. I didn't expect you to arrive today. Wei Mingji also stepped forward, excited, and said, Yes, we thought you wouldn't make it back for the new year. But now you're here. That's great. The new year is about family being together, celebrating happily. Song Qingdong smiled and nodded quickly, asking, By the way, Andy's second Annie, is my sister at the shop today?
Oh.
Look at me. I got so happy to see you that I forgot, he hailing said, patting her forehead. Your sister is inside. You should go see her quickly. If she sees you, she'll be so happy. Okay, I'll go in now. You all be busy. Then Song Qingdong headed toward the inner room. When he pushed open the door, he saw his sister, Song Qinglan, focused on drawing patterns. Song Qinglan thought it was Li Xiuxiu coming and didn't look up, asking what's wrong. Is there something you need? Song Qingdong called out, Sister, I'm back. Hearing this, Song Qinglan paused her brush and looked up. Seeing Song Qingdong at the door, she quickly stood up and went over, saying, "Qingdong, you finally came back.
You.
You look much thinner. Traveling outside must have been you." Her eyes showed concern. Song Qingdong smiled casually and said, "It's okay, sister. It was a bit tiring, but it was worth it. The work you sent me to do is almost done." Her eyes lit up immediately. She pulled Song Qingdong to a nearby chair and sat down, asking eagerly, "Oh, tell me more about it." Song Qingdong took a sip of tea and explained slowly, "I found a fabric shop willing to work with us. Their prices are half of EU fabric shops. After I calculated the shipping costs, it's about 30% cheaper than EU." Song Qinglong quickly asked, "Is the quality reliable?" Song Qingdong nodded, "Yes, sister. Don't worry, I've checked myself. The shop also has the special fabric you asked me to find. They said as long as our order is big enough, they'll give us a low price. And in the future, they'll send us new fabrics as soon as they get them. Have you placed the order?" "Yes, I ordered according to the amount you suggested. After the new year, the new fabric should arrive." Song Qinglong nodded happily, feeling very pleased. "Qingdong, you really didn't let me down. Everything was handled so perfectly." Suddenly, Li Xiuxiu pushed open the door, holding a piece of cloth. She walked in and said, "Sister Qinglong, you have to see this fabric." Before she finished speaking, Li Xiuxiu saw Song Qingdong. She froze completely, her heart pounding faster. She was surprised and happy, almost speechless with joy.
King Dongye.
"You're back? When did you come back?" Song Qingdong's happiness was obvious. He immediately stood up and looked at Li Xiuxiu, replying, "Just now." Seeing the excitement and happiness on both of their faces, Qinglong didn't want to disturb them. She stood up politely and said, "I have something to discuss with second aunt. I'll step out first." After saying that, she gave Song Qingdong a meaningful look to give them space. When leaving, she thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Now, only the two of them were inside. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward and strange. Li Xiuxiu bit her lip nervously and asked, Almost at the same time, Song Qingdong spoke, "You." Both of them were surprised and then looked at each other and smiled. Li Xiuxiu shyly lowered her head and whispered, "Qingdong go, you go ahead." Song Qingdong smiled gently and asked, "Have you been doing well these days?" "Yes, very well. Business at the shop is good. I spend my days embroidering and making clothes. Seeing our Xingyue pavilion getting better and better makes me very happy."
And
"Qingdong go, how about you? You seem to have lost some weight." Song Qingdong chuckled. "Yes, I have lost a bit. The food in Yuqing is still hard to get used to. When I first arrived in Yuqing, I even got sick and had diarrhea." Li Xiuxiu immediately became worried. "Really? How are you now?" "I'm fine now. Don't worry." Song Qingdong looked a little nervous and said, "By the way, Xiuxiu, you absolutely can't tell my sister about this. I'm afraid she'll worry." Li Xiuxiu nodded seriously and replied, "Qingdong ge, don't worry. I won't tell her." "Oh, and there's one more thing." Suddenly, Song Qingdong looked shy. He took out a hairpin from his pocket and handed it to Li Xiuxiu, hesitating as he said, "This is what I bought in Yuqing. I think this hairpin is pretty. I want to give it to you. I don't know if you like it." Li Xiuxiu's eyes filled with happiness. She took the hairpin with both hands and smiled happily. "This hairpin is so beautiful. I like it very much." "Thank you, Brother Qingdong." "You're welcome. I'm glad you like it," Song Qingdong said with a smile and scratched his head. He suggested, "Maybe I can help you put it on?" Li Xiuxiu was surprised for a moment and shyly nodded. "Okay." Before they could close the shop, Song Qinglong and Song Qingdong had already gone home. As soon as they entered the house, Grandma Song saw Song Qingdong and tears of joy streamed down her face.
Oh,
"Qingdong, you've finally come back safely. Grandma was worried we couldn't celebrate the new year together." Song Qingdong smiled and said, "Grandma, I told you I would come back before the new year, and I did." "Oh, you poor child, you look much thinner. Have you been eating and sleeping well outside?" Song Qingdong quickly comforted her, "No, I'm fine." Song Qinglan also hurriedly said, Grandma, don't worry. I'll cook a pot of old chicken soup tonight to help Qingdong regain his strength. Song Qinglan quickly went to the kitchen to start cooking. Seeing this, Song Qingdong followed her into the kitchen. Sister, I'll help you. She quickly waved her hand to stop him. No need, no need. You've traveled a lot and are tired. Sit down and rest for a while. At this moment, Song Qingxi and Song Qingbei also returned from the academy. Big brother. Big brother. They spoke in unison and then rushed towards Song Qingdong like two gusts of wind. Song Qingdong happily responded, Third brother. Fourth brother. Song Qingxi, usually the most calm, immediately couldn't hide his excitement and said happily, When did you come back, big brother? Early this morning. Song Qingbei quickly moved closer. Big brother. Big brother. It's rare for you to visit Yuqing. Did you bring us any gifts this time? Song Qingxi rolled his eyes at him. You always joking around. Big brother went to Yuqing for serious business, not for sightseeing. Song Qingbei pouted. Third brother, that's not right. Doing serious business and buying gifts aren't mutually exclusive, right? Big brother? Song Qingdong smiled. All right, stop arguing. I did buy gifts for everyone.
I was just about to show them to you.
After speaking, Song Qingdong took out a bunch of small items from a nearby bag, some food, some toys, and some things to see. Song Qingbei looked at them one by one, filled with unstoppable envy and longing. Wow, these things are really nice. Just looking at them makes me think Yuqing must be a very fun place. When I get the chance in the future, I want to go see it too. Song Qingxi patted his head. All right, stop daydreaming. Come on, let's go inside and help sister cook. As dusk fell, the family finally reunited again. The dinner table was full of dishes: old chicken soup, braised bones, sweet and sour pork, cold noodles, and pork belly with cabbage and tofu. Song Qingbei swallowed hard and said, Wow, tonight's big table is full of the dishes big brother likes. Song Qinglan looked at him and asked, What? Don't you like to eat them? Song Qingbei quickly explained, No, of course I like them. Sister's cooking is my favorite. Song Qinglan couldn't help but laugh. After going to the academy, you've become more and more smooth-talking. Song Qingxi was eating slowly and suddenly said, He's always chatting with other students at the academy. With that much talking, of course his words get sharper. Song Qingbei pouted and explained, Third brother, you don't understand. I'm making friends. It's for my future. I may not be as good at studying as you, but I'm pretty good at making friends. Having many friends and many paths is fine with Song Qinglan. She softly reminded him, Qingbei, making friends is good, but don't forget to study, okay? I know, sister. I understand that myself. Days passed quickly, and finally, New Year's Eve arrived. Star Moon Pavilion was closed for business today. Song Qinglan paid everyone their wages, even adding some silver coins for each person to help them have a good new year. Everyone looked at the money they received and felt very happy. Shopkeeper Qinglan, you're so kind to us. That's right. I've been working here for so many years, and this is the first time a shopkeeper gave extra silver for the new year. Our wages are already higher than other clothing shops. Now with extra red envelopes, if people find out, they'll be so jealous. So, we're really lucky to work at Star Moon Pavilion with shopkeeper Qinglan. We're so happy. Song Qinglan listened to each person praise her, feeling very happy. She said, It's a special fate that we can work together. Our Xingyue Pavilion has achieved so much in just a few months, thanks to everyone's hard work. So, this money is deserved by all of us. After the new year, let's work even harder. Yes. We will definitely follow the shopkeeper's lead and work hard. Song Qinglan smiled and said, Good. Everyone, go to the front desk to pick up your new clothes and then head home to celebrate the new year. Wei Mingji and He Hailing handed out the new clothes to everyone and saw them off. In the end, only Wei Mingji, He Hailing, and Song Qinglan remained in Xingyue Pavilion. Song Qinglan took out several more sets of clothes. Annie, second Annie, these are for Grandma and Grandpa, elder uncle, second uncle, and some cousins. Please take them home too. Wei Mingji said, Lon Lon, you're so thoughtful. He Hailing also smiled and said, our Lon Lon is probably the most generous shopkeeper in the imperial city. Giving money and clothes. Where else can you find such kindness? Wei Mingji nodded and asked with concern, Lon Lon, we're happy about what you're doing, but you should also take care of yourself. Earning this money isn't easy. You've already been very good to everyone. Song Qinglong nodded with a smile. Auntie, I understand. I know my limits. Giving up some is necessary to gain more. Plus, if I give them more treats, they'll work even harder for me. In the long run, I'm actually earning more. He Hailing quickly agreed. Yes, Lon Lon is right. I think she's really suited to running a business. All right, Auntie, second Auntie, you should go home now. Today, your house must be very busy. Wei Mingji saw that Song Qinglong had taken out a few more sets of clothes and asked curiously, Lon Lon, what about you? Aren't you going home yet? Song Qinglong replied, I still need to check on the breakfast shop. The street was almost empty now, as everyone was busy at home preparing for the new year. When she arrived at the breakfast shop, she saw Brother Nyo and Sister Nyo cleaning the place. Brother Nyo, Sister Nyo. Sorry, I'm late. Brother Nyo smiled kindly and said, it's okay. We can clean the shop a bit more. A new year, a fresh start. Here's your money for this month, Song Qinglong said, handing them a money bag. Aunt Nyo wiped her hands on her apron, then took the money eagerly and looked at it closely. She widened her eyes and looked at Song Qinglong with disbelief, saying, Qinglong, this money doesn't seem right. Why is there so much? Song Qinglong smiled and replied, it's the new year, so I gave you a little extra. Oh, and here's something else. She then took out a few pieces of clothing. These clothes are made from leftover fabric from the shop. If you don't mind, you can have them. Aunt Nyo smiled and said, Qinglong, you are such a kind person. These clothes are so nice. I was hesitant to buy new ones, but I wouldn't mind having these. After everything was settled, Song Qinglong went home. As soon as she entered, she saw a lively scene. Song Qingxi was writing spring couplets. Song Qingbei and Grandma Song were cutting paper decorations for windows. Song Qingdong and Song Qingsouth were slaughtering chickens and pigs, and the little kids, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, were lying in their cradles playing with rattles, dressed in bright red clothes. The festive atmosphere was very strong at this moment. Song Qinglong couldn't help but smile. They're already busy so early. Grandma Song chuckled. It's not early. After all this work, it will be tonight's New Year's Eve dinner. Song Qingdong looked up and asked, Sister, is everything ready at the shop? Yes, everything is taken care of. Song Qinglong said as she sat next to Grandma Song and picked up scissors and red paper to make window decorations. In just a short while, they cut out festive window decorations. Song Qingbei couldn't wait to stick them up, and Song Qingxi started putting up spring couplets and hanging red lanterns at the door. Just as Song Qinglong was about to get up to help, Grandma Song held her hand. Lon Lon. She turned back, looking puzzled, and asked, What's wrong, Grandma? Grandma Song pursed her lips and hesitated before saying, Lon Lon, your second aunt may talk a lot, but she's not a bad person. Your second uncle also has a hard time. During the new year, they don't have much money for new clothes.
You see.
Song Qinglong immediately understood. She smiled and quickly replied, Grandma, I understand what you mean. I've already prepared new clothes for second uncle's family, and I was planning to send them over. She then took out 4 sets of new clothes from a nearby cabinet. Grandma Song saw this and smiled happily. Lon Lon, you really are thoughtful. Let's send them over now. Both the palm of the hand and the back are flesh. If any child's life isn't good, she can't rest assured. Yes, okay, I'll go right now. Song Qinglong, holding the new clothes, headed to her brother Song Yunfeng's house next door. When she arrived, Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin were busy killing and plucking chickens, while Lu Guixia was chopping firewood in the yard. Song Qingyuan was the first to notice her, lifting his head with a smile and saying, Sister Qinglong, you're here. We're killing a chicken now. Tonight, we'll have a family New Year's dinner together. Song Qinglong smiled, about to speak. At that moment, Lu Guixia, who was chopping wood, suddenly spoke. Only you know how to pretend to be generous. We only have this one chicken for the new year. You call everyone to eat together, but what are we eating then? Just chicken? Lu Guixia's words weren't directed at Song Qinglan, but her tone clearly showed she was unhappy. Song Qingyuan looked embarrassed, glancing at Song Qinglan and saying, Qinglan, I. Not wanting to make her brothers uncomfortable, Song Qinglan smiled and said, Qingyuan, Qinglin, I came to give you new clothes.
Take a look and see if they fit. Wow.
I get to wear new clothes for the new year too. Song Qinglin immediately cheered, dropping his work and rushing over to take the clothes from Song Qinglan. At this time, Song Yunfeng returned, smiling happily and asking, What happy news is there? I heard you shouting from far away. Song Qinglin quickly put on the new clothes, showing them off happily to Song Yunfeng, saying, Dad, look. Sister Qinglan gave us new clothes. They're pretty and warm. I like them so much. Song Qingyuan also put on his new clothes, smiling and looking at Song Qinglan, saying, Sister Qinglan, this outfit fits perfectly and is so warm. Song Qinglan smiled and said, As long as you like it. Song Qinglin waved at Song Yunfeng and Lu Guixia, saying, Dad, Mom, come over and see. There are new clothes for you too. Lu Guixia curiously looked over but hesitated, feeling shy and unable to speak openly for a moment, only saying sourly, These clothes look expensive. They're not suitable for us poor folks to work in. Song Yunfeng glared at her and said, What are you saying, wife? Qinglan kindly brought us new clothes, and you're saying such unpleasant words. It's embarrassing. Lu Guixia pouted and didn't say anything further. Song Yunfeng quickly stepped forward and said to Song Qinglan, These clothes don't look cheap. Why are you spending so much? We have clothes to wear. Second uncle, these clothes are from Xingyue Pavilion and I didn't spend any money. Still, earning money isn't easy. Lu Guixia suddenly added, It's much easier for others to earn money. Song Yunfeng couldn't hold back his anger and said to Lu Guixia, Why do you talk so much? It's New Year's, and you still want to argue? Not saying anything then, Lu Guixia snorted, glared at her, dropped her axe and went back inside. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Song Yunfeng looked at Song Qinglan and whispered, Lan, your second aunt talks like that. Don't take it to heart. Song Qinglan smiled and shook her head. Second uncle, don't worry. I understand.
But
she suddenly leaned close to Song Yunfeng's ear and teased with a smile, I can tell your second aunt is listening to you now, and she's different from before.
Of course.
Song Yunfeng proudly lifted his head, then whispered into her ear, Lan, since the last time your second aunt caused trouble and went back to her family, she's been much more obedient. Now I can manage her. Hee hee. They looked at each other, and both laughed. Oh, by the way. Song Yunfeng suddenly raised his hand. My employer gave us each 5 jin of pork for the new year. Lan, you can cut some for us to eat. Lu Guixia, hiding inside and eavesdropping, was displeased. She quickly called out, Qingyuan, tell your dad, we don't have a single piece of meat left. Song Qingyuan looked at Song Yunfeng with a troubled expression and said, Dad, this. Song Yunfeng frowned and said, Ignore her. Qingyuan, go back inside and bring a knife. No need. Song Qinglan quickly stopped him and turned to Song Yunfeng. Second uncle, no need. Today we bought half a pig for the new year. We have plenty of pork. Later, I'll ask Qingdong to bring some pig's feet and shank meat for braised dishes. Song Qinglin immediately cheered up. Wow. I love braised pig's feet.
Great.
We can have braised dishes for the new year. Song Yunfeng felt a bit embarrassed. Lan, this. Isn't it a bit much? Song Qinglan waved her hand. Second uncle, we're all family. No need to be polite. Song Qinglan returned home. Grandma Song hurried to greet her softly, saying, Lan, did you get upset again? Their houses are just a wall apart, and Grandma Song heard all the sharp words from Lu Guixia. Song Qinglan nonchalantly waved her hand and said, It's nothing. You know her, she just likes to talk. Let her say what she wants. I won't take it to heart. Then she asked, You too, is the pork ready? Song Qingdong nodded and said, It's ready. Sister, look, put the meat in the cellar. Song Qinglan said, first cut off a pig's foot, then slice some tendons, pork belly, and other meats to send to Uncle Air's house. Song Qingbei pouted and said unhappily, Sister, second aunt talks so harshly. Why do we still send them meat? Song Qingshi looked at him and said, don't forget what the teacher taught us, to repay kindness with kindness. Besides, we're family. There shouldn't be deep grudges. Song Qingbei sighed and said, I'm just worried they'll take our kindness for granted. Song Qinglan patted his head and said, all right, you talk too much. You and your big brother can go deliver the meat.
What?
I have to go too? Song Qingbei widened his eyes. Song Qingdong directly handed him the meat and said, let's go. This time, when they delivered the meat, Lu Guixia saw the sincerity and gave them a rare good look. Seeing so much meat, Lu Guixia's eyes lit up and she said, oh, it's so rare that you remember us. Why not stay for the New Year's dinner night? Song Qingdong knew she was just making polite talk and quickly waved his hand. No need. The food at home is already cooked. We're going back now. The 5 siblings quickly prepared a hearty New Year's dinner together. There was braised fish, chicken with mushrooms, cabbage and pork belly stew with vermicelli, braised pig's feet, cold noodles, fried meatballs, and a big bowl of thin-skinned, thick-filling dumplings. Seeing the family gathered around the table, Grandma Song couldn't help but smile widely and suddenly sighed. This year's New Year's dinner is truly joyful. Our family finally gathered together, and we even have Chun Chun and Yuan Yuan. It's so happy.
So happy.
As she spoke, tears welled up in Grandma Song's eyes. Song Qinglan sat beside her and quickly held her hand gently. She softly said, Grandmother, today is a good day. Why are you still crying?
Happy.
Lon Lon, I am happy. Old Mrs. Song wiped her tears. Last year at this time, only I and your 4 brothers were here. Back then, we could only eat steamed buns and pickled vegetables for the new year. Who would have thought that this year we could enjoy such a big table of food? Song Qinglan took a piece of fish and placed it into old Mrs.
Song's bowl, smiling.
Grandmother, the hard days are over. Our family will get better and better. Every year will be abundant. Song Qingdong also said, so, Grandmother, you should be happy. Stay healthy. We will take good care of you in the future. Song Qingnan added, Grandmother, have a dumpling. She picked up a dumpling and put it into old Mrs. Song's bowl. Old Mrs. Song ate it happily and said with a smile, wow, this dumpling is so sweet. Song Qingshi smiled gently and said, Grandmother, you just ate a sweet-filled dumpling. It means your days ahead will be sweet and happy, with no worries. Hearing this, old Mrs. Song immediately became joyful. Oh, that's wonderful. These dumplings are so good. Hurry up and try. What fillings do they have? Song Qingdong had already seen everything clearly. He nudged Song Qingnan's arm and hinted, Qingnan, you really picked the right dumplings. Song Qingnan smiled shyly. As long as Grandmother is happy. Song Qingbei quickly took a dumpling and put it in his mouth, excitedly shouting, wow, I got a coin. Does that mean I will be rich in the future? Haha. Then everyone started eating dumplings happily. Hey, I got one with red dates. My turn. Peanut filling. I have sugar. Song Qingshi frowned and said, strange. I can't taste any of those. I don't believe it. I'll keep eating. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the family gathered together to chat and stay up. Little Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue couldn't stay awake and fell asleep. Looking at the 2 children in her arms, Song Qinglan couldn't help but feel emotional. These past few months have been full of so many experiences. Finally, Song Qinglan also fell asleep in a daze. Suddenly, the sky brightened, and she woke up to the sound of firecrackers. She pushed open the door and saw that it had snowed overnight. The whole world was covered in white, looking cold and quiet. But the bright red firecrackers on the snow somewhat eased the coldness. Song Qingdong and his younger brothers were playing with firecrackers. When Song Qinglan saw them, she quickly waved and said, Sister, come join us. Song Qinglan waved her hand and replied, You all play first. I'm going to make dumplings and prepare breakfast. After the dumplings were cooked, her four brothers returned just in time. Song Qingbei still looked excited and said, "That was so fun. This is the first time our family bought so many firecrackers. Before, we could only watch others play. Now we can really enjoy it." Song Qingshi looked at him and reminded, "Fourth brother, don't just focus on playing. Remember, the teacher said we shouldn't forget to study at home. Third brother, don't worry. I'm balancing work and rest so I can do better." On the second day of the new year, Song Qinglan and her brothers went to visit their grandfather's house to pay respects. When they arrived at the Li family, they smelled the delicious aroma of stew. Wei Minji and He Hailing hurried out to greet them. "We were just wondering when you would arrive," they said. Then each of them picked up a child. Wei Minji said, "Oh, Chunchun is so handsome." He Hailing also smiled and said, "Yaya is adorable too. When she grows up, she'll be a beautiful girl." Song Qinglan smiled and asked, "Do you need any help?" He Hailing replied, "No need. You all should go inside quickly. Your grandfather and grandmother have been talking about you all day." The family ate, talked, and stayed until it was late. Song Qinglan helped clear the dishes and went to the kitchen. Wei Minji suddenly pulled her aside and whispered, "Lon Lon, Annie wants to tell you something." Seeing her so secretive, Song Qinglan became curious and asked, "What is it?" Whenever Wei Minji mentioned this, she would get angry. She then said, "Honestly, I didn't want to talk about the disgusting things the Bai family did, but they crossed the line." "The Bai family?" Song Qinglan frowned. "What are they up to now?" Wei Minji exhaled heavily and said, "It's that shameless Bai granny. She's been talking badly about you these days, saying you're flirtatious, that after your husband died, you were out chasing other men, and she also said." Seeing her hesitant, Song Qinglan knew her words must be very harsh. Her expression turned cold, and she asked, "What else did she say?" Wei Minji clenched her teeth and said, "She also said that Chunchun and Ye might not be your children but from some outside man, not by Ihans at all." That was really harsh to say. "You know, this Yonghe Lane is such a small place, and she's spreading rumors about you. I worry that someone with bad intentions might hear and tease you." "Humph." Song Qinglan sneered coldly. "Her mouth is so idle. Anyway, I have nothing to fear. Let her say whatever she wants." Wei Minji suddenly smiled and said, "Lon Lon, I think only one person can handle that Bai woman." Song Qinglan, washing dishes casually, asked, "Who?" "It's Master Wu." Seeing the smile on Wei Minji's face, Song Qinglan knew what she was thinking. She frowned and whispered, "Auntie, Master Wu and I are just friends." At this moment, He Hailing also came over, smiling happily. "I don't think so. I believe Master Wu likes you, Lon Lon. Maybe you should consider him." Wei Minji also chimed in, "Yes, Master Wu is honest and upright. He's an official. If you marry him, you'll have a strong backing. Who would dare to bully you then, by family?" Song Qinglan couldn't help but feel overwhelmed inside. It seemed that whether in ancient or modern times, being pressured to marry during the new year was a common thing. Finally, Song Qinglan finished washing the dishes, wiped her hands, and calmly said, "Auntie, second auntie, I and a Yong are not possible. Please don't bring this up again. I just want to focus on my business, let Chunchun and Yaya grow up healthy, and our family is enough." Wei Minji and He Hailing looked at each other in shock. He Hailing blinked uncertainly and asked, "Lon Lon, are you saying you don't plan to marry anyone in the future?" Song Qinglan nodded seriously and replied, "Yes. I have children and money. What else do I need a man for?" After saying that, Song Qinglan hurriedly left the kitchen, leaving Wei Minji and He Hailing standing there, confused. Wei Minji looked at He Hailing and whispered, "Lon Lon, she's probably joking, right?" He Hailing looked confused and said, "I don't know. I really don't understand what she's thinking." Soon it was the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Song Qingnan went back to Jingwu Martial Arts School to learn martial arts, and Xingyue Pavilion also started opening for business. Song Qinglan arrived early in the morning. After distributing red envelopes to everyone, she officially started working. Before the new year, Song Qingdong ordered fabric from Yuqing, and the fabric was indeed good. The embroidery ladies of Xingyue Pavilion all got busy, and Song Qinglan planned to cooperate with Yuqing for a long time. That evening, during dinner with the family, Song Qinglan brought up this matter on purpose. She said to Song Qingdong, "Qingdong, the fabric shop you found in Yuqing is very good, affordable, and high quality. I plan to buy their fabric in the future. I'll need your help with this." Song Qingdong pursed his lips and said, "Sister, I wanted to talk to you about this after the new year, but since we're discussing it now, there's something I also want to ask you about." Song Qinglan knew that Song Qingdong was a thoughtful person. Since he brought it up seriously, it must be important. She put down her chopsticks and asked, "What is it?" "Just tell me." Song Qingdong also put down his chopsticks and said, "Seriously, after going to Yuqing, I found many new and interesting things there that we don't have here. Also, some items are cheaper there. So I plan to bring goods from there to sell here, and sell our goods there too. I think we could make a good amount of silver." Song Qinglan nodded thoughtfully. "Are you thinking of becoming a trader?" "Yes, sister." "What do you think?" Song Qingdong asked nervously. Song Qinglan replied, "I think your idea is feasible. But we need to think long-term. Not just Yuqing's goods. You should visit several places. If we can gather the best items from all over the world, wouldn't that be more impressive?" Song Qingshi nodded and said, "Sister, your idea is indeed good. Gathering treasures from all over the world, we could even open a shop someday called Treasure Pavilion. What do you think?" Song Qingdong smiled. "Third brother, that's a great name." Song Qingbei listened eagerly from the side and asked quickly, "So, big brother, does that mean you'll often travel to different places? Take me with you, please." Song Qinglan rolled her eyes at him. "You should focus on studying first. We'll talk about other things later." Song Qingbei pouted and said, "Sister, the top scholar will definitely be our third brother someday. Our family only needs one top scholar. As for me, I want to explore the world, make friends everywhere, fight evil, and be a wandering hero." Song Qingshi smiled and gave him a quick look. She said, "You always have a new goal every day. You should just focus on eating well." Song Qingbei pouted angrily and said, "I'm serious this time." Song Qinglan said, "All right, let's eat first. No matter what you plan to do later, reading and understanding are the basics. We can talk about other things later." Then she looked at Song Qingdong and asked, "Are you planning to go to Yuqing now?" Song Qingdong nodded and said, "Yes, I'll start from Yuqing. I want to see how the goods sell before making my next plan." Song Qinglan nodded and asked, "When do you plan to leave?" Song Qingdong replied, "Tomorrow, on the 8th day of the lunar month." Old Lady Song quickly said, "So soon? Why so fast?" Song Qingdong smiled and said, "Grandmother, I can come back before the Lantern Festival. During the festival, the Lantern Fair is lively, and it's a good time to sell things." Song Qinglan agreed and said, "You're right. Business is all about timing." "Qingdong, how much silver do you plan to take?" Song Qingdong answered, 300 taels. Song Qinglan nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you the silver tomorrow." The next day, Song Qinglan sent Song Qingdong to the dock to take the boat. Since the new year hadn't fully passed, not many people were traveling. When the boatman saw most of the passengers had boarded, he called out to Song Qinglan and Song Qingdong from the shore, "Are you still getting on? If not, we'll leave now." Song Qinglan waved and replied loudly, "We're getting on. Please wait a little longer." Then she handed the silver note and luggage to Song Qingdong and said, "Be careful outside. I packed some medicine in your luggage. If you get sick from the change in climate or have diarrhea again, boil this medicine and take it."
Got it?
Song Qingdong nodded and said, "I understand. Sister, take care at home too. Grandmother, Qingshi, and Qingbei, it's hard for you." Song Qinglan smiled and said, "Don't worry about family matters. Just focus on your journey. Come back soon. We're waiting to celebrate Lantern Festival together." "Okay." Song Qingdong nodded heavily and said, "Sister, I'm leaving. Go ahead." Song Qinglan watched the boat leave from the dock until it became a small in the distance. Only then did she turn to leave. Suddenly, a clear and cheerful voice called out to her, "Qinglan Jia." Song Qinglan turned around and saw Wu Qianqian, dressed in a bright red long jacket and skirt, smiling as she ran toward her. "Qinglan, Happy New Year." "Qianqian, Happy New Year." Song Qinglan smiled and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Wu Qianqian explained, "My aunt and uncle came back for the new year, and today they are returning to Yuqing, so I came to see them off." "Qinglan, what about you? Are you here to see someone off too?" Song Qinglan nodded and said, "Yes, Qingdong is going to Yuqing for business, so I came to see him off." Suddenly, Wu Qianqian asked, "By the way, Qinglan, do you have anything to do today?" "Well, I just came to Xingyue Pavilion to take a look. During the new year, there aren't many guests, and I'm still working on some orders. I'm not particularly busy." "Why do you ask?" "That's perfect." Wu Qianqian suddenly smiled. "I've been freeloading at your place before, and I feel a bit embarrassed. I was planning to invite you to a meal during the new year. Since that's the case, why not seize the day and go to a restaurant for a big feast today? How about it?" Since crossing over, Song Qinglan had been busy with this or that every day and had never really enjoyed a proper meal outside. Now that she had this opportunity, she wanted to experience it. So, Song Qinglan nodded and asked, "Sure, which restaurant shall we go to?" "Just follow me," Wu Qianqian said, taking Song Qinglan's hand and leading her forward. Soon, they arrived in front of Yingbin Tower. Yingbin Tower is located in the center of Yong'an Street, which is also the main street of the entire imperial city. It is a busy place every day, perfect for business. Song Qinglan looked at Yingbin Tower and smiled slightly. This restaurant has a great location. It must be doing well. Wu Qianqian smiled and said, "Of course. I heard that the current owner is the third generation. When I was young, my father often brought me here to eat. The food is really delicious. Qinglan, let's go inside." As Wu Qianqian and Song Qinglan entered the restaurant, an elderly man with kind silver hair greeted them warmly. "Miss Qianqian, it's been a long time since I saw you dining here. I thought you went somewhere else." Wu Qianqian smiled warmly and replied, "Second manager, I haven't been to another restaurant. I just met a very good cook friend." She then winked at Song Qinglan. The second shopkeeper was also a perceptive person. He secretly glanced at Song Qinglan and then said to Wu Qianqian, "Miss Qianqian, are you here today with friends to try our food?" Wu Qianqian nodded happily. "Yes, that's right. But right now, the fancy seat I usually sit in might already be taken by other guests." The second shopkeeper quickly smiled and said, "Miss Qianqian, it's a lucky coincidence you're here today. The seat you like is still free. Come on, I'll take you both upstairs." "That's great," Wu Qianqian said with a big smile, grabbing Song Qinglan's hand excitedly. "Qinglan, we're so lucky today. Before, I had to make a reservation in advance to get that seat. Today, we just happened to catch it." The fancy seat Wu Qianqian mentioned was on the second floor, near a street-facing railing. From there, you could see most of Yong'an Street. You could enjoy your meal and chat while watching the busy street below, which was quite a special experience. As soon as they sat down, Xiao Chunzi, the waiter, brought a pot of hot tea and asked with a big smile, "Miss Qianqian, what would you like to eat today?" Wu Qianqian casually replied, "Just the same as usual, the 8 dishes I like." Xiao Chunzi set the tea down and said, "Got it. I'll go tell the kitchen to prepare everything. The dishes will be ready soon." Wu Qianqian reached for a handful of sunflower seeds and handed them to Song Qinglan. "Qinglan, how about this place? Isn't it nice?" Song Qinglan smiled. "The environment is pretty good. But you said it's usually full here. Why is it so quiet today?" Wu Qianqian frowned. "Maybe because it's still New Year, and people are not eating out much." They chatted casually for a while, but soon Xiao Chunzi came over with the dishes. "Food's here. Be careful, it's hot. If you need anything, just call me." Looking at the table full of 8 dishes, Song Qinglan said, "Qianqian, you ordered so much. We can't finish it all. It's a waste." Wu Qianqian was already tearing off a roasted pigeon leg and placing it in Song Qinglan's bowl, smiling. "These are all my favorites. Qinglan, try some. Especially this roasted pigeon." It's a signature dish of Ingbin Tower. You must try it. Song Qinglan couldn't refuse and quickly took a bite of the pigeon leg. Wu Qianqian watched eagerly, asking excitedly, "How is it? How is it? Qinglan, is it delicious?" Song Qinglan awkwardly smiled and replied, It's okay, I guess."
Huh.
How could that be? I really love eating the roast pigeon here. Wu Qianqian frowned in confusion, took a bite herself, and pouted. Wow, today's roast pigeon doesn't taste right. It's not fragrant at all. Maybe it's overcooked. Song Qinglan leaned slightly closer to Wu Qianqian's ear and whispered, "It's because the pigeon isn't fresh anymore." Really? Wu Qianqian was shocked and stared wide-eyed. She pursed her lips and said, "Qinglan, try this squirrel fish." Song Qinglan took a piece of the fish, put it in her mouth, and frowned. "The fish is too dry. The chef's skills aren't good enough."
What?
"Let me try," Wu Qianqian said, and took a bite. She also made a face and said, "Really? How could this happen?" Song Qinglan then tasted the remaining dishes one by one. This dish is too salty, this one is too bland, the beef in the boiled beef is so tough I can't bite it, and these dumplings seem a bit off." She put down her chopsticks, looked around, and saw several tables nearby with many leftover dishes. Song Qinglan leaned close to Wu Qianqian's ear and asked softly, "Qianqian, are you sure the food here is really good?" Wu Qianqian also noticed the leftover food on the next table and frowned in confusion. "Yeah, it used to be really delicious. I don't understand what's wrong today." "Used to be?" Song Qinglan's lips twitched as she asked, "Qianqian, how long has it been since you last came here?" Let me think." Wu Qianqian carefully recalled. "Maybe 2 or 3 months ago." Song Qinglan frowned and muttered to herself, "So much has changed in just 2 or 3 months.
Could it be?"
At that moment, the restaurant staff was clearing dishes from the neighboring table when suddenly, a loud crash of porcelain breaking echoed through the room. Everyone's eyes turned toward the sound. Song Qinglan saw the familiar figure of the worker and was momentarily stunned, then slightly frowned. The worker quickly bent down and hurriedly picked up the broken pieces of the plate. At that moment, a man with a mustache hurried over, pointing at the workers' heads and scolding loudly, "Oh my, Lu Guixia, how many times have you broken the dishes at our restaurant? You're so careless. Don't you want to keep working here? Breaking a few dishes every day, smashing bowls daily. No matter how rich our restaurant is, it can't take this kind of trouble." Lu Guixia was so angry she finally looked up and met the man's eyes, replying, "Hey, Lu accountant, you can't blame everything on me. Look, there used to be 5 helpers in the kitchen. Now you've fired 3 of them for various reasons. Now only 2 of us are left to do all the work. How can we manage?" She rolled up her sleeves and shouted, "They're always rushing us to wash dishes, and then to tidy up. There are only 2 of us and so many bowls and plates in this big restaurant. How can we keep up?" Lu accountant ignored her complaints, waving his hand irritably and saying, "Enough, enough. Stop yelling. Don't give me these excuses. If you want to work, work. If not, then just leave." Suddenly, Lu Guixia sneered and pointed at him. "I see what's going on. You're deliberately trying to pick a fight to kick me out, right? I bet the 3 helpers you fired earlier were also pushed out like this." Lu accountant panicked and yelled, You're talking nonsense. You're clumsy with your work, and now you have the nerve to complain? I tell you, we can't afford to keep someone like you here. Leave.
Get out now."
She slapped the cloth on the ground loudly and shouted, "Fine, I'll leave. I don't want to work here anymore. You bunch of heartless people won't have a good ending. Just pay me this month's wages and I'll be gone." Lu accountant suddenly grinned mischievously. "Haha, you're quite something. You still want your wages? Dream on. Look at how many dishes you've broken these days. If we counted up, your wages wouldn't even cover the damage. No way you're getting paid.
Dream on."
Lu Guixia crossed her arms and coldly said, "So, you're really not going to pay me?" "Not at all. Absolutely not." Here, Wu Qianqian watched the argument between the 2 people, feeling a bit worried. She gently tugged on Song Qinglan's arm and whispered, "Sister Qinglan, isn't that your second aunt? I also know Lu Zhongfang. Maybe we should go help. Song Qinglan squinted slightly, staring steadily at them, and whispered no need. She can handle it herself. Sure enough, Lu Guixia suddenly leaned close to Lu Zhongfang's ear, moved her lips, and whispered a few words. It's unclear what she said. Lu Zhongfang's face suddenly changed, looking at Lu Guixia with disbelief. Then, with a helpless expression, he clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, "All right, then come with me to settle this month's wages." After saying that, he shook his hand and turned to leave. Lu Guixia quickly followed. Wu Qianqian couldn't help but give Song Qinglan a thumbs up, looking impressed. "Qinglan, you're so clever." "You guessed it." Song Qinglan smiled and then leaned close to Wu Qianqian's ear, whispering, "Qianqian, call over that shop assistant. I have some questions for him."
Okay.
Wu Qianqian agreed, without hesitation. At that moment, Xiao Chunzi happened to pass by delivering food to the next table. Wu Qianqian waved to him and said, "Xiao Chunzi, come here." Xiao Chunzi immediately approached with a smile and asked, "Miss Qianqian, what can I do for you?" Wu Qianqian glanced at Song Qinglan and gave a signal, saying, "Qinglan, you ask." Xiao Chunzi looked confused, staring at Song Qinglan, feeling that this beautiful woman was not simple. Song Qinglan smiled gently and asked softly, "Xiao Chunzi, I want to ask you, has the chef here changed?"
Well.
Xiao Chunzi looked uncomfortable and glanced at Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian widened her eyes and said, "Look at me. Just tell the truth." Usually Wu Qianqian dined at Yingbin Tower and was generous, often giving Xiao Chunzi tips. Naturally, he was very kind to her. He clenched his teeth, moved closer to the two, and lowered his voice. "Yes, the previous chef, Chef Fong, is no longer here. The current chef was hired by Lu Zhongfang. His skills." He looked at the dishes on the table, which hadn't been touched much, and made a disgusted face. Then he said, "This isn't good. No wonder I thought the food tasted strange." Watering eyes wide with surprise, Wu Qianqian said, "What is your shopkeeper thinking? How can they hire someone like this to be the chef? Isn't that damaging their reputation?"
Well.
"We just do small chores, so we don't really know." He Jing suddenly sneered and took a sip of tea, which was now very weak, then softly said, "In my opinion, your shopkeeper probably doesn't want to run this restaurant anymore."
Wow.
"Miss, how do you know that?" Xiao Chunzi looked at Song Qinglan in shock. Song Qinglan calmly replied, "Although your restaurant still looks the same as before, the tea and food are not taken care of at all. Also, such a big restaurant only has 2 helpers. Oh, wait, now only 1. Yet, your accountant isn't worried at all. Don't you find that strange?" Wu Qianqian listened and nodded, saying, "Yes, that's pretty strange." Song Qinglan smiled and continued, "So, I guess the shopkeeper doesn't plan to keep running the place and is slowly closing it down." She looked at Xiao Chunzi on purpose. Xiao Chunzi quickly reacted and said, "Miss, you're really so amazing. I heard it secretly from someone else." She lowered her voice further. "Our shopkeeper really wants to sell the restaurant. It probably happened just a few days ago." Wu Qianqian frowned and asked, "Why?" After all, this restaurant is in a prime location and is a well-known old brand. It's mostly about the previous owners planting the trees and others enjoying the shade. With good management, it might not make huge money, but it would definitely earn a lot. Xiao Chunzi shrugged and said, "I really don't know. I honestly don't know." Suddenly, the second shopkeeper came upstairs and shouted from afar, "Xiao Chunzi, why are you still chatting here? There are quite a few customers downstairs. Hurry up and go serve them." Xiao Chunzi stuck out her tongue and quickly replied, "Coming."
Coming.
Then she smiled at Wu Qianqian and Song Qinglan, saying, "Ladies, I have to go now. Please don't tell anyone what I just said, or the shopkeeper might get mad at me." "All right, we understand. You go ahead and get busy." Wu Qianqian waved her hand and said. Song Qinglan leaned her head out over the railing and indeed saw a few groups of people happily walking into the welcome guest tower. She also faintly heard their voices talking. "Hey, second aunt, this is the welcome guest tower I told you about. It's an old, famous restaurant. If we visit the Imperial City and don't eat here, it would be a shame. Really? This restaurant looks very grand. No wonder it's under the Emperor's jurisdiction. Come on, let's go in quickly, or there won't be any seats left for us. Song Qinglan withdrew her gaze and noticed Wu Qianqian shaking her head silently. It seems they don't know that the welcome guest tower has changed a lot and is now just a shell. What a pity. I don't know where to find good food anymore. She quietly looked around and said to herself, yes. It's really a pity. The decoration and layout are nice, and the location is perfect. If someone could take over and run it, they could do very well. Wu Qianqian suddenly became excited. What? Qinglan, do you want to take over this restaurant?
Sure.
Song Qinglan made a shushing gesture and whispered, Qianqian, keep your voice down. I am interested, but what? Wu Qianqian looked a little excited. She suddenly grabbed Song Qinglan's hand and said, Qinglan, I think your cooking is much better than here, and you have a good business mind. If you took over, it would definitely be very successful. Song Qinglan was amused by her words. That's not even settled yet. You're so eager. I don't even know who the current manager is or how much they want for the place. So you're worried about that? Wu Qianqian smiled and patted her chest. Don't worry, Qinglan. I'll handle it. I have some connections with the second manager. I'll go talk to him and find out. Let's go. Wu Qianqian pulled Song Qinglan down the stairs. When the second manager saw them, he hurried over and asked Miss Qianqian, are you leaving? Did you enjoy your meal? Wu Qianqian smiled and pulled the manager aside. She whispered, Second manager, can I ask you something? The manager's eyes shifted, but he kept smiling. What does Miss Qianqian want to ask? Before long, Wu Qianqian walked back to Song Qinglan with a sad face. Seeing her expression, Song Qinglan knew the result without guessing. The two of them left the reception building together. Song Qinglan noticed Wu Qianqian still looked upset and smiled slightly, asking what? Didn't find out anything? Yes, Wu Qianqian nodded sadly. He said the head clerk isn't in the Imperial City. I haven't even asked him properly. Song Qinglan slightly smiled and said, he's just giving you the runaround. Wu Qianqian nodded and asked, what should we do now? She was still hoping to get the restaurant away from Song Qinglan. Suddenly, Song Qinglan smiled and said, what can we do? I'm going back to Xingyue Pavilion now. You should hurry back to the martial arts school.
Huh.
Wu Qianqian blinked in confusion, asking, so, the restaurant thing is just going to be dropped? Song Qinglan waved her hand and said, let it be. Business is about fate, and opening a restaurant isn't a small matter. We need to plan carefully. Wu Qianqian pouted and said, all right, Qinglan, if you need any help, just ask me. Okay, I understand. You should go back quickly. After today's events, the idea of opening a restaurant was definitely put into Song Qinglan's plans. She planned to start looking for a place to open the restaurant tomorrow. The next day, after breakfast, Song Qinglan fed Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, then left the house. As she closed the door, she saw brothers Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin coming back with baskets of vegetables. Song Qinglan paused and quickly called out to them. Qingyuan, Qinglin, what are you doing? It's this late. Why aren't you at the academy? Song Qinglin looked upset and muttered softly, my mom didn't let us go. Suddenly, from the neighboring yard, came the sound of objects falling and loud cursing from Lu Guixia. What bad luck is this? Everything I touch drops. These two little brats, I told them to buy some vegetables, and they still haven't come back. Really making me mad. All useless. Humph. Then, there was a loud bang as a door closed, probably Lu Guixia going back inside her house. Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin, two brothers, exchanged a glance and both sighed in relief at the same time. Seeing their reaction, Song Qinglan looked puzzled and asked, what's wrong with you? What exactly happened? Song Qingyuan explained, my mother came back yesterday and said she was kicked out of the restaurant. She told us to find work and earn money. Starting today, we're not allowed to go to the academy anymore. Song Qinglin quietly added, since she came back yesterday, she's been very angry and scolding anyone she sees. Then, looking at Song Qingyuan, he said, Brother, I don't want to go home anymore.
I'll just get scolded again.
Seeing how pitiful they looked, Song Qinglun felt sorry for them and asked, Have you two eaten breakfast? They both shook their heads and said, Not yet. She took their hands and said, Come with me. I'll make you 2 bowls of noodles. She took them home and personally cooked 2 bowls of egg noodles. The brothers were very hungry and ate quickly and eagerly. Since they were her own grandchildren, Old Lady Song saw how they ate and couldn't help but feel sad. She said, Oh, your mother really is something. She doesn't even give you breakfast in the morning and just sends you out to buy vegetables. What kind of thing is that? Song Qingyuan quickly finished his bowl, drinking all the soup, and said, Mother said the vegetables at the market in the morning are fresh and cheap. She was worried we'd miss out if we went late, so she told us to hurry. Old Lady Song frowned and said, If she really wanted to save money, why didn't she go herself? She had to force the 2 kids out.
Ah,
It's all because of money problems. She's always nagging when she's upset. Last night, I heard her nagging all night. Maybe she's taking her frustration out on your father. No, that's not it. Song Qinglin wiped his mouth and replied, Last night, she was scolding the owner of the restaurant. She called him a scoundrel, said he owed money and couldn't pay, so he kicked them out. She also said that the restaurant would go bankrupt sooner or later, stuff like that. Suddenly, Song Qinglin squinted and asked, Did your mother really say that? Song Qinglin nodded and said, Yes, I remember her words very clearly. You see, when your teacher asked you to memorize something, you didn't remember it so clearly, Song Qingyuan said, playfully tapping his brother's forehead.
Ow.
Brother, that hurts. Song Qinglin immediately covered his forehead with his hand and said, Brother, at this hour, the teacher should be asking us to recite. Do you want to go back to the academy to study?
Ah.
Song Qingyuan sighed deeply and said, What's the use of wanting? Mother won't let us go, and tomorrow we still have to find work. Song Qinglun looked at them and felt a bit sad. Suddenly, she asked, Do you two really want to go back to the academy to study? Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin nodded at the same time and replied, Yes, we do. Good. I'll talk to your mother about this, said Song Qinglun. She stood up, picked up their baskets of vegetables, and went to the neighbor's house. Song Qingyuan, Song Qinglin, and Grandma Song immediately moved to the corner of the wall, listening to the sounds from the other side. Song Qinglun pushed open the door and went inside. At this moment, Lu Guixia also opened the door and came out grumbling, Finally, you 2 troublemakers are back. I told you to buy some vegetables and you took so long. Do you want to? She hadn't finished scolding when she saw Song Qinglun enter. She immediately stopped and awkwardly turned her face away, saying, It's you? What are you here for? Song Qinglun placed the basket of vegetables in the yard and smiled. Qingyuan and Qinglin are having breakfast at our place. I just brought their vegetables. Hearing this, Lu Guixia got angry instantly. Those 2 little rascals, all they do is eat. They don't care about anything serious. When they get back, I won't let them off. Song Qinglun frowned displeased and said, Second aunt, that's not right. For Qingyuan and Qinglin, studying is their main task now. How can you not let them go to the academy? Lu Guixia sat on the doorstep and said, Do you think I want that? Every mother hopes her children will succeed and stand out. But I don't even have work now. We only have a few hundred coins left from their father's earnings each month. Life is hard. It's all because of Shun Wansan. Why did he have to gamble instead of managing the shop properly? Shun Wansan is the main manager of the Angbin Tower. Curious, Song Qinglun asked, You mean the manager of Angbin Tower gambles?
Exactly.
Because he owed a huge debt from gambling at Qianji Gambling House. They kicked us out. Humph. They still don't want to pay me my wages. Luckily, I was clever and learned some secret information. I threatened the accountant, or I wouldn't have gotten my pay for this month. Forget it. Why am I telling you all this? Lu Guixia realized she had been complaining to Song Qinglun and felt a bit embarrassed. Second aunt, since you also know how important studying is for Qingyuan and Qinglin, it's better to let them go back to the academy. Lu Guixia sneered and said, That's easy for you to say. Now that you're doing business and have money, You don't remember what life was like for us poor folks. Song Qinglan stepped forward and looked at Lu Guixia seriously. Second aunt, if you're worried about the money, that's simple. I'll pay for Qing Yuan and Qinglin to study at the academy. I also promise to help you find suitable work. Hearing this, Lu Guixia's eyes started to spin as she thought quietly. If this had happened before, she would have laughed at Song Qinglan and mocked her for being boastful. But now, things were different. She knew how capable Song Qinglan was and believed she had the ability. Since she had already shown kindness, Lu Guixia saw no reason to keep her guard up. Cough, cough. Lu Guixia deliberately coughed twice, blinking her eyelids a few times, and asked suspiciously, "Are you being so kind for no reason?" Song Qinglan smiled and replied calmly, "No matter what, Qing Yuan and Qinglin are my brothers. We're all family. How could I just watch them suffer?"
But
Lu Guixia looked at Song Qinglan warily and asked repeatedly, "But what?" She knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Song Qinglan slightly lifted one corner of her mouth into a mysterious smile and whispered, "There's something I want you to help me with, second aunt." "What is it?" Lu Guixia scoffed at herself. "I'm just an ignorant woman who doesn't know anything. How can I help you?" Song Qinglan moved closer and whispered into Lu Guixia's ear, "Second aunt, please help me." What exactly Song Qinglan said to Lu Guixia, neither Song Qingyuan, Song Qingtong, nor Old Lady Song heard clearly from the other side of the wall. Song Qinglei rubbed his ears, looked confused, and asked, "Brother, what did Sister Qinglan ask Mom to help with?" "I didn't hear clearly either." Song Qingyuan looked frustrated and turned to look at Old Lady Song, who still had her ear pressed against the wall. He asked, "Grandmother, did you hear anything?" Old Lady Song glared at the two brothers and said impatiently, "My ears haven't worked for a long time. How could I hear anything?" Suddenly, Song Qinglan's voice came from the door with a teasing tone. "What are you trying to hear?"
Haha.
"Nothing. Nothing at all." The three of them quickly laughed awkwardly. Song Qingyuan hurried forward and asked anxiously, "Qinglan's sister, how is our studying going? Has Mother agreed?" "Yes," she agreed. Song Qinglan nodded.
Yay.
"That's great." The brothers hugged each other happily. Seeing their joy, Song Qinglan also smiled. Then she walked to the side, pulled the donkey cart, and said to the brothers, "Hey, you two, hurry up and get on the cart. I'll take you to the academy." "Okay. Coming right now." Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin jumped onto the donkey cart one after the other. In a short while, the cart arrived at the academy gate. Li Huanji was standing at the entrance. When he saw Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin, he immediately frowned and said coldly, "What are you two doing? What time is it? Why are you only just arriving?" The brothers quickly got off the cart and stood obediently in front of Li Huanji, lowering their heads and apologizing, "Sorry, sir. We know we were wrong." Song Qinglan smiled and quickly explained, "Sorry, sir. There was a family matter, so we were late. Please don't blame us." Li Huanji sighed deeply and said seriously, "This is not to be repeated." The brothers immediately cheered up and said in unison, "Thank you, sir." Li Huanji, with his hands behind his back, said coldly, "Even if you have a reason, you still can't break the rules. You will have a small punishment. Go inside and copy the article you need to memorize 3 times. Before school ends today." The brothers nodded and immediately ran into the academy.
Got it.
"We'll do it right away." After leaving the academy, Song Qinglan hurried back to Xingyue Pavilion. As soon as she returned to the shop, she immediately said to He Hailing, "Second aunt, please take out the membership book and show it to me." He Hailing hurriedly took out a notebook from the cabinet and handed it to Song Qinglan, saying, "Lan, what's wrong? You look so anxious when you just got back. Did something happen?" While flipping through the notebook, Song Qinglan replied, "I'm looking for someone." He Hailing immediately leaned in with curiosity and asked, Lan, who are you trying to find? If you tell me, I can help you look faster." "It's just..." Song Qinglan frowned. "I think there's a wife of a gambler from the Qianji gambling house in our membership book, but I can't remember her name." Suddenly, He Hailing smiled and said, "Oh, you mean her? I remember her very well. Then, she took the membership book from Song Qinglan, flipped through it a few times, and laid it open in front of her, pointing to a line. See, she's right here. Song Qinglan's eyes lit up immediately. Second auntie, you're amazing. He hailing blushed a little and said, hee hee. It's not really me. Mainly, the owner of the Qianji gambling house is very devoted to his wife. I just can't forget her. Hearing their conversation, Wei Mingji also came over and said, yes, I remember too. It's rare for husbands to come shopping with their wives here. The owner of the Qianji gambling house is one of a kind. And when he comes, he even buys our most expensive clothes. It seems he really cares about his wife, Song Qinglan whispered softly, then looked at the name in the membership book. Dream Butterfly Dance? Song Qinglan couldn't help but smile slightly. That's quite a poetic name for Mrs. Qian. He hailing suddenly chuckled meaningfully and said, of course. The story of Mrs. Qian is quite extraordinary. Oh? What's her background? Second auntie, tell me more. Song Qinglan became curious. He hailing looked around carefully. Luckily, no one was in the shop at the moment. She then slowly explained, I heard that Mrs. Qian used to be a famous dancer in Jiangcheng. People there called her Butterfly Girl. The owner of the Qianji gambling house once visited Jiangcheng and was lucky enough to meet her. He was so enchanted that he later helped her buy her freedom and married her. So, there is such an interesting story after all. Wei Mingji listened and smiled, saying, no wonder when I saw Madame Qian that day, her figure was so graceful and charming. Such a beautiful wife. No wonder shopkeeper Qian treasures her so much. He's right to treasure her. Song Qinglan suddenly said. He hailing and Wei Mingji were both confused and asked Lanlan, what's wrong with you? Song Qinglan pointed to the information about Meng Dai Wu on the membership book and smiled, saying, it turns out that the 15th day of the first lunar month is Madame Qian's birthday. Looks like I need to place a bet. Place a bet? What are you betting on? Wei Mingji asked, puzzled. He hailing was suddenly alarmed and asked nervously, Lanlan, you wouldn't also be obsessed with gambling, would you? That can be very dangerous. Song Qinglan smiled gently and said, auntie, second auntie, don't worry. I won't go down the wrong path. But she suddenly looked serious and whispered, what I need to do now is almost like gambling, but if I don't succeed, I will become kind. I need to think things over in my room. After saying that, Song Qinglan got up and went back to her inner room, leaving Wei Mingji and he hailing feeling confused. Wei Mingji frowned and asked nervously, what does Lanlan mean by that? He hailing shrugged and replied, I don't know either. She's really confusing me. Why did she suddenly care so much about the shopkeeper of Qianji gambling house? Could she really? Pfft, no way. Our Lanlan wouldn't be a gambler. Yeah, I think I was overthinking. Let's just focus on watching the shop. Song Qinglan locked herself in her inner room. Everyone knew she was busy designing and drawing patterns, so they didn't bother her. That day, Song Qinglan finally opened the door. She called out to the embroidery room, Xiao, come here for a moment. As soon as she opened the door, her first stop was Li Xiao. The embroidery girls of Xingyue Pavilion all knew that Li Xiao was very important in Song Qinglan's heart, so everyone respected her. Li Xiao put down her work and hurried into Song Qinglan's room. Qinglan Jia, what's wrong? Close the door first. Song Qinglan beckoned her and smiled. Come and see. This is the pattern I just drew. Give me your opinion. Upon hearing that this design was drawn by Song Qinglan during her few days in seclusion, Li Xiao immediately became curious. She eagerly moved closer, her eyes shining with excitement, and exclaimed, is this a dance costume? Yes, Song Qinglan nodded happily. She knew Li Xiao would understand her intention. She then asked, what do you think? It's beautiful. So beautiful. I can't even find the right words to describe it, Li Xiao said excitedly, almost speechless. If a dancer wears this outfit, she will surely captivate all the men. Song Qinglan thoughtfully stroked her chin, showing a serious expression. Seeing her suddenly silent, Li Xiao hurriedly asked, Qinglan, what's wrong? This outfit still needs a little more work, Song Qinglan replied. Hearing this, Li Xiuxiu carefully examined the drawing again and frowned. It's a butterfly. The dance costume Song Qinglan designed was specially made for Meng Daiwu. The outfit was mainly white, with flowing, elegant skirts. The highlight was the butterfly embroidery called the butterfly attire. Song Qinglan smiled and said, You see it too, right? I believe the cut of this outfit won't be difficult for you. The key is the embroidered butterfly. This butterfly is the finishing touch. How do you think we can make the butterfly look lifelike when someone wears this costume and dances? Li Xiuxiu frowned, feeling a bit stuck. What Song Qinglan said was exactly what she was thinking. Li Xiuxiu clenched her teeth and replied, Qinglan, give me some time. I need to think carefully and try it out. Song Qinglan took her hand and said, Xiuxiu, we don't have much time left. Can you finish it before the Lantern Festival? She knew her request was a bit difficult, but the situation had reached this point, and she couldn't delay. Li Xiuxiu immediately held Song Qinglan's hand and said, Okay, I'll go back to the embroidery room right away. After saying that, Li Xiuxiu took the drawing and returned to the embroidery room. In the following days, it was Li Xiuxiu's turn to stay in seclusion. Song Qinglan was not idle either. She liked to prepare several plans in advance. She was still looking for a suitable place to open a restaurant, but after searching around, the most suitable one was Angbin Tower. One early morning, just as Song Qinglan was about to leave, she saw Wu Qianqian rushing over in a flurry. Wu Qianqian was so exhausted, she could barely breathe. She grabbed Song Qinglan and said, Qinglan, something big has happened.
Come on.
Let's go see what's going on. Song Qinglan looked confused and asked, What's the big deal? Why are you pulling me somewhere? Come on, follow me, and you'll find out when we get there. Wu Qianqian didn't hesitate anymore and simply pulled Song Qinglan along. It turned out she had taken Song Qinglan to the welcome pavilion. In front of the pavilion, there were people crowded in 3 layers, and it was clear they weren't there to eat, but to watch the scene. Song Qinglan started to guess what was happening and asked Wu Qianqian, What's going on? What happened? Something you won't believe. Wu Qianqian suddenly smiled mysteriously. Then she took Song Qinglan's hand and headed toward the tea house across from the pavilion. Let's go, Qinglan. We can have tea and watch the show. Wu Qianqian had already reserved a nice second-floor seat by the street, which had a great view of what was happening below. Many people had gathered in the tea house to watch the scene. A murmur of discussion gradually reached their ears. It's unbelievable. The big welcome pavilion just disappeared so suddenly. Yeah, it's true. That place was a famous old restaurant in our royal city. I've been eating there since I was a kid. Now it's gone.
Sigh.
They say wealth doesn't last 3 generations. If old man Shen knew his grandson Shen Wanzan had lost their family's business, he'd be furious enough to flip his coffin lid. That's for sure. Shen Wanzan seems honest, but how did he end up owing so much money? It's all because of gambling. Once someone gets addicted, there's no saving them. I heard Shen Wanzan owed thousands of taels to the gambling house. He couldn't pay back, so he packed up and left the city overnight. That's why the gambling house's owner came to take over his restaurant.
Such a pity.
Wu Qianqian also sighed heavily. Song Qinglan couldn't help but laugh and said, Why are you sighing?
I just think that you said.
A few days ago, we were still eating at that place. I didn't expect that now. The welcome guest tower is no longer there. Truly, life's surprises are unpredictable. Song Qinglan smiled softly, such sentimental feelings, but that's not like you at all. Wu Qianqian looked at Song Qinglan with curiosity and asked, Qinglan, what do you think about this? Song Qinglan took a small sip of tea and quietly said, Paying back debts is the right thing to do. How else can I see it? Wu Qianqian frowned slightly and whispered, But, honestly, this whole thing feels a bit strange. What's strange about it? Song Qinglan asked casually. Wu Qianqian looked around and saw many people nearby, worried that others might overhear their conversation. So, she stood up and sat down next to Song Qinglan. Seeing her actions, Song Qinglan couldn't help but smile and said, What are you doing? You're acting so secretive. Qinglan, I need to tell you. Wu Qianqian leaned closer to Song Qinglan's ear and whispered, after we finished eating at the welcome guest tower that day and went back, I asked someone to find out. It turns out that the owner of the welcome guest tower, Shenwan-san, was secretly selling his tavern. Guess how much he asked for? Recently, Song Qinglan had been paying attention to tavern businesses and knew a bit about the market. Hearing Wu Qianqian's question, she slightly furrowed her brows and silently thought through the situation.
Well,
Considering the location, the size, and the layout of the place, if it were for sale, it should be worth about 5,000 taels. Wu Qianqian's eyes widened excitedly and said, Qinglan, you're amazing. You guessed it right. I found out that Shenwan-san's original asking price was 5,000 taels, and someone was actually willing to buy it. Both sides had almost agreed, but suddenly, it was whispered that Shenwan-san owed money from gambling. The buyer, knowing he was short of cash, immediately lowered the offer to 4,000 taels. Song Qinglan smiled slightly, appearing to have seen through everything, and softly said, that extra 1,000 taels was probably not wanted by Shenwan-san. Exactly. Qinglan, you're so right. Because of this, the negotiations broke down, and now we have this situation. As she spoke, Wu Qianqian suddenly looked puzzled. She stared with wide, round eyes directly at Song Qinglan. Seeing her calm and unbothered expression, Wu Qianqian felt a bit disappointed, as her expectations were not met. Wu Qianqian crossed her arms over her chest and frowned, saying, Qinglan sister, why are you not surprised at all? It's like you already knew about this. Song Qinglan smiled softly, squinting her eyes slightly as she looked at the lively welcome guest tower below and whispered, this restaurant is really good, just what I like. Wu Qianqian quickly moved closer and asked, Qinglan sister, are you still not giving up on this restaurant? Yes, I've looked around a few places these days, but I still think welcome guest tower is the best. Wu Qianqian sighed heavily. It was easier when it was Shenwan-san's place, but now that it's in Qian Zhonggui's hands, it's even harder. I heard that Qian Zhonggui is quite eccentric, and he makes business decisions based on his mood. Plus, people who run gambling houses like theirs are not easy to deal with. Song Qinglan picked up her teacup and took a sip, smiling as she said, maybe Qian Zhonggui is willing to do business with me. She looked at the tea on the table and said, this tea is really good. It makes me feel so relaxed. Qianqian, I'll go now. Wu Qianqian was stunned and quickly grabbed Song Qinglan's sleeve, asking, Qinglan sister, you're leaving already? Song Qinglan shrugged and smiled. The excitement is over. Why stay if I'm not going to watch anymore? Wu Qianqian turned her head to look at the busy crowd below, pouting and muttering to herself, what's this? I haven't finished watching the fun yet, Qinglan sister. When she looked back, Song Qinglan had already disappeared. After leaving, Song Qinglan headed straight back to Xingyue Pavilion. She still planned to find Li Xiuxiu to check on the progress of the embroidered butterfly, especially since the Lantern Festival was coming closer. As soon as Song Qinglan stepped into Xingyue Pavilion, He Hailing hurried out to meet her. He Hailing grabbed her hand anxiously and said, Oh, Lan, where did you go so early? I had a hard time finding you. Song Qinglan blinked in confusion and asked, I just left home this morning and was pulled by Qianqian to see the excitement at Welcome Guest Tower. Second aunt, what's wrong? Did something happen? It's good news. He Hailing suddenly smiled and explained, Qingdong is back. Really? Song Qinglan's eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't hide her happiness. Where is he? Where is he? He Hailing stopped Song Qinglan, who was walking toward the shop, and said, Qingdong is still at the dock. This time, he brought back quite a lot of goods himself. Just now, the dock workers came to pass on a message. Since I couldn't find you, I asked our helper, Xiao Fong, to go and help out first. Oh, then I'll go take a look quickly, said Song Qinglan. She lifted her skirt and was about to leave. Suddenly, a familiar, handsome figure appeared before her. It was Song Qingdong. Song Qinglan was momentarily stunned and forgot how to react. But Song Qingdong smiled openly and called out first, "Sister, I'm back." "Why are you back so soon this time?" "I counted the days and thought you wouldn't arrive until the day after tomorrow." As the Lantern Festival approached, Song Qinglan guessed that Song Qingdong would be returning soon, but she didn't expect it to be today. Song Qingdong explained with a smile, "My trip to your city went very smoothly. I bought a lot of goods. Sister, come and take a look with me." Song Qinglan nodded and said, "All right, let's go." Then, Song Qinglan asked the workers helping with the goods to go through the side door of Xingyu Pavilion, temporarily unloading the items into the warehouse. Song Qingdong carefully checked and counted everything, making sure nothing was missing. After settling the wages, he let the workers leave. Song Qinglan looked at the items Song Qingdong brought back. They were all special things: porcelain, ornaments, jewelry, tea leaves, and other items that couldn't be found in the Imperial City. They were very eye-catching. "Sister, what do you think of these goods?" Song Qinglan nodded and said, "Not bad. Qingdong, you have a good sense and a clear idea. I've already planned to set up a stall at the Lantern Festival Lantern Fair. I also brought many unique lanterns from your city. They will definitely attract many people." Song Qingdong became more enthusiastic as he showed off the lanterns one by one. "Oh, by the way, sister, I also found a treasure." Song Qingdong suddenly remembered something and started searching through the goods. Finally, he found several beautifully embroidered boxes and handed them to Song Qinglan, saying, "Sister, take a look." "What is this?" Song Qinglan couldn't help but be curious and opened one. She discovered that the treasure Song Qingdong mentioned was actually bundles of embroidery thread. Song Qinglan also called Li Xiuxiu over. Li Xiuxiu carefully examined one bundle of embroidery thread and whispered, "This thread is not ordinary. It seems like—" "That's right. This thread contains a bit of shining metal," Song Qingdong eagerly explained. "If you use this thread to make embroidery, the finished product will have a reflective effect under light. The other day, I saw a peony embroidered with this thread in the shop, and it looked quite special." Song Qinglan immediately picked up the thread to look at it and said, it is indeed interesting." Song Qingdong smiled foolishly and said, "When I saw this thread, I thought you two would like it. What do you think now?" He looked instinctively at Song Qinglan and Li Xiuxiu. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed Li Xiuxiu's mind. She excitedly grabbed the embroidery thread and said to Song Qinglan, "Qinglan, I have an idea." "Me too." Song Qinglan seemed to have guessed her plan and responded excitedly. Song Qingdong stood nearby, watching their excited expressions and listening to what they said, which sounded like they weren't saying anything at all. He looked confused and asked, "What are you two talking about?" They were so caught up in their excitement that they paid no attention to Song Qingdong. Song Qinglan even picked up the threads and raised an eyebrow at Li Xiuxiu, saying, "Let's go try it quickly." Then, the two hurriedly went to Song Qinglan's inner room. They closed the door, and a whole day passed. Until evening, when the shop was about to close, they finally came out, looking exhausted. Song Qingdong watched them and felt puzzled. He quietly asked Wei Mingji and He Hailing, "What's wrong with them? They look like they're under some spell." Wei Mingji half smiled and replied, "They're almost like they are." Song Qingdong blinked, not understanding. He Hailing quickly explained, "Qingdong, you don't know. Your sister and Xiuxiu have been thinking about making clothes for Madame Qianji's gambling house these days. It's like they're researching some flying butterfly or something complicated." Wei Mingji also quickly added, "Is it not complicated? Will the embroidered butterfly really fly? That would be quite magical." However, Lamon was really acting strangely this time. "You know, when our shop's members have birthdays, we usually just send them the latest clothes. But this time, Lamon personally made a special dance outfit for Madame Qian." Song Qingdong listened, and also found it very odd. He slightly frowned and asked curiously, "Who is Madame Qian? Why is she so important to my sister?" "Oh, there's no special background to Madame Qian," Wei Mingji blurted out honestly. Suddenly, she looked nervous, pulled Song Qingdong aside, and whispered mysteriously, "But, you know, Lately your sister has been very interested in the manager of Qianji gambling house. I wonder if... Hearing this, he hailing quickly stopped her saying, Hey, hey, hey. Sister-in-law. That's just gossip, there's no need to talk like that. We're family, and we all know Lanlin's personality. Don't cause her trouble. Wei Minji realized she had spoken out of turn and immediately shut her mouth, showing an embarrassed smile. She looked at Song Qingdong and said, Hee hee, Qingdong, don't mind what sister-in-law just said. I'm just worried about your sister. That's all. Song Qingdong nodded and smiled. Sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law, I understand. Just then, Song Qinglan and Li Xiuxiu came over, and the three immediately fell silent. Song Qinglan's eyes flicked slightly, looked at the three, and asked with a smile, What are you talking about? You seem so excited. Are you talking about me? Wei Minji quickly waved her hands and said, No, we were just
talking about.
She looked awkwardly at He hailing, making a funny face, and asked, What were we talking about again?
Oh.
We were talking about. He hailing quickly continued, We were talking about your clothes. How are they coming along? Song Qinglan frowned and said, Not finished yet, but the embroidery thread Qingdong brought back this time was very helpful. We're making some progress. Hearing this, Li Xiuxiu suddenly felt a bit guilty. She looked at Song Qinglan and said, Qinglan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not learning well, so. Xiuxiu, it's not your fault. Song Qinglan gently held her hand and comforted her. You're tired today, go home and rest. Song Qingdong also spoke up at the right moment, saying, Sister, let's hurry home. Grandma and the others are probably waiting for us to eat. Song Qinglan nodded. Yes, let's go. Then, the two of them left the Star Moon Pavilion together. On their way home, they passed by second uncle's house. They saw the door open, and Lu Guixia was in the yard gathering firewood. Suddenly, Song Qinglan stopped and said to Song Qingdong, You go back first. I need to talk to Second Aunt about something. After saying that, Song Qinglan turned and went inside. Song Qingdong felt puzzled and thought to himself, Isn't my sister usually not on good terms with Second Aunt? Why would she want to talk to her? This is strange, very strange. So, instead of going home, Song Qingdong hid near the door and secretly watched. He saw her from afar, but didn't hear what they were saying. He only saw Song Qinglan seem to put some silver into Lu Guixia's hand. Lu Guixia wiped her hands on her apron, then happily took the silver and even waved to Song Qinglan as if inviting her to stay and eat together. Song Qinglan shook her head, said a few more words, then turned and left. Seeing Song Qinglan turn away, Song Qingdong quickly withdrew his head and was about to leave. By then, Song Qinglan had already stepped outside the door. She knew Song Qingdong was spying on her, but didn't mind. She smiled and said, Why are you still here? Aren't you supposed to go home first? Song Qingdong frowned, hesitated for a moment, then asked, No, sister. What did you say to Second Aunt? I think I saw you give her silver. Song Qinglan pulled Song Qingdong toward the house and explained slowly, Second Aunt helped me with something, so I gave her some silver as thanks. Second Aunt? She can help you? Song Qingdong became even more confused. This is not something I can explain quickly. Let's go home first. As soon as they entered the house, they smelled the aroma of food. Even from inside Old Lady Song's room, they could hear the sounds of Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue laughing happily. Song Qinglan couldn't wait and pushed open the door. Why are Chunchen and Yi laughing so happily? While speaking, Song Qinglan saw a new person in the room. She was surprised but also very happy and quickly said, Qingnan, why are you back? Song Qingnan put down the playful Song Xingchen and glanced at Song Qingdong behind Song Qinglan. He said, My older sister told me she saw our big brother in town today, so I came back to see him. Grandmother Song immediately came over, holding Song Qingdong's hand with a look of joy and a constant smile. She said, Qingdong, it's good you're back. I was worried you wouldn't make it home in time for the Lantern Festival. Now, everything is perfect. Song Qingdong gently put his arm around Grandmother Song's shoulder and smiled. Grandmother, I told you I would be back before the Lantern Festival. Suddenly, from the bed, cheerful laughter of Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue was heard. The four of them looked over at the same time and saw the two little kids dancing and playing happily on the bed. Song Qinglan went over and picked them up, saying, Chun Cheng and Ye must be happy because both uncles are back today. Yes, that must be it. These two kids are so clever, Grandmother Song also happily approached. At this moment, a voice from the kitchen called out, Dinner is ready.
Come eat.
The family gathered around the table again. Song Qingdong looked at the full table of dishes and raised an eyebrow at Song Qingxi and Song Qingbei. He said, Not bad. Your cooking skills are getting better. Song Qingbei rubbed his nose and modestly said, Of course. I often help my sister in the kitchen. I learn a lot every day. I may not be as good as her, but I can do about 50 to 60% of her skill. Want to try? Song Qinglan took a piece of chicken and carefully tasted it, saying, It tastes good. When I open my own restaurant someday, I might ask you to help cook a few dishes. Hearing this, Song Qingbei became excited and asked eagerly, Sister, are you planning to open a restaurant? Everyone thought Song Qinglan was just joking, but only Song Qingbei took it seriously. Grandmother Song rolled her eyes at him and said, You silly boy, can't you tell if she's joking or not? She's just teasing you. Unexpectedly, Song Qinglan suddenly said, I'm not joking. I'm serious. Song Qingdong squinted slightly and asked, Sister, are you really going to open a restaurant? Song Qinglan nodded. The table fell silent, each person lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Song Qingxi suddenly asked, Sister, when did you decide this? Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Song Qingnan had been quietly serving food to old lady Song, standing nearby. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. He looked up and asked Song Qinglan, Sister, could it be that you got excited because my senior sister said you should open a restaurant? Song Qinglan put down her chopsticks and replied seriously, I'm not doing this on a whim. I've actually had this idea for a while. I wanted to wait until the clothing shop's business was more stable before making plans. Now, I think it's the right time. Song Qingsong nodded as he listened. He understood his sister's thoughts well. He knew she was ambitious and wanted to grow her business. He then asked an important question, Sister, have you found a shop already?
Well,
I think I have. Song Qingbei blinked and asked, Sister, what do you mean by that? In short, she was determined to open the restaurant. But right now, she was still preparing. Before everything was settled, she asked everyone to wait patiently for good news. Song Qingsong also put down his chopsticks and said, Seriously, Sister, if you run into any problems, just tell me. Is there anything I can do to help? I will definitely help. Song Qinglan patted his shoulder. Her younger brother was the most understanding and knew her feelings best. At the same time, she also understood his ambitions and dreams. She smiled and shook her head, saying, Don't worry, I can handle it. You should focus on doing what you want to do now. When she mentioned this, Song Qingbei was the most excited. He moved closer to Song Qingsong and asked eagerly, Big brother, what good things did you bring back from Yuqing this time? Show me. Song Qingsong explained, The goods I brought back are still temporarily stored in Sister's Xingyue Pavilion. When the Lantern Festival comes, I'll take them out to sell. You guys can come help too.
Wow.
That's great. Then I can go with you to have fun. Song Qingbei jumped up happily from his chair. He had been stuck in the academy every day recently and was really bored. Now, finally, he had a chance to play, and he was so happy he couldn't contain himself. Song Qingnan stood up and gently pushed him back into his chair, whispering, Don't be so loud during meals. That's rude. If we were at our martial arts school, you'd definitely be punished and made to stand in horse stance. Song Qingbei looked unhappy and defiant. He pouted and said, Second brother, this is our home, not your martial arts school. No need to be so formal. Song Qing lightly tapped Song Qingbei's forehead with chopsticks and said, You always think about playing. When Big Brother asks us to help, it's not for fun. I know. Song Qingbei waved his hand and walked to the side, picking up Song Xingchen from the cradle. He whispered, Xingchen, when will you grow up? Little uncle wants to take you out to play. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Song Qinglan was still drawing by candlelight when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, she immediately guessed who was outside. She smiled and called out, "Qingdong, the door isn't locked."
Come in.
Outside, Song Qingdong was surprised for a moment but then thought, since his sister was so clever, it was no surprise she guessed it was him. He gently pushed open the door and entered, saying, "Sister, you're still awake." Song Qinglan was focused on her drawing and replied, "Yes, the shop's business has been very good lately. Customers want more variety, so I need to come up with new designs." After setting down her brush, she looked at Song Qingdong with interest and asked with a smile, "How about you? Do you have anything you want to ask me?" Song Qingdong shyly smiled and lowered his head slightly, saying, "As expected, I can't hide anything from my sister." "That's right. You can't hide your thoughts. Everything shows on your face," said Song Qinglan, cutting some of the candle flame, making the room's light brighter. Song Qingdong pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, "Sister, what's going on with you and the money manager at the gambling house?" Song Qinglan raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms over her chest, and smiled. "I guessed you'd ask about that. Was it your mother or second aunt who told you?" Song Qingdong immediately became nervous. He quickly said, "Sister, don't blame mother or second aunt.
They're worried about you."
"Are they worried I might get involved in gambling?" Song Qinglan asked with a slight smile, revealing a teasing grin as she looked at Song Qingdong.
He shook his head.
Frowning slightly, he softly said, "I know in my heart that you're not like that. I'm just a little curious. Why do you want to get involved with him?" Song Qinglan calmly said 4 words, "Because of the restaurant." "The restaurant?" Song Qingdong asked with confusion, then suddenly had a flash of insight. It seemed he guessed something but wasn't quite sure. He tentatively asked, "Is it Ingbin building?" Today, as soon as he got off the boat, he heard dock workers discussing a big event that happened today. It was about the owner of Qianji Gambling House taking over Ingbin building from Shun Wansan. He only overheard a few words, the story was complicated, and he didn't know much about it. Song Qinglan's eyes showed admiration. She gently patted Song Qingdong's shoulder and smiled. "No wonder you're my brother. You're as clever as I am." "So, sister, the shop you like is Ingbin building?" Song Qinglan nodded.
"Exactly.
That shop has a great location, and its layout and decoration are quite good. If we can buy it, we can start business right away, saving us a lot of trouble and money."
But
"It probably won't be easy to buy that shop," Song Qingdong said, hearing some rumors that the owner of Qianji Gambling House was temperamental and could even be dangerous when angry. No one in the Imperial City wanted to offend him. Song Qingdong couldn't help but look worried. Song Qinglan naturally understood what he was thinking. She gave him a reassuring look and said, "Don't worry. I have a full plan. Whether we can buy Ingbin building from the owner depends on whether the dance costumes we make for Madame Qian are to her liking." Now, Song Qingdong connected everything and understood. It turned out that Song Qinglan and Li Xiuxiu cared so much about Madame Qian's clothes because they wanted to gain her favor and connect with the owner of Qianji Gambling House. But now, the success of everything depends on whether they can make that flying butterfly. The next day, Song Qinglan arrived early at Xingyue Pavilion. Wei Minji and He Hailing hadn't arrived yet. She opened her shop and was heading inside when suddenly a figure flashed in front of her, startling her.
"Who?"
"Qinglan's sister, it's me." Song Qinglan steadied herself and then saw that the person was Li Xiuxiu. "Xiuxiu? Why are you here so early?" Li Xiuxiu yawned widely and said, "I didn't come so early. I stayed here overnight last night." Hearing this, Song Qinglan also noticed the dark circles under Li Xiuxiu's eyes and her tired face, clearly indicating she hadn't slept all night. Feeling worried, Song Qinglan said, "You silly girl. Why did you?" Li Xiuxiu quickly replied happily, "Last night, I came home and kept thinking about embroidery butterflies. Suddenly, I had a burst of inspiration. I hurried to the shop to check. I stayed up all night finishing the embroidery of the butterfly. Sister Qinglan, come and see." She then eagerly pulled Song Qinglan into the embroidery room. Seeing her excitement, Song Qinglan thought the project must have succeeded and couldn't help but feel excited too. Li Xiuxiu picked up a piece of embroidered cloth and handed it to Song Qinglan. Song Qinglan took it and saw that the cloth was embroidered with a vivid butterfly. Under the light in the room, she tilted the cloth slightly and saw a different butterfly shape. Tilting it again, she saw yet another form of the butterfly. As she moved it back and forth, the embroidery threads shimmered with light, making the butterfly look as if it could really fly. Song Qinglan couldn't help but praise, "This butterfly really looks like it can fly." Li Xiuxiu also couldn't hold back her smile and said, "Qinglan, what do you think?"
Great.
"It's absolutely wonderful." Song Qinglan immediately took Li Xiuxiu's hand and said, "Xiuxiu, you're amazing." Li Xiuxiu blushed and said shyly, "Actually, last night when I got home, I heard my mother mention that a friend from our old hometown liked embroidery. She once embroidered a living peony, with different shapes of peonies stitched into one design." Looking at the butterfly in her hand, Song Qinglan was overjoyed and said, "So, you based this on that method? It looks like a butterfly, but actually, there are several different butterfly shapes." "Yes," Li Xiuxiu nodded. "Thanks to Brother Qingdong for bringing the embroidery threads. If I used regular threads, you'd have to look carefully to see the hidden butterflies. But these threads are reflective and shimmer in the light, making the butterflies look even more lively." Song Qinglan shook the embroidered cloth in her hand and smiled. "If this is embroidered on a dance costume, matching the dance movements and the costume flows with the dance, the butterflies will look even more lively." In Song Qinglan's mind, she could already imagine the scene of the butterfly dance wearing this costume, dancing beautifully. Thinking of this, Song Qinglan felt nervous again. She looked at Li Xiuxiu and asked, "Xiuxiu, there are only 2 days left until the Lantern Festival. Do you have enough time to embroider these butterflies onto Madame Qian's dance costume?" Li Xiuxiu nodded firmly and said, "Qinglan, don't worry. I promise I will finish it before the Lantern Festival." "Xiuxiu, thank you so much." At this moment, Song Qinglan didn't know how else to express her gratitude. Li Xiuxiu blushed and said, "Qinglan, I know how important Madame Qian's dance costume is to you. I'm happy to help." Song Qinglan smiled and nodded. She had never explained her purpose in making the costume, and even her aunt-in-law and second aunt-in-law doubted her intentions. But only Li Xiuxiu, who had worked hard with her for several days, never asked about her reasons. At that moment, Song Qinglan realized that Li Xiuxiu was a very understanding girl. Finally, the Lantern Festival arrived. Early that morning, rows of red lanterns hung along Yongding Street, making the place look lively. People came and went, their faces full of joy and anticipation for the festival. Especially the young women of marriageable age, who were excited, hoping to meet their ideal partner at the Lantern Fair tonight. Xiao Feng, a young man working in a shop, was poor and had reached 18 years old, but was not yet married. All morning, he watched the passers-by outside with envy, his eyes filled with longing. Seeing that Xiao Feng was distracted and not working, Song Qinglan teased him with a smile. "Xiao Feng, I think your mind has already flown outside." Xiao Feng quickly looked away, embarrassed, and scratched his head.
Qinglan, I'm sorry.
"It's okay. There's not much work today. Go home and tidy up. Maybe you'll meet someone special at the Lantern Fair tonight." Xiao Feng's face immediately turned red, and he lowered his head, whispering, "Someone like me, who would look at me." "Don't worry, I've prepared a new outfit for you," said Song Qinglan, pulling out a brand new set of clothes and handing it to him. Xiao Feng looked at it with disbelief and asked, Is this for me?" He knew that this was a new style from the shop, worth nearly 2 taels of silver. Hailing smiled as she approached, looking at Xiao Feng and saying, "Sister Qinglan gave this to you. Just hold on to it. Hurry up and change into it so we can all see." "Okay," Xiao Feng replied excitedly and went to the changing room. Soon after, a graceful young boy came out. Wei Minji was even more surprised, staring wide-eyed and exclaiming, "Wow! Is this really Xiao Feng?" You look completely different. Xiao Fong, feeling a bit shy, walked in front of everyone and said nervously, "How do I look? Is it okay?" He smiled shyly and looked at Song Qinglan. Song Qinglan gently adjusted his collar and said, "You look great. Really handsome. It's true, clothes make the man. Looking at you now, Xiao Fong, you're really good-looking. Tonight at the Lantern Festival, many girls will notice you." Xiao Fong blushed and smiled shyly, glancing at Song Qinglan. Song Qinglan patted his shoulder and said, "Be confident. You're part of our Xingyue Pavilion, so don't embarrass us." Suddenly, Li Xiuxiu came out holding a beautiful box. Her face looked tired, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. She approached Song Qinglan and handed her the box, saying, "Qinglan, Madame Qian's dance dress is ready."
Great.
"Thank you for your hard work," Song Qinglan said, taking the box. She then asked Wei Minji to give her some paper and a brush. She wrote a few words. "Dai Yi, please dance in the light." She placed the note on the box and handed it to Xiao Fong, saying, "Take this dress to Madame Qian's house as a birthday gift. After you deliver it, you can go home." Xiao Fong took it with both hands and nodded seriously, saying, "Okay, I'll go right now." Li Xiuxiu watched Xiao Fong hurry away, wiped her eyes, and asked in confusion, "Am I seeing things? Isn't that the same dress we just bought? How is he wearing it now?" Song Qinglan smiled at her and said, "You're not mistaken. This dress was a gift from me. Today is the Lantern Festival, so I wanted him to have a good outfit to boost his confidence and maybe meet someone special."
What?
Li Xiuxiu's tiredness suddenly disappeared, and she blinked in disbelief. "Qinglan, you're so generous." Hailing suddenly added, "Cici, Sister Qinglan has her reasons for doing this." "What are her reasons?" Li Xiuxiu asked curiously. Hailing came out from behind the counter, pulled Li Xiuxiu to sit on a chair, and then slowly explained, "You don't know this, but in wealthy families, the person in charge of receiving gifts also has a hierarchy. If the gift giver is dressed nicely, it shows they are wealthy and also shows respect. So, these kinds of congratulatory gifts are usually given directly to the master of the house." Li Xiuxiu suddenly understood and nodded, saying, "So, if Xiao Fong dresses like this to deliver a gift to the Qian family, the gift can be given directly to Madame Qian, instead of being stored away in the warehouse." "Exactly, that's the reason." Li Xiuxiu, feeling a bit confused, whispered, "I didn't realize there were so many rules for giving gifts." Hailing gently pinched her nose and smiled. "Otherwise, do you think being a shopkeeper is so easy?" Hailing and Wei Minji worked hard to help Song Qinglan manage the shop well. Song Qinglan saw all of this and kept it in her eyes. She turned around and looked at Li Xiuxiu, who was yawning constantly. She had been busy embroidering butterflies these past few days and hadn't rested much. Song Qinglan felt both worried and touched. She gently took Li Xiuxiu's hand and said, "Xiuxiu, there's not much work in the shop today. You should go home and rest first. Otherwise, you won't have the energy to enjoy the Lantern Festival tonight." Li Xiuxiu opened her mouth but hadn't spoken yet when Wei Minji couldn't help teasing her. "Oh, Xiuxiu already has someone she likes. Why bother going to the Lantern Festival? Right, Xiuxiu?" Li Xiuxiu's face immediately turned red like a cooked shrimp. Knowing she was shy and couldn't handle teasing, Song Qinglan quickly helped her up and saw her off. Then she turned back and said to her two aunts, elder aunt and second aunt, "Today is the Lantern Festival. Let's close the shop early and go home to reunite with our family." Wei Minji stepped forward and said, "Lon Lon, what about you? Why not come home for dinner tonight? Your grandmother and great-grandmother have been asking about you." "Oh, big sister-in-law. On this happy reunion day, Lon Lon and the others will naturally stay home with Grandma Song," Hailing quickly replied with a smile. Song Qinglan nodded. "I'll find time another day to visit my grandparents. After dinner tonight, I need to go sell goods with Qingdong, so I'll head back first." Hailing patted her head and said, "Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Tonight, should we go help out too?" Song Qinglan immediately shook her head and said, "No need, no need. We can handle it ourselves. You all should go back quickly." "Okay, we're heading back too." So, the three of them closed the shop at Xingyue Pavilion and each went home. When Song Qinglan returned home, her younger brothers had already started cooking. She wanted to help, but they shooed her away. Instead, she happily played with old Madame Song, teasing Song Xingchen and Song Xingyu. Since they had a stall to set up in the evening, it was still daylight, so they began eating dinner. The table was full of dishes: pickled cabbage with pork bones, crispy sweet and sour pork and cabbage stew with tofu, oil-braised shrimp, stir-fried green beans, sweet and sour eggplant. All the dishes looked delicious, tempting everyone to drool. Song Qinglan couldn't help but laugh and teased, "You four are quite something, all becoming little chefs." Song Qingbei looked proud and raised his head as if taking credit, saying, "We also made rice balls. Big Brother said that after the Lantern Festival ends, we'll come back and have them as late-night snacks." He looked at everyone anxiously and said, "Hurry up and eat. We still need to help Big Brother sell goods later." Song Qingbei's enthusiasm made everyone smile. Song Qingshi, however, straightforwardly pointed out his thoughts. He ate slowly, looked at Song Qingbei, and said, "You're in such a hurry. Probably just want to go out and play, right?" Song Qingbei immediately looked unhappy. "Third brother, that's not fair. I'm helping Big Brother with the business, not playing. I'm telling the truth. The whole family can see what you're thinking, but we're just not saying it out loud. You're proud of yourself." "Humph, sister, third brother is slandering me. Come on, judge for me." Song Qinglan was used to this warm, teasing banter among her brothers. She also figured out the trick: no one should help. In the end, old Madame Song broke the silence by speaking. She looked at her grandsons and asked, "How late will you all be back?" Song Qingdong finished eating and put down his bowl and chopsticks. He frowned and thought for a moment before replying, "Grandmother, that's hard to say. It depends on how the sales go tonight. But since the Lantern Festival is over, we're coming back now." Song Qinglan saw a hint of sadness cross old Madame Song's face, knowing she was still thinking about the family reunion during the Lantern Festival. She suggested, "Grandmother, why don't you come with us?" No, I won't go." Old Madame Song quickly waved her hand. "That Lantern Fair is for young girls and boys. As an old lady, what would I do there? It's too embarrassing. Besides, Chun Chun and Yuan Yue are with me." Song Qinglan still tried to persuade her. "It's okay. Who says elders can't enjoy the lanterns? As for Chun Chun and Yuan Yue, bring them along. I'll take you, Chun Chun, and Yuan Yue back early." In the end, old Madame Song couldn't resist her grandchildren's insistence and her own curiosity, so she went with them to the Lantern Fair. At this moment, Yong'an Street was already lively. Various red lanterns were hanging up, creating a festive atmosphere. Stalls along the street displayed all kinds of lanterns, making the street as bright as daytime. Song Qinglan and her group finally found a good spot to set up their stall in a corner of Yong'an Street. However, the spot was not ideal. They set up their stall and displayed their goods, but few customers came. Song Qingbei became anxious. "Oh no, no one is coming. Big Brother, what should we do?" Song Qingshi calmly analyzed. "Most of the crowd at the Lantern Fair is in the center of Yong'an Street or by Yujian River. Our location is a bit off, so it's normal to have fewer people." Song Qingnan held Song Xingchen and played with a small lantern. Meanwhile, he leaned slightly closer to Song Qingdong and whispered, "Big Brother, don't worry. Be patient." Song Qinglan was holding Song Xingyue. She also noticed Song Qingdong's anxiety. She gently patted his shoulder and softly said, "Qingdong, this spot is fixed, but people are alive. Since they aren't coming here, we just need to find ways to attract them." Old Madame Song nodded and encouraged him. "Yes, it's all about effort. We're not afraid." Suddenly, two clear voices rang out. "Qinglan sister, Qingdong brother, so you're here." Hearing this, Song Qinglan looked over and saw Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin running over, each holding a lantern, looking excited. Seeing their tired, panting faces, Song Qinglan took out a handkerchief to wipe their sweat and asked, "Where did you come from? You're all sweaty." Song Qinglin smiled happily and said, "We came from playing by the Yu River." Hearing this, Song Qingbei's eyes lit up with excitement. He walked over to the two brothers and asked eagerly, "How is it over there? Is it lively? Is it fun?" Song Qinglin nodded and replied, "Yes. It's very lively and fun. Everyone is still there competing with lanterns, just to see whose lantern is the best. I wanted to go see, but my brother said you guys are setting up a stall at the Lantern Festival tonight, so we came to see if we could help." Grandma Song listened and smiled happily. She stepped forward, patted her grandsons' heads, and said kindly, "You two are quite thoughtful, not forgetting your family." At this moment, Song Qingyuan came over. Looking at the lanterns hanging at Song Qingdong's stall, he blinked in surprise and said, "Brother Qingdong, your lanterns are really beautiful. They're even better than the ones in the lantern contest over there." Song Qingyuan's words gave Song Qingdong an idea. He looked excitedly at Song Qinglan and said, "Sister, I have an idea." Song Qinglan guessed his plan and smiled. "Oh? Tell me." So, Song Qingdong took several lanterns and handed them to Song Qingxi, Song Qingbei, Song Qingyuan, and Song Qinglin. Then he instructed them, "Take these lanterns and go to the river and the center of Yong'an Street. If anyone asks where you bought these lanterns, just bring them here."
Got it?
Song Qingbei was so excited he looked ready to try anything. Holding a lantern, he brushed his forehead and looked back at Song Qingdong, saying, "Big brother, don't worry. I'll take these lanterns to compete in the contest and definitely win. Just wait and see. I'll bring some customers back. I'm leaving now." He ran ahead toward the river. Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin followed quickly, shouting after him, "Qingbei, wait for us." Song Qingxi held his lantern calmly, looking like a noble young man, and said slowly, "Big brother, I'll just go for a walk around Yong'an Street." As expected, Song Qingdong's plan worked. Soon, people started walking toward their stall one after another, and before long, the stall was crowded with visitors.
Wow.
"These lanterns are so beautiful. Yeah, I should have come here earlier to buy one. It's a pity that the Lantern Festival has ended. Otherwise, if I had taken these lanterns to compete, I would definitely have won. These lanterns are so beautiful. Even though the festival is over, there's no reason not to buy one to take home. Young man, please give me a peony-shaped lantern." "Sure, just a moment." As he spoke, Song Qingdong took down the peony lantern. He looked at the other young men and women present and said, "Everyone, our small stall not only sells lanterns but also various fun items. Come and take a look to see if anything catches your eye." Then, Song Qingdong gave a signal to Song Qingbei nearby. Song Qingbei understood immediately and took out some delicate wood carvings, folding fans, Buddhist prayer beads, and more from a cart. He also called out, "Come and see. We have all kinds of good things." Thanks to Song Qingbei's call, everyone's attention was drawn to him.
Hey.
"Young brother, let me see that little bird wood carving." "Me too. How much for that jewelry box?" "Oh, this hairpin is so pretty. I've never seen this style before. Take a look." The girl handed her jade hairpin to her companion. "Really, this hairpin is quite unique. Let me try it on."
Wow.
"It looks great." Seeing them chatting happily, Song Qingdong quickly added, "Ladies, you have great taste. This hairpin is from Yuqing and is sold exclusively in our royal city."
All right.
"I'll buy this hairpin. Then I'll take that bracelet." "Young man, pack it for me. I want to buy this. I want to buy that." Suddenly, the stall became lively. Song Qingbei took a moment, looked at Song Qingdong, and said proudly, "How about that? Brother, I think I did a good job, right?" The brothers Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin heard this and came over, saying, "Qingdong, we're here too. Many of these customers were brought over by us. We're pretty good, huh?" Song Qingbei pouted and said, "Hey, you two, why are you trying to take credit for me?" Song Qingdong was already busy and almost sweating, but hearing them still arguing about trivial things made him laugh. He smiled and softly said, all right. You're both great. Just focus on selling your stuff. There are so many people here." Song Qinglan placed Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue on the cart, while she and Grandma Song sat nearby, watching her younger brothers busy with their business. She felt very happy inside. Grandma Song's old eyes were full of satisfaction. She softly said, I never thought I'd see all of you become so successful in my lifetime. Even if I were to pass away now, I'd be proud of you and your parents in the afterlife. Bah, bah, bah. Grandma, why do you say such gloomy things? You'll live a long life, and you'll see these brothers of mine get married and have children, Song Qinglan said, pretending to be angry.
Ah,
Grandma Song smiled kindly. Lon Lon, you're right. Our days are getting better and better.
I don't want to leave so soon.
Suddenly, Grandma Song took Song Qinglan's hand and sighed deeply. She softly said, Lon Lon, our family is really lucky to have you. Without you, these brothers of yours might never have achieved much in life. Grandma, that's not true. Without me, my brothers can also do well, Song Qinglan replied. That's not always the case. Grandma's heart is as clear as a mirror, Grandma Song said with a slight smile, showing a meaningful smile as if talking to herself. Ever since you left the White family and came back, you've changed. Hearing this, Song Qinglan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What's going on? Has Grandma Song realized she's an imposter? As Song Qinglan felt a bit nervous and her mind raced with thoughts and possibilities, suddenly, she heard Song Qingdong's worried voice from ahead. Qingbei, go to the back cart and bring another wooden carving. At that moment, Song Qingbei was collecting money and was busy, sweating all over. He replied, I don't have time right now. Song Qingdong looked around and saw that his brothers were busy, so he had to turn and go to get the item himself. All of this was seen by Song Qinglan. She was about to stand up and take the wooden carving to Song Qingdong when a shadow flashed before her eyes. Someone quickly grabbed the wooden carving and handed it to Song Qingdong. Song Qingdong thought it was Song Qinglan's hand and didn't hesitate to take it, just about to say, thanks. Before he could finish saying sister, he looked up and froze when he saw who was in front of him. Then he smiled and said, Xiao Xiao, why are you here? Li Xiao Xiao opened her mouth but couldn't speak. The customers in front started urging her, hey little brother, hurry up, I need to go home and sleep. Li Xiao Xiao smiled shyly and quietly said to Song Qingdong, Brother Qingdong, you go ahead and work. Song Qingdong nodded and softly replied, you sit at the back first. Li Xiao Xiao went to the cart where Song Qinglan and Old Lady Song were sitting and greeted them, Grandmother Song, Sister Qinglan. Old Lady Song's sharp eyes immediately noticed something was wrong. She smiled and asked Song Qinglan, this is the girl you often talk about, the one who can really help out, Xiao Xiao, right? Song Qinglan guessed what Old Lady Song was thinking and nodded, saying, yes, that's her. Hee hee. This girl is really well behaved. Old Lady Song chuckled happily, liking her more and more. Song Qinglan quickly took her hand and whispered, Grandmother, that's enough. Don't scare her away. After saying that, Song Qinglan pulled Li Xiao Xiao to sit beside her and asked, Xiao Xiao, why didn't you go to the Lantern Festival to play? I've been there. The Lantern Festival isn't that fun. I remember you said you'd be setting up a stall here tonight, so I came to find you. I didn't expect it to be so hard to find this place. Old Lady Song looked puzzled and asked, really? Isn't the Lantern Festival fun? I remember when I was young, I loved going to the Lantern Festival. As she spoke, she reminisced about the past. Song Qinglan understood what Li Xiao Xiao meant about the festival not being fun, but she didn't want to spoil the mood. She turned her head and looked at her grandmother, who was gazing longingly at the distant lanterns, and suddenly had an idea. Grandmother, why don't I go with you to the Lantern Festival? Old Lady Song immediately withdrew her gaze and waved her hands, saying, oh, no need, no need. Sitting here is fine. What's the point of sitting here? Let's go see the lanterns, guess some riddles, and maybe release a river lantern. Those are things young girls like to do. I won't go. I'll just sit here. It's good enough. Song Qinglan looked helpless. Sometimes, old people can be more stubborn than children. She suddenly had a bright idea and gave Li Xiao Xiao a quick wink. She said, Xiao Xiao, you just came from the Lantern Festival, right? Tell me, is it lively there? Li Xiao Xiao, having spent a lot of time with Song Qinglan, understood her well. She quickly replied, yes, very lively. There are so many beautiful lanterns. I can't see them all. I also saw many elderly people enjoying the festival, and they looked very happy. Then Li Xiuxiu deliberately looked at Grandma Song and said, Grandma Song, you should go see it too. Grandma Song was tempted by her words. But what about Chun Chern and Yaya? She asked, glancing at the two little ones sleeping in the car. Song Qinglan also looked worried. Suddenly, Li Xiuxiu spoke up at the right moment. Leave it to me. I'll watch Chun Chun and Yaya here. You guys go enjoy yourselves. Grandma Song hesitated. But, is that okay? Of course, I trust Xiuxiu. And these two kids are very well behaved. Once they fall asleep, as long as we don't disturb them, they can sleep for a long time, Song Qinglan quickly assured her. Then she gently pulled Grandma Song up and whispered, Come on, Grandma. If you keep hesitating, when Chun Chun and Yaya wake up, we won't be able to go anymore. Let's go, let's go. But what about Qingdong and the others? It's fine. They can manage on their own. Finally, Grandma Song was persuaded and reluctantly followed Song Qinglan to the Lantern Festival. The festival was still going on. Various lanterns were beautifully hung up, and in the large open space in the center of Yong'an Street, a dragon dance was underway. Several strong men held poles, skillfully dancing the dragon lantern, drawing applause and cheers from the crowd. Grandma Song was so happy she was dancing and clapping, feeling like a child. She cheered along with everyone, clapping and shouting, Great!
Great! Great!
In her excitement, she even grabbed Song Qinglan's hand and said with a smile, Wow, Lanlan, this is really beautiful. These young men danced the dragon so well. Seeing her happy, Song Qinglan also felt joyful and nodded in agreement. Yes, it's really beautiful.
See?
We didn't come for nothing.
Hee hee.
When Chun Chun and Yaya are a bit older, we'll bring them here too. Good. Next year we'll bring them along. After the dragon dance ended, Song Qinglan originally wanted to take her to the Yujian River to release lanterns and make wishes. However, Grandma Song was still worried about the two little ones and firmly pulled Song Qinglan back home. Unable to persuade Grandma, Song Qinglan had to follow her. At this moment, the crowd dispersed and with many people around, there were some accidental bumps. Just as Song Qinglan was about to pull Grandma Song closer, suddenly, a figure bumped into her. Grandma Song exclaimed, Oh! Song Qinglan was startled and quickly asked, Grandmother, are you all right? The person who bumped into her also apologized sincerely, saying, Sorry, I didn't mean to. Hearing the voice, Song Qinglan recognized it as familiar. She looked up and saw a face she knew well. Qianqian? Qinglan's sister. Wu Qianqian's face was full of happiness. She didn't expect to meet someone she knew here. Then she realized what was happening, quickly grabbed Grandma Song's hand, looked her over from top to bottom, and asked worriedly, Grandmother, are you okay? Did I bump you too hard? Seeing Wu Qianqian's worried expression, Grandma Song immediately smiled and said, It's fine. I'm fine. I'm not that fragile. Are you here to enjoy the Lantern Festival too? As she spoke, Grandma Song looked at Wu Qianqian's back, where Wu Daong was standing. Song Qinglan then noticed that there was another person behind Wu Qianqian. Wu Daong also saw Song Qinglan's curious gaze directed at him. He was afraid she might misunderstand, so he quickly explained, No, we didn't plan to meet here. We just ran into each other on the way. At this, Wu Daong suddenly lowered his head. Wu Qianqian, hearing this, looked a bit annoyed and pouted, saying, What do you mean on the way? We clearly met right outside Sister Qinglan's house. Song Qinglan was surprised. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Wu Daong's face. Grandma Song asked, What's going on here? Wu Qianqian explained, I was planning to visit Sister Qinglan's house and go to the Lantern Festival together. I didn't expect to meet Daong at the door. We knocked for a long time, but no one answered, and the house was dark, so I guessed you had gone out. That's why I pulled Daong along with me. Song Qinglan frowned slightly. She had thought that since she hadn't seen Wu Daong for a long time, he had already lost interest in her. Old Lady Song also noticed Song Qinglan's discomfort and broke the awkward silence by saying, Oh, Qingdong is out today selling goods at the market, so we finished dinner early and came out. Wu Qianqian immediately became interested and asked, "Wow, did Brother Qingdong bring back many good things this time?" Old Lady Song nodded. "Yes, just now, a lot of young girls went to buy things. It was very popular."
Where are they?
"Where are they? Hurry up and take me to see. I want to buy some nice things too." Speaking, Wu Qianqian eagerly pulled Old Lady Song forward. Old Lady Song chuckled happily. "Oh, Qianqian, slow down. I, an old woman, can't keep up with you. Grandmother, hurry up. If Brother Qingdong sells out his goods, I won't get anything." So, Wu Qianqian pulled Old Lady Song eagerly forward, leaving Song Qinglan and Wu Deong behind. Old Lady Song was very happy to see Wu Qianqian. She smiled happily and said, "Don't worry, Brother Qingdong will save some treasures for you." Song Qinglan looked at their backs and couldn't help but smile softly. Wu Deong turned around and happened to see her gentle smile. The glow of the street lanterns reflected on Song Qinglan's face, giving her a soft, warm light. Her small, delicate face looked even more charming in the gentle light. Her calm, orchid-like smile made Wu Deong's heart feel warm and sweet, as if a gentle spring breeze was blowing through. Unconsciously, Wu Deong also smiled. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. How wonderful it would be if he could always see her smile. Song Qinglan noticed his unusual expression. She slightly turned her head and saw Wu Deong secretly smiling to himself. She frowned slightly and asked, "Brother Wu, what's wrong?" Wu Deong was startled and looked a bit embarrassed, as if caught doing something wrong. He awkwardly smiled and stammered, "Oh, I was just laughing. I was laughing at Qianqian. She's like a little kid who never grows up, still as mischievous as when she was a child. She's just lively," Song Qinglan said with a smile and nodded. "This kind of personality is very charming. My grandmother really likes her." After saying that, Song Qinglan deliberately looked at Wu Deong with a deep gaze. Wu Deong did not reply but changed the subject, saying, "By the way, it's been a long time since I saw you. How have you been lately?" Song Qinglan was momentarily stunned, thinking, "Isn't he talking about Wu Qianqian? Why is he suddenly talking about me?" She smiled softly, avoiding his intense gaze, and replied, "Yes, I'm doing well. It's just that the business at Star Moon Pavilion has been a bit busy." Wu Deong immediately showed concern and asked then you. Before he could finish, Wu Qianqian in front interrupted him. Seeing that they were not following, Wu Qianqian turned back and shouted, "What are you two doing? Hurry up."
Oh, got it.
Coming right away, Song Qinglan replied immediately. She turned to Wu Deong and said, "Brother Wu, let's hurry up so that Qianqian won't start fussing again." After saying that, Song Qinglan led the way, holding the hand of Old Lady Song on the other side. Wu Deong helplessly showed a wry smile and followed behind. Soon, they arrived at the stall. Seeing a crowd gathered around, Wu Qianqian was so surprised she widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, so many people. What exactly is Brother Qingdong selling?" Song Qinglan pulled her forward and smiled. "You'll see once you look." Then, she took Wu Qianqian to the back of the stall. Wu Qianqian immediately spotted Song Qingnan holding Song Xingyue and comforting her. She jumped in front of Song Qingnan, stretched out her hand, and casually patted his shoulder, laughing, "Haha, little junior brother, still comforting the kids?" Song Xingyue had just woken up, a bit cranky, and when Wu Qianqian suddenly appeared, she immediately looked upset and started crying loudly.
Oh.
"Yeah, don't be afraid. Second uncle is here," Song Qingnan gently comforted her. Then, he looked at Wu Qianqian with a helpless expression and said, "Senior sister, you're too rough. You scared Yaya to tears."
What? Rude?
"What nonsense are you talking about?" Wu Qianqian glared at him, then gently touched Song Xingyue's soft little face and smiled. "Yeah, you like me the most, right?" At this moment, Song Xingyue recognized Wu Qianqian and immediately giggled happily. Meanwhile, the customers who came to buy things gradually left. Song Qingdong and the others finally had some free time. Song Qingbei was almost lying on the ground, feeling weak and tired. He said, "Oh, I'm so exhausted. It's really hard to earn this money. I think earning money is quite fun." Song Qinglin said excitedly, his eyes shining as he looked at Song Qingdong. He asked, "Qingdong, can we come help you again next time?" Song Qingyuan nodded eagerly, looking at Song Qingdong with anticipation. Song Qingdong patted his two younger cousins' heads and said, "Of course. Thank you both for helping tonight." Then he took out some silver coins and handed them to his cousins and Song Qingbei. He said, "Since the Lantern Festival isn't over yet, go have some fun and buy some good food." They were still young and full of childhood innocence. When they heard about food and play, their eyes lit up. They took the silver and hurried off to enjoy themselves. Song Qingshi looked at Song Qingdong seriously and said, "Big brother, it's not good to spoil them like this." Song Qingdong chuckled, showing the silver in front of him, and teased, "Do you want to go buy some food too?" In his eyes, Song Qingshi was always the most steady among his brothers. Sometimes, he even thought that he was more like the older brother. So, Song Qingdong seized this rare chance to tease him. Song Qingshi frowned and said seriously, "No need, big brother. I'll watch here. You go rest." Although he didn't say it aloud, he understood his older brother was tired. He was showing his care in his own way. Song Qingdong accepted this kindly, nodded, and said, "All right, thank you." Then he turned to walk over to Song Qinglan and the others. He saw Wu Daong and Wu Qianqian and greeted them with a smile. "Big brother Wu, Qianqian, you're here too?" Wu Qianqian also smiled and said, "Qingdong, your stall is doing so well. Are all the good things sold out?" No, there are still some nice things left. Do you want to take a look and see if anything catches your eye?"
Yes.
Wu Qianqian was very happy and quickly grabbed Wu Daong's arm to go forward. As they walked, she said, "Big brother Daong, let's go see what's good now that no one is around." Wu Daong instinctively tried to resist and said, "Hey,
don't."
But before he finished speaking, Wu Qianqian had already pulled him to the stall. Li Xiuxiu gently placed Song Xingchen back into Song Qinglan's arms and leaned close to her ear, softly saying, "Qinglan, that girl Qianqian and Lord Wu seem quite a good match." Song Qinglan looked at the two and smiled, saying, "Yes, Xiuxiu. Let's go see what's happening." So, Song Qinglan and Li Xiuxiu also went to the stall. Wu Qianqian looked at the items on the table, feeling dazzled as she thought, "Wow, these are so nice. I like this one and that one." Then she exclaimed, "Wow, these things are really wonderful. No wonder the girls didn't want to leave earlier. Brother Qingdong, you really have good taste." Li Xiuxiu listened to the praise, feeling happy as if she was being complimented herself. She jokingly, but seriously said to Wu Qianqian, "Qianqian, since you like it, Lord Wu can give you one as a gift." Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up instantly. She raised an eyebrow at Li Xiuxiu and gave her a look that said, "You're so clever." Then Wu Qianqian turned to Wu Daong and raised an eyebrow at him, saying, "Brother Daong, it's been a while since you gave me a gift. Today is the perfect day. You should treat me." Everyone's eyes turned to Wu Daong at once. Wu Daong felt a bit nervous but tried to stay calm, replying softly, "All right, go ahead and pick."
Ah, great.
"I won't hold back then. Let's see what I should choose." Wu Qianqian smiled happily, like a child who just got candy. She looked at Song Qinglan and Li Xiuxiu and asked, "Qinglan, Xiuxiu, help me choose. What should I pick?" Song Qinglan smiled and said, "This is a gift for you. We shouldn't interfere." "Okay, I'll choose myself then." Wu Qianqian looked around and finally settled on a delicate wooden comb. She reached out, holding it with a happy face, and waved the comb at Wu Daong, saying, "Brother Daong, I want this." Everyone's attention shifted again to Wu Daong. Wu Daong frowned and instinctively looked at Song Qinglan. Although he wasn't very familiar with romantic matters, he understood the meaning behind a man giving a woman a comb. To avoid misunderstandings with Song Qinglan, Wu Daong took the comb from Wu Qianqian's hand and said, "This comb is nice, but it's not suitable for you." As he spoke, he picked up a small, delicate dagger and smiled, saying this dagger is nice and small, perfect for carrying around for self-defense. I'll give it to you. Wu Qianqian immediately pouted unhappily and said, I don't want it. I don't like daggers. I only like that comb. This gift is for me to you, so I get to decide, he replied. Wu Deong didn't seem willing to compromise. He directly put the dagger into Wu Qianqian's hand and whispered, All right, stop being stubborn. Then he turned to Song Qingdong and said, Qingdong, check out. How much is this dagger? Just then, Song Qingbei, Song Qingyuan, and Song Qinglin, who had been playing around, returned. This broke the slightly awkward atmosphere. Song Qinglun asked, Why are you back so soon? Song Qingbei still looked a bit eager and out of breath, saying, The Lantern Festival over there has ended. Everyone has left, and they all went home. Their business tonight was good, and most of their goods had already been sold. Song Qinglun looked at Song Xingyue, who was sleepy in her arms, then at the elderly Song, and said, Since everyone has left, let's go home too. She then reminded Song Qingdong, Qingdong, take Xiuxiu home first. It's late, and it's not safe for a girl to be out alone. Song Qingdong nodded and said, Okay. Song Qinglun turned to Wu Qianqian and Wu Deong and said, Then you. Before she finished, Wu Deong spoke up, I'll take her home. But Wu Qianqian didn't appreciate this at all. She was still angry and upset. She pouted, turned around, and said, I'm not going back. Anyway, my dad isn't home tonight. I want to stay at Sister Qinglun's house. You can go back by yourself. Why you? Wu Deong was at a loss and could only look at Song Qinglun for help. Song Qinglun nodded and said, Wu Deong, you go ahead and head back. I'll take good care of Qianqian. All right, be careful on the way, Wu Deong replied. Then he looked at Wu Qianqian again, his face turning away as he left. Wu Qianqian's eyes widened in anger. She didn't expect Wu Deong to just leave her like that. She stared after him, feeling both angry and anxious. Song Qinglun immediately saw what she was thinking. She gently touched Wu Qianqian's arm and teased her with a smile. What? Regret? If you do, you can still catch up now. Humph. I didn't regret anything. Wu Qianqian stubbornly insisted, I'm going to help pack up the things. After saying that, she turned around and went with Song Qingbei and the others to pack the stall items onto the cart. Song Qinglun smiled and shook her head, unsure of what to say. Just as she was about to turn back, she suddenly saw a familiar figure in the distance. Song Qinglun paused, slightly furrowing her brow. At that moment, Wu Qianqian called out, Qinglun, let's go. Time to head back. Okay, Song Qinglun replied, and when she looked again, the figure had already disappeared. Wu Qianqian stepped forward and looked in the direction of Song Qinglun's gaze, puzzled. Qinglun, what are you looking at? She asked. I think I saw. Song Qinglun instinctively said, then smiled and shook her head. It's nothing. Maybe I was seeing things. Let's go back. At home, Song Qingbei started shouting about cooking rice balls. He even took the initiative to go into the kitchen and light the fire. Song Qinglun couldn't stop him, so she let her younger brothers mess around in the kitchen. Wu Qianqian found the idea of cooking rice balls new and interesting, so she also joined them. Soon, the rice balls were ready, and Song Qingdong just happened to arrive. Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin stayed to eat rice balls too. The whole family gathered around the table, eating tangyuan, making the meal feel crowded but warm. The most excited person was Wu Qianqian. She looked at the steaming rice balls and smiled happily, saying, This is the first time I've cooked rice balls myself. It's also the first time I've celebrated Lantern Festival with so many people. I'm so happy. Song Qingbei smiled and said, Qianqian, I'm glad you're happy. Just don't fight me for the rice balls. Wu Qianqian immediately got annoyed. That's not fair. I plan to eat 10. Eat 10? Are you a pig? You're the pig. Your whole family is pigs. Cough, cough. Song Qinglun gently coughed. Qianqian, that's not a nice thing to say. Oh, right. Wu Qianqian quickly realized and pointed at Song Qingbei, saying, Only Song Qingbei is a pig. And so, this Lantern Festival meal ended happily amid teasing, arguing, and laughter. Wu Qianqian and Song Qinglan slept in the kitchen. Originally, old lady Song planned for her to sleep in the room while she and Song Qinglan slept in the kitchen. Wu Qianqian refused stubbornly, saying if she had to sleep in the room, she would sleep at the door instead. Old lady Song couldn't persuade her, so she let her do as she wished. Wu Qianqian lay on the grass, idly playing with her dagger. Somehow, the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Song Qinglan finished drawing the last sketch and turned around, noticing Wu Qianqian's captivated look. She teased, "What? Do you like this dagger so much? Weren't you just saying you didn't want it?" Wu Qianqian immediately placed the dagger on her chest and smiled foolishly, saying, "That was then. This is now. I like it now, is that okay?" Song Qinglan shook her head with a smile. "You're such a changeable girl." Wu Qianqian propped herself up with one arm and asked, "Qinglan, have you finished your drawings?" "Yes, I have." "Then out the candle quickly, and let's talk."
Okay.
Song Qinglan blew out the candle in one breath, then crawled over to Wu Qianqian and lay down beside her in the dark. Everything was quiet at night. Even the sound of breathing was clear. Song Qinglan could hear that Wu Qianqian's breathing was a little heavy, knowing she probably had something to say. Sure enough, Wu Qianqian finally spoke. "Qinglan, do you know? Brother Daong was planning to come find you tonight for the Lantern Festival." Song Qinglan frowned slightly and replied softly, "I know he always has you in his heart." Song Qinglan pursed her lips and said nothing. Wu Qianqian continued on her own. "Do you know why I asked Brother Daong to give me a comb? Because I heard that when a man gives a woman a comb, it means he wants to grow old with her. How could Brother Daong, with his simple mind, not understand my feelings?" In the dark, Song Qinglan blinked, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Brother Daong wasn't clueless. He understood Wu Qianqian's feelings, but was pretending not to.
Sigh.
Such a silly girl. Thinking of this, Song Qinglan gently held Wu Qianqian's hand and softly said, "Qianqian, you're a good girl. Anyone who doesn't like you is a fool." Suddenly, Wu Qianqian laughed, "Haha. Qinglan, your words are so sweet. I believe one day Brother Daong will realize how good I am and fall for me. What I want is mutual love, and you."
Qinglan.
Actually, I don't have much experience with love between men and women.
Huh.
How is that possible? Then how did you get married and have Chun-Chun and Yaya? Actually, in some ways, Song Qinglan was not wrong. After all, she was not the one who married Bai Yihan and had his child. Song Qinglan naturally couldn't tell Wu Qianqian these private details. So, she smiled and joked, I got pregnant shortly after I got married, and my husband wanted to join the army, so we didn't spend much time together."
Oh.
"Sister Qinglan, do you miss your late husband?" This question really stumped Song Qinglan. Miss him? But she had never met this so-called husband, so how could she miss him? Not miss him? She was his wife, but that didn't seem right either. Suddenly, Song Qinglan heard Wu Qianqian snoring softly in her sleep. She immediately felt relieved. Now, she didn't have to answer that difficult question. The next day, after preparing breakfast for Song Qingnan and Wu Qianqian, they left together for the Jingwu Martial Arts School. She then leisurely went to Xingyue Pavilion. She usually didn't enter through the main door, preferring the side entrance of the shop. As soon as she opened the side door of Xingyue Pavilion, Li Xiuxiu came to greet her, as if she had been waiting there for a long time. Li Xiuxiu quietly sighed in relief and said, "Qinglan sister, you're finally here." Song Qinglan frowned in confusion and asked, "What happened? Is something wrong?" "Good news." Li Xiuxiu excitedly took her arm and smiled. "The housekeeper from Qianji Gambling House came to the shop early this morning to see you. He said Master Qian invited you to his house. It looks like the dance clothes we sent pleased Madam Qian. Qinglan sister, your wishes are coming true." Song Qinglan smiled and said, "You seem so happy." Li Xiuxiu blinked and asked suspiciously, "Qinglan sister, aren't you happy?" Song Qinglan smiled silently and went straight back to her inner room. "Qinglan sister, where are you going?" Li Xiuxiu quickly followed. "Master Qian's housekeeper is waiting outside the shop." He's been waiting for 15 minutes. Song Qinglan sat down calmly and said, "Let him wait another 15 minutes.
What?
Li Xiuxiu stared in surprise. She thought she had heard wrong. Li Xiuxiu sat beside Song Qinglan and whispered, "Qinglan's sister, what kind of trick are you playing now?" Song Qinglan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Want to know?" "Yes, I really want to know." Li Xiuxiu nodded heavily. "Let's put it this way. If they come to visit us, we should rush to meet them immediately. That would make it seem like we are trying too hard with the dance costume gift. If we take our time and act normally, then the gift will just be a simple gesture, not an attempt to flatter them. The money manager is very clever and would understand this logic naturally.
Oh, Li Xiuxiu nudda.
So, it's better to let them wait a little. But how long should we wait?" Song Qinglan quickly replied, "Of course, we shouldn't wait too long, or it will look like we lack manners. Now is just the right time." After saying that, Song Qinglan stood up, tidied her clothes, and left through the side door, heading toward the main gate. In front of the shop, Wei Mingji had already served tea to the steward of the Qian family 3 times. She smiled and explained, "Our Lanlan was probably busy with the Lantern Festival last night, so she arrived a bit late today." The steward of the Qian family was a polite and considerate man. He smiled and said, "No problem. Miss Song is busy with important matters. I can wait." Just then, a graceful figure entered from the door. Ha Hailing recognized her immediately and smiled, saying, "Ah, here comes Chow Chow just as I was talking about him. Our Lanlan is here." At the same time, she gave Song Qinglan a meaningful look. "Finally, you're here. You had me worried sick." Song Qinglan secretly responded with a look. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Then, Song Qinglan said to Ha Hailing, "What's the matter? Second aunt?" Ha Hailing was perceptive and quickly understood Song Qinglan's meaning. She pointed to an elderly man with gray hair sitting nearby and said, "This is the steward of the Qian family. He came specially to see you." The steward of the Qian residence made a pleased gesture. Song Qinglan stepped out of the Moon and Star Pavilion and saw a luxurious carriage slowly approaching her. She paused for a moment, then turned to look at the steward standing behind her. The steward smiled and nodded, saying, "Miss Song, please get on the carriage." Song Qinglan subtly smiled, kept her composure, and got into the carriage. Unexpectedly, the Qian steward was so generous that he sent a grand carriage to pick her up, which truly showed respect for her. The Qian residence was located on Xianghe Street. Xianghe Street was right next to Huan Street. This official and merchant family lived side by side, separated by just a wall, yet their worlds were very different. But no matter what kind of world it was, here, many people's hearts longed for it. After all, most people in life pursue power and wealth. Soon the carriage stopped. Song Qinglan lifted the curtain, and the coachman outside had already placed a small stool on the ground and helped her out. She couldn't help but admire again. This Qian residence was truly well-trained in taking care of its people. After entering the Qian residence, Song Qinglan was once again surprised. She instinctively thought that, given how wealthy the steward was, his house must be dazzling with gold and riches, showing off his wealth at first glance. But the courtyard before her was quite different. It was decorated simply and elegantly, and every flower and tree in the yard reflected a unique aesthetic, showing great taste. The Qian residence steward seemed to notice Song Qinglan's confusion and explained, "Our house's decorations are carefully arranged by Madam, so they are a bit different from others." Song Qinglan smiled softly. It's clear that Madam Qian knows how to enjoy life. As she walked, she looked around and, before she knew it, arrived at the courtyard where Meng Diawu lived. Meng Diawu was inside, sipping tea. When she saw Song Qinglan come in, she put down her teacup and seemed to smile slightly, saying, "You're here." This was the second time Song Qinglan saw Meng Diawu. The first time was at the shop in the Moon and Star Pavilion. At that time, the steward took her to buy clothes at the Moon and Star Pavilion. He asked Meng Diawu, "Madam, which dress do you think looks best?" Meng Diawu lifted her beautiful eyes slightly and simply said, "All are good." Because of her words, "All are good," the steward generously bought the most expensive and newest clothes in the shop for her. So, Song Qinglan's first impression of Meng Diao was that she was a beautiful woman who was cold and spoke little. Now, when they met for the second time, for some reason, Song Qinglan felt that Meng Diao was a bit more friendly toward her. "Madam Qian, hello," Song Qinglan politely greeted. Meng Diao smiled and said that, "Madam Qian sounds a bit strange to me. We are about the same age, so you can just call me Diao." If she hadn't seen and heard it with her own eyes and ears, Song Qinglan wouldn't believe that Meng Diao could speak so much. Meng Diao was flipping her teacup casually and said, "This is Longjing tea. I don't know if you like it." Song Qinglan replied, "I can drink whatever you give me." She took the teacup from Meng Diao. "Can I call you Qinglan?" Song Qinglan was a little surprised and said, "Of course, that sounds more friendly." Meng Diao nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, I think so too. I asked you here today to thank you in person. Thank you for making the dance costume for me. I really like it, especially the butterfly on it. It's so beautiful. How did you do it?" Meng Diao's face showed clear happiness, and it was obvious she truly liked it. Song Qinglan also felt happy and mischievously blinked her eyes, saying, "Because I have a skilled embroidery lady." Meng Diao suddenly looked serious and said, "Actually, what I want to thank you for more is your kindness." Song Qinglan suddenly felt nervous. She put down her cup and looked at Meng Diao, asking, "Diao, what do you mean by that?" Meng Diao slightly curled her lips into a bitter smile and said, "Dance costumes are things most women don't want to touch. After all, in many people's eyes, a dance girl is someone who pleases men and is considered lowly. Even if I marry a wealthy and powerful man, in many people's eyes, I am still a dance girl." Seeing the sadness on Meng Diao's face, Song Qinglan couldn't help but feel sorry for her. It seemed she suddenly understood why Meng Diao always appeared aloof and distant, because that was her way of protecting herself. Frowning slightly, Song Qinglan softly said, "That is their shallow and narrow view. To me, dancing is just a personal hobby, and hobbies shouldn't be judged by status or class." "Hobby?" Dream Butterfly Dance opened her mouth in surprise, then nodded and softly laughed. "Last night, when I saw the beautiful dance costume you carefully designed for me, I felt you were special. Today, after talking more, I believe you are truly an extraordinary woman. You have a heart more open than many men."
Haha.
Song Qinglan smiled shyly. "Dream Butterfly Dance, you're flattering me. I'm just an ordinary person who likes making money. Even if you're an ordinary person, you're a different kind of ordinary." Then, the two of them laughed together. Dream Butterfly Dance couldn't quite explain why, but she just liked the woman in front of her. Especially talking with her made her feel more relaxed than ever before. Song Qinglan had a special aura that made people want to get closer. Suddenly, a deep voice came from outside the door.
What are you two talking about?
"You're so happy. I could hear your laughter from far away." Right after, a tall and strong figure entered the room. Song Qinglan squinted slightly and saw that the person was Manager Qian. Manager Qian was dressed in a light blue home robe, which made him look less fierce and more approachable, very different from his usual fierce appearance. He walked straight to Dream Butterfly Dance's side, his face full of gentle affection. Softly, he said, "It's been a long time since we came to the capital, but this is the first time I've seen you smile so happily." Dream Butterfly Dance smiled faintly and looked at Song Qinglan. "Qinglan and I get along very well." Manager Qian also looked at Song Qinglan and said, "Miss Song, you are truly impressive. Last night, just one dance costume made my wife smile, and today, she's so happy again. If only I had met Miss Song earlier." Song Qinglan smiled and replied, "It's not too late now." Then she looked at Dream Butterfly Dance and said, "If you want to make a dance costume in the future, just tell me. I will definitely make you satisfied." Dream Butterfly Dance nodded. "Yes, I'll come to Xingyue Pavilion to find you someday." Hearing this, Manager Qian couldn't help but feel a little excited. Since coming to the capital, Dream Butterfly Dance rarely went out. He was really worried she would stay at home and get bored, so he always tried every way to coax her out. He never expected that just a little chat with Miss Song would bring such a big change to his wife. It seemed that this Miss Song was truly his lucky star. Thinking of this, the money manager smiled and said to Song Qinglon, "I will thank Miss Song on behalf of my wife first. By the way, the dance costumes sent yesterday, I will double the payment for you." "There's no need." Song Qinglon shook her head and explained, "This is our Star Moon Pavilion's rule. Every member receives a gift on their birthday as a sign of good wishes." Even so, the money manager still wanted to insist on giving money. At this moment, Meng Diao gently held his hand and shook her head. She didn't want him to treat her friends with simple harshness like ordinary people. The money manager immediately changed the subject obediently and said, "All right, we will accept Miss Song's kind gesture. In the future, if you need any help, just let me know. I will do my best." Song Qinglon was waiting for this. She seized the opportunity and immediately said, "Actually, I do have something I want to ask for your help with, Mr. Money Manager." Meng Diao quickly asked, "Qinglon, what is it?" Song Qinglon looked at the money manager. He calmly looked at her and smiled, asking, "Go ahead, Miss Song. I've been planning to open my own restaurant. Recently, I looked at many shops in the Imperial City, but wasn't satisfied. Since Mr. Money Manager has seen many places and has lived here for so long, could you help me find a suitable shop?" The money manager narrowed his eyes slightly, finally understanding Song Qinglon's intention. "Actually, I..." Before he could finish, Meng Diao interrupted. "What a coincidence. Qinglon, you really asked the right person. My husband recently bought a restaurant, the Yingbin building on Yongding Street." "Right, husband?" She blinked her bright eyes at the money manager. He showed a helpless yet loving smile and nodded, saying, "Yes, that's right." Then he looked at Song Qinglon and asked, "What do you think of the Yingbin building? If you like it, I can sell it to you." Finally, the fish was hooked. Song Qinglon tried to control her excitement and softly said, "Yingbin building is a well-known place in the Imperial City. It has a great location and nice decorations. If I could buy it, I wouldn't need to spend much time planning or decorating. I could just open for business right away. That would be wonderful." But she frowned with some difficulty. Such a good restaurant, the price must be high, right? Meng Diao didn't know much about business deals. She frowned and looked at Manager Qian with curiosity. "Husband, how much silver does this restaurant cost? Maybe we can negotiate a lower price for Qinglon. I will often buy clothes from her in the future." Manager Qian couldn't resist his wife's persuasion. He smiled and took Meng Diao's hand. "All right, as my wife wishes." Then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at Song Qinglon and said, "A fixed price of 3,000 taels.
"How about that?"
3,000 taels was 2,000 less than the real value.
"Who wouldn't want that?"
Song Qinglon smiled and said, "Deal." "Thank you, Manager Qian. But I don't have much silver in my shop right now. How about this? We write a promissory note. I pay an initial deposit of 1,000 taels and the remaining 2,000 taels in 3 months. Is that okay?" Manager Qian waved his hand. "Sure, as long as my wife is happy, anything is fine." Anyway, he had plenty of money and was not interested in that restaurant. It was a way to help his wife and make her happy, which money couldn't buy. So, they quickly wrote the note. Song Qinglon put the note in her and said, "In 3 days, I will deliver the deposit to your house.
Now.
I will go back to Xingyue Pavilion first. I'll see you off." Manager Qian also stood up. As soon as they left Meng Diao's courtyard, his face turned colder. He half-jokingly, half-seriously said, "Miss Song is really impressive." Song Qinglon kept a calm expression and smiled softly. "Manager Qian, what do you mean by that?" He slightly squinted and said coldly, "Diao is a simple girl. She can't understand your complicated thoughts. She rarely finds someone she can talk to. She truly considers you a friend. I don't want her to be upset, so you..." "I also consider her my friend," Song Qinglon said firmly. She directly faced his threatening gaze without fear, calmly saying, "I just like earning money. I won't harm anyone." The shopkeeper's eyes showed a hint of admiration. He smiled softly. I see you, girl. You can make friends. If you need help in the future, just tell me directly. No more complicated talk. Song Qinglong nodded. All right, I'll wait for your words. As they spoke, they reached the gate of the Qian residence. At that moment, the butler ordered someone to bring the carriage over. Song Qinglong got into the carriage and happily returned to the Star Moon Pavilion. As soon as Song Qinglong returned to the Star Moon Pavilion, Wei Minji and He Hailing hurried over. He Hailing asked anxiously, "How is it? Can we buy the welcome guest tower?" While Song Qinglong was at the Qian residence, Li Xiuxiu had already told them everything about the situation. Song Qinglong looked around. There were many customers in the shop. She gave her two aunts a quick look and quietly said, "Let's go to my room to talk." Wei Minji then told Xiaofang and others to watch the shop, and she and Song Qinglong went inside. Once seated, Song Qinglong took out the signed agreement with shopkeeper Qian and handed it to her two aunts, smiling. "Here, take a look." They quickly examined it. Wei Minji happily nodded her thumb up, saying, "Our Lanlan is really amazing. Whenever she makes a move, nothing can stop her. I heard outside that the welcome guest tower is worth at least 5,000 taels, and now shopkeeper Qian is selling it for only 3,000 taels. That's incredible."
But
He Hailing suddenly interrupted, frowning slightly. "In 3 days, we need to pay a deposit of 1,000 taels."
we.
Hearing this, Song Qinglong immediately straightened up. She turned to Wei Minji and asked, "By the way, how much silver do we still have in the shop?" Wait, let me think. Wei Minji counted carefully on her fingers. "You previously gave Qingdong 300 taels for goods, and also bought. Now, we probably have about 500 or 600 taels left, which isn't enough for 1,000. Not enough for 1,000 taels. What should we do?" He Hailing frowned anxiously, looking at Song Qinglong. Suddenly, the cheerful atmosphere turned serious. Wei Minji pursed her lips and suggested, "I still have a few dozen taels of silver. Why don't we take out all the money? Then we can borrow a little from relatives to make up the amount. Maybe we can reach 1,000 taels of silver." He Hailing nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, I think that's a good idea. Lanlan, what do you think?" Then they looked at Song Qinglong with curious eyes. Song Qinglong shook her head and said, "How can I take your silver? I appreciate your kindness, but as you know, our relatives are not well off. After borrowing from a few, there probably won't be enough, right?" Her words were a bit harsh but true. Their poor relatives were struggling to get by, so they had no extra money to lend. He Hailing and Wei Minji looked at each other, then at Song Qinglong with worried faces. "Lanlan, what do you plan to do?" Song Qinglong stood up, gave them a reassuring look, and smiled. Aunt Wei, don't worry. I already have a plan for when I return." He Hailing became curious and asked, "Oh? What's the plan? Tell us." Song Qinglong stepped closer and said, "Anyway, tomorrow." The next day, when Xingyue Pavilion opened its shop, He Hailing took a big red paper and pasted it on the door. Soon, passers-by gathered out of curiosity. "Hey, shopkeeper He, what are you doing with that big red paper? Wow, are you trying to do something special? Member sale? What's that supposed to mean? Wow, that's so new. I've never heard of it before." Yeah, shopkeeper He, explain it to us quickly." Seeing everyone so enthusiastic and curious, He Hailing secretly smiled. Then she turned to face everyone and said, "All right, I'll tell you what it's about. Listen carefully." She pointed to the words Song Qinglong wrote on the red paper and explained passionately, "Our Xingyue Pavilion's member sale is a special benefit for everyone. As long as you're a member and prepay silver here in the next 3 days, good things will happen." "Really? What kind of good things?" The crowd cheered. "All right, everyone, don't worry. Let me tell you more slowly." He Hailing waved her hand to signal everyone not to get excited, then continued, "If you deposit 100 taels of silver with us, we will give you 20 taels back. Deposit 200 taels, and we will give you 40 taels." A questioning voice immediately arose from the crowd. "Does Star Moon Pavilion really give silver? Has it ever been this generous before?" People around quickly echoed, "Yeah. This must be a scam, right?" At this moment, Wei Minji stepped forward and said, "Our Star Moon Pavilion is a business open to everyone. How could we cheat? But the silver gift isn't exactly what you think. Then what is it really about? Everyone stay calm. I will explain slowly." Wei Minji cleared her throat and continued, "The silver you deposit will be recorded in our accounts. When you buy clothes from us later, you can pay directly from your account." Humph. All this talk, but it's just to get us to give up our silver. Exactly. I thought they were really giving silver. Think about it. Is there really such good luck in the world? Forget it, I don't have 100 taels. I'll leave. Let's go, everyone disperse. Star Moon Pavilion is a place for wealthy people. Soon, most of the onlookers had left. Wei Minji suddenly looked worried and asked He Hailing, "Do you think this plan will really work?" He Hailing smiled and said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. This is Blue Blue's idea. It will definitely work." Just then, a graceful figure approached. Wu Qianqian happily walked up to them and asked, "Aunties, why is it so lively today? I heard someone on the street say Star Moon Pavilion is giving silver. What's going on?" He Hailing immediately took her inside the shop, saying, "Come in. We'll tell you everything." So, He Hailing and Wei Minji explained the situation to Wu Qianqian. Upon hearing this, Wu Qianqian immediately smiled. "That's great. I'll deposit 200 taels first." He Hailing quickly smiled back. "It's because of you, Qianqian. You're so straightforward." Wu Qianqian handed over the silver and went inside to find Song Qinglan. When Wu Qianqian pushed open the door, Song Qinglan didn't even lift her head and simply said, "Qianqian, you're here." Wu Qianqian blinked in surprise and asked, "Qinglan's sister, you haven't looked up."
How do you know I came?
Song Qinglan still kept her head down and replied, "I could tell from your footsteps." "Qinglan's sister, you're really amazing." As she spoke, Wu Qianqian walked forward. Seeing Song Qinglan still busy drawing plans, she frowned slightly and asked, "Qinglan's sister, why are you always so busy?" Every time she wanted to come and play with her, Song Qinglan was always busy with something. Suddenly, Wu Qianqian wondered if she was too idle. Song Qinglan smiled and finally put down her brush. "I'll be even busier in the future." She stood up and stretched her muscles. She had been drawing all morning, and her body and hands felt stiff. Seeing Wu Qianqian sitting nearby, bored and drinking tea, Song Qinglan still went over and sat beside her, asking, "Are you saving silver in the shop?" "Yes, I am." Wu Qianqian nodded. "As long as it's something you want to do, I will support it. But, Qinglan's sister, what exactly is in your head? How do you come up with such strange and interesting ideas?" Anyway, Wu Qianqian didn't care what others thought. She just knew that when she heard about such a good deal, she was very excited and handed over her silver without hesitation. Song Qinglan smiled meaningfully and replied, "What's in my head are treasures for making silver. All right, I won't bother you to make silver anymore." After saying that, Wu Qianqian stood up. A hint of doubt crossed Song Qinglan's face. She squinted slightly and asked, "What? You're leaving so soon?" Usually, when Wu Qianqian came to the shop, she would chatter nonstop. Today, she seemed a bit worried or heavy-hearted. Wu Qianqian waved her hand and said, "Yes, I need to go back and practice my skills." Then she opened the door and left. Unexpectedly, she bumped into Li Xiuxiu outside, who was about to knock. Li Xiuxiu paused and asked, "Qianqian girl, are you leaving now?" Wu Qianqian nodded. "Yes, that's right. You all be busy. I'll go back and do my own work." After leaving Xingyue Pavilion, she didn't go back to the Jingwu Martial Hall, but went to find her wealthy friends. She planned to promote the idea to Song Qinglan and encourage them to also save silver at Xingyue Pavilion. Li Xiuxiu entered the inner room and looked at Song Qinglan with a puzzled expression, asking, "Qinglan's sister, why does Qianqian girl seem a bit strange today?" Song Qinglan smiled and said, "She has always been so clever and lively. By the way, what brings you here today?" Li Xiuxiu held out a piece of clothing to Song Qinglan and said, "Qinglan, this is the outfit I made based on the drawing you gave me yesterday." I made some changes to the lines and edges. Can you take a look? Okay, let me see. As she spoke, Song Qinglong unfolded the outfit. Suddenly, a drawing fell out from the clothing and slowly landed on her desk. Li Xiuxiu looked surprised and a bit embarrassed. Song Qinglong picked up the drawing and looked at the design. She frowned slightly and said, "This isn't my drawing."
Could it be?
She turned to Li Xiuxiu and asked, "Xiuxiu, did you draw this?" Li Xiuxiu's face immediately turned red, and she whispered, "I drew it out of boredom. Sorry if it's not good." Seeing how shy and unsure Li Xiuxiu looked, Song Qinglong praised her generously. "Xiuxiu, you drew this very well." Although Li Xiuxiu's design was different from Song Qinglong's style, it was still very attractive. Song Qinglong's eyes lit up with surprise. "Xiuxiu, I didn't expect that not only are you good at embroidery, but you can also draw very well." Li Xiuxiu blushed and said shyly, "I only drew it because I saw your drawings so often." Don't underestimate yourself. Your drawing is very different from mine, but I think you can make this outfit. Really? Li Xiuxiu looked at Song Qinglong excitedly. Is that really possible? She had never thought she could someday make her own clothes instead of just helping others.
You can do it, Song Qinglong said, taking her hand.
Then she carefully looked at the modified outfit again. Your changes are good. The lines look softer now. It seems I can confidently leave the Star Moon Pavilion to you. Li Xiuxiu was surprised by her words. She quickly grabbed Song Qinglong's hand and asked nervously, "Qinglong, what do you mean by that?" Song Qinglong pulled her aside and sat down before slowly explaining, "Xiuxiu, once the welcoming building is purchased, I want to open the tavern as soon as possible. So, in the coming days, I might not have much time to focus on the Star Moon Pavilion. Fortunately, the Star Moon Pavilion is now on the right track. My two aunts can handle things on their own. My only concern now is the issue with the blueprints." As she spoke, Song Qinglong looked deeply at Li Xiuxiu and smiled, saying, "Actually, I was worried about what to do. Today, seeing your blueprints was very timely. Xiuxiu, you are a talented girl. Would you like to give it a try?" "Yes," Li Xiuxiu nodded firmly. "As long as I can help Sister Qinglong, I am willing to try." "Xiuxiu, thank you so much." At the end of the day, before closing the shop, he hailing excitedly ran into Song Qinglong's inner room and said, "Lon, guess how much silver we earned today?" Song Qinglong smiled and cooperatively guessed, 8,000 taels? "It's 1,200 taels." He hailing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is the first time our shop earned so much in a day. I'm so excited." Song Qinglong took her hand and said, "Second aunt, don't get too excited. This silver isn't earned profit. We've taken an advance payment to ease our urgent needs." Wei Mingji also said, "Yes, with so much silver, we still need to make many clothes. But anyway, this deposit of 1,000 taels is finally secured." He hailing patted her chest nervously and said, "I was worried earlier. What if, when the 3 days are up, we can't gather 1,000 taels? But now, in just 1 day, we've earned so much silver. That's a good sign. Lon, your restaurant will surely be smooth and prosperous." Li Xiuxiu watched nearby and also felt happy. Song Qinglong looked at the excited three and said, "All right, everyone is tired today. Let's close up and go home." When the 3 days were up, Song Qinglong personally delivered 1,000 taels of silver to the Qian residents. Qian Zhonggui saw the silver Song Qinglong brought and couldn't help but smile. Young Miss Song is truly impressive. She even thought of letting customers prepay. "You're so good at business. I really admire you." Earlier, he was curious about how she would gather 1,000 taels within 3 days. He didn't expect her method to be so bold and innovative, and she managed to gather the silver in just 1 day. Having worked in the imperial city for many years, he had never seen someone with such business sense and courage, especially a young woman. Indeed, Song Qinglong is truly a remarkable woman. Song Qinglong modestly smiled and said, "Brother Qian, you're flattering me. Compared to you, I am just a small fry. In the future, I still want to learn from you." Manager Qian waved his hand and smiled. Don't praise me too much. Everyone says that in our line of work, we make black money, and those doing honest business look down on us. Actually, I look down on them too, they're very fake. But you're different from them. He squinted slightly, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes, and looked at Song Qinglan with a half smile. Song Qinglan lowered her eyes slightly, hiding the light in her gaze, and asked with a smile, "What's different?" "I'm just an ordinary person making money." Manager Qian frowned and said, "I can't quite explain it. You give me a very special feeling. If you were a man, I would want to become sworn brothers with you." His words were sincere. Deep down, he felt that Song Qinglan was a friend worth knowing well. Song Qinglan raised an eyebrow and replied, "What? Because I'm a woman, I can't become sworn siblings? If you really want to, we can swear brotherhood and sisterhood."
How about that?
Manager Qian didn't expect Song Qinglan to be so straightforward. He happily patted the table and said, "Deal. I knew I didn't misjudge you. We're both straightforward people. Since that's the case, why wait? Let's do it today right here." "Good. I'm all for it." Song Qinglan nodded, then changed her words. Immediately, Manager Qian called the butler to bring out the treasured wine. The two drank directly from their bowls. Manager Qian wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "From today on, we'll call each other siblings." Suddenly, Meng Daiwu walked in following the sound of laughter. Seeing the two, she paused in surprise and asked, "What's going on? Why are you two drinking in the daytime?" "Good news." "It's a good thing, madam." Manager Qian immediately stood up. He went to Meng Daiwu, took her small hand and said happily, "I just sworn brother and sister with Qinglan."
Really?
Meng Daiwu looked at Song Qinglan with curiosity. Song Qinglan smiled and stood up, replying, "Yes, my sister-in-law." Meng Daiwu's face immediately lit up with joy. "Then I'll ask the butler to prepare something in the kitchen. Such good news calls for a celebration." "Hey, wait a moment." Suddenly, Song Qinglan stopped her. She looked uncomfortable and said, "I need to visit the restaurant today. Maybe next time?" Meng Daiwu felt a bit disappointed. "But this..." Manager Qian gently held her hand and patted it. "Madam, our sister-in-law is busy preparing to open the restaurant now. We should support her. There will be many chances to eat together in the future, so don't worry." Meng Daiwu nodded. "You're right, husband. Qinglan, you go ahead and do your work." Manager Qian personally saw Song Qinglan to the door. He seriously handed her the key to the restaurant and said, "I never thought that we would become family because of this restaurant. Now we are like siblings. We should thank that gambling-loving Xinhuan-san." Song Qinglan smiled and said, "My brother-in-law, sister-in-law, and I are destined to be together. Even without Xinhuan-san, I believe we would have met." Manager Qian nodded and then said, "I've already told the workers to clean the restaurant. If you need any help later, just ask your brother-in-law." "Okay, I won't be polite. But there's one thing we need to agree on." "What is it?" Song Qinglan looked at him seriously and said, "As the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly. The remaining 2,000 taels of silver from buying the restaurant, you must accept it all when the time comes." Manager Qian was surprised, but then smiled gently. "All right, I agree with you." Just as Song Qinglan was about to leave, she took a few steps and suddenly remembered something. She ran back quickly. "Brother-in-law, I have a question. I'm really curious. Is it okay to ask?" Manager Qian patted her shoulder and said, "We are family. Just say what's on your mind. It's just... I've heard everyone call you Manager Qian. What's your full name?"
Huh?
Manager Qian was taken aback. He didn't expect Song Qinglan to be interested in his name. A look of awkwardness, helplessness, and confusion crossed his face. Finally, he sighed deeply and said, "Since we're like siblings now, there's no need to hide it. My name is..." He leaned close to her ear and whispered 3 words. "Qian Duo Duo." "Duo Duo?"
Haha.
Song Qinglan was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Manager Qian's eyes widened, and he pursed his lips, looking at her sternly. "I knew you'd react like this." Song Qinglan covered her mouth, trying to hold back her laughter, and said, "No, older brother, What was my mother thinking? How could a grown man be named Duo? There's no choice. When I was young, my family was poor. My parents hoped I would earn more money when I grew up, so I wouldn't have to live a hard life. So they gave me this name. But I felt it wasn't strong enough, so I've always been called Money Manager. So, your parents had high hopes for you. Now that you've achieved so much, it's like fulfilling their wishes.
Yes.
It's a pity. Now I have plenty of money, but they are gone. Money Manager sighed heavily. Children should honor their parents, but they are no longer here. So, Qinglan, we should cherish the people around us. I understand. I'll go now. Money Manager watched her walk away, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. He thought to himself, it seems that a big person will emerge in the imperial city in the future. Song Qinglan and her family arrived at the welcome guest pavilion. They looked at the large restaurant and kept praising it. Song Qingbei happily ran up to the second floor and then came back down, eyes shining with excitement. Wow, sister, this place is really big and beautiful. I can't believe it's really ours. Song Qinglan waved the key in her hand and said, this key is in my hand now. Do you still think it's not ours? Oh my, it feels like a dream. Song Qingxi was helping the elderly lady, slowly exploring different parts of the restaurant. Song Qingdong appeared more rational and steady. He carefully examined the tables, chairs, and layout, making sure everything was fine before relaxing. Then he walked over to Song Qinglan and asked, sister, even though the restaurant is settled, how should we run it in the future? We'll need to hire people, and they should be experienced. Don't worry, I've already made plans. Before Song Qingdong finished speaking, Song Qinglan interrupted him. Suddenly, a familiar figure entered from the door. Sorry, I'm late. Seeing Lu Guixiao at the door, everyone except Song Qinglan was stunned. Especially Song Laotai, who was worried that her second daughter-in-law might cause trouble again, quickly asked nervously, what are you doing here? Lu Guixiao looked at Song Qinglan and replied, it was Lan Lan who asked me to come. Song Qingdong was surprised and turned to look at Song Qinglan, asking with his eyes, sister, what's going on? Did you really ask second aunt to come? Song Qinglan smiled softly and nodded with her eyes, yes, that's right. Song Qingbei immediately moved closer to Song Qingxi and said with disbelief, third brother, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Second aunt said my sister asked her to come? Is it possible that the sun is rising from the west, or that a pig is flying? Isn't it true that your sister and second aunt have never gotten along? Song Qingxi also felt confused. He frowned and replied, you didn't hear wrong. I heard it too. What's going on? When did they become friends? I don't know either. Both brothers then looked at old lady Song, who quickly responded, don't look at me. I don't know either. Song Qinglan didn't bother explaining and went to Lu Guixiao, asking, by the way, second aunt, how's the matter I asked you to handle going? Yes, everything is done. Lu Guixiao nodded. Then she said, I followed your instructions and found some quick workers from the restaurant. I also told them you would pay them for their work. But a few of them have already found other jobs, and most are willing to come back. So, you still need to hire a few more people. Okay, Song Qinglan nodded. Second aunt, since you have experience working here, I'll trouble you to handle the hiring. Sure, no problem. Suddenly, Song Qinglan remembered something and asked quickly, what about Chef Fong? Lu Guixiao looked uncomfortable and said, I was just about to tell you that. I checked around and found his home, but it's empty now. The neighbors said he went back to his hometown. Where is his hometown? Just in Little Fong Village, next to Yonghe Lane. All right, I'll go see him myself tomorrow. Song Qinglan knew well that the soul of a restaurant was the head chef. The success of the restaurant depended entirely on the chef's skills and the cooks he brought with him. Wu Qianqian had told her before that Ingbin Lu's dishes were delicious, so if she wanted to restore the restaurant's former glory, this head chef had to be the right person. Then, Song Qinglan handed one of the restaurant keys to Lu Guixiao and said, second aunt, from now on, you will be in charge of this restaurant. Here is the key for you. This act surprised old lady Song and Song Qingdong, and it also shocked Lu Guixiao herself. Lu Guixia looked at the key in Song Qinglan's hand, feeling mixed emotions. She wanted to accept it, but felt shy about reaching out. So Lu Guixia bit her lip and asked, Lan Lan, are you really making me in charge? Song Qinglan directly pushed the key into her hand. Second aunt, I promised you before that I would find you a job. Song Qinglan, always keep my promises. Somehow, Lu Guixia suddenly welled up with tears. She felt both guilty and embarrassed about her past harshness toward them. Lan Lan, I really don't know what to say. I treated you and your siblings so badly before. I didn't expect you to treat me like this. Old Lady Song also stepped forward. Second daughter-in-law, we are all family. Lu Guixia immediately held Old Lady Song's hand and apologized. Mother, I know I was wrong. It was all my fault before. From now on, I will work hard to help Lan Lan and make up for my mistakes. Lu Guixia truly had a change of heart. Since Song Qinglan responded to her kindness with kindness and suggested sending Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin to a school, Lu Guixia was deeply moved. If it were her, she doubted she could be as generous as Song Qinglan. All right, second aunt, grandmother has already said we are family, Song Qinglan said, holding her hand. Let's forget about the past disagreements. Yes, let's forget everything. Lu Guixia smiled and wiped her tears. Suddenly, the babies in the cradle, Song Xingqian and Song Xingyue, started crying loudly. Song Qinglan and the others immediately ran over. Old Lady Song frowned nervously and said, These two little ones must be hungry. Song Qinglan replied, Then let's go home quickly and feed them. So, they rode a donkey cart back home. On the way, Song Qingbei couldn't help but be curious and asked, Sister, what's going on between you and second aunt? Why are you suddenly so nice to her? Yeah, Lan Lan, what exactly happened? Old Lady Song also became curious. Song Qinglan smiled and said, It's not that I suddenly started being nice to her. Actually, I was able to buy this restaurant partly because of second aunt's help. Qingxi suddenly had an idea and said, Could it be that the person who revealed Shen Wansan's gambling debts was second aunt? Qinglan smiled and nodded. Yes, it was me who asked her to do it.
No wonder.
Dong also suddenly understood. The day I saw you giving silver to second aunt, it was for this reason, right? Sister, you really planned this well. Qinglan proudly raised her eyebrows and said, Of course. Remember, there's no success without a reason in this world. The next day, early in the morning, Qinglan and Wu Qianqian took a donkey cart heading to Xiaofeng village. Wu Qianqian yawned loudly on the cart and asked, Qinglan sister, you called me so early, but you haven't said where we're going yet? Qinglan turned her head, looked at her, and said, Don't you like the roast pigeon from the old Ingben building? Today, I'll take you to eat it. Hearing about delicious food, Wu Qianqian immediately perked up, her sleepiness fading away. She excitedly grabbed Qinglan's arm and asked, Really? Really? Qinglan sister, where are we going to eat? Look, we've arrived, Qinglan said, her eyes shifting slightly to signal her to look ahead. Wu Qianqian looked in the direction Qinglan indicated and saw 3 characters carved on a stone at the village entrance. Xiaofeng village? Wu Qianqian frowned in confusion. Then, a flash of insight crossed her mind, and she exclaimed excitedly, Oh, I remember now. The chef from the old Ingben building was surnamed Fong. Qinglan sister, you came here today to find Chef Fong to help at your restaurant, right? Qinglan raised an eyebrow at her and said, Not bad, you're not too stupid. As she spoke, Qinglan urged the donkey forward into the village. Xiaofeng village wasn't big, and because it was near the imperial city, the villagers seemed quite well off. The more they walked in, the closer they got to the fields, and Wu Qianqian grew anxious. She tugged Qinglan's hand and asked, Qinglan sister, are you sure Chef Fong is really here? Maybe I should ask a villager. She made a jump off the cart. Qinglan quickly reached out and held her back, closing her eyes slightly. She sniffed the air and detected a fragrant smell, saying no need. We'll be there very soon. Wu Qianqian blinked in confusion, unsure if Qinglan's words were true or not. As the donkey cart went further inside, Suddenly, a tempting aroma drifted over. Wu Qianqian couldn't help but swallow and said, "It smells so good." "What is that smell?" "It smells delicious and a little familiar. It's the scent of roasted pigeon," Song Qinglan replied calmly. Wu Qianqian excitedly waved her hand and said, "Yes, yes. That's the smell. Roasted pigeon." Then, Song Qinglan tightened the rope in her hand, and the donkey cart stopped in front of a farmhouse. "We've arrived." The two got off the donkey cart, and Song Qinglan gently knocked on the door. At this moment, a clear voice came from inside the yard. "Coming."
Coming.
With a creak, the door opened. Standing in front of Song Qinglan and Wu Qianqian was a young man about 20 years old. Fong Zi looked at the two in surprise and asked, "Who are you?" Song Qinglan smiled softly and said, "We are from the Imperial City. We want to find Chef Fong." Fong Zi then showed a bright smile and said, "Oh, you're here to see my father. Come in quickly." He stepped aside and led Song Qinglan and Wu Qianqian into the house. In front of the house was a large yard. Wu Qianqian looked at the many clay jars in the yard and asked curiously, "Brother Fong, why do you have so many jars at home?"
Oh,
"Those are..." Before Fong Zi could finish, Song Qinglan spoke first. "Those are roasting jars used for making roasted pigeons." Fong Zi's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he smiled at Song Qinglan, saying, "You really have good eyes, miss." Meanwhile, Wu Qianqian was stunned. "No way, so roasted pigeons are made using these jars? I always thought they were roasted over fire." She blinked in disbelief. Curious, she quickly ran forward and said, "Let me see what's inside these jars." As she reached out to touch the jars, Fong Zi immediately shouted, "Be careful, it might be hot, miss." Fortunately, Wu Qianqian stopped in time. Then Fong Zi wrapped a wet cloth around his hand and lifted the lid of the roasting jar. A fragrant aroma immediately filled the air. The jar was surrounded by iron wires, roasting 5 or 6 pigeons. Wu Qianqian's mouth was watering. "Wow, it smells so good. These roasted pigeons are really fragrant." Song Qinglan glanced around and saw at least 10 such jars in the yard. She quickly asked, "With so many jars, are they all used for making roasted pigeons?" Fong Zi smiled and explained, "Yes. Ever since we returned from the Imperial City to Little Fong Village, my father has been roasting pigeons every day. I take them to the village market to sell. Everyone is kind and buys dozens each day." Wu Qianqian couldn't resist her craving and quickly said, "Big Brother Fong, I really want to try these roasted pigeons. Please give us 2, right here to eat."
how about it?
Sister Qinglan. "Sure, I also want to taste Chef Fong's cooking." Song Qinglan nodded. Fong Zi then took 2 roasted pigeons from the roasting barrel and placed them in front of the two. In the yard, there was a stone table and chairs, so they sat down to eat. Wu Qianqian didn't care about the heat and started eating eagerly, savoring every bite. While eating, she praised, "Wow, this is the taste. So fragrant, these roasted pigeons. Sister Qinglan, you should try it too." Song Qinglan took a bite and found it incredibly delicious, unforgettable. Wu Qianqian nudged her shoulder and said with a smile, "How is it?"
Tasty, right?
"These roasted pigeons are worlds apart from the ones we had at the welcoming building that day. That one was just not good." Song Qinglan nodded lightly and commented, "Yes, these roasted pigeons are really delicious. The ones we had at the welcoming building were roasted directly over fire, which was hard to control. The tips of the wings and legs got burnt, while the body was just right, affecting the taste. But this one here is different." "How is it different?" Wu Qianqian asked eagerly. "This roasted pigeon was cooked in a roasting barrel. Inside, it's roasted with charcoal, not open flame, so there's no smoky flavor. The special thing about this barrel is that it maintains a constant temperature, and the heat is evenly distributed. The pigeon cooks uniformly. And if I'm not mistaken, the charcoal used is made from lychee wood." Hearing this, Fong Zi was stunned and couldn't help but marvel. "Miss Song, you know so much. That's amazing." Song Qinglan smiled faintly. "No, I only know a little." Suddenly, a deep, powerful voice came from behind them, saying, "You seem to know a lot about cooking. It's more than just a little." Song Qinglan turned around at the sound and saw a thinly dressed man. Fong Zi quickly introduced, "Ladies, this is my father." He spoke, then explained to Fong Yuli, "Dad, these two young ladies came from the Imperial City especially to see you." "From the Imperial City?" Fong Yuli frowned unhappily. "What do they want with me?" Wu Qianqian immediately smiled and said casually, "Chef Fong, I've loved eating your roast pigeon at Ingbin Tower since I was a child." Before Wu Qianqian could finish, Fong Yuli coldly said, "Don't call me Chef Fong. I've left Ingbin Tower. Just tell me, why are you here to find me?" Fong Yuli's attitude was unfriendly, but Song Qinglan showed no sign of displeasure. She smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Master Fong, hello. My name is Song Qinglan. I came today to ask you to come out of retirement." Fong Yuli raised an eyebrow, his face still cold. "Come out of retirement?" "Yes." Wu Qianqian quickly added, "Shen Wansan left the Imperial City owing money. Sister Qinglan bought Ingbin Tower and plans to reopen it, so she came here to invite you to be the head chef." Hearing this, a sneer appeared on Fong Yuli's face. He gently shook his head and said, "Ingbin Tower, once so successful, ended up ruined by this spendthrift."
Sigh.
He sighed heavily, then waved his hand at Song Qinglan and the others, giving a cold command, "You should leave. I won't go back. Find someone else to help." After saying that, he turned and walked back into the house, without looking back. Song Qinglan and Wu Qianqian were stunned. Wu Qianqian pouted and muttered quietly, "What's with him? We spoke politely, but he's like this. We didn't do anything wrong, so why is he angry at us?" Song Qinglan slightly frowned and used her gaze to stop Wu Qianqian. She softly said, "Maybe Master Fong has his own difficulties." At this moment, Fong Zi's face also showed some embarrassment. He approached them and apologized, "Ladies, I'm really sorry. My father didn't mean to target you.
He just
has deep feelings for Ingbin Tower." Song Qinglan hurriedly asked, "Brother Fong, can you tell us more about it?" "My father has been an apprentice in the Ingbin Tower kitchen since he was young. His master passed all his skills to him. Later, my father became the head chef of Ingbin Tower. Back then, Ingbin Tower was very busy and every customer said the food was delicious."
My father was very happy about that.
Yes. I loved eating at Ingbin Tower since I was a child," Wu Qianqian said excitedly beside them. "Such a pity." At this point, Fong Zi suddenly let out a gentle sigh, his face full of regret. Later, old Master Shen fell ill and passed away. His son, Shen Wansan, inherited the restaurant. Shen Wansan was not interested in running it and somehow developed a gambling habit. He started skimping on ingredients to save money, buying poor-quality supplies. My father tried to reason with him several times but failed, and finally, he gave up in frustration. Listening, Wu Qianqian was so angry her teeth itched. "No wonder the last time we ate there, the food was not fresh or tasty. That Shen Wansan is really unkind. He deserves to lose everything." Fong Zi nodded. "My father also said that the restaurant would eventually fall into his hands. He couldn't bear to see that, so he took our family and left the Imperial City to return to Shaofeng Village." Hearing this, Song Qinglan and Wu Qianqian were both moved. Song Qinglan pursed her lips and said, "Master Fong is truly a person of loyalty. Only such a person can create delicious food. So, Miss Song, my father is reluctant to return to the welcoming building. Please be understanding." Of course, Song Qinglan smiled. "I think having Master Fong at the restaurant would be the best. But, of course, no one can force someone to stay. If one day Master Fong changes his mind, my door is always open." She then deliberately looked at the room where Fong Yuli was. Next, Song Qinglan looked at Fong Zi and said, "Brother Fong, thank you for today.
We will be leaving now."
After speaking, she gave Wu Qianqian a glance, and the two of them stood up and headed for the door. Wu Qianqian blinked and, holding Song Qinglan's hand softly, whispered, "Qinglan, are we really leaving just like that?" Master Fong's roast pigeon is really delicious. Without his skill, it's such a pity. Song Qinglan felt the same way inside. She also realized that the reason the roast pigeon was so tasty was not only because it was cooked in a special oven but also because it was marinated with a special blend of spices. She didn't trust her own ability to recreate that recipe. So, she wouldn't give up on someone like Fong Yoli, who had such a skill. But today, they had encountered too many setbacks. It was better not to insist and to go back and reconsider. Song Qinglan gently held Wu Qianqian's hand and whispered, "Now is not the time to force things. Let's go back and think it over carefully." As the two were about to leave, a woman's voice suddenly sounded behind them. "You little rascal, come back and finish your meal." Song Qinglan and Wu Qianqian turned around curiously and saw a beautiful woman chasing a small boy, about 5 or 6 years old, running out of the house. The boy quickly ran behind Fong Zi, sticking out his tongue playfully and saying, "I won't eat. I won't eat." The woman angrily replied, "You won't eat anything? Are you trying to become a fairy? You're still growing, and if you don't eat, you'll become a little dwarf." The boy pouted and looked sad as he said, "Dad's cooking is not good at all. I can't eat it." Song Qinglan hurried forward and asked Fong Zi, "Big brother Fong, what's going on?" "Sorry to embarrass you," Fong Zi said with an awkward smile. "Honestly, my dad is a great cook, but I really don't know how to cook. My child is used to his grandfather's cooking, so his palate is quite picky." Wu Qianqian looked puzzled and asked, "Is Master Fong not cooking anymore?" Fong Zi and his wife looked at each other, both appearing hesitant.
Well,
Fong Zi sighed softly. "My dad said he didn't want his skills to be lost, so he wanted to pass his cooking knowledge to me. Recently, he's been forcing me to learn, and he hasn't cooked himself." His wife also looked a bit pitiful and said, "It's been a long time since we've had a good meal at home." Song Qinglan's heart moved, and she suggested, "Why don't I cook for you?" Fong Zi was surprised and said that wouldn't be appropriate. It's not polite to have guests cook for themselves during a first visit. Plus, Fong Zi was worried that Song Qinglan's cooking might not be better than his. Wu Qianqian immediately saw what he was worried about and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Big brother Fong, big sister Fong, don't worry. Qinglan's cooking is excellent. I often go to her house to eat." Fong Zi looked at his wife and himself, smiling awkwardly. "That would be a bit embarrassing." "It's no problem, just a small favor," Song Qinglan said softly, then slightly bent down and looked at the little boy behind Fong Zi, smiling as she asked, "Little brother, what would you like to eat?" The boy had already turned around in circles, thinking carefully, and finally said seriously, "I want steamed eggs with mincemeat. It has to be as tender and smooth as my grandfather used to make." Seeing the little boy acting so grown-up, Song Qinglan immediately liked him. She reached out, poked his small nose, and smiled. "You're quite clever, huh? You really know how to eat. Okay, I'll listen to you. Just wait and see." After saying that, Song Qinglan stood up straight and asked Fong Zi, "Where's the kitchen?" Fong Zi's wife quickly said, "It's over here." She led the way ahead. When Song Qinglan arrived in the kitchen, she quickly looked around. She had to admit, this chef's kitchen was well equipped. She turned on the stove and cracked a few farm eggs into a bowl. She added salt, mixed it well, then poured warm water and stirred everything together. She covered it with a round bowl and steamed it over water. While waiting, Song Qinglan chopped pork belly into small pieces and cooked it with seasonings to make a meat sauce. By then, the eggs had finished steaming. She placed the cooked meat on top of the steamed eggs, and a fragrant meat egg dish was ready. "Come, try it and see if it suits your taste," Song Qinglan said as she carried the dish out. Fong Zi's son, Fong Dang, looked at the meat egg dish on the table and immediately widened his eyes in surprise, drooling a little.
wow.
"It smells so good. It looks delicious." Fong Zi and his wife couldn't help but swallow hard. Fong Zi scooped a spoonful of the meat and egg and held it to his son's mouth. "Eat, try it." Fong Dang eagerly opened his mouth and swallowed it in one go. Then, Song Qinglan watched him with anticipation and asked, "How is it? Is it tasty?" Fong Dang nodded repeatedly and even gave a thumbs up to Song Qinglan, smiling. It's delicious. So good. It tastes just like what Grandpa makes. He also grabbed the spoon from Fong Zi and started eating by himself. Soon, the family of 3 finished their meal with the meat egg dish. Wu Qianqian watched in amazement. She quietly tugged on Song Qinglan's sleeve and whispered, "Qinglan, you're so amazing. Look at how hungry they are. Tell me honestly, when I first ate at your house, did I look like this?" Song Qinglan couldn't help but laugh out loud. She looked at Wu Qianqian with interest and teased, "What do you think?" Wu Qianqian immediately covered her face with her hand, feeling ashamed and crying out, "How embarrassing. This is just too embarrassing." After Fong Zi finished eating, he looked at Song Qinglan with surprise and said, "Miss Song, the steamed egg with minced meat you made really tastes like what my father used to make. I don't have much to thank you for, so why not take a few roasted pigeons home?" After saying that, Fong Zi stood up and handed a few roasted pigeons to Song Qinglan. Song Qinglan did not refuse. She took the pigeons, smiled, and said goodbye. "We'll be leaving now." As the 2 stepped out the door, suddenly, Fong Yuli's voice came from behind. "Wait a moment." Song Qinglan was surprised for a moment, then slowly turned around. She looked at Fong Yuli behind her and suddenly showed a faint smile, softly asking, "Master Fong, is there something you need?" Cough, cough. Fong Yuli cleared his throat lightly, then approached Song Qinglan and asked, "Are you planning to put the steamed egg with minced meat on the restaurant's menu?" Song Qinglan raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. "That depends on the head chef." Wu Qianqian, listening to their conversation, was stunned and felt that there was an indescribable feeling between them. Fong Yuli paused for a moment, nodded, and replied, "I think it's good." A brighter smile appeared on Song Qinglan's face. Then it settled. "When do you plan to return to the Imperial City?" In a few days. I still need to tidy things up here. By the way, I have one more request. Please go ahead. You and I will work together to develop a new menu for the restaurant. Since we're reopening, it should have some new dishes." Song Qinglan nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll wait for you in the Imperial City." After they finished talking, Song Qinglan and Wu Qianqian rode a donkey cart back. Wu Qianqian was still in a daze on the cart, holding Song Qinglan's arm curiously and asking, "Qinglan sister, what's going on?" Master Fong didn't want to come earlier, but suddenly changed his mind. "Did you do something?" Song Qinglan smiled mysteriously and replied, "I just made a steamed egg with mincemeat." In the Fong family courtyard, Fong Zi also became curious. He looked at Fong Yuli and asked, "Dad, why did you suddenly change your mind?" Fong Yuli sat down on a stone bench, a look of admiration in his eyes, and softly said, "This girl is very clever. She deliberately left a bowl of steamed egg with minced meat in the kitchen for me. With her cooking skills and her intelligence, this restaurant in her hands will surely be amazing." When Song Qinglan and her friends returned home, Song Qingdong and Lu Guixia eagerly came out to greet them. "Sis, how did it go? Is Chef Fong willing to come work at our restaurant?" Seeing that both of them looked a bit worried, Lu Guixia quickly smiled and comforted them. "Lon Lon, don't be discouraged. Chef Fong has a bit of a strange temper, so it's normal if he doesn't agree right away. If not, we can find another good chef. There are plenty of talented cooks in the city."
Haha.
It's settled. Chef Fong agreed to help at the restaurant. Wu Qianqian saw their nervous expressions and couldn't help but laugh. Then she revealed the truth. Song Qingdong also became happy. He grabbed Song Qinglan's arm and asked, "Sister, is that true? How did you manage it?" "I'll tell you," Wu Qianqian said eagerly before Song Qinglan could speak. "Qinglan made a steamed egg with mincemeat at his house, and that made Chef Fong fall for her cooking and agree to come." Lu Guixia immediately added, "Oh, no wonder. Chef Fong used to work at Ingdon Tower, and he especially liked helping cooks with good skills. Truly, talented people think differently." This time, Song Qinglan's success was partly accidental. Now they just need the head chef to arrive, and then they can prepare to open the restaurant. Lu Guixia had almost finished hiring helpers for the restaurant, but they still needed one more assistant in the kitchen. She posted a help wanted notice at the restaurant door for several days, but hadn't found a suitable person. The next day, she went to the market to buy vegetables. Lu Guixia liked shopping at Ma Dania's vegetable stand because her vegetables were cheap and fresh, and she always kept some aside for her. Ma Dania packed the vegetables into her basket and curiously asked, "Hey, Qingyuan's mother, you seem in a good mood these days. Did you find a job?" "Yes, I did. I found one a long time ago," Lu Guixia replied happily. This piqued Ma Dania's curiosity. She quickly leaned in closer and asked, "Wow, really? Where is it? How much do they pay per month?" "At Ingbin Tower." "Ingbin Tower?" Ma Dania's eyes widened in confusion. Wasn't Shen Wanson gone?
Could it be?
Oh, who bought Ingbin Tower then? Lu Guixia played it mysterious again. She raised an eyebrow at Aunt Ma and smiled, asking what? "Are you curious?" "Oh, come on. Qingyuan's mother, stop teasing me. Just tell me, who is it?" "All right, I'm not afraid to tell you." Lu Guixia proudly lifted her head and lowered her voice on purpose, saying, "The person who bought the Welcome Pavilion is my niece, Lan Lan."
Oh wow.
"That's incredible,"
Aunt Ma exclaimed.
"That restaurant must have cost several thousand taels of silver. Your niece is so impressive and has so much money." Lu Guixia nodded. "I don't know the exact amount, but it's definitely expensive." Aunt Ma blinked and moved a little closer, asking, "So, what do you think you'll do in the Welcome Pavilion? Still washing dishes like before?" Hearing this, Lu Guixia became proud again and smiled. "Now I'm the manager of the restaurant. All the waiters work under me."
Wow.
"That's amazing. Your niece is so good to you." "Yes. I must say, our Lan Lan is really kind. You know, I used to treat them badly, but she still treats me well. That's rare. So, I've decided I must help her run this restaurant well. Oh, by the way, we still need a helper in the kitchen. If you know anyone who's quick and reliable, let me know." "Okay, I'll keep an eye out." They chatted for a while, then Lu Guixia carried her shopping basket and left. Unnoticed by them, Bai Chunlan, who was buying vegetables at a nearby stall, overheard their conversation. The vegetable seller, impatient, looked at Bai Chunlan and urged, "Hey, are you buying vegetables or not? You've been here for a long time. Do you want to buy or not?" Bai Chunlan put down her greens and said, "I'm not buying anymore. Your vegetables aren't fresh at all." After saying that, she turned and ran away. The vegetable seller spat at her back and muttered, "If you're not buying, then forget it. Saying my vegetables aren't fresh just ruins my business." Bai Chunlan ran to a meat shop on another street, stopping at Bai's pork stall. Bai's pork business was still slow. Jiang Suelian and Bai Chuanfin, who were watching from the stall, were bored and munching sunflower seeds. When Jiang Suelian saw her two daughters arrive, she asked curiously, "Chunlan, why are you here? Are you here to buy meat?" Bai Chunlan waved her hand and said, "Mom, older sister, I heard some big news." Bai Chuanfin's eyes lit up immediately, and she excitedly said, "Is it about the neighbor woman stealing a man? I told you last time. She doesn't seem like a good person, but you didn't believe me." "No, that's not it." Bai Chunlan quickly interrupted her, then whispered mysteriously, "Do you know who bought the Welcome Pavilion?" Jiang Suelian pouted and replied, "Who else could it be? It must be that wealthy family." Seeing that they both weren't interested in the topic, Bai Chunlan started to feel worried. She squeezed between them and whispered, "This person, we also know him." "We know him too?" Bai Chuanfin immediately became curious. "When did we meet such a rich person?"
I didn't know about it.
Jiang Suelian also frowned in confusion and said, "That can't be. Among our relatives, we're the wealthiest. Who else could it be?" Bai Chunlan smiled mysteriously and softly said 3 words, "Song Qinglan." "Is it her? Is it her?" Jiang Suelian and Bai Chuanfin said in unison, their faces showing the same shock. Jiang Suelian's face even showed jealousy, and she muttered softly, "Such a big restaurant. Buying it probably costs thousands of taels of silver." But in just a few months, that little brat became so rich. Bai Chuanfin was also unconvinced and jealous, saying, Her clothing shop sells some dresses for over 10 taels of silver each. If you count it up, she makes a lot of silver every month.
Oh.
Jiang Tsuelian sighed heavily and said, "You see, we work so hard killing pigs and buying meat, but our daily earnings aren't even a fraction of what she makes. If I had known she was so good at making money, I wouldn't have divorced her. Otherwise, our family could be lying at home counting silver." Every time Jiang Tsuelian thought of this, she felt regretful. Unfortunately, there's no regret medicine in this world. If there were, she would buy a lot and take it all. Bai Chuanfin rolled her eyes at her and said, "All right, Mom, stop dreaming. Oh, by the way, I also heard." Bai Chunlon, seeing their uninterested expressions, still excitedly said, "His restaurant is looking for an assistant chef. I plan to let our family member try for it. She hasn't been idle at home recently. If she could work as an assistant chef at this big restaurant, she could earn a lot of money each month."
Haha.
Bai Chuanfin suddenly sneered. "Second sister, I advise you to give up on this idea." Bai Chunlon's excited expression immediately froze on her face. She frowned unhappily and said, "Big sister, why do you talk like that?" Bai Chuanfin put down the sunflower seeds and said, "Second sister, I don't mean to be harsh, but Song Qinglan's little girl already hates our Bai family. Do you forget how much trouble she caused when she asked for seamstresses at her clothing shop last time? If you go to her restaurant now, you're just asking for humiliation." Hearing this harsh comment from her own sister, Bai Chunlon's face also looked unhappy. She pouted and said, "Big sister, you can't say that. Our brother Jian is different from you. Your embroidery skills are terrible. If you try to become a seamstress, people will think you're crazy. Our brother Jian has worked as an assistant chef at other taverns before, so he has experience. He can easily work at a big restaurant now." Bai Chuanfin was so angry her eyes nearly popped out. She grabbed a handful of sunflower seed shells and threw them at her face. She shouted loudly, "You fool! What are you talking about? My embroidery skills are good, I just haven't been appreciated. As for your husband, his cooking probably only pigs would eat." Bai Chunlon rolled her eyes at her and brushed the shells off her hair. She pouted again and said, "Big sister, why are you mad? I'm just speaking the truth. Why are you so angry?" Bai Chunlon did notice Bai Chuanfin's face turning pale from anger. She continued, "And Song Qinglan's second aunt was very strict with their siblings before. Yet, she still let her manage the restaurant, so she might also forgive us and invite Jian to work there." Watching Bai Chunlon lost in her own dreams, Bai Chuanfin smirked with a mocking smile. She coldly said, "Then just try it. Anyway, you're stubborn and won't give up until you hit a wall. You'll regret it later." Bai Chunlon suddenly smiled and retorted, "Big sister, I think you just can't stand to see me do well. Let me tell you, I will definitely hit that wall. Just wait for my good news." Humph. After saying this, Bai Chunlon raised her eyebrows proudly and turned to go home to find her husband. As soon as she got home, she pulled Jiang Zijian up from the bed where he was still lying lazily. When Jiang Zijian left the bed, he shivered from the cold, his body trembling as he put on his clothes and scolded, "What are you doing? Are you trying to freeze me to death?" Bai Chunlon frowned and said impatiently, all right, stop fussing. Hurry up and put on your clothes. We're going somewhere." "Where to?" "To Yingbin Tower." Jiang Zijian was surprised and paused. "Isn't that Yingbin Tower closed down? If we're going out to eat, we should choose another place." "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about." Bai Chunlon tapped his head. "Have you gone stupid? We don't have that much money to eat at fancy restaurants. Then why are you taking me there?" "To find work, quick." So, Bai Chunlon pulled Jiang Zijian excitedly toward Yingbin Tower. Soon after, the two appeared in front of the restaurant. Seeing the luxurious and grand restaurant, Bai Chunlon's face lit up with happiness, already imagining her husband working there and earning money every month. Jiang Zijian, however, felt nervous and said, "My wife, maybe we should forget it? I haven't done kitchen work in a long time, and I'm afraid I can't do it." "What are you afraid of? You have skills. Just do it a few times, and you'll get better. All right, stop hesitating. Let's go inside now." The restaurant was about to open. Lu Guixia was busy cleaning and decorating with other workers when she suddenly sensed someone entering. She quickly turned around and smiled. Sorry, our restaurant isn't officially open yet. If you want to eat, come back in a few days. Bai Chunlon smiled and walked straight over, pushing Jiang Zijian in front of Lu Guixia. We're not here to eat. My husband is here to apply for a helper's job. Lu Guixia frowned slightly and asked, You look a bit familiar, don't you? Bai Chunlon casually took Lu Guixia's hand and smiled. Oh, you're Aunt Blue Blue's second sister, right? I'm Bai Chunlon, the second daughter of the Bai family, Blue Blue's second sister. Lu Guixia had previously had a bad relationship with Song Qinglan and had only seen a few of the Bai sisters at the wedding of Song Qinglan and Bai Yihan. They hadn't interacted much afterward. So, she didn't recognize Bai Chunlon immediately. After learning her identity, Lu Guixia's expression changed instantly. She quickly pulled her hand away and whispered, Sister, please don't do that. We're not close. Bai Chunlon's face also turned cold. Fine, no need for pleasantries. Hurry up and arrange the kitchen help for us. When will they start working? Lu Guixia naturally knew that the Bai family was difficult to deal with and didn't want to argue with them. She directly refused, saying, Sorry, we've already hired our kitchen help. We don't need anyone else. Please go back. Hearing this, Bai Chunlon immediately became unhappy. She pointed at Lu Guixia and said, What do you mean? Are you doing this on purpose? I heard you at the vegetable stall this morning saying you were hiring kitchen help. It's only been half a day, and you've already hired someone? You're clearly trying to fool me. Bai Chunlon's raised voice attracted many onlookers. Lu Guixia was not someone to be easily bullied. She had tried to reason calmly earlier, but she was fed up with the Bai family's shamelessness. So Lu Guixia straightened her back, placed her hands on her hips, and retorted, What if I did do it on purpose? I just can't stand your Bai family. All you do is try to take advantage of Lanlan. It's so shameless. I'm making it clear today, no matter if the entire imperial city turns against me, I won't hire anyone from your Bai family.
You.
Bai Chunlon's hands trembled with anger. But she refused to lose her composure. She raised her voice even higher than Lu Guixia and said, Who do you think you are? You're not the owner of the restaurant, nor the head chef. The matter of hiring kitchen help is none of your business. Suddenly, a deep voice came from behind her. I can take care of that. Bai Chunlon turned around in confusion and saw an elderly man with gray hair and a handsome young man around 20. The visitors were Fong Yuli and Fong Zi, father and son. Bai Chunlon was clearly stunned by the imposing presence of the elderly man. She blinked and asked who.
Who are you? Why?
Before she could finish, Lu Guixia said, This is our restaurant's head chef, Chef Fong. Then Lu Guixia stepped forward and said, Chef Fong, you're here. Lanlan has been counting the days, and you should be arriving in the next couple of days. Fong Yuli smiled and joked, I didn't expect to run into trouble as soon as I arrived. Then, Fong Yuli approached Bai Chunlon and her husband, looked at Jiang Zijiang and said, You want to be a kitchen helper? Show us what you've got. Bai Chunlon seized the opportunity, quickly pushed Jiang Zijiang aside, and asked, How do I show it? Master Fong remained calm and said, Let's try something simple to test your knife skills. So Lu Guixia asked someone to bring a carrot, a knife, and a chopping board. Jiang Zijiang saw this and suddenly hesitated. Bai Chunlon noticed he was hesitant and gently squeezed his hand, whispering, What's wrong? Hurry up and start. Jiang Zijiang took a deep breath and nervously picked up the carrot and knife. Chop, chop, chop. After a while, he managed to cut the carrot into strips. Fong Yuli stepped forward to check. He picked up the carrot strips and looked at them. Seeing they were uneven in thickness, he immediately frowned and threw them on the table, sneering, With skills like this, you dare to come and help in my kitchen? Looks like you haven't practiced your knife skills in a long time. Jiang Zijiang quickly explained, I've only been lazy for a few months. Give me more time to practice, and I will definitely meet Chef Fong's standards. Fong Yuli coldly said, Our restaurant is open for business. We don't have time for you to practice. Z, come and show them what level a helper chef should reach. Okay, Dad, Fong Zi responded and stepped forward. With a quick motion, in just a moment, he turned a carrot into evenly cut strips. Jiang Zijiang was stunned. Bai Chunlon was also surprised. Fong Zi raised an eyebrow and said, "How about that? Are you convinced now?" At this moment, Lu Guixia spoke up. "All right, you can leave now." No, Bai Chunlon wasn't planning to leave just yet. Lu Guixia frowned and asked, "What else do you want?" Bai Chunlon didn't want to leave empty-handed or be mocked by her older sister. She was determined to find a job at the restaurant. So, she said to Lu Guixia, "We don't have to help in the kitchen. But look, if there's any other work suitable for my husband, please assign him a position." Lu Guixia was truly annoyed by her persistence. She couldn't hold back and said, "You guys are really funny. If you don't have the skills, don't take on jobs you can't handle. And I've already made it clear, anyone related to the Bai family is not welcome in our restaurant. It's bad luck." Bai Chunlon wasn't willing to give up either. She shouted, "Bah! Who do you think you are? Can your words be trusted?" Suddenly, a clear, cold voice came from the second floor. "My second aunt's words are my own." Everyone looked up and saw Song Qinglon walking down the stairs at a steady pace. Bai Chunlon immediately put on a flattering smile. When Song Qinglon approached, she quickly said, "Sister-in-law, so you're here too. That makes things easier. Your brother-in-law." "Stop." Song Qinglon interrupted coldly. "I have nothing to do with your Bai family anymore. You don't need to come here pretending to be relatives. Let me tell you, your husband can't impress our head chef today. Even if he could, I wouldn't use anyone from your Bai family. Song Qinglon, will never be involved with you again. Leave now." Bai Chunlon felt humiliated. She pointed at Song Qinglon and said, "Song Qinglon, do you have to be so harsh? We used to be relatives, after all." Song Qinglon slightly curled her lips into a cold, mocking smile. "Just thinking about having relatives like you makes me feel sick. And I can do even worse things if I want. If you don't leave now, I'll report you to the authorities to have you removed." Hearing about reporting to the authorities, Jiang Zijiang immediately remembered that his mother-in-law had once caused trouble for Song Qinglon and was imprisoned. He became scared. He quickly grabbed Bai Chunlon and pulled her outside, saying, "All right, stop arguing. Let's go. Do you want to end up in jail like your mother? I told you not to come, but you insisted. Now look at the mess you've made." "What nonsense are you talking about? Who's the one making a fool of themselves now?" "It's you. You're such a big man, and you can't even cut a radish properly. What use are you? If you can do it, then go ahead. Your whole family is the same, just good at talking." Humph. After saying that, Jiang Zijiang left her behind and walked away alone. Bai Chunlon chased after him, shouting, "Jiang Zijiang, stop right there." Inside the restaurant, after the chaos ended, Lu Guixia finally relaxed and sighed in relief. She looked at Song Qinglon and said, "Lon Lon, only you can handle that kind of troublemaker." Fong Yuli also smiled and teased, "Miss Song, you really have the aura of a boss." Song Qinglon felt a bit embarrassed. She smiled and said, "Since you just arrived today, you got to see a bit of a joke."
Sorry about that.
Fong Yuli waved his hand and said, "When dealing with unreasonable people, you just can't argue with them. Miss Song, running such a big restaurant, you'll probably face this kind of thing often." "I know." Song Qinglon nodded and said, "By the way, Master Fong, just call me Qinglon from now on. No need to be so formal." "All right, I'll do that." Fong Yuli smiled and nodded. He looked at Song Qinglon and said, "By the way, we still need a helper in the kitchen. Let Z take that role. What do you think, Lon Lon?" Of course, Song Qinglon understood his kind intention and didn't oppose it. She nodded and smiled. "Okay, with you and your father working together, our restaurant will surely do well." Fong Yuli was very happy to hear that. "Then I'll go to the kitchen and see if we need to buy anything else." After saying that, Fong Yuli headed toward the kitchen. Z was about to follow when Song Qinglon asked, "By the way, Brother Fong, what about sister-in-law and dying?" "They've gone back to the Imperial City to pack things," he replied.
Oh.
That's good to hear. Song Qinglong nodded. If you need any help, just tell me.
Don't be shy.
Okay, I understand. I'll go to the kitchen now and see if my father needs a hand. At this moment, only Song Qinglong and Lu Guixia remained in the restaurant hall. Song Qinglong gave Lu Guixia a thumbs up and said, "Second aunt, your way of scolding just now was really impressive." Lu Guixia proudly raised an eyebrow and said, "Of course. I might not be good at much, but I've got a sharp tongue. Lon Lon, I tell you, those by family folks are stubborn. They only take the hard way. You must not be soft-hearted." Song Qinglong nodded. "I know." A few days passed quickly. On this day, Song Qinglong's restaurant finally opened. She renamed the Welcome Pavilion to Yunlai Tower, meaning guests come like clouds. On the opening day, regular customers who often visited the breakfast and clothing shops came to support. The whole Yunlai Tower was full of people, truly a scene of guests arriving like clouds. Song Qinglong also invited brother Niu, sister-in-law Niu, and the staff and seamstresses from Xingyue Pavilion. The scene was lively and bustling. Many passers-by saw the lively scene and couldn't help but feel curious. They really did it. I never thought the Welcome Pavilion would reopen. Hey, look carefully, friend. This place isn't called Welcome Pavilion anymore. It's Yunlai Tower now. The restaurant has a new owner. I heard the new owner is a woman. Who could she be? Just look and you'll know. The beautiful lady greeting guests at the door is the manager of Yunlai Tower.
Wow.
Isn't this Miss Song? Yes. Miss Song is truly a remarkable woman. Indeed, she, as a woman, opened a snack shop in just a few months, then a clothing store, and now she has opened a restaurant. Can you believe it? Such achievements are beyond what I, as a man, could accomplish in a lifetime. It's true, people can be so impressive, especially when the other person is a woman. Alright, enough self-pity. Why don't we also try the restaurant? I heard Yunlai Tower has invited Chef Fong back, and today's opening offers a free roasted pigeon for each table. Really? That sounds so good. I really want to try that roasted pigeon. Let's go inside quickly. Yes, let's go. At that moment, a luxurious carriage stopped at the door of Yunlai Tower. When Song Qinglong saw it, she couldn't help but smile and stepped forward. The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a hand dressed in fine fabric. Soon after, a tall man stepped down from the carriage. Manager Qian reached out his hand to Meng Diawu and helped her down. Song Qinglong looked at the two and smiled, saying, "Why are you so late? I thought you wouldn't come." Manager Qian chuckled and said, "How could that be? My sister is opening today. I have to come and support her." He then gave a subtle signal to the butler behind him. The butler stepped forward carrying a delicate wooden box. Manager Qian handed the box to Song Qinglong with both hands and said, "This is a gift for your opening. Wishing your business prosperity and wealth." Song Qinglong smiled as she accepted it and said, "It's enough that you came. Why bring a gift? That's too formal."
Oh.
Manager Qian shook his head. "Today is a special day for your opening, and some traditions can't be skipped. Just open it and see." Gently, Song Qinglong opened the box and saw a finely carved jade cabbage. She immediately understood and looked at Manager Qian, asking, "Brother E, what is this?" Manager Qian leaned close to her ear. "Sister, don't think I'm superstitious, but some things are worth believing in. Otherwise, how could I have become so rich all these years?" After saying that, he deliberately raised an eyebrow at her. "All right, thank you, Brother E," Song Qinglong nodded. She then turned and handed the jade cabbage box to Song Qingdong, softly instructing, "Qingdong, take this inside and set it up." After speaking, she led the couple, the shopkeeper Qian and his wife, into the restaurant. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, this way please. I've reserved a seat just for you." After settling them in, Song Qinglong returned to the restaurant entrance to continue attending to the guests. Although it was still winter, Song Qinglong looked at Lu Guixia, who was sweating on her forehead, and said, "Second aunt, you should go inside and rest for a while. Qingdong and I will take care of things here." "It's fine." Lu Guixia wiped her sweat and smiled happily. We had so many customers on our first day of opening. I'm so happy. However, Lu Guixia's smile didn't last long. When she saw about 10 people walking toward them, her face darkened immediately. Lu Guixia quietly nudged Song Qinglan's arm and whispered, "Lan Lan, the troublemakers from the Bai family are coming again." Song Qinglan looked in the direction of her gaze and saw Jiang Zuelian, Bai Dachu, Bai Yang, along with their 4 daughters and 4 sons-in-law, approaching aggressively, looking as if they meant trouble. Lu Guixia frowned nervously. Today was their grand opening, and she didn't want these unlucky people to ruin the day. She whispered to Song Qinglan, "Lan Lan, should we chase them away?" Song Qinglan slightly narrowed her eyes, a cold smile appearing on her lips. Softly, she said, "There are so many people watching. We can't just chase them away without reason. Let's see what tricks they're up to." Jiang Zuelian was at the front. She stopped in front of Song Qinglan and pretended to be surprised. "Oh, isn't this my former daughter-in-law? Why didn't you tell us about such a big event like the restaurant's opening? You look upset. Are you not welcoming us?" Song Qinglan slightly raised her head and glanced at the Bai family members behind Jiang Zuelian, who looked eager to watch a show. She sneered and said, "Our Yunlai restaurant is open for business. We welcome all guests who come to eat. But if someone comes to cause trouble, I won't let it go easily. Since we came to the restaurant, of course, we're here to eat," Jiang Zuelian said, waving her hand to the people behind her. "Come on, let's go inside and eat our fill." Song Qingxi, Song Qingbei, Song Qingyuan, and Song Qinglin, who were inside helping serve dishes, immediately became alert when they saw Jiang Zuelian leading the Bai family members inside. Song Qingbei was so angry he clenched his fists, ready to go and chase them out. Fortunately, Song Qingxi quickly stepped in to stop him. Song Qingbei frowned and said, "Third brother, why are you stopping me? They clearly came to pick a fight. I know they came to cause trouble, so we should stay calm," Song Qingxi quietly advised. "Don't forget, sister is at the door. Since she let them in, she must have her reasons. Let's not cause trouble ourselves." Song Qingbei calmed down, thinking that Song Qingxi was right. Song Qingxi patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go. Continue serving the dishes." Outside the door, Song Qinglan leaned close to Lu Guixia and softly whispered, "Second aunt, go inside and keep an eye on them. See what they are up to." Song Qinglan watched Lu Guixia walk into the restaurant. As she turned to leave, she saw a familiar figure flash before her eyes. Wu Qianqian excitedly grabbed Song Qinglan's hand and shouted, "Qinglan, sister. Qinglan, why are you just coming?" Song Qinglan pretended to be angry and gave her a stern look. Wu Qianqian stepped back, holding Wu Daiyong's arm, pouting and acting cute. "It's all because of Brother Daiyong. I waited for him to finish his shift, then came together." Since the Lantern Festival lantern display that night, Wu Daiyong hadn't seen Song Qinglan. He shyly scratched his head and said, "Sorry we're late." Song Qinglan smiled gently. "It's okay. I'm already happy you came." Today, she wore a new blue robe from Xingyue Pavilion, and her gentle, charming smile made people feel moved. Wu Qianqian couldn't help but touch her clothes and said, "Qinglan, sister, your outfit looks so nice. This is a new dress from Xingyue Pavilion. If you like it, you can go to the shop and get one later." Wu Qianqian's lively eyes showed a deep smile. She winked at Song Qinglan and said, "Qinglan, sister, you're so clever. Even when opening the restaurant, you didn't forget to promote the clothing shop." Indeed, Song Qinglan wore this outfit today to attract customers. Several housemaids and wealthy ladies who saw her said they wanted to order from Xingyue Pavilion. Song Qinglan pinched Wu Qianqian's nose and smiled. "You're getting smarter and smarter. It's because I've been with you for so long. I've learned from the best. All right, you two stop standing here and go inside the restaurant." "Okay, I'll go in first to chat with my grandmother." After speaking, Wu Qianqian was the first to enter the restaurant. Wu Daiyong took a few steps forward, getting closer to Song Qinglan, looking hesitant to speak. Seeing that he had something to say, Song Qinglan smiled calmly and asked, "Big brother Wu, what's wrong?" Wu Deong pursed his lips and said, I just saw Jiang Tsuelian and the others from the Bai family come into the restaurant. Miss Song, do you want me to? There's no need. Before he could finish, Song Qinglan interrupted him. I understand, it will be fine. Wu Deong opened his mouth, showing a bitter smile. Yes, she is so smart and capable. Maybe she already expected this. Finally, Wu Deong nodded with a smile and said, All right, I'll go in first. Most of the important people had arrived, so Song Qinglan asked Song Qingdong to greet them at the door, and then went into the restaurant herself. The first floor was already full of tables, with guests eating and chatting happily. It seemed the food was very popular. At this moment, Song Qingbei, who had been busy all day, came over to Song Qinglan.
Sister.
She helped him tidy his messy hair and smiled. How does it feel working here? Do you think studying at the academy is much happier? That's not fair to compare. Everyone has their own happiness. Today, so many guests came for the opening. Sister, this is a great start. The only problem is that the table with the Bai family is really annoying. Song Qingbei became more angry and said, Sister, do you know? They ordered a big table of dishes, choosing only the expensive ones. I wonder if they even have enough money to pay. I think they probably just want to eat for free. Song Qinglan slightly smiled with a teasing look, softly saying, You still need to practice more. You're too impatient. She then cast a deep look at the Bai family table. Seeing the delicious and fragrant dishes on that big table, Bai Yehe drooled with envy. He eagerly picked up a whole roasted pigeon, took a big bite, and his mouth was full of oil. He looked satisfied and said, So tasty. Delicious. Bai Dachui looked at his greedy son and shook his head. Then, glancing at the full table of food, he gently tugged Jiang Tsuelian's hand and whispered, Wife, why did you order so many dishes? We can't finish them all. Jiang Tsuelian rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, Eat first, eat first. Our family hasn't had a proper meal in a long time. Today we're happy, so let's eat heartily. Bai Dachui frowned and said, But we don't have that much money.
If we.
Dad, don't worry. Bai Chunlon raised an eyebrow at her father and proudly said, We don't need to spend any money on this meal. No, what are you all planning to do? Bai Yihi took a piece of pig's trotter and put it into his bowl, looking at Bai Dachui. Dad, just eat yours quickly. Don't talk so much. So, everyone at the big table started eating eagerly and messily.
Burp.
Jiang Chuelian let out a satisfied burp, wiped her mouth, and looked at the people at the table. Have you all finished eating? Her 4 daughters nodded excitedly and answered in unison. Yes, we're done. Good. Then let's start the plan, Jiang Chuelian said with a sly smile, giving Bai Yihi a secret wink. Hey, hurry up and bring out the stuff.
Got it.
Bai Yihi took a cloth bag from his pocket, untied the string, and secretly placed a dead cockroach on the dishes on the table while everyone was distracted. Then, Jiang Chuelian and her 4 daughters exchanged looks and suddenly shouted, Oh no. What's in this dish? The eldest daughter, Bai Chunfen, quickly played along, looking terrified.
Ah.
Oh my God. Mom, these are dead cockroaches. The second daughter, Bai Chunlon, joined in. No way. How could there be dead cockroaches in the food? The third daughter, Bai Chunhua, started acting sick, pretending to.
Ugh.
So disgusting. We ate dead cockroaches. The fourth daughter, Bai Chunxiang, immediately stood up and shouted at the people around the table, Can you still eat? There are dead cockroaches in the food at this restaurant. It's so dirty. Maybe there are even dead rats or something. Finally, Bai Yihi picked up a teacup and slammed it on the ground. With a loud, he shouted, What is this? Such a big restaurant and they serve us bugs? The family worked together perfectly. After this scene, everyone nearby was frightened. The customers dropped their chopsticks, some gagged, some rinsed their mouths with tea. Suddenly, the whole Yunlai Lu restaurant became restless. Song Qingbei immediately looked at the people at the Bai family table with a cold face, clenched his teeth, and said, I knew it. That group of Bai family people came to pick a fight. I'll go over and drive them away. As he spoke, Song Qingbei was about to walk toward them. Song Qinglong quickly grabbed his arm and said, Qingbei, stop right there. Song Qingbei turned around, annoyed, and replied, Sister, we've all been bullied to the point of losing patience. How can I stand it? He was so angry his nose was steaming, and he almost wanted to rush into the kitchen right now, grab 2 lids, and cover each of those by family members' faces. Song Qinglong slightly curled her lips into a teasing smile, a hint of sharpness flashing in her bright black eyes. She coldly said, Of course, we can't just stand by. I'll go. After speaking, Song Qinglong headed straight toward the Bai family table. Song Qingyuan and the other brothers were instantly stunned. Somehow, even though there was no wind in the restaurant, when Song Qinglong passed by, they felt a powerful aura. Song Qinglin couldn't help but swallow nervously, silently following Song Qinglong's figure with his eyes, and sighed involuntarily, Qinglong sister, you're so impressive. Song Qingxi looked at his brothers and said, Let's go and see what's happening. The Bai family was numerous and powerful. Although he believed his sister could handle it, he still worried about any accidents. Bai Yehe thought the commotion wasn't loud enough and picked up a bowl, about to smash it on the ground. Suddenly, someone tightly grabbed his wrist. Bai Yehe frowned and irritably shouted, Who's there? He turned his head and saw Song Qinglong with a cold face, stunned for a moment. Song Qinglong smiled faintly and said coldly, If you smash things in our Yulai building, you'll have to pay for it. Bai Yehe didn't know why, but when he saw Song Qinglong's icy gaze, his arrogant attitude immediately deflated. He involuntarily shrank back, truly withdrawing his hand and carefully placing the bowl back on the table. Jiang Suelian saw this and immediately protected Bai Yehe like a mother hen, pulling him behind her. She gathered her courage, looked into Song Qinglong's icy eyes, and smiled as she replied, You still have the nerve to ask us to pay? It's you who should be paying us. Take a good look at what dishes you served us. So many dead cockroaches in there. Song Qinglong glanced at the table and saw that most of the dishes had been eaten. Each plate contained 2 or 3 dead cockroaches, which was indeed very disgusting. Bai Chunlong smiled proudly and said, How about that? Did you see how gross your food was? Now you can't say we're lying. She secretly chuckled to herself. Humph. Since you wouldn't give us work, I'll make sure your Yunlai tower can't continue. But suddenly, Song Qinglong smiled and said, It's strange. You ate so cleanly and such big cockroaches. How did you only notice after finishing? Jiang Suelian felt guilty instantly. She avoided Song Qinglong's probing look, lowered her head, and quietly thought of a plan. Fortunately, Bai Chunfin reacted quickly and said, That's your sneaky trick. You hide dead cockroaches under the food and we only find out at the end. Maybe we all ate a few dead cockroaches. How disgusting. Bai Chunlong continued to stir trouble, shouting at the curious guests around, Come on, judge for yourselves. Maybe there are dead cockroaches in your dishes too. At this moment, Song Qinglong's 2 aunts also came over. He hailing glared at their family and said, Don't falsely accuse us. You're just here to cause trouble. Jiang Suelian stepped forward and said, Who's causing trouble? Everyone can see there are big cockroaches in the dishes.
Fine.
If that's the case. Song Qinglong suddenly spoke, and the entire Yunlai tower fell silent. She calmly said, In that case, I invite all guests to check their food. If you find a dead cockroach, I will pay 100 taels for each one. As soon as she finished, all the diners started searching their plates. No cockroaches in my food. My dish is clean too. My food is fine as well. Everyone's dishes were checked, and no cockroaches were found. The Bai family looked at each other in confusion. Bai Ye was fearless and carefree. He shouted, Just because you don't find cockroaches in others' food doesn't mean your food is safe. We saw dead cockroaches here, and we demand an explanation no matter what. Good. I've been waiting for an explanation too. Song Qinglong smiled knowingly at Jiang Suelian. She said, Everyone in Yonghe Lane knows that you, Bai Posey, don't get along with me. Today, my restaurant opens and your whole family comes here. People can't help but suspect you're deliberately causing trouble. Maybe you brought those dead cockroaches yourself. Nonsense. You're talking? Jiang Suelian immediately retorted. You have no proof. On what grounds do you say we put the cockroaches there ourselves?
All right.
Then let's search everyone in front of everyone. If we find the cockroaches were brought by your family, you all must apologize to me and pay double the cost of this meal. Bai Chunlon muttered angrily, and what if you don't find anything? What then? The people from the Bai family all looked at Song Qinglong with suspicion. Song Qinglong smiled calmly and replied slowly, then I will apologize and promise that from now on, your Bai family can eat at Yunlai Tower for free for life. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Suelian's eyes immediately showed a greedy look. Are you serious? Yes, I am. Today, the city gate captain, Wu Darren, is here. Let's ask him to be a witness, said Song Qinglong. Then she looked at Wu Daong nearby. Wu Daong looked at Song Qinglong with concern. Having worked there for many years, he had dealt with cunning people like the Bai family many times and knew they probably wouldn't leave any evidence behind. But he also knew Song Qinglong's character. She definitely wouldn't do something she wasn't sure about. He decided to trust her. He nodded and said, All right, let's search. He was about to step forward when Jiang Suelian immediately stopped him. Hold on. Since Wu Darren is the witness, to be fair, let someone else do the search. Jiang Suelian smiled proudly. She had long known that Wu Darren and Song Qinglong had a close relationship. Even though they seemed confident, she was still cautious and wanted to keep an extra eye on things. Let us handle the search. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the crowd. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw shopkeeper Qian walking over slowly, holding Meng Diao's hand. Jiang Suelian frowned slightly, looking hesitant. Shopkeeper Qian smiled and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Do you still not trust us? Shopkeeper Qian had a fierce look on his face, and his tone made people feel a bit nervous. Jiang Suelian quickly forced a smile.
No.
We don't dare. We're just grateful if Shopkeeper Qian can help us be fair. She knew well that Shopkeeper Qian, the boss of the gambling house, was not someone to be underestimated. She also knew he probably wouldn't find anything during the search, so there was no point in worrying too much. All right, then I will. Shopkeeper Qian said, looking at White Hammer. Let's start with you first. After speaking, Shopkeeper Qian began searching White Hammer, while Meng Daiwu was responsible for checking the women. They searched around but found nothing. Finally, only White Knight Black's body was left to search. Jiang Chui Lian and her 4 daughters proudly used their noses to mock Song Qinglong, saying, Well, are you convinced now? Just wait to apologize to us. Song Qinglong ignored them, remaining calm. However, her younger brothers behind her were very nervous. Shopkeeper Qian looked at White Knight Black and said, Spread your arms. White Knight Black obediently did as told. Just as he was feeling proud, Shopkeeper Qian took a cloth bag from his waist and asked, What is this? This immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. Shopkeeper Qian quickly opened the bag and poured out its contents. There were about a dozen dead cockroaches on the ground. Everyone was stunned, especially the White family, who gasped in surprise. Shopkeeper Qian smiled and said, Do you have anything to say now? White Knight Black looked at him in disbelief and said, Impossible. This can't be. He tried to grab the cloth bag from Shopkeeper Qian. Fortunately, Shopkeeper Qian was prepared and easily dodged. Jiang Chui Lian suddenly became furious, slapping White Knight Black on the forehead and shouting, You fool. Didn't I tell you to pour out all the cockroaches? Why are they still on you? White Knight Black looked upset and quickly replied, No, I already poured out all the cockroaches. I don't know how they are still on me. This honest exchange immediately revealed the truth. Onlookers nearby started to cheer.
Oh.
So these dead cockroaches were really put into the food on purpose. Wow, your family is so mean, doing such dirty tricks to frame people. It's really shameful. Exactly. I think the White family's faces are getting thicker. These people are just jealous that Shopkeeper Song makes money, so they resort to sneaky tricks. They are all villains. Such people should be driven out of Yonghe Lane. That's right. Shopkeeper Song, You must not let them go easily. They deserve some punishment. Jiang Chuelian's family was scolded so badly in front of everyone that they felt ashamed and just wanted to find a hole to hide in. Song Qinglan looked at them coldly, smiled slightly, and said, "Now that the evidence is clear, the Bai family has falsely accused and harmed me. Master Wu, how do you think we should handle this?" Wu Deyong, with a serious face and an air of authority, looked at Jiang Chuelian and said sternly, "You have only two choices now. First, your family goes with me to the government office to be punished. Second, as Miss Song just said, you apologize to her and return double the silver for this meal." Jiang Chuelian, who had suffered in prison before, shivered at the thought of rats and cockroaches running around in the cell. She absolutely did not want to go back to that terrible place. So she quickly replied, "Option 2. We choose option 2. We will apologize right away." After saying that, Jiang Chuelian walked up to Song Qinglan, clenched her teeth, and finally managed to say, "Sorry." Then, the Bai family members, under the contemptuous looks of everyone, also apologized. They had truly made a big mistake this time and felt deeply ashamed, so they hurriedly decided to leave. Song Qinglan softly reminded them, "You still haven't paid the silver." Jiang Chuelian was angry and anxious, but under everyone's watchful eyes, she didn't want to make herself look bad again. She took out all the silver she had, but it still wasn't enough. She told her 4 daughters and sons-in-law, "Quickly, take out the silver you have." Bai Chunlan, though annoyed, knew she was the one who started this trouble, so she obediently took out her silver. But Bai Chunfen and the other 2 sisters were unhappy and whispered, "We agreed that we wouldn't spend silver for this meal." "I didn't bring any silver out today." The other 2 sisters also agreed, whispering, "Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't bring silver either." Wu Qianqian, seeing their petty behavior, was furious. She wouldn't let them get away easily. So she said sharply, "If you don't have silver, then use something else as collateral. I think your jewelry and clothes can cover 1 or 2 taels of silver, right, Sister Qinglan?" She winked playfully at Song Qinglan after saying that. Song Qinglan understood her meaning and nodded, agreeing, "Yes, I think that's fine." Soon, the guests around started to cheer and wait to see the Bai family embarrass themselves. "Take off your clothes. Take off your clothes. You didn't bring any money, but still had the courage to come out for a meal. That's really funny. I've never seen someone eat so much that they even lost their clothes. Haha. I've truly learned a lot today." Amidst the laughter of everyone, the woman from the Bai family took off her hairpin, and the man from the Bai family took off his outer coat. Finally, they hurriedly left in embarrassment. Song Qinglan then addressed the guests. "Sorry for the disturbance. To make up for it, I will give each table a small jar of wine as a token of apology. Manager Song is so generous. I will definitely come back to Yunlai Tower to eat again." "Me too. Waiter, add another dish for me." Soon, the lively atmosphere returned to the restaurant, and the staff started working again. Song Qingbei and the others moved to a corner. Song Qingbei, feeling a bit scared, patted his chest and said, "Wow, that was really exciting just now." Brothers Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin looked at Song Qinglan with admiration and said, "Qinglan, you're amazing. How did you know there were dead cockroaches on Bai Yehe?" Suddenly, Song Qingshi spoke up. "If I'm right, the cockroaches found weren't brought by Bai Yehe." Song Qinglan slightly turned her head, showing a look of appreciation, and smiled softly. "Qingshi, you're right."
Huh. So.
What's really going on? Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin looked confused, and both looked at Song Qinglan with curiosity. Song Qingbei couldn't hold back his curiosity either, and asked repeatedly, "Sister, what's going on? Please tell us." "Let me explain," Lu Guixia suddenly said. She looked at everyone and then smiled at her 2 sons, saying, "When that Bai family arrived, I was told to keep an eye on them. I saw Bai Yehe secretly put dead cockroaches into the food and immediately told Qinglan about it." She then looked at Song Qinglan.
Oh.
"I understand now," Song Qingbei suddenly exclaimed excitedly, looking at Song Qinglan. "So, sister, You took advantage of the situation and turned their plan against them. But since Bai Yehe used up all the cockroaches he brought, where did the cockroaches on him come from? Lu Guixia suddenly smiled and said, I brought them myself. Before opening, they cleaned the restaurant thoroughly. They used incense to fumigate the entire place and kill insects. Lu Guixia collected many cockroaches, originally planning to make wine with them at home, but unexpectedly, they came in handy today. She then explained, Lanlan asked me to find dead cockroaches, so I took the opportunity while everyone was watching the White family cause trouble to secretly give the cockroaches to Manager Qian. Manager Qian, having dealt with many hardships over the years, understood what was happening without needing Song Qinglan to tell him. So, in the end, he staged a clever switch, symbolically pretending to find cockroaches on Bai Yehe, leaving them speechless. Song Qinglan smiled softly. Jiang Xuelian is not very smart, but she's clever. I'm sure she wouldn't let Brother Wu search her, so she chose someone who seemed unrelated to us to do this. She wouldn't suspect a thing. After speaking, Song Qinglan looked at Manager Qian and the couple Meng Diawu. Brother, sister-in-law, this time, I really appreciate your help. Manager Qian waved his hand and said, We're all family. No need to be so polite. Besides, I've seen enough petty people like them. We have to outsmart them, or they'll come back to bully you again. Wu Qianqian chuckled happily. Now, I think they won't dare come to Yunlai Tower anymore. Song Qingdong's eyes darkened slightly, whispering, Not just that. I think they probably won't even dare to leave their house for a while. In the Imperial City, news spread quickly, every day. Within a day, the joke about the White family's appearance today was everywhere. They were so proud and concerned about their reputation that they wouldn't dare go out and be laughed at. This way, they could have some peace for a while. Thinking of this, Song Qinglan also felt happy. She called everyone together. All right, let's not talk about the Whites anymore. Let's enjoy our meal. Manager Qian agreed. Yes, today is the girls' special day. We shouldn't waste time worrying about petty people. Let's celebrate and drink to our heart's content. Then, everyone went upstairs to a private room for a meal. They only dispersed after all the guests had left. By then, it was almost the hour of the pig, and the whole Yong'an street was silent. All the shops had closed. Manager Qian was so drunk he was overjoyed, happier than when he ran his own shop. Fortunately, he and Meng Diawu arrived by carriage. The steward and coachman struggled hard to get him into the carriage. Dream Butterfly danced and waved goodbye to Song Qinglan, saying, Qinglan, we're heading back now. Thank you for your hospitality today. Song Qinglan also waved at them, come visit me often. Be careful on the way. Wu Qianqian stood at the entrance of Yunlai Tower, watching the luxurious carriage leave. Suddenly, she said, Mrs. Qian looks really beautiful. If I were a man, I'd like her too. Song Qinglan couldn't help but laugh out loud and teased, If you were a man, what would Brother De Yong do? At that moment, Wu Deong came out and asked, What are you talking about? It's really true. People can't speak freely during the day, and at night the same. As soon as you mention Chow Chow, he appears. Song Qinglan and Wu Qianqian looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Wu Deong looked confused and asked, What's so funny? Clearing her throat, Song Qinglan stopped laughing and said, Brother Wu, please send Qianqian home. All right, Wu Deong nodded, then looked at Song Qinglan again. What about you? Maybe I should. Before he finished, Lu Guixia and her family of 4 came out last from Yunlai Tower. Lu Guixia locked the door and looked at Song Qinglan and her siblings, saying, All right, let's go home. Then she looked at Wu Deong and Wu Qianqian and said, Hey, Wu Dare and Qianqian, you haven't left yet? Wu Deong awkwardly smiled. We're leaving now. We were just about to go. Back home, Song Qinglan quickly gently laid Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue on the bed to sleep. Old Lady Song also couldn't stay awake and went to bed. Just as Song Qinglan was about to out the candles and sleep, Song Qingtong suddenly came in and said, Sister. Frowning in confusion, Song Qinglan asked, What's wrong? Why aren't you asleep? Aren't you leaving for Gong City tomorrow? Song Qingtong clenched his teeth and hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, Sister, I don't want to go. I don't want to be a merchant anymore. Song Qinglan was stunned.
Why?
Song Qingtong didn't answer. After a while, Song Qinglan understood. She sighed softly and said, "Is it because I opened a restaurant?" Song Qingtong quickly replied, "Your restaurant just opened, and you need more help. Plus, you also have to take care of the clothing shop. You're busy all over the place. Sister, I don't want you to be too tired. I want to help share some of the work." Song Qinglan smiled gently. "Qingdong, I am very happy that you care. But you must understand, you are your own person. You don't need to live for others. If you have something you want to do, go ahead.
Don't worry about the rest.
Your sister will always support you." Seeing that Song Qingdong still looked conflicted, Song Qinglan continued, "I can see that you have talent and good judgment when it comes to trading goods. Qingdong, keep going, and you will build a successful career. What about the restaurant?
Don't worry about that.
We have second aunt and second uncle helping out. Plus, I will keep hiring more people." In the end, Song Qingdong was persuaded by Song Qinglan. The next day, he woke up early and boarded the boat to Gong City. After opening, Yunlai Tower's business has been very busy. Besides everyone missing Chef Fong's cooking skills, the new dishes created together by Song Qinglan and Chef Fong were also very popular. There are iron pot stews, 8 treasures duck, honey glazed char siu, hand-shredded chicken, and roast goose with special plum sauce. The flavors are truly unforgettable. According to Song Qinglan, Yunlai Tower should keep introducing a new dish every so often to keep customers interested and ensure steady business. Her idea was strongly supported by Fong Yuli. He had been a chef for many years, following traditional methods, but now he was reigniting his youthful passion and carefully studying new recipes. He often discussed ideas with Song Qinglan. The more they spent time together, the more he liked her. He thought she was talented, capable, and visionary, a truly remarkable woman. In this atmosphere, Fong Zi also seemed to suddenly become more interested in cooking. His skills improved rapidly, and his dishes became even more delicious. Fong Yuli often sighed to Song Qinglan, "Qinglan, I'm so glad to have you. My cooking skills are finally passing on to the next generation." Song Qinglan was resting in a small room on the second floor of the restaurant. Usually, she would look at the accounts or draw plans for the Star Moon Pavilion here. Grandma Song would also bring Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue here, so the children wouldn't be bored at home all the time. In the evenings, the family would eat together at the restaurant. After finishing, they would tidy up and go home. That night, at the dinner table, Lu Guixia was happily eating her meal. Her quick eating made Song Yinfeng nearby feel anxious. He gently patted her back and softly said, "Take your time. Is someone rushing you? Why are you eating so fast? Be careful not to choke." Lu Guixia smiled and replied, "Haha, I'm used to it. These days I've been very busy, so I eat quickly. Also, my appetite has grown." Song Qinglan was feeding rice porridge to Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue. After they finished eating and she wiped their mouths, she turned to look at Lu Guixia and Song Yinfeng with a serious expression. She said, "Second uncle, second aunt, I want to talk to you about something." Seeing Song Qinglan's serious look, Song Yinfeng quickly put down his chopsticks. He asked nervously, "What is it?" "Just tell me, Lan. It's like this. I plan to build a new house for our family. I think, since my younger brothers are growing up, it's not good for them to share one room and one bed. So, I want to build a 2-story house, where everyone can have their own room. You all should help build the house together."
Ah, well.
Song Yinfeng looked uncomfortable and glanced at Lu Guixia instinctively. Lu Guixia slightly frowned and also put down her chopsticks. She said, Lan, building a house is a good idea.
But
right now, you're second uncle, and I don't have that much money. You can just build your own house without worrying about us." Actually, Lu Guixia had long wanted to build a new house. Seeing the neighbors all moving into new homes, her own family still lived in a small, old house. She couldn't help feeling a bit envious. Song Qinglan suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry about the money. I've got it covered. Just tell me if you agree or not."
What?
You. Song Yinfeng was shocked and stared wide-eyed at Song Qinglan. Lan, building a house isn't like buying vegetables at the market. It costs a lot of money. And how can your second uncle take advantage of you like that? Taking advantage? Second uncle, I don't like hearing that. Song Qinglan pretended to be angry. Song Yinfeng quickly said nervously, No, Lan, I didn't mean that. Second uncle, second aunt, we are all family. Some things don't need to be argued over. Being harmonious and happy together is the most important. As for the silver, our restaurant is earning quite a lot now, enough to build a house. I have a suggestion. Lu Guixia suddenly spoke. Song Qinglan quickly asked, Second aunt, what do you want to say? Just tell me directly. Lu Guixia smiled shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lan, if you really want to build a house, it doesn't have to be so complicated with two separate houses. Why not combine our land and build one big house to live in together? Wouldn't that be better? Upon hearing this, the happiest person was Grandma Song. She immediately nodded happily and said, Yes, that would be the best. Originally, they all lived together as one big family. At that time, Lu Guixia insisted on splitting up, so they built a wall between the two households, turning one family into two. Now, Lu Guixia plans to tear down the wall she once built, merging the two families into one, which everyone would be happy about. Actually, Song Qinglan had already thought of this idea herself, but she was worried Lu Guixia wouldn't agree, so she didn't bring it up. Unexpectedly, Lu Guixia now brought it up herself. Song Qinglan looked at her deeply and softly said, Second aunt, thank you.
Oh.
Thank me? No need to thank me. If anyone should be thankful, it's you. As she spoke, Lu Guixia's eyes reddened. I was really too much before. Thank you all, and for forgiving me. All right, second aunt. We agreed not to talk about the past anymore, remember? Yes, I won't mention it again. Lan, when do you plan to start building? Song Qinglan frowned in thought, and then looked at Song Qingbei. Qingbei, go talk to Li Daniu tomorrow. Ask his father to come see our place, measure the dimensions. Once I finish designing our house, I'll discuss the construction date with him. Okay, I'll do it tomorrow, Song Qingbei happily replied. Thinking about having a big house to live in made him very excited. Most importantly, he wouldn't have to squeeze with his brothers or listen to their nagging anymore. Song Qingxi was also looking forward to having his own room, where he could read peacefully. Most importantly, he wouldn't have to endure his older brother's grinding teeth or his younger brother's snoring anymore. But then, he suddenly thought of a serious problem. Looking seriously at Song Qinglan, Song Qingxi asked, Sister, if we're going to rebuild the house, where will we live? When these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. They had been so focused on the excitement of building a new house that they forgot this important step, unless Song Qingxi had mentioned it. Old Madame Song frowned and looked at Song Qinglan. Yes, Lan, with so many of us, where should we live? Maybe we could stay in this inn, Lu Guixia suggested. There are many private rooms upstairs, enough for us to stay for a while. No, Song Qingxi immediately disagreed. An inn is a business place. It's not proper for so many of us to live here, and it's always busy with people coming and going. It wouldn't be convenient. Yes, Qingxi is right, Song Qinglan nodded. Actually, I've already thought about it. We can stay at a guest house first. Lu Guixia was surprised and widened her eyes. Stay at a guest house? That means spending more money? Although Song Qinglan would pay, she felt upset thinking about how much money was being spent. Old Madame Song also felt worried and gently pulled Song Qinglan's hand. Lan, that's a lot of money to spend. Song Qinglan smiled and said, It's okay. I know the owner of a guest house. We stay there often, so they'll give us a discount. It won't cost much. They decided quickly. The next day, Li Guzi came with tools to measure the land. Li Guzi worked all morning. After finishing, he asked Song Qinglan, Miss Song, your land is quite nice and even. It's good for building. By the way, what kind of house do you want to build? Song Qinglan recorded all the measurements carefully. Then she looked at Li Guzi and replied, Master Li, I plan to build a 2-story house. I've already sketched the design. I'll show it to you in a few days and we can discuss it then.
Ligaw sinudda.
All right, I'll follow your plan. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Okay, Master Li. I won't keep you. After that, Song Qinglan went inside and saw old Madame Song packing her things. She smiled and teased, "Grandmother, we're not moving out so soon. Why are you already packing?" Old Madame Song didn't stop working and said casually, "You see, there's no need to rush. We can take our time." But when it was time to tidy up, it would take a while. I took the chance to clean up now, so I wouldn't be in a rush later when I really had to leave. Song Qinglan knew that elders liked to plan ahead. Also, the old lady wouldn't be bored if she had some chores to do, so she just went along with it. Old Lady Song finished stacking everything and then turned to look at Song Qinglan, asking, "Has Master Li left?" Song Qinglan nodded. "Yes. He's gone. Once I finish drawing the plans in the next couple of days, I'll find him to review them." Old Lady Song chuckled. "You always like to do things on your own." Suddenly, Song Xingqian and Song Xingyue on the bed woke up. The siblings started making cute noises and dancing around. Song Qinglan bent down to play with the little kids. When Song Xingyue saw Song Qinglan, she immediately became affectionate, reaching out her little hand as if asking for a hug. Her adorable, soft look made everyone's heart melt. So, Song Qinglan picked up Song Xingyue. The little girl eagerly snuggled into her arms. Meanwhile, Song Xingqian, who was more mature and sensible, looked like a good big brother. He lay quietly on the bed, smiling at Song Qinglan. At that moment, Old Lady Song also came over. "They must be hungry." "Yes, it's about time for lunch," Song Qinglan nodded. Then she said, "Grandmother, let's go to Yunlai restaurant." Soon after, Song Qinglan drove a donkey cart and took them to Yunlai restaurant. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Lu Guixia came out to greet them. She took Song Xingqian in her arms and said, "Your second uncle and I were just talking. Xingqian and Ye should be awake now, and you should come in. Lunch is ready." They ate in a small private room on the second floor. Seeing that Lu Guixia and Song Yunfeng's bowls and chopsticks weren't on the table, she said, "Second uncle, second aunt, come sit and eat with us." Lu Guixia smiled and waved her hand, saying, "It's busy here because the restaurant is full. Your second uncle and I are busy now. We'll just have a quick bite later. You eat quickly." At that moment, Song Yunfeng brought over a tray. Chef Fong specially cooked food for Xingqian and Ye. "Hurry and eat." After saying that, Song Yunfeng and Lu Guixia went downstairs to continue working. Song Qinglan saw a bowl of noodle soup, a delicate fish paste, and an egg custard. The two little kids seemed to smell the food and suddenly started giggling and making cute noises, looking like little cats with big appetites. Old Lady Song smiled happily and said, "Chun Chun and Ye really like the dishes Chef Fong makes. Yes, they're so good at eating at such a young age. When they grow up, their mouths will be even more picky." As she spoke, Song Qinglan began feeding the two little ones. After lunch, Song Qinglan placed the children in a nearby cradle, and Old Lady Song played with them. Taking this chance, Song Qinglan started planning her house. She took out paper and pen and began drawing. She didn't know how long she worked before there was a sudden knock at the door. Song Qinglan paused and said, "Come in." The visitor was Lu Guixia. Song Qinglan frowned in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" "Second aunt, is something the matter?" Lu Guixia quietly stepped inside and lowered her voice, asking, "Are Chen Chen and Ye still sleeping?" "No, they're playing by themselves." "What's the matter?" Lu Guixia then returned to her normal tone and said, "Madame Ling from the prefect's mansion came to see you."
Madam Ling?
Song Qinglan furrowed her brows, not quite understanding at first. When she realized Lu Guixia meant Ling Xian, she immediately exclaimed happily, "Where is she?" "Where is she now?" Lu Guixia pointed outside the door. "Just outside."
Quick.
"Let's invite her in," Song Qinglan said excitedly, standing up and heading toward the door. Just as she reached the door, Ling Xian also came in. They looked at each other, and both smiled naturally. Ling Xian smiled gently, her eyes full of excitement she couldn't hide, and softly said, "Qinglan, long time no see." It really has been a long time. Since I last visited the prefect's mansion before the new year to bring Ling Xian clothes, Song Qinglan had been busy, and they hadn't seen each other since. Song Qinglan quickly pulled Ling Xian inside, sat her down beside her, and said with a smile, "Xian, sit down quickly. My place is simple, so please don't mind." Ling Xian looked at her with a playful glare and said, "Your Yunlai Tower is the best restaurant in the Imperial City. How could it be simple?" Old Lady Song knew they had private things to talk about, so she got up and left, saying, "You two chat well. I'll go out first." Ling Xian immediately became nervous, looking at Song Qinglan with a guilty expression and saying, "Qinglan, am I coming at the wrong time? Am I disturbing you?" No, my grandmother is just here feeling bored. She was planning to go out for a walk." At this moment, Song Qinglan suddenly remembered an important matter. She quickly asked, "By the way, how do you know I came here to find you?" Ling Xian explained, "I came to Xingyue Pavilion to see you today. Your second aunt said you were at Yunlai Tower, so I came over." "Qinglan, you're really impressive. It's been a while, and you've already opened a restaurant." She had just walked upstairs and saw the restaurant full of customers, with staff busy everywhere. Ling Xian used to sometimes dine at Yingbin Tower with Wei Zilong, but back then, although Yingbin Tower was busy, it wasn't as lively as it is now. She couldn't help but feel amazed. Song Qinglan was truly remarkable. It seemed nothing was difficult for her. Song Qinglan smiled and said, "Actually, opening a restaurant has always been part of my plan. I just happened to hear that Yingbin Tower was being sold, so I moved it up on my schedule." "Oh, by the way, Sister Xian, you came to Xingyue Pavilion to see me. Are you here to make clothes?" "Not exactly." Ling Xian suddenly shook her head, lowered her eyes slightly, and softly said, "I just wanted to come talk to you." Behind her, Qingzhu suddenly looked worried and said anxiously, "Madam really should go out more. Staying cooped up in the house all day isn't good. You'll get sick from boredom someday." Ling Xian slightly turned her head and looked at her. You always have trouble stopping talking." "As long as it's for Madam's good, I don't mind talking too much," Qingzhu replied hurriedly, looking at Song Qinglan. "Miss Song, please kindly advise our madam." Song Qinglan sensed something unusual. She carefully examined Ling Xian's face, noticing a hint of sickly pallor and faint sadness. She frowned and quickly asked nervously, "Xian, your face doesn't look well. Did something happen?" Ling Xian still shook her head gently and said softly, "It's nothing, just some family matters." Hearing the words family matters, a sudden idea flashed through Song Qinglan's mind. Before she could ask further, Song Xingyue in the cradle suddenly called out. Song Qinglan immediately stood up and went over to check, with Ling Xian following curiously. It turned out that Song Xingyue was seeking attention because no one was playing with her. Song Qinglan immediately saw her little thoughts. She smiled gently and said affectionately, "You little girl, you're so clingy. Being clingy is good. A girl who is clingy will marry a good husband in the future." Ling Xian suddenly spoke. She kept her eyes on the twin siblings, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, full of tenderness, and couldn't help but sigh, "They're so adorable." Song Qinglan hugged Song Xingchen and said to Ling Xian, "Xian, do you want to hold Qinchin?"
Me?
"I can't." Ling Xian quickly waved her hands nervously. "Such a soft little one. I'm worried I might hurt him or make him cry." "It's okay. Qinchin is very well behaved and won't cause trouble," said Song Qinglan. Then she directly placed Song Xingchen into Ling Xian's arms.
See?
"I told you he's very good." When Ling Xian first held the child, her body stiffened immediately. Fortunately, Song Xingchen cooperated by smiling, which eased her tension quickly, and she gradually relaxed. Ling Xian sat down with Song Xingchen in her arms, her eyes full of love, and naturally started to tease him. Qingzhu also came over to play with Song Xingchen. Qinchin looks so handsome, chubby, and adorable. In the cradle, Song Xingyue saw her brother being taken away and immediately became unhappy, making noises of protest. Song Qinglan quickly held her in her arms. "All right, yeah, you're such a mischievous little girl." Then she sat beside Ling Xian, watching her play with the children, feeling that her body was surrounded by a warm glow of maternal love. Suddenly, Song Qinglan started talking again, seemingly casually asking, "By the way, Xian, did you go to the Lantern Festival that night during the Lantern Festival?" Ling Xian paused suddenly while holding Song Xingchen's tiny hand, then shook her head. "No, I was feeling unwell that day and stayed in the house all day." Hearing this, Qingzhu, who was nearby, got angry. She said angrily, "The lady's health is easily upset. It's all because of that." Qingzhu. Before she finished, Ling Xian coldly interrupted her. Qingzhu pouted and said no more. Song Qinglan sighed softly. Ling Xian's reaction confirmed her suspicions even more. She frowned deeply and looked seriously at Ling Xian, saying, "That night at the Lantern Festival, I saw the magistrate and a woman looking at the lanterns together. Xian, be honest with me. Are you upset because of this?" Ling Xian hesitated for a moment, then forced a bitter smile and softly said, "I didn't expect to run into you like this." Now, Song Qinglan was sure she hadn't been mistaken. She nervously grabbed Ling Xian's hand and asked, "What's going on? Who is that woman?" Song Qinglan knew that Ling Xian and Wei Zilong had always been harmonious, so she didn't believe Wei Zilong would do such a thing. At first, she thought she had seen it wrong. Ling Xian opened her mouth but found it hard to speak. Finally, Qingzhu couldn't hold back and started to complain. "She's a distant relative of our old madam, named by Xiaoman. She came before the new year, saying she wanted to see the imperial city, but once she arrived, she refused to leave and kept pestering our master. It's like she wants to become his concubine." While speaking, Qingzhu looked at Ling Xian with concern and whispered, "Madam, why do you keep pushing the master towards that woman?" Song Qinglan frowned and asked Qingzhu, "What do you mean by that?" Qingzhu didn't care if Ling Xian would be angry anymore. She had kept these feelings inside for a long time and was about to burst. She angrily explained, "Actually, on Lantern Festival, Our Lady wasn't feeling unwell. She had already agreed with the master to enjoy the lanterns together and planned to meet at the riddle-solving spot. But when the time came, she didn't come out. Later, I saw Bai Xiaoman leaving for the lantern fair." After saying this, Qingzhu secretly glanced at Ling Xian. Ling Xian kept a calm face and said nothing. Song Qinglan immediately grabbed her hand and asked, "Xian, did you deliberately let them stay together? Why would you do that?" She simply couldn't imagine a woman, especially one who loved her husband deeply, would push him toward another woman. There must be some hidden reason behind this. Ling Xian still didn't speak. Song Qinglan's brows furrowed deeply, and a flash of insight crossed her mind. She said, "Is it because of your mother-in-law?
Did she force you?"
The magistrate probably doesn't know about this, right? If you don't tell me, I will go and tell him." Hearing this, Ling Xian's face suddenly changed. She quickly grabbed Song Qinglan and urgently said, "No, don't tell Zilong." Song Qinglan was just talking casually, but when Ling Xian opened her mouth, she took the opportunity to ask, "What exactly is going on? Xian, tell me, so I can help you come up with some ideas." Sighing softly, Ling Xian slowly explained, "That day, my mother-in-law came to me and said that I had been married into the family for many years without giving birth, and she felt sorry for the ancestors of the Wei family. She then brought up the idea of my husband taking a concubine again. She smiled bitterly and continued, "Actually, this isn't the first time my mother-in-law mentioned having a concubine. My husband refused before, even saying in front of her that she shouldn't bring it up again." Song Qinglan realized that the old lady was using Ling Xian's worries to her advantage. She frowned and asked, "So, she wants you to matchmake Bai Xiaoman with the magistrate?" Ling Xian nodded. "Xiaoman is a distant relative of my husband. Last year, when our family went back to our hometown, my mother-in-law liked her. This time, she deliberately called her to the imperial city. She said that Xiaoman and my husband should slowly develop feelings for each other, so he would naturally take her as a concubine." A look of pity appeared on Song Qinglan's face. She gently held Ling Xian's hand and said softly, "Xian, you're really too naive. What can I do? I've seen doctor after doctor, taking medicine daily for my health, but my condition still doesn't improve, Ling Xian said helplessly. Filial piety is the greatest virtue, and having children is the most important. I don't want my husband to be troubled. At the core, it all comes down to passing on the family line. Suddenly, Song Qinglan had an idea. Why don't I try? Can that work? Ling Xian was a bit surprised, her eyes showing both hope and hesitation. Meanwhile, Qingzhu, who was nearby, suddenly got excited. Yes, Miss Song has some medical skills. Last time at Xingyue Pavilion, she saved Madam's life. Why didn't I think of this? Madam, maybe we should let Miss Song try. Ling Xian couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. Since she had already seen the worst, she thought, might as well give it a try. Looking at Song Qinglan and Qingzhu with hopeful expressions, she finally nodded and said, all right, let's try. She then extended her hand to Song Qinglan. Song Qinglan pressed to her wrist to check her pulse. After a moment, her brow furrowed slightly. Seeing the situation, Ling Xian couldn't help but nervously swallow and asked, Qinglan, how is it? Qingzhu also became nervous and said, Miss Song, how is it really? Our Lady. Song Qinglan released her hand and honestly said, Xian, your body is indeed not easy to conceive with, but I think if you take good care of yourself, there is still hope. Really? Really? That's wonderful. Lady. Qingzhu excitedly clapped her hands and looked at Ling Xian. Ling Xian's face improved a lot, but she still hesitated. But my husband and I saw several doctors before, and they all said the same. Even after trying to adjust, there was no improvement. Your body is naturally weak, and those doctors only prescribed strong medicines, taking them every day. Naturally, your body can't absorb the nutrients, and it backfires. I'll write a gentle treatment plan suitable for you. As she spoke, Song Qinglan stood up, walked to the desk, picked up a brush, and started writing quickly on a piece of paper. Ling Xian also moved closer. At this moment, she saw the drawing paper beside Song Qinglan. Curious, she picked it up and exclaimed, Qinglan, I didn't expect you to be so interested in architecture. Where is this place you drew? I've never seen it before. Song Qinglan smiled and explained, this house hasn't been built yet, so you've definitely not seen it.
Huh?
What do you mean? I'm planning to build a new house at our place. This is the blueprint I drew. I plan to show it to the builder tomorrow.
Oh my.
Ling Xian's eyes showed shock. Qinglan, you're amazing. Is there anything you can't do? While she spoke, Song Qinglan had already finished the plan. She handed the paper to Qingzhu and instructed, Qingzhu, keep this plan safe. Take the medicine every 3 days. After 2 months, I will check your pulse to see if there's any improvement. If not, we'll change the plan. Qingzhu carefully folded the plan and put it into her pocket. Okay, I understand. Ling Xian frowned slightly and whispered, but we must keep this a secret from my husband and mother-in-law. If they find out and there's no result, the bigger their hope, the greater their disappointment. It will only cause more trouble. How about this? Song Qinglan suddenly suggested, I'll prepare the medicine at the restaurant. You just come over periodically to drink it. Qingzhu nodded excitedly. Yes, Miss Song, that's a good idea. Anyway, the adults knew that Madam and Miss Song had a good relationship, so they wouldn't suspect anything. However, Qinglan, isn't this a bit troublesome for you? Ling Xian asked, feeling a little embarrassed. Song Qinglan pretended to be angry and looked at her. Xian, you're being too formal. We're good friends, and it's no trouble at all. Let's just go with that. The next day, Li Guzi came to the Song family again. Song Qinglan showed him the design drawings she had made. Li Guzi looked at them and nodded in surprise. Wow, this is great. Miss Song, your house design is not only beautiful and elegant, but also very practical. The layout makes good use of all the space. I've been a craftsman for many years, and I have to say, I'm impressed. You're really a genius in architecture. It's a pity you don't work in this field. Song Qinglan smiled modestly. Masterly, you're flattering me. I just know how to draw plans. The real skill belongs to people like you who build the houses. Li Guzi was very pleased to hear this. In his life, he had met many people, but this was the first time someone genuinely made him feel admiration and liking. He also smiled and asked Miss Song, "When you plan to start building?" Some things, she was willing to listen to the advice of older generations. So she asked back, "Masterly, what do you think?" "I've checked the calendar. It's suitable to start construction in 3 days. Does that work for you?" 3 days? So soon? Old Madame Song overheard their conversation and couldn't help but come out of the house. She pouted and said, "We still have a lot to clean up here. 3 days is a bit rushed." Li Guzi scratched his head and smiled. If not 3 days, the next good day for starting would be in about 2 weeks. Song Qinglan frowned slightly. She hoped to start building as soon as possible to avoid delays. She nodded and said, "All right, 3 days it is. Masterly, let's set it for then. We'll have everything moved out by then." "Okay, I'll go now. I have other things to do." After seeing Li Guzi leave, Grandma Song became nervous again and said to Song Qinglan, "Oh, Lon Lon." Song Qinglan quickly comforted her, helping her back inside the house while smiling and saying, "Grandmother, there's not much to pack at home. I think you're reluctant to see this old house torn down, right?" After saying that, Song Qinglan looked at her with bright eyes. Grandma Song's inner feelings were seen through, and she felt a bit shy. She avoided eye contact and sighed softly. "Well, this house is a bit old now, but it's been our home for many years. Of course, I feel a little sad to leave. People tend to be nostalgic as they get older." Song Qinglan understood this well. She gently wrapped her arm around Grandma Song and softly said, "Grandmother, this place is our roots. As long as we don't leave, it will always be our home. Just think about it. What we're doing now is giving our home a new look. First, it shows our ancestors that we're doing well. Second, it will make us more comfortable to live here, right?" Hearing this, Grandma Song immediately smiled. "You're getting really good at talking now."
Well,
"You're right. I'll go pack up quickly." So, over the next 2 days, Grandma Song kept packing things at home. After school, Song Qingxi and Song Qingbei also helped with the packing. The families of Song Yinfeng and Lu Guixia had almost finished packing too. On the 3rd day, Song Qingdong returned from Gongcheng. That day, Song Qinglan's whole family used 2 donkey carts to carry the packed belongings and left the Song family home. Song Qingbei looked at Song Qingdong teasingly and said, "Big brother, it's a good thing you came back today. Otherwise, once we all moved to the inn, you'd come back and not find your home, haha." Song Qingxi glared at him and said, "Fourth brother, you're wrong. Our home has always been there." Song Qingbei stuck out his tongue. He then looked at the serious Song Qingxi and grinned. "Third brother, why are you always so serious?" "I'm just being careful, not serious," Song Qingxi replied. Meanwhile, Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin, who were exhausted and panting, could hardly walk. Song Qinglin turned to Song Qinglan and asked, "Qinglan sister, when will we arrive at the inn where we're staying?" Almost there, almost there. Just turn the corner ahead, and we'll be there," said Song Qinglan, pointing ahead. At that moment, they saw a familiar face, Manager Qian. Manager Qian also saw Song Qinglan and excitedly shouted, "Younger sister-in-law." He then walked over happily. Seeing Song Qinglan's family with their many bags and bundles, he frowned in confusion and asked, "Sister, what are you all doing? So many things, are you moving?" Lu Guixia wiped her sweat and replied, "Manager Qian, you're right. We are moving." This made Manager Qian even more confused. He looked at Han Song Qinglan and asked, "What's going on?" His face showed concern, thinking they might have gotten into trouble. Song Qinglan smiled and explained, "Our family is building a new house on the site of the old one. So, for now, we plan to stay at an inn for a while." Manager Qian immediately became excited. "Such a big thing. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" He then took the reins from Song Qinglan casually and said, "Why stay at an inn? That's too much trouble. I have plenty of empty rooms at my house. Just stay with me." Hearing this, Lu Guixia's eyes lit up, thinking it was a good idea. It would save them a lot of money. She looked at Song Qinglan with hopeful excitement. Song Qinglan naturally saw her thoughts. However, She still declined Manager Qian's offer, saying, "Elder brother-in-law, it's not necessary. We have so many people, and this stay might last for several months.
I feel bad to trouble you."
Trouble? No trouble at all. Don't be so formal, Manager Qian said, pretending to be upset. We are sworn siblings, and your family is my family. It's normal for us to live together. Plus, I have a big house. You staying there will make things livelier, and my wife will be happy, he added. Manager Qian's parents died early, and they didn't get to enjoy much happiness before passing away. Meng Diao was an orphan. The couple had always longed for a lively family life. If the Song family moved in, it would fulfill their wish. When Meng Diao heard that Song Qinglan's family was going to stay at their house long-term, she was overjoyed. Usually too lazy to move, she started planning to arrange and decorate their rooms. The final arrangement was that Song Qinglan and the two little kids, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, shared a room. Grandmother Song had her own room next door to Song Qinglan. Song Qingxi had his own room, which was the farthest away, so he could read quietly. Song Qingdong and Song Qingxi shared a room. Originally, Song Qingbei was supposed to have his own room, but he was unhappy about sharing with his older brother. However, he thought that since Song Qingdong often went out to buy and sell goods, he also had a room of his own, so he accepted it. Song Yinfeng and Lu Guixia shared a room. Brothers Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin were used to sleeping together and continued to do so. As they finished tidying up, dusk fell, and the sky darkened unknowingly. Song Qinglan used a damp cloth to clean the faces and bodies of Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, then dressed them in clean, pretty clothes. At that moment, Meng Diao entered the room. "Qinglan, have you finished packing everything? Do you need any help?" Song Qinglan turned around, smiled at Meng Diao, and waved her hand. No need. I've finished packing. Sister-in-law, we came without giving prior notice. Sorry for the trouble." Meng Diao's face showed uncontrollable happiness. "You're too kind. You don't know how happy I was when I heard you were coming. Your brother is busy every day at the gambling house managing the business. I've been alone in this big house with no one to talk to. Now it's all better." Song Qinglan quickly replied, "Later, we'll have plenty of chances to talk and chat. You won't be bored anymore." Suddenly, Song Xingyue, lying on the bed, called out. Her soft and gentle voice immediately caught their attention. This was the first time Meng Diao saw the twin siblings, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue. She looked at them and couldn't help but praise, "Wow, they're really good-looking and adorable." "Eep eep." As she spoke, she reached out to play with the children. Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue immediately burst into giggles, clearly very fond of Meng Diao. Meng Diao curled her lips into a gentle smile and looked at Song Qinglan, asking, "Qinchin looks just like you. You should look like her father. Her father must be a handsome man, right?" She said this because, although Song Xingyue was still young, she was already showing signs of becoming a beautiful girl. Song Qinglan awkwardly smiled and replied, "Yes, indeed." Although she remembered Bai Yi Han, he was not her true husband, so she rarely thought about him. However, she also noticed that Song Xingyue was becoming more and more like her father. This seemed to unconsciously remind Song Qinglan of him. Finally, Song Qinglan held Song Xingchen, Meng Diao held Song Xingyue, and the two of them walked to the front hall. On the large round table in the front hall, there was a full spread of food and drinks. This was specially arranged by Manager Qian to welcome Song Qinglan and her family. At this moment, the old lady Song and others were already sitting at the table. When Manager Qian saw Song Qinglan and Meng Diao carrying the children in, he immediately ordered the butler, "Quick, bring over the cradle." Soon, two young men carried a finely crafted cradle over, which looked very valuable. Song Qinglan immediately said, "Elder brother, why did you prepare this? It's too extravagant. I already brought their cradle with us." They had just moved in, and Song Qinglan didn't expect Manager Qian to prepare these things so carefully. Manager Qian smiled and said, "This isn't considered extravagant. You'll be staying here for a while. I thought the children would grow quickly, so I bought a bigger one." This was prepared by my uncle for the two children. Do you like it? Before Song Qinglan could speak, Meng Diawu looked at the cradle happily and nodded. Yes, it's nice, very good. Then, she gently teased Song Xingyue in her arms and softly said, How about it? Yeah, do you like it? Yeah. Surprisingly, Song Xingyue responded, as if she understood. Meng Diawu immediately looked excitedly at Manager Qian and happily said, Husband, look, Yaya seems to understand. She must like this cradle. Manager Qian also showed a loving look and said to Song Xingyue, Little girl, I'm glad you like it. Then, he turned to Meng Diawu with a smile and said, Madam, you like dolls so much. Why don't we have a baby soon? Then this cradle can be used again in the future. Meng Diawu's face instantly turned red, and she gave him a playful glare, whispering, You're so old-fashioned, saying such things with so many people around. You're really not proper. Manager Qian looked serious and replied, What's wrong with having a baby? Lu Guixia immediately said, Money boss is right. Having a baby is the most important thing. Her words made everyone at the table laugh. Song Qinglan looked at Meng Diawu's face, which was turning redder, and quickly said to change the subject, Big brother, we've moved all day and are starving. Money boss waved his hand and said, All right, let's eat now. Everyone, help yourselves. Don't be polite, just like at home. After saying that, he took a piece of tender steamed fish and put it into old Madame Song's bowl, smiling as he said, Grandmother, eat more. Sorry for the lack of hospitality earlier. Please forgive us. Old Madame Song smiled warmly. You took us in and prepared such a delicious meal. How could I say you didn't treat us well? That's very thoughtful. Our Blue is lucky to have you as a big brother. Old Madame Song spoke sincerely. She used to think that those who ran gambling houses were fierce and mean, but after meeting Money Boss today, she saw he was a kind and loyal person. Money Boss waved his hand and said, Grandmother, you're wrong. I'm lucky to recognize Blue as my sister-in-law. He looked at Meng Diawu, who was chatting happily with Song Qinglan, her face full of a smile. His heart felt warm. At this moment, servants brought porridge and meat puree prepared especially for the little kids, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue. Meng Diawu took the food and said, Qinglan, let me feed them together. Song Qinglan smiled and replied, Sure. Then Meng Diawu mimicked how Qinglan was feeding Song Xingchen, scooping a small spoonful of porridge and feeding it to Song Xingyue. The next day, Song Qinglan got up early. Her younger brothers, Song Qingxi and others, also woke up early, preparing to go to the academy. Song Yinfeng and Lu Guixia, the young couple, got up before dawn to go to the market and buy all the ingredients needed for the restaurant that day. Qinglan fed breakfast to the two little kids, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, then hurried out. At the door, she met Money Boss. Qinglan. She turned around and greeted, Big brother, good morning. Are you heading to the gambling house? Song Yunfeng nodded, yes. Let's go together. As they walked, they chatted casually. Yunfeng asked, How was your sleep last night? If you need anything, just tell me. Don't hesitate, okay? Song Qinglan smiled and said, Your bed here is soft and the pillows are comfortable. Much better than the inn. How could you possibly sleep badly? After speaking, she looked seriously at Manager Qian and said, Elder brother, I know you might not like to hear this, but I still want to thank you. You've given our whole family a place to stay. Manager Qian's face darkened, and he pretended to be angry as he said, You little girl, I know you don't like hearing this, but don't mention it again. All right, I'm leaving now. At this moment, they reached a fork in the road. Manager Qian turned left toward the Qianji gambling house. Song Qinglan watched his back as he left, silently remembering this kindness in her heart. She went to Yunlai Tower, where all the workers, arranged by Lu Guixia, were busy and organized, looking lively and orderly. Lu Guixia saw Song Qinglan and came over. Lan, you're here. Why didn't you bring Chun Chun and Yaya today? Those two little ones just finished eating and are about to sleep, so I asked Grandma to stay home and watch them. Lu Guixia smiled too. That's good. I can see that Madame Qian really likes them. It's perfect, they can keep her company at home. Well, I won't say more. I'm going to the kitchen to see if there's anything else to do. After saying that, Lu Guixia turned to head toward the kitchen. Second aunt, wait a moment, Song Qinglan suddenly called her. Then she handed her a folded piece of paper and said, "Go to the pharmacy later and follow this recipe to get the medicine. When I call you, bring the medicine upstairs." Since this involved Ling Xian's privacy, Song Qinglan thought it was safer to have someone she trusted handle it. Lu Guixia understood that this was not an ordinary matter. She quickly wiped her hands, put the prescription into her pocket, and said seriously, "Okay, I'll do it right away." After Lu Guixia left Yunlai Tower, Song Qinglan went upstairs to her small room. Not long after she sat down, there was a knock on the door. She looked at the door and said, "Come in." The person who entered was Accountant Lu. He held a ledger and handed it to Song Qinglan, saying, "Miss Song, this is yesterday's project. Please take a look." She nodded and said, "All right, put it here for now." After Accountant Lu left, Song Qinglan opened the ledger and began to read. They moved to a new restaurant yesterday. The restaurant's operations are running smoothly, and the income is about the same as before. This shows that the staff is reliable. Thinking of this, Song Qinglan felt happy. She remembered she hadn't designed new clothes for the Star Moon Pavilion in a long time, so she took out her sketches and started drawing. Just as she finished to design, there was a knock on the door again. Her new train of thought was interrupted. She slightly frowned and said, "Come in." The door opened gently, revealing a graceful woman with a kind face. Seeing her visitor, Song Qinglan smiled and said, "Xian, it's you. Come in quickly." Ling Xian slowly entered and saw the sketches on Song Qinglan's desk. She asked, "Am I coming at a bad time? Am I bothering you?" "No, you're just in time," Song Qinglan replied with a smile and pulled her to sit beside her. Then she picked up the finished sketch and handed it to Ling Xian, asking, "Xian, can you help me look at this? How does it look?" Ling Xian examined it carefully, her eyes showing admiration. She nodded slightly and said, "Yes, very nice. But if you change the color of the lace on the collar to indigo, I think it would look even better." Song Qinglan leaned over to look. "Yes, I was thinking the same. When you came in, I forgot about it." She suddenly remembered her fleeting thought. That was it. Immediately, she picked up her brush, dipped it in paint, and changed the color. She nodded with a slight smile and said, "Much better now." Then she turned to Ling Xian and asked, "Xian, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" Ling Xian smiled gently and said, "I'm just waiting to taste your delicious food." "All right, I'll arrange that right away." After saying this, Song Qinglan stood up and went downstairs. It was mealtime, and the first floor of Yunlai Tower was full of customers, lively and bustling. The aroma of food filled the air, making Song Qinglan feel hungry herself. Lu Guixia had just greeted a table of guests when she saw Song Qinglan and asked, "Lan, are you going to serve the dishes?" Song Qinglan nodded.
Yes.
"Then I'll go tell the kitchen." Song Qinglan quickly stopped her and said, "Second aunt, you go ahead and get busy. I already told the kitchen to prepare according to the menu. I'll just go in and tell them once." Soon after, the dishes were served. Ling Xian looked at the table and joked with a smile, "I thought you were going to prepare a big feast?" These dishes were specially prepared by Song Qinglan for Ling Xian. Although they looked light, they were very tasty. Song Qinglan smiled calmly and said, "Xian, don't think these dishes are plain. They are very delicious. You should try them." As she spoke, Song Qinglan picked up a piece of steamed sponge gourd with meat and placed it into Ling Xian's bowl. Ling Xian hesitated but took a bite, then looked surprised and said, It's sweet and tasty. Very delicious." Standing nearby, Qingju watched the dishes and asked curiously, "Miss Song, is there a special reason you prepared these dishes for Our Lady?" Song Qinglan smiled and said, "Of course. These dishes are mild and light, and they complement the remedy I gave Xian. It's also a kind of nutritional support." "Then I must eat more," Ling Xian said, reaching for another dish with her chopsticks. Today, Ling Xian's appetite was good. Usually, she could only eat half a bowl of rice, but today she managed to finish a whole bowl. Even Qingzhu was surprised and said excitedly, "Madam, you actually ate a whole bowl of rice." Ling Xian's face turned slightly red, and she felt a bit shy. "Yeah, I don't know why, but I feel very hungry today." Qingzhu smiled foolishly and said, "If every time you come to Yunlai Tower, your appetite is like this, in less than a month, you'll gain a few pounds. Then the old madam won't say you're too thin, or look like a skeleton anymore." Actually, Ling Xian wasn't that thin to look like a skeleton. She had a graceful figure, just slightly slimmer than most people. But in the old people's view, only a well-rounded body was considered good for health. So, Song Qinglan also smiled and said, "Xian, if you gain a bit more weight, you'll look even better." Ling Xian gently lifted her eyes and said to Song Qinglan, "You don't listen to Qingzhu's nonsense." After saying that, she took out a silk handkerchief and pressed her lips, indicating she was done eating. Just then, Lu Guixia personally brought in a bowl of herbal soup covered with a lid. The timing was just right. Song Qinglan stepped forward and took it, saying, "Second aunt, thank you for your trouble." Lu Guixia smiled and shook her head, replying, "It's nothing. I'll go now and get busy." After speaking, she turned and went downstairs. Song Qinglan placed the medicinal soup in front of Ling Xian and said, "Jie Jie Xian, drink it while it's hot." Qingzhu sniffed loudly with her nose, looking surprised, and said, "It doesn't smell bitter at all." At the prefect's residence, Qingzhu was responsible for preparing the medicinal treatments Ling Xian had been drinking earlier, so she was very familiar with boiling medicine. Ling Xian also found it strange. With curiosity and doubt, she drank the medicine. She had already frowned, planning to gulp it down quickly, but to her surprise, the soup wasn't as hard to swallow as she thought. She finished it happily. Qingzhu stepped closer and handed her a candied fruit, nervously asking, "Madam, how is it? Would you like a piece of candy to soothe your throat?" Ling Xian shook her head and said, "It tastes sweet and quite good." Then she looked at Song Qinglan with curiosity. Song Qinglan smiled slightly, "Just get used to the taste." They chatted for a while longer. When it was almost time, Ling Xian stood up to say goodbye. Song Qinglan also stood up and said, "Jie Jie Xian, I'll see you off." They walked down the stairs together, and at the turn of the staircase, they coincidentally met a man and woman coming up from downstairs. The man wore a light blue robe, graceful and handsome, like a jade tree in the wind, an elegant and modest gentleman. The woman wore a new style robe from the Star and Moon Pavilion in light pink, with a curvy figure and a charming face that was delicate and beautiful, looking innocent yet alluring, with a unique charm. However, her demeanor was quite inferior. When Ling Xian saw this couple, her body stiffened, and her face turned pale instantly, looking very unwell. Song Qinglan naturally noticed her unusual reaction because the couple was none other than Wei Zilong and his cousin, Bai Xiaoman. Now that Song Qinglan had seen Bai Xiaoman in person, she finally understood why Madame Wei favored her. Her figure was just what the older generation considered very good for bearing children. She maintained a calm smile on her face, opened her mouth to speak politely, intending to greet Wei Zilong. But before she could say anything, Bai Xiaoman took the lead. She pretended to be shocked, blinked her eyes at Ling Xian, and said sweetly, cousin-in-law, you're here?" She smiled and gave Wei Zilong a flirtatious look, saying, "Cousin, you always say that cousin's wife doesn't like such places. Look, I told her to come along." Finally, Bai Xiaoman looked innocently at Ling Xian and asked, "Cousin's wife, have you eaten? If not, come join us, okay?" In her seemingly innocent and pure smile, there was a hint of challenge. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was the real wife. Song Qinglan narrowed her eyes slightly, seeing through her little tricks. This woman was truly not simple. She looked innocent and harmless like a little white rabbit, but in fact, she was very cunning and dangerous. If such a woman entered the prefect's residence, Ling Xian's future days would definitely be very difficult. Song Qinglan was very protective of her friends and would never allow others to bully them once she believed in someone. After hearing Bai Xiaoman's words, Ling Xian's face darkened. She turned her face away, not wanting to look at her. Her lips moved slightly, trying to refuse no. Suddenly, Song Qinglong grabbed her hand and quickly said, "All right, then let's all eat together." Ling Xian was startled inside. She quickly turned to look at Song Qinglong and asked with her eyes, "Qinglong, what are you doing?" She could tell clearly that she was reluctant. Song Qinglong smiled faintly, blinking at her and replying with her eyes, "Don't worry, I have my reasons." Bai Xiaoman had already figured out Ling Xian's personality. Based on her character, she wouldn't eat with them, which was why she had suggested it on purpose. But she didn't expect Song Qinglong to suddenly appear. Bai Xiaoman tried hard to keep her innocent and pure expression, not letting them see through her. Finally, she smiled at Song Qinglong and asked, "I wonder who this young lady is." "I'm Xian's good sister," Song Qinglong said, affectionately linking her arm with Ling Xian's, then looked coldly at Bai Xiaoman and added, "Oh, and I am also the owner of Yunlai Tower." Bai Xiaoman's surprised eyes widened instantly. Song Qinglong ignored him and turned to Wei Zilong, saying, "On the day our shop opened, Lord Wei and Sister Xian couldn't attend. Today, it's just right to make it up to you. How about I treat you to another meal?" Song Qinglong did not mention Bai Xiaoman at all, as if she was invisible. Wei Zilong also showed no intention of defending her, which made Bai Xiaoman very angry. Wei Zilong's face remained calm and indifferent. He nodded slightly and said, "Since this is Miss Song's territory, everything will be decided by her." Song Qinglong was holding back her frustration because she couldn't understand Wei Zilong's thoughts. She was worried he might act unpredictably, which could lead to losses. Now that he agreed, she finally relaxed a little. She smiled and said, "All right, please follow me." Wei Zilong led the way first. Song Qinglong quickly pulled Ling Xian along, leaving Bai Xiaoman alone behind. She clenched her teeth secretly, feeling very frustrated. She had wanted to upset Ling Xian, but ended up feeling upset herself. She glared fiercely at Song Qinglong's elegant back and cursed silently. "Humph, she's just a manager. What's so special about her? Looking at her, she probably just used her looks to hook up with some rich young man. Humph, what is she proud of?" Bai Xiaoman always thought she was very beautiful, but after seeing Song Qinglong today, she couldn't help feeling a bit jealous. In the end, she forced herself to follow them with a stiff face.
The four sat down.
Wei Zilong sat next to Ling Xian. Bai Xiaoman immediately sat on Wei Zilong's other side. Song Qinglong sat next to Ling Xian. The shop assistant, Huang Xiaodou, quickly brought the freshly brewed tea and handed over the menu. Bai Xiaoman hurriedly asked, "Shop assistant, what are your signature dishes? Please tell us." Huang Xiaodou smiled and secretly glanced at Song Qinglong's expression. Seeing she was calm, he continued, "Miss, we have many signature dishes. Everything is delicious. The most popular are roasted pigeon, a treasure duck, and—" "All right, we'll have those too," Bai Xiaoman interrupted impatiently before Huang Xiaodou finished. Then she smiled warmly at Wei Zilong and said, "Cousin, you're usually busy with work. You should eat more meat to recover. I ordered these 2 dishes especially for you. What do you think? Is there anything else you'd like?" She looked at him expectantly. The implication was clear. "Look, I've ordered for you. Now it's your turn to order for me." Bai Xiaoman's little flirtatious thoughts, Song Qinglong could easily see through. So, before Wei Zilong could speak, she took the lead and said, "Let me do it. I'm most familiar with the menu here." After saying that, Song Qinglong turned to Huang Xiaodou and directly listed the dishes. "For soup, we'll have turtle soup. For main courses, honey-glazed char siu, braised fish belly, pickled vegetables, stir-fried rice noodles, pickled fish. For dim sum, shrimp dumplings and egg tarts. That should be enough." She then looked at Wei Zilong and asked, "Lord Wei, is this okay?" Wei Zilong nodded softly, yes. Since it was the owner inviting them, Huang Xiaodou didn't dare to slack off. He immediately took the menu and went into the kitchen. Fong Yuli glanced at the order list and frowned slightly, asking, "Xiaodou, are you sure this is what Qinglong ordered?" Huang Xiaodou looked confused, blinked, and replied, "Yes, I wrote it down one by one, and even repeated it to Miss Song. What's this girl up to now? Fong Yuli muttered quietly. Usually, ordering food involved careful matching. Normally, Song Qinglong wouldn't order so randomly. Though he was puzzled, Fong Yuli still followed the order list. He knew that Song Qinglong often had wild and creative ideas. Soon, all the dishes were served. Bai Xiaoman looked at the table full of delicious-looking food and couldn't help but swallow. She said, "Wow, these dishes smell so good. Especially this roasted pigeon. It must be delicious." As she spoke, she tore off a leg of roasted pigeon and placed it in Wei Zilong's bowl. Next to her, Ling Xian quickly said, "No. Husband can't eat pigeons." She remembered once she personally cooked pigeon soup for Wei Zilong. He was so happy that he finished the entire pot of soup and meat. But within an hour, when they were about to sleep, Wei Zilong suddenly developed red rashes all over his body, his lips turned pale, and he felt dizzy. It scared Ling Xian a lot. Since then, their household stopped serving pigeon dishes. Seeing Ling Xian's reaction, Wei Zilong instinctively looked at her with tenderness in his eyes. But Ling Xian hurriedly avoided his gaze. Bai Xiaoman became a bit anxious and angry. She suddenly remembered that Madame Wei had mentioned to her that Wei Zilong should not eat pigeons. Why did she suddenly forget this? Humph. It's all because of Ling Xian. And that annoying Song Qinglong. It's all their fault for ruining her chance to get closer to her cousin. Bai Xiaoman refused to give up. She still wore a sweet, innocent smile and picked a piece of braised fish belly, intending to put it into Wei Zilong's bowl. However, Wei Zilong dodged this time and softly said, "No need. I'll do it myself."
You should eat now.
These dishes are probably good for you. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoman was happy and tried all the dishes. Song Qinglong watched silently with a smile, but didn't say anything. Seeing the smile on Song Qinglong's face, Ling Xian was curious, but didn't ask. Finally, they finished the meal. Each of the four had their own thoughts, but Bai Xiaoman enjoyed her meal the most. Wei Zilong took a sip of tea to soothe his throat and looked at Ling Xian softly, asking, "You're going back, right?" "Yes," Ling Xian replied softly and nodded. Wei Zilong then said, "Come ride back with me in the carriage." Hearing this, Bai Xiaoman was worried and quickly asked, "Cousin, what about me?" Wei Zilong remained calm and looked at Song Qinglong, saying, "Please, Miss Song, arrange a soft sedan to send my cousin back to the residence. Would that be possible?" Yes, I will arrange it immediately," Song Qinglong said, standing up and leaving the room. Although Bai Xiaoman wasn't happy about this, she reluctantly got into the soft sedan. Wei Zilong helped Ling Xian onto the carriage. Qingzhu immediately took the opportunity to walk over to Song Qinglong and whispered, "Miss Song, what are those dishes you ordered just now?" Song Qinglong smiled mysteriously and softly said, "They are meant to secretly mock Bai Xiaoman's foolishness." Yunlai Tower's business was now running smoothly, and with Song Yunfeng and Lu Guixia helping, Song Qinglong felt at ease. That day, she spent the morning at home with the little kids, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, making them very happy. After they played until they were tired and went asleep, she realized she hadn't visited Xingyue Pavilion for a while. She also planned to take the revised designs that Ling Xian helped her improve, along with other finished drawings, to the shop. So, she left the house and went straight to Xingyue Pavilion. Song Qinglong still hurried along in her donkey cart, moving slowly. Before reaching the Moon and Star Pavilion, she saw the busy scene at the entrance, with people coming and going. She couldn't help feeling happy secretly. Sure enough, having reliable help made things much easier. Instead of entering through the side door as she usually did, she drove straight to the main entrance. Just as she was about to arrive, a displeased voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Oh, why are you all moving so slowly?" Curious, Song Qinglong looked back and saw a luxurious sedan chair behind her. Four men carried the sedan, all sweating heavily, looking tired. It seemed the person inside had traveled quite a bit. At that moment, one of the men carrying the sedan replied, "Miss Bai, we didn't mean to go slow. There was a donkey cart blocking the way ahead, so we couldn't pass." Unexpectedly, A more annoyed voice came from inside the sedan. You can't even pass a donkey cart? How useless are you? Humph. Song Qinglong listened quietly, frowning. The woman inside the sedan was really unpleasant, so harsh to others. She must not be a kind person. But that voice sounded strangely familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. At this point, Song Qinglong had already parked her donkey cart at the side of the gate. She got off her cart just as the sedan also stopped. A delicate hand lifted the curtain, and a woman with a full figure and pure-looking face stepped out. Seeing who she was, Song Qinglong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. No wonder she felt that woman's voice was so familiar and strangely annoying. It was Bai Xiaoman, the scheming woman who bullied Ling Xian. Bai Xiaoman also saw Song Qinglong. She was momentarily stunned. Then, upon seeing the donkey cart behind Song Qinglong, a slight smile appeared on her face. She sneered, "Haha, I thought being the owner of a restaurant was impressive. Looks like Miss Song's restaurant isn't doing well, if you can't even afford a carriage. Still riding a donkey cart? Haha." As she spoke, she exaggeratedly covered her mouth with an embroidered handkerchief and burst into laughter. Without Wei Zilong present, Bai Xiaoman didn't bother pretending to be polite anymore. But Song Qinglong remained calm and coldly replied, "Whether it's a donkey cart or a carriage, they are just tools for transportation. There's no need to fuss over such things. They are just external possessions." White Xiaoman slowly raised her head and sniffed towards Song Qinglong, saying, "Some people are troubled, while others are not. Forget it. I can't explain it to you. I better go inside to buy some clothes." At this point, White Xiaoman pretended to be shocked and blinked, saying, "Oh, you probably came to Xingyue Pavilion to buy clothes too? Your husband didn't even get you a decent carriage. No matter how beautiful your clothes are, they're useless." Humph. After saying this, White Xiaoman swayed her hips and went into Xingyue Pavilion. Song Qinglong looked at her back and gave a cold smile. It seemed she thought she was like those women who cling to men to rise in life, dreaming of flying high like a phoenix. Indeed, shallow women are narrow-minded. Song Qinglong shook her head and followed inside. As soon as she entered, she saw White Xiaoman standing at the counter. When she saw Song Qinglong come in, she immediately smiled proudly. It looked like she was deliberately waiting for Song Qinglong to arrive. Sure enough, the next moment, White Xiaoman raised her voice and said to he hailing behind the counter, "Shopkeeper, I think Xingyue Pavilion is getting worse. Anyone can come in and buy clothes. You need to be more careful. Some people seem fancy on the outside, but they don't have much money." White Xiaoman knew that Song Qinglong had a good relationship with Ling Xian, so she naturally made Song Qinglong her enemy. Now, she felt very pleased with herself. He hailing was a bit confused and didn't understand what White Xiaoman was up to. Just then, Madame Wang came over. Seeing Song Qinglong, she immediately showed joy and said happily, "Miss Song, I haven't seen you at Xingyue Pavilion for a while." Madame Wang. Song Qinglong quickly stepped forward and stood beside White Xiaoman, then said, "It's because I've been busy at Yunlai Tower with the restaurant business. I haven't had time for Xingyue Pavilion. Today I finally had some free time, so I came to take a look." Madame Wang smiled warmly, full of admiration.
Yes.
"I must say, Miss Song, you are truly impressive. You're so young and already accomplished so much, running a bakery, a clothing shop, and a restaurant. Even men can't compare to you." Song Qinglong modestly waved her hand. "Oh, it's just a hobby of mine." Listening to their conversation, White Xiaoman was suddenly upset. She looked at Song Qinglong with disbelief and said in shock, You. Are you the one who opened the Star Moon Pavilion?" Now, it was Lady Wang's turn to be surprised. She looked at Bai Xiaoman and said, "How? Miss, don't you know? Many of the clothes in the Star Moon Pavilion were designed by Miss Song. She's a very talented woman. How could this be?" Bai Xiaoman was stunned instantly. She simply couldn't accept it. She liked the clothes in the Star Moon Pavilion because they were unique. She had heard others say that there was a behind-the-scenes manager who designed these clothes. It turned out that this behind-the-scenes manager was Song Qinglong. Bai Bai Xiaoman had been hoping to find a chance to meet this manager, but she never expected it would be Song Qinglan. As for Song Qinglan's reaction, she had expected it. Seeing Bai Xiaoman so shocked and unable to accept it made her feel very pleased. She looked at Lady Wang and said calmly, "Miss Bai is just an ordinary member of our Star Moon Pavilion. Only distinguished guests like you would know my identity, so it's not strange that Miss Bai doesn't know me at all." Although Song Qinglan was speaking to Lady Wang, she was actually addressing Bai Xiaoman. Bai Xiaoman thought about how she had just mocked Song Qinglan outside the pavilion, saying she shouldn't come here to buy clothes, and now she found out she was the manager. She felt utterly embarrassed. Lady Wang was also clever. She naturally saw the tension between Song Qinglan and Bai Xiaoman. She stood on Song Qinglan's side and smiled, saying, "Miss Song has an extraordinary temperament and talent. Standing among others, you can tell right away that you are different. If anyone looks down on you, they truly have poor eyesight."
You.
Bai Xiaoman, even if she was foolish, could tell that Lady Wang was subtly criticizing her. But Lady Wang didn't bother to pay her any attention. Before Bai Xiaoman could get angry, Lady Wang turned around and looked at Song Qinglan, saying, "Miss Song, I haven't yet chosen my favorite clothes today. Why don't you accompany me to pick some?" "Actually, I brought some sketches I just finished today," Song Qinglan said, pulling out the drawings. "Let's go to a private room and look at them together." Suddenly, one of the sketches slipped from Song Qinglan's hand and fell right at Bai Xiaoman's feet. Moreover, the more clever part was that the drawing was the very one where Ling Xian had suggested changes. Song Qinglan frowned and was about to bend down to pick it up. But suddenly, Bai Xiaoman swiftly snatched the drawing away. Bai Xiaoman glanced at it and said, "This dress looks really nice. I like it. I want to buy it." Then she looked at Song Qinglan with a proud expression and said, "How much is this dress?" "I'll take it." Song Qinglan narrowed her eyes slightly. She could see that Bai Xiaoman was not interested in the dress itself, but was just looking for a chance to challenge her. She opened her mouth to say something, but Mrs. Wang spoke first, saying, "Miss Bai, shouldn't we take turns when buying clothes? These drawings were shown to me first by Song Girl. Coincidentally, I also like this dress and want to buy it." Bai Xiaoman suddenly smiled. Her charming eyes carried a hint of disdain as she looked Mrs. Wang up and down and said with a light laugh, "Madam Wang, please look carefully. The main color of this dress is pink. Pink is delicate.
How old are you now?
When buying clothes, you shouldn't just look at how pretty they are, but also whether they suit you." Her words were clearly teasing, which made Mrs. Wang very angry. Originally, Mrs. Wang just wanted to help Song Qinglan, but now, this young girl, who was so arrogant and reckless, had truly provoked her. A grudge was definitely formed. The style and color of the dress were not very suitable for her, but now, even if it was not fitting, she insisted on having it. So Mrs. Wang suppressed her anger and looked coldly at Bai Xiaoman, saying, "Whether it suits me or not is not up to you, you little girl. Besides, I saw this dress first.
I want to buy it."
"Whether I wear it or not has nothing to do with you." Bai Xiaoman's temper flared up too. She retorted stubbornly, "If I saw it first, then did you see it? Right now, I saw this dress first. According to your first come, first served rule, I was here first, so technically, this dress should belong to me." Mrs. Wang felt her chest hurt with anger. You are just unreasonable." Bai Xiaoman smiled proudly. "What unreasonable? Clearly, you can't argue with me." Song Qinglan watched the two of them from the side. Suddenly, she had a clever idea. At this moment, customers buying clothes in the Star Moon Pavilion were startled by the commotion here. Curious, they came over to see what was happening. Just as Bai Xiaoman thought she had the upper hand, Song Qinglan suddenly spoke. "Since both of you like this dress so much, to be fair, I have a way to decide who gets it." "What method?" Bai Xiaoman quickly asked. Song Qinglan slightly smiled, showing a teasing grin, and softly said, "Let's hold an auction. The highest bidder wins." Her words caused a stir among the onlookers, who began to discuss with interest. "An auction? I've never heard of clothes being auctioned before." "Yeah, I've only heard of antiques and paintings being auctioned." This is the first time I've seen clothes auctioned. Also, usually men go to auctions, but today we get to try it too. It's pretty fun. Exactly. I want to join too and have some fun. I do too. Miss Song, count me in. The voices grew louder, and Bai Xiaoman became more anxious. Worried about losing face, she forced herself to speak. Fine, let's auction it. I'm not afraid of you. Song Qinglan smiled gently. Good. Since everyone's so interested, let's have some fun. Then she turned to Wei Minji and he hailing and said, Auntie and second auntie, go prepare. We'll hold the auction in the side hall. All right, we'll get ready now. Although they didn't quite understand why Song Qinglan suddenly wanted to do this, they immediately agreed without hesitation. In no time, everything was ready. The ladies interested in participating took their seats one by one. Bai Xiaoman and Madame Wang sat in the front row, glaring at each other, each unwilling to back down. Song Qinglan saw the tense undercurrent between them, smiled slightly, and calmly said, All right, I'll explain the rules. This dress usually costs 3 or 4 taels of silver at our shop. Today, we'll start the auction at 3 taels, with at least 1 tael increase each bid. Let's not waste time. Let's begin now. After speaking, she struck a copper gong with a hammer. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaoman couldn't wait and immediately called out her bid for taels of silver. After saying this, she deliberately looked provocatively at Madame Wang nearby, as if to say, Come on, who's afraid of whom? Madame Wang was not willing to fall behind. She coldly glanced back and calmly said, 10 taels of silver. 10 taels of silver. When Madame Wang said this, everyone was stunned. Although the clothes from the Star Moon Pavilion were not cheap, they had never sold a single piece for 10 taels since opening. Madame Wang's move was clearly a challenge to Bai Xiaoman. Even Wei Minji and He Hailing, who were watching from the side, looked surprised. At this moment, the embroidery girls from the Star Moon Pavilion heard about the auction happening in the shop. Curious, they all came out to see the excitement. Li Xiuxiu gently tugged at Wei Minji and He Hailing's arms and softly asked, Auntie, what's going on? Wei Minji made a gesture to Li Xiuxiu and whispered, Madame Wang bid 10 taels of silver to buy the dress that Lon Lon just painted.
What? 10.
10 taels? Li Xiuxiu covered her mouth in shock, unable to hide her excitement. Wow, how amazing is Sister Qinglan's design this time. I'm so curious. As she spoke, Li Xiuxiu stretched her neck, eager to see the drawing paper in Song Qinglan's hand. He Hailing, standing nearby, smiled meaningfully and said, Xiuxiu, you can't judge things just on the surface. Those 10 taels aren't just for buying the dress. Just watch, the real show is yet to come. She then raised an eyebrow toward Bai Xiaoman. Song Qinglan looked calmly at the lively scene, slightly pursed her lips and smiled, saying, Is there anyone willing to bid more than 10 taels? Madame Wang looked at Bai Xiaoman, who seemed hesitant and conflicted. She couldn't help but smile playfully and said, What's this? Miss Bai, it seems you don't really like this dress.
Who said that?
Bai Xiaoman, provoked, immediately shouted at Song Qinglan, 11 taels. Madame Wang continued to add, 12 taels. At this point, the ladies and wives who had been watching the fun also grew excited. Among the crowd, someone, without knowing who, called out, I bid 15 taels. I bid 16 taels. 18 taels. 20 taels. Seeing the bids rise higher and higher, Madame Wang directly called out, 30 taels. Suddenly, the entire side hall fell silent. Bai Xiaoman's face looked very unhappy. At this point, everyone knew what was in their hearts. It was no longer just about bidding for a piece of clothing. She had always worked hard to get what she wanted. Now, she was not going to give up. Bai Xiaoman called out again, 35 taels of silver. Madame Wang quickly responded, 40 taels of silver. At this moment, no one else was joining in. Everyone knew it was now a contest between Bai Xiaoman and Madame Wang. They were all curious to see who would win in the end. Bai Xiaoman clenched her teeth and finally held up 5 fingers, saying clearly, 5.
10. 2.
Silver.
Wow.
50 taels of silver? Li Xiaoxiao looked shocked and tugged Wei Minji, asking, Auntie, did I hear that right? Wei Minji also masked her surprise and replied, You heard right. I heard it too. Madame Wang narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Bai Xiaoman. She said, 50 taels of silver. Miss Bai, you really are willing to spend. Well, since you like it so much, I'll let you have it. Bai Xiaoman smiled lightly, full of pride, and said, As the saying goes, a good heart is hard to buy with money. I think 50 taels of silver is worth it. And, by the way, it's not that you're letting me have it. I earned it myself. Is there anyone willing to pay more than 50 taels? Song Qinglan called out. No one responded. She picked up the hammer and struck the copper bell, signaling the end of the auction. All right, this piece of clothing now belongs to Miss Bai. Then, Song Qinglan looked at Bai Xiaoman with a smile and said, Congratulations, Miss Bai. The auction ended, and the guests who had been watching gradually stood up and left. Their excited expressions hadn't faded. They chatted happily as they left the Star Moon Pavilion. Judging by their looks, it wouldn't be long before the whole imperial city knew about this. Once most people had left, He Hailing stepped forward and said to Bai Xiaoman, Miss Bai, please come with me to the front counter to settle the bill. Bai Xiaoman followed He Hailing out, slightly frowning, seeming to have some unspoken concern. He Hailing, being perceptive, smiled and said, Miss Bai, since the dress isn't finished yet, you can pay a deposit of 10 taels of silver first. The rest of the money can be paid when the dress is ready, and we'll send it to your house. Bai Xiaoman immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Today, she went out and bought many things. She didn't actually have 50 taels of silver on her. Just now, she was only focused on gaining face and feeling happy, forgetting about this matter for a moment. All right, here is 10 taels of silver. Bai Xiaoman placed the last 10 taels she had on hand in front of He Hailing, looking proud as she said, The remaining 40 taels I will have the servant send over tomorrow. At this moment, Song Qinglan was walking out with Madame Wang. Bai Xiaoman looked at them both and smiled proudly, softly saying, I'm going back now. Remember to send the clothes to the Taifu's office for me. After saying this, she turned and left. After Bai Xiaoman left the Xingyue Pavilion, Song Qinglan and Madame Wang exchanged a knowing smile and shook their heads silently. Song Qinglan took Madame Wang's hand and said, Today, I really owe you a lot. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to get these 50 taels. Madame Wang smiled and waved her hand, saying, It's nothing. That Bai girl is quite annoying. She's still waiting there, not knowing we've already played her.
Haha.
Then, Song Qinglan leaned slightly close to Madame Wang's ear and whispered, To thank you, the clothes you bought today will be discounted by 10%. Madame Wang happily smiled and said, Then I should buy more, right? Song Qinglan nodded and then waved to a nearby servant, saying, Xiaolon, take Madame Wang to pick out some clothes. After Madame Wang left, Wei Minji and He Hailing approached and asked, Lan, what happened today? Why did that Bai girl upset you? Song Qinglan slightly narrowed her eyes, a cold light flashing in her eyes, and said softly, She didn't upset me. She upset Sister Xian. Then, Song Qinglan explained the conflict among the three of them. He Hailing nodded thoughtfully and said, No wonder Bai girl always acts so proud. I thought she was just showing off because she's the Taifu's cousin. Turns out she's clever and has other plans, to marry into the Taifu's household. Wei Minji looked uncomfortable and said, If she really gets into the Taifu's household, the lady of the house will have a hard time. Song Qinglan's expression darkened, and she whispered, Don't worry, I won't let her succeed. The next day, the servant from the Taifu's house indeed brought the 40 taels of silver. Li Xiaoxiao and a few other embroidery girls quickly started working harder, hoping to finish and deliver the goods soon. They were worried that the difficult young lady might come back to cause trouble again. That day, Song Qinglan was also in the Star Moon Pavilion, looking at the patterns Xiaoxiao had drawn. Xiaoxiao was nearby, watching her. Sometimes she smiled happily, and other times she frowned. Her heart was tense. Finally, Song Qinglan put down her brush. Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked, How is it? Sister Qinglan, what do you think of my design? Song Qinglan smiled slightly and asked back, "What do you think?" Xiao immediately became nervous. She bit her lip and softly said, "I know I still need to improve. Don't worry, Sister Qinglan, I will work harder in the future." Song Qinglan stood up quickly. She walked over to Xiao, took her hand gently and said softly, "What you lack isn't skill, but confidence."
Huh.
Xiao looked up suddenly, confused. She blinked and asked Sister Qinglan, "What do you mean?" "I mean your work is very good."
Come, follow me.
Then, Song Qinglan led her to the desk and pointed at one of Xiao's drawings. She said, "Look at this one. I saw you made some changes. Your lines were very good at first, but you hesitated, so you changed it to our usual style." Xiao smiled shyly. As expected, Sister Qinglan's sharp eyes saw everything. "You should be more confident and bold in your work. Only then can our shop keep creating new styles." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Song Qinglan frowned in confusion and said, "Come in." He Hailing pushed the door open. "Second aunt, what's the matter?" He Hailing quickly came in and said, Lon, the craftsman building your house sent a message. He wants you to come back right away." "I don't know what's going on, but..." He looked quite anxious. Song Qinglan's expression tightened. "All right, I'll go back immediately." She hurried in a donkey cart and quickly returned home. The old house had already been mostly torn down, with only a few rooms left. The workers inside were still busy. When Song Qinglan entered, she felt the place was emptier. The old locust tree in the yard, which used to be tall, was now fallen to the ground. Li Guzi saw that Song Qinglan had returned, so he quickly put down his tools and came over. "Miss Song, you're back." Song Qinglan hurriedly asked, "Masterly, why did you call me back so urgently? Did something happen?" "Yes," Li Guzi nodded, then looked around cautiously. He gave Song Qinglan a secret signal and whispered, "Let's talk over there." Seeing his reaction, Song Qinglan felt that something was not right. She followed him to a corner. Then, Li Guzi took something out of his pocket and carefully handed it to Song Qinglan. "Miss Song, look at this." "What is it?" Song Qinglan frowned in confusion as she took it and looked.
A jade pendant?
Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and her mind was struck like lightning. She was shocked. She recognized this jade pendant. It was under the old locust tree at the orphanage where she grew up. That day, she returned to the orphanage and played a treasure hunt game with the other children. She dug this out from under the tree. The director said it wasn't an ordinary jade pendant. Its quality, brightness, and intricate carvings all showed it was valuable. The director also said he couldn't understand why an orphanage would hide such a thing. What happened afterward, Song Qinglan didn't know. Her face darkened as she looked at Li Guzi and asked softly, "Masterly, where did you find this jade pendant?" "Under that old locust tree," Li Guzi pointed to where the tree had been. "After we knocked the tree down, I planned to dig out the roots. I didn't expect to find this. Luckily, it wasn't damaged. This jade pendant looks quite valuable. I was worried your family might not find it, so I called you back quickly." Normally, the Song family was very poor, so they wouldn't have such a valuable item. If it was a family heirloom, it should have been kept carefully, not hidden under an old locust tree. Could it be that Grandma Song, being old, forgot about it? With this doubt in mind, Song Qinglan looked carefully at the jade pendant again and suddenly felt something strange. The pendant had traveled around and, unexpectedly, ended up back in her hands. She clenched it slightly and smiled softly at Li Guzi. "Maybe my grandmother buried this. She's quite old now and probably forgot about it. Masterly, thank you so much." It seems that Li Guzi is a very honest person. After all, if he didn't say something, Song Qinglan and the others would never know about it. Since the jade pendant is so valuable, if he wanted to hide it privately, he could have sold it for a lot of silver. Li Guzi smiled and scratched his head, saying, "Miss Song, no need to be polite. I'll just keep working." After that, he turned around and went back to help the other craftsmen dismantle the wall. Song Qinglan carefully stored the jade pendant and then also left the Song family. As she stepped outside, she saw a tall, graceful figure dressed in a deep blue robe, looking very elegant. She was momentarily stunned, then slightly smiled with a faint smile and softly said, "Lord Prefect, what a coincidence." Wei Zilong stepped forward slowly and replied softly, "It's not a coincidence. I came specifically to see you." "Oh?" Song Qinglong smiled with some curiosity and instinctively glanced behind him. Wei Zilong immediately understood her thoughts and quickly said, "I'm alone." Song Qinglong narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking to herself that Wei Zilong was a very clever person and not easy to fool. "May I ask, Lord Prefect, what brings you here personally?" Wei Zilong looked expressionless and straightforwardly replied, "I want to ask Miss Song some questions." Song Qinglong raised an eyebrow and said, "Then we should find a good place to talk." Wei Zilong pressed his lips and said, "Exactly." Song Qinglong and Wei Zilong arrived at Shi Hui Tea House. This was the same tea house where Wu Qianqian took Song Qinglong last time to see the lively welcome guest tower. They sat in a refined booth by the railing, from which they could see the bustling scene at Yun Lai Tower. So, Song Qinglong enjoyed her tea leisurely while watching the money flow into the tea house's pockets. The freshly brewed hot tea was served, and Song Qinglong personally poured a cup for Wei Zilong, softly saying, "Sister Xian said that Lord Prefect likes to drink tea. I don't know if this pot of tea suits your taste." Wei Zilong picked up the purple clay teacup, took a gentle sip, and said, "Very good." Afterward, he gently put down the cup and looked at Song Qinglong, saying, "Xian really considers you a sister. She tells you everything. Now, I think she probably talks to you more than she does with me, her husband." Wei Zilong's face couldn't help but show a bitter smile. Song Qinglong looked at his troubled expression and was a bit surprised. At first, she thought Wei Zilong was the kind of boring, indifferent scholar. She pretended not to know anything and smiled softly, asking, "What do you mean by that, Lord Taisho?" Wei Zilong didn't want to beat around the bush anymore and asked directly, "Xian has been avoiding me lately. She should have told you why, right?" Song Qinglong slightly pursed her lips and remained calm, asking, "And what do you think is the reason?" Wei Zilong frowned and said in a serious tone, "Bai Xiaoman. As expected, she's clever." Song Qinglong poured him another cup of tea, smiling as she looked at him, and said, "Since you know everything, why do you still ask me? Also," she looked at him deeply and added, "I see you're quite close with Miss Bai." The last sentence carried a bit of righteous anger for Ling Xian. Wei Zilong looked a bit anxious and said, "I'm doing this also for Xian." Song Qinglong narrowed her eyes slightly, waiting for his explanation. Wei Zilong continued, "Xian and I agreed that we would be together for a lifetime. I will never take concubines again. So, even though my mother pressured me before, I didn't give in. But this time," his brow furrowed even more, "this time, she actually tried to arrange me with Bai Xiaoman. I was so angry that I had to pretend to be friendly with her. I thought Xian would be jealous, but she didn't react at all. She has hardly spoken to me lately."
Does she want to leave me?
Hearing this last part, Song Qinglong's heart unexpectedly ached a little. These two loved each other deeply. Despite their love, they suffer so much. It's truly wrong. It seems she needs to help them. Song Qinglong sighed softly. "Xian loves you very much. She never thought of leaving you. The reason she did this is because of a heart knot." Wei Zilong asked anxiously, "What heart knot?" "Children." Song Qinglong gently said the two words. "Xian told me that it was Lady Wei who made her do this. Moreover, Lady Wei said many harsh things about having children. I think, without me saying it, you can guess how unpleasant her words were. Sister Xian doesn't want you to carry the burden of being unfilial, nor does she want to cut off the family line of the Wei family, so this is the only way. This silly girl, I don't really care about having children." Wei Zilong's words surprised Song Qinglong. After all, people in this era still value passing on the family line. Wei Zilong's awareness is quite impressive and shows that he truly loves Xian. Song Qinglong casually cracked some sunflower seeds and said, "Actually, your problem can be easily solved. Just have a child." Wei Zilong showed a bitter smile. "Miss Song, you speak so easily. You have both children, so you don't understand our difficulties. We've been seeking medical help everywhere for years, trying to improve Xian's health, but nothing works. That's because you haven't met me.
You?
Wei Zilong looked at her in disbelief. Song Qinglan smiled. Honestly, I've already started helping Sister Xi Yan improve her health. If things go slowly, it might take about 3 months to see results. When that happens, as long as you, Lord Protector, work hard, good things should happen. Wei Zilong had never met a woman as open as Song Qinglan in her words. He blushed slightly and cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. He also started to worry a little. If Xian often stayed with her, would she be influenced negatively? Although he thought this, his face remained calm and composed. He looked at Song Qinglan and said, "Thank you, Miss Song, for your help. If good things really happen in the future, I will definitely thank you properly. I also have one more thing to ask."
What is it?
Please don't tell Xi Yan that I came to see you. Also, during this time, please spend more time talking with Xian. As for Bai Xiao Man, I will find a way to handle her as soon as possible. Song Qinglan secretly praised Wei Zilong in her heart. This man is brave and responsible. Being with him will make Xian happy. She nodded at him and said, "Don't worry. Even if you don't tell me, I will do this." After saying that, Song Qinglan took another sip of tea. They had finished the pot of tea. Seeing that the time was almost up, Song Qinglan said, "Since Lord Protector's doubts have been cleared, I will take my leave now." She was about to stand up. "Wait a moment," Wei Zilong suddenly called out to her. Song Qinglan furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, "Is there something else?" "There's one more thing I don't understand," Wei Zilong continued. "That day at Yunlai Tower, the dishes you ordered, did they have some special meaning?" Wei Zilong had felt something was off from the start, but he couldn't figure out what. The turtle soup, honey-glazed barbecue pork, braised fish belly, pickled vegetable stir-fried rice noodles, fish with pickled vegetables, shrimp dumplings, and egg cake. What could they possibly mean? Seeing how serious he looked, Song Qinglan couldn't help but smile and replied, "I have a younger brother who works in trading. He travels to many places. He once told me that in one place, people use food to insult others. It's quite interesting. I just remembered it."
Oh?
"Tell me more." Wei Zilong became even more interested. "In that place, they use barbecue pork to describe someone who is useless, turtle soup for someone who is slow-witted, fish belly for someone with poor skills, rice noodles with pickled vegetables for people they dislike, egg cakes for those who are not very capable, and shrimp dumplings for annoying people." After hearing this, Wei Zilong couldn't help but smile slightly. "Interesting. That's the first time I've heard such sayings. Where does your brother go? I want to visit too." I don't remember exactly. He's been to so many places," Song Qinglan replied naturally, though she was actually making it all up. In truth, she knew these stories because, back in university, a roommate from Guangdong had told her about such sayings. After parting from Wei Zilong, Song Qinglan returned to Yunlai Tower to check the accounts briefly, then headed back to the Qian residence. Recently, all her businesses had stabilized, and she wanted to spend some time with the little ones, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue. They really were growing up fast, changing every day. In the blink of an eye, they had already grown several teeth. Before leaving, she specifically went to the bakery to pick up some roasted sweet potatoes and pancakes that Meng Diao liked. Back at the Qian residence, before entering the courtyard, she heard cheerful and joyful music playing inside. Song Qinglan smiled slightly, knowing without guessing who was playing the instrument. "I'm back," she said, pushing open the courtyard door and walking inside. I immediately saw Dream Butterfly dancing in the yard, wearing a plain long dress and a white fox fur cloak, while playing the zither. She has a beautiful face like snow and an elegant posture. From afar, she looks like a picture of a beautiful woman. So stunning it seems almost unreal. Meanwhile, the little kids, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, sat on a small bed nearby, listening carefully to the music. Sometimes, they danced along with their hands and feet, as if they truly understood the tune. Old Lady Song sat beside them, watching their cute and funny expressions. She couldn't help but smile, enjoying this warm and happy scene of family love. When Dream Butterfly saw Song Qinglan return, she stopped playing her zither and turned around, smiling. Qinglan, you're back. The two little kids, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, also started to make excited noises. It's unclear whether they were excited because Qinglan came back or because the music suddenly stopped, but they seemed a bit upset. Qinglan walked over, teased the two kids, and then looked at Dream Butterfly with a smile, joking, "Thanks to Chen and Ye, I get to hear such beautiful music." Dream Butterfly shyly lowered her head, lovingly touching the strings of her instrument, softly saying, "Since I came to the Imperial City, I haven't played the zither for a long time. My skills have become a bit rusty. Today, I suddenly felt like playing, so I took out my old zither." I didn't expect Chen and Ye to like it so much. Yes, yes, Old Lady Song eagerly agreed. Chen and Ye are very clever. It's like they can really understand the music. They even dance along. Qinglan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Haha, they're not even a year old. It's probably just because they like the sound and move around randomly. Old Lady Song insisted. No, I really think they can understand. Especially Ye. She loved her children very much, no matter what. Qinglan just went along with her. Dream Butterfly, standing nearby, listened and said, "I also think Ye has a natural talent for music. When she grows up, I can teach her to play the zither." Qinglan looked at their serious expressions and nodded in agreement. All right, I'll listen to you." The three adults spent the afternoon in the yard, talking and playing happily with the two kids. Time quickly passed, and soon it was dark. Shopkeeper Qian, along with Song Qingxi, Song Qingbei, Song Qingyuan, and Song Qinglan, finished their studies and returned home. The whole family gathered together to enjoy a meal. Song Yinfeng and Lu Guixia finished their meal at the restaurant and only returned after closing time. The food cooked by the Qian family chef was quite tasty, and the younger brothers, who were growing taller, ate happily. Suddenly, the shopkeeper Qian remembered something. He looked at Song Qinglan, who was feeding her child, and asked, "By the way, younger sister-in-law, how is your house coming along?" Song Qinglan wiped the small mouth of Song Xingyue and replied, "I just want to check today. The old house has been mostly torn down. It should be ready for rebuilding in a few days." The shopkeeper nodded and said, "Good, that's fast progress. If you need any help, just ask. Don't hesitate." Dream Butterfly Dance, who was nearby, looked unhappy. "Why are you in such a hurry to ask about that? It's like you're eager for them to leave." Dream Butterfly Dance had gotten used to the lively atmosphere of the family in recent days. The thought of Song Qinglan and the others leaving made her feel empty inside. The shopkeeper was surprised to hear his wife interpret it that way. He froze for a moment, looked at Dream Butterfly Dance with a sad expression, and said, "Honest to heaven, wife, I didn't mean it like that." Suddenly, Song Qingbei said, "That old house just disappeared, just like that. I didn't feel it before, but now I feel a bit sad." Song Qingxi nodded softly and replied, "Yes, after all, it's been our home for many years." Song Qinglin, with a strange expression, suddenly said, "Hey, brother, do you think our family might be like those stories where treasures like gold and jewels are buried underground? Actually, our ancestors were quite wealthy." After saying this, Song Qinglin's eyes sparkled as he immersed himself in his fantasy. Song Qinglan's hand holding chopsticks suddenly paused. His words made her think of that jade pendant.
Could it be?
At this moment, Song Qingyuan gently tapped Song Qinglin's head with his chopsticks and said, "What are you always thinking about? Our teacher often teaches us not to expect to get something without effort. If we want a good life, we have to work hard." Song Qinglin pouted and mumbled softly, "I was just talking. It's just a thought, nothing more." Old Lady Song suddenly smiled and said, "You all don't need to think about it. Ever since I married into the Song family, this has been our way. That old house, no matter how much you dig, you won't find any treasures. Hurry up and eat your meal." Song Qinglan slightly frowned and took note of these words. After dinner, Song Qinglan washed the two little ones and changed them into clean clothes. After comforting them, they fell asleep. Grandma Song was nearby, watching their adorable and peaceful sleeping faces. She couldn't help but feel emotional and said, "Time really flies. It feels like just yesterday we brought you and Chinchinya back from the Bai family. I never thought that in the blink of an eye, these two little ones would grow so big. Back then, I was worried about how hard life was and how we could raise these two tiny ones." Song Qinglan smiled gently and said with warmth, "Now we are raising them very well." Grandma Song held Song Qinglan's hand and said, "Seriously, Lanlan, I'm so grateful to have you." This phrase, "so grateful to have you," carried so much meaning. Grandma Song understood in her heart, and Song Qinglan also understood. Suddenly, Song Qinglan changed the subject casually and asked, "Grandmother, do you think there might really be treasures underground in our house?" After saying this, she carefully observed Grandma Song's expression. Grandma Song waved her hand and said, "Why are you all so crazy about those brothers of yours? If our house really had treasures, we wouldn't be living like this all these years. Then, could there be some family heirloom or something you forgot about?" "Family heirloom?" Grandma Song frowned thoughtfully, then suddenly brightened and said excitedly, "There really is one." Song Qinglan also became excited and quickly asked, "What is it?" "Is it jade?" Before she could finish her sentence, Grandma Song reached out her right hand with a smile and said, "It's just this jade bracelet. My husband personally put it on me when I married into the Song family. He said only a Song family daughter-in-law could wear it. So, I guess it's a family heirloom." Song Qinglan looked at the jade bracelet on Grandma Song's wrist. It was not in good condition, a bit dull and cloudy. It was obvious that this bracelet wasn't worth much. Maybe her grandfather said that just to make Grandma happy. When Grandma Song mentioned this, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Not wanting to ruin this beautiful moment, Song Qinglan smiled and said, "Of course, it counts as a family heirloom. Without this heirloom, your grandfather wouldn't have married you back then, right?" "Hee hee, that's true." Grandma Song proudly lifted her chin. They chatted for a while longer. Seeing that it was getting late, Grandma Song went back to her room to sleep. Song Qinglan took out the jade pendant again and examined it carefully. Under the candlelight, the jade looked clear and shiny, and holding it in her hand, she felt a warm sensation. She slightly frowned, feeling puzzled in her heart. How could such a beautiful jade pendant appear in our house? Finally, Song Qinglan carefully packed the pendant in a velvet cloth bag and stored it away. Then she lay down beside the two little ones and fell asleep. That night, Song Qinglan had many strange dreams. In her dream, she saw herself being tightly grabbed by the vine of a locust tree spirit, and the spirit shouted loudly and eerily, "Return my jade pendant. Return my jade pendant."
Ah!
Song Qinglan woke up with a start, sweating all over. Turning her head, she realized that Song Xingqian and Song Xingyue had already woken up. At this moment, the two little kids were grabbing her hair and playing. Finally, the truth was clear. The so-called locust tree spirit was actually these two little kids. Song Qinglan let out a sigh of relief and gave them a helpless smile. "You little rascals." Seeing that Song Qinglan was awake, Song Xingqian and Song Xingyue giggled and excitedly waved their arms and legs, shouting, "Mama." "Mom? Are you able to talk now?" Song Qinglan was instantly excited and sat up straight, staring at them without blinking. But then she thought for a moment and felt something was off. She muttered softly, "No, you should be calling me Mom." Suddenly, Song Xingyue burst into tears with a loud cry, pulling Song Qinglan's thoughts back. Quickly, Song Qinglan picked up Song Xingyue, gently patted her little bottom, and smiled. "Oh, you need to go? Okay. Mom will change you right away." Song Qinglan was becoming more skilled at taking care of the children. In just a short while, she tidied up the two little ones. After feeding them breakfast, she finally went out. As soon as Song Qinglan stepped out of the Qian mansion gates, a figure suddenly jumped out and blocked her way. "Finally, you're willing to come out?" Song Qinglan was startled. She looked up and saw Wu Qianqian with a furious face. She was already feeling uneasy after having a nightmare last night, and now, with this sudden confrontation, her heart was even more shaken. Song Qinglan touched her chest nervously and looked at Wu Qianqian. She said, Qianqian, it's you. What are you doing?
You scared me to death.
Wu Qianqian still pouted and replied, if you hadn't done something wrong, why would you be afraid of me scaring you? What did I do wrong? Song Qinglan immediately became suspicious. You know what, Wu Qianqian said excitedly, I just haven't come to see you for a while. Today, I wanted to visit your house, but guess what? Your house has been torn down. You moved without telling me, and I felt so embarrassed this morning. The builder who helped you build your house told me you're now living in Qianfu. Oh, so that's what this is about. Song Qinglan smiled and took her hand. All right, don't be angry. I've been busy lately, and forgot to tell you. Come on, I'll take you to Yunlai Tower to eat roasted pigeon. Calm down, okay? Wu Qianqian pouted and said, one roasted pigeon isn't enough. I want to eat the dishes you cook yourself. All right, I'll do as you say. Let's go. Qianfu and Yunlai Tower are close to each other, so they walked together. The city was already lively in the morning, with many people rushing to the market. They strolled and looked around as they walked. Suddenly, Song Qinglan remembered something and asked, wait, didn't Qingnan also know about the house being torn down? He didn't tell you? Are you talking about my little brother?
Haha.
I can't even see him now, Wu Qianqian said, waving her hand. Song Qinglan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She sensed something was wrong. She quickly asked Qianqian, what do you mean? What happened to Qingnan? My father has taken my little brother as a formal disciple. He's very talented, and now my father is personally teaching him martial arts. I heard from my father that my brother has improved quickly and might even beat the senior brother someday. With more time, he could surpass my father. Wu Qianqian's eyes flickered with doubt as she looked at Song Qinglan. Qinglan, this was over a month ago. Didn't my little brother tell you when he came home last time? Song Qinglan shook her head gently. No, maybe because everyone was busy rebuilding the house at that time, he didn't say anything. She couldn't help but sigh softly inside. Her brother was too mature and steady, always carrying everything himself and hiding his feelings deep inside. Sometimes, his maturity made her feel both proud and worried. Suddenly, a pleasant smell drifted through the air. Wu Qianqian swallowed hard and said, wow, such a delicious meat bun. She looked toward the source of the aroma and saw a bun stall. The vendor lifted the large steaming basket and shouted loudly, freshly made meat buns.
Come and get yours.
Come quickly. If you're late, they'll be gone. Wu Qianqian turned to Song Qinglan and said, Qinglan, wait here for me. I want to buy a few meat buns. Then she headed toward the bun stall. Wu Qianqian is known to be a food lover. Song Qinglan smiled and shook her head as she watched Wu Qianqian's back. Suddenly, her expression grew tense, and she shouted nervously, Qianqian, be careful. At that moment, the entire street suddenly became chaotic. It turned out that a runaway horse had appeared out of nowhere, and now it was wildly galloping down the street, crashing into everything. Stalls on both sides of the street were damaged, and pedestrians hurriedly ran away.
Run.
Hurry up and run. Forget the stuff, just run. Saving your life is the most important. The owner of the bun stall saw the crazy horse approaching and, unable to do anything, quickly ran away. Wu Qianqian also wanted to escape, but suddenly, she caught sight of a weak-looking man walking from the opposite side, seemingly unaware of the danger approaching. The street was empty, and she watched as he reached the middle of the street. The mad horse was getting closer, and its hooves were about to kick him. People around gasped in fear, holding their breath for him. Oh my God! What is that young man trying to do? Could he be deaf? Does he not realize the horse is coming? Even if he's deaf, he should see us all. Doesn't he notice the danger? This is bad. If that horse kicks him, he might be seriously injured or worse. His life is in danger. Such a pity. He's quite handsome, gentle-looking. The voices around her filled Wu Qianqian's ears. As a martial artist, she was raised with the idea of helping others and doing what's right. She couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She growled fiercely, Idiot! Are you looking for death? With that, Wu Qianqian leapt forward swiftly. The curious onlookers around only saw a pink shadow flicker past. Before they could react, Wu Qianqian quickly grabbed the weak-looking man and swiftly moved aside. At that moment, the wild horse dashed past them. They narrowly escaped danger. Wu Qianqian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the stunned man and frowned, saying, "Are you looking for trouble?" The man hesitated and replied, I didn't mean to." Before he finished speaking, Wu Qianqian pushed him aside and watched the runaway horse's back figure. She squinted slightly and softly said, "Little thing, you've annoyed me today. You're unlucky." After that, she used her light skills to leap forward and chase after the horse, even managing to land on its back. Wu Qianqian quickly pulled the reins. The horse let out a long neigh, spun around a few times, trying to shake her off, but ultimately failed and was tamed. Wu Qianqian smiled, stroked the horse's mane, and said cheerfully, "Good girl. Let's go." Then she tightened the reins, turned the horse around, and rode back. The pedestrians on the street gradually reappeared. Now, on both sides of the street, people watched Wu Qianqian riding away like a brave and elegant general. Everyone couldn't help but applaud and cheer. "Miss Wu is amazing." The man saved by Wu Qianqian looked at her on the horse and was stunned by her bright, happy smile. Just then, a well-dressed middle-aged man hurried over. He, panting, stopped in front of Wu Qianqian and the horse, and said, "Thank you, Miss Wu. This horse is really hard to train. It exhausted me." Wu Qianqian dismounted, handed the reins back to him, and frowned, saying, "This horse still has wild tendencies. Why didn't you tie it up properly?" "Luckily, I found it today. Otherwise, there could have been serious accidents." She also looked at the weak man, who almost got trampled by the horse. The middle-aged man immediately apologized repeatedly. "Today, my servant accidentally let the horse break free while feeding it. I'm very sorry." Seeing the mess on the street and the small vendors around, he added, "I will cover all the damages caused today. Steward, go handle it." He then glanced at the steward behind him. The steward immediately went to take care of everything. A middle-aged man approached a gentle-looking young man and asked kindly, "Little brother, I feel bad that you were frightened. If you have any requests, just tell me." The young man looked at him with a gentle smile and shook his head politely, replying, "Thank you, Miss Song, for saving me. I'm fine now." "Sir, you should quickly lead your horse away." "All right, you are indeed a straightforward person," the middle-aged man said with admiration in his eyes. If it had been someone else, they would probably have taken advantage of the situation. Then, the man led his horse and left. At this moment, Song Qinglan hurried over to Wu Qianqian, holding her hand and looking worried. "Qianqian, you really scared me just now." Wu Qianqian casually patted her chest and said, "Qinglan, don't worry. My dad taught me how to ride since I was a child. I've seen all kinds of horses. This one is easy. Plus, I have some martial skills, so I won't get hurt. But you..." She turned to the gentle young man and asked, "You look so fragile, like you might fall at the slightest breeze. Why aren't you running from the horse? Are you looking for trouble?" Song Qinglan quickly pulled her back and whispered, "Qianqian, watch your words." Wu Qianqian pouted and said, "I'm just telling the truth. He really does look weak." Song Qinglan's eyes shifted, and she quickly changed the subject. Looking at this young man's clothes and accent, "You're not from the Imperial City, right?" The man smiled softly and replied politely, "I am Chu Simu, from Lishou. I just arrived in the Imperial City today. I was hungry and wanted to buy some meat buns to fill my stomach. I didn't notice the wild horse coming. Thanks to Miss Song, I was able to escape." Wu Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise. "So, you almost lost your life just to buy meat buns?" Chu Simu's face reddened slightly, and he whispered, "It seems so. Coincidentally, I was about to eat some meat buns too. Let's go together." When Wu Qianqian and Chu Simu reached the bun stall, they found that all the buns had already been sold out. The stall owner said, "Sorry, both of you. I only make 3 baskets of meat buns a day. Come early tomorrow." Chu Simu looked a bit disappointed and whispered, "What a pity." These buns must be delicious. Wu Qianqian also looked annoyed.
Of course.
It's all your fault. Now I can't have any meat buns either.
I don't care about that.
You owe me a meat bun, and you need to pay me back. Song Qinglan looked at the two of them, who seemed like two food lovers, and smiled. Since you can't have the meat bun, how about I take you to eat something else delicious?
Oh.
Wu Qianqian suddenly lit up with excitement, looking at Song Qinglan. I know. Sister Qinglan, you're talking about that.
Oh.
How could I forget? There are still so many tasty things. As Wu Qianqian spoke, she almost drooled with anticipation. Chu Sima watched them with a surprised look, but was very curious about the delicious food. He hurriedly asked, ladies, what are you talking about? Is it really that good? Song Qinglan raised an eyebrow at him. You'll find out when we go. Wu Qianqian patted his shoulder and smiled. Let's go quickly, Chu Qiao Qiao.
Chuki Aquia?
Chu Sima looked at himself in disbelief and pointed. Are you talking about me? Wu Qianqian suddenly turned around and playfully stuck out her tongue at Chu Simo. Since you're so weak, of course we're talking about you. Hurry up and follow us. Soon, the three of them arrived at the Song family's breakfast stall next to the city gate. Chu Simo looked at the long line of people and was surprised. So many people? I didn't see this many when I came through the city gate earlier. What are they selling here? Wu Qianqian smiled and replied, it's pancakes and roasted sweet potatoes. Pancakes? What's that? Chu Simo blinked in confusion. He had lived in Lizhou for many years and had never heard of a food called pancakes. This imperial city truly has everything a person could want. Wu Qianqian patted his shoulder, shook her head, and a gentle smile appeared on her pretty face. I say, Chu Qiao Qiao, you really don't know anything. All right, I'll show you what pancakes are. Let's go. After saying that, she took his arm and led him forward. Chu Simo hurriedly asked, Miss Wu, do we need to wait in line? Isn't that rude? Why wait? This breakfast stall belongs to Sister Qinglan. Follow her and you'll get to eat. Song Qinglan had already gone ahead into the breakfast stall. Brother Niu and Sister Niu were busy preparing food when they saw Song Qinglan and paused for a moment. Sister Niu, while making pancakes, asked Miss Song, why do you have time to come here today? They both knew that Song Qinglan was busy managing the clothing shop and Yunlai Tower every day. Song Qinglan replied, I brought two friends here to eat jianbingguzi. At this moment, Wu Qianqian and the others also approached. Wu Qianqian poked her head out, her eyes smiling like crescent moons, and politely greeted, Sister Niu, good morning. So it's Miss Wu. Sister Niu smiled and looked at the well-mannered man behind her, who seemed unfamiliar, and asked, and who is this? Oh, he's called Shu Ruoruo. We just met on the street.
Jududuo?
Sister Niu looked surprised and whispered, why would someone have such a name? Wu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. Song Qinglan quickly glared at her and explained to Sister Niu, don't listen to Wu's nonsense. This young man is named Chu Simo. He's from Lizhou. He's new to the imperial city and is hungry right now. I thought I'd bring him here to try our jianbingguzi. Sister Niu immediately smiled and said, great. Great. Since young Master Chu is visiting from afar, he must try our special jianbingguzi. At this moment, Brother Niu took out two fragrant roasted sweet potatoes from the oven and handed them to Chu Simo and Wu Qianqian. It's cold outside, so have these hot snacks to fill your stomachs. Meanwhile, the waiting customers saw Song Qinglan and couldn't help but tease Miss Song. You finally came, so why not make some jianbingguzi for us? Yeah. It's been a long time since we tasted Miss Song's cooking. Miss Song, just make some for us. Yeah, make some for us. Hearing the crowd's cheers, Brother Niu and Sister Niu felt a bit shy and said, Miss Song, look. Song Qinglan smiled gently, giving them a reassuring look, then took an apron and tied it around her waist. She smiled at the customers outside and said confidently, since everyone is so kind to visit, I'd be honored to serve. Please forgive my clumsiness. After saying that, Song Qinglan scooped some batter onto a flat pan, spread it out, and added ingredients in sequence. Her movements were smooth and quick. Soon, a jianbingguizi was ready. With Song Qinglan's help, she and Sister Niu made the jianbingguizi together, while Brother Niu sold roasted sweet potatoes. Wu Qianqian and Chu Simo helped with collecting money. Soon, the long line of people gradually disappeared. Wu Qianqian sighed. Wow, I can finally rest for a bit. I didn't expect doing business to be more tiring than practicing martial arts. At this moment, Song Qinglan handed her a pancake roll and smiled. Here, have one. It'll help you bounce back to full energy. Wu Qianqian happily took it and said, yes, it's worth it. After taking a bite, she couldn't help but exclaim, it's really delicious. Song Qinglan also offered a pancake roll to Chu Simu and said, young Master Chu, try one too. It was Chu Simu's first time seeing such food. Watching Wu Qianqian enjoy it, he hesitated but took a bite. He chewed carefully and gradually showed a look of surprise. Wu Qianqian nudged him and asked with a smile, how is it?
Tasty, right?
Yes. Chu Simu nodded heavily. I've never had anything this delicious before. After that, he quickly finished a pancake roll and asked Song Qinglan, Miss Song, can I have another one? In the end, Chu Simu ate 3 pancake rolls in total. Even Wu Qianqian, who was watching nearby, was stunned. I didn't expect someone who looks so weak to be such a big eater. Chu Simu shyly smiled and explained, I've loved eating all kinds of food since I was a child. I don't know why, but I just can't gain weight. Hearing this, Song Qinglan couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Although what he said was true, he somehow seemed a bit annoying. The 3 of them left the breakfast shop together. Wu Qianqian suddenly remembered something and asked Chu Simu, by the way, I haven't asked you yet. What are you doing in the Imperial City? Where are you planning to go now?
Oh.
Right, I forgot the main thing, Chu Simu said, a bit annoyed. He was easily distracted when he saw something tasty. He looked seriously at Song Qinglan and Wu Qianqian and replied, I plan to go to Yunlai Tower to find a friend. Do you two know where it is? Yunlai Tower? Song Qinglan and Wu Qianqian said in unison, both looking at Chu Simu with some surprise. This made Chu Simu feel a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, do you two not know Yunlai Tower? My friend told me that Yunlai Tower is very famous in the Imperial City. Wu Qianqian suddenly burst into laughter and said, I know. I know very well. You really asked the right person. Do you know who she is? Then Wu Qianqian pointed to Song Qinglan beside her and explained, she is the owner of Yunlai Tower.
What?
Chu Simo looked at Song Qinglan with disbelief and asked, You are Brother Qingdong's sister, Song Qinglan? Song Qinglan smiled and nodded, exactly. The friend you are looking for is Brother Qingdong? Yes. Chu Simo nodded heavily. Brother Qingdong went to Lizhou to buy goods. We met by chance and got along well. He knows I love good food, so he told me that his sister runs Yunlai Tower with many delicious dishes. Wu Qianqian continued, that's right. The food at Yunlai Tower is really tasty, with many different dishes. Every dish is so good that you could eat for 3 days and still not finish. Chu Simo then looked closely at Song Qinglan and whispered, Brother Qingdong also said that Sister Qinglan is good at cooking, and she has a lovely pair of children.
I thought you. Ha ha ha.
Wu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh and said, Chiroro, you probably think Sister Qinglan is an old lady, right? Chu Simo's face suddenly turned red quickly, and he hurriedly explained, No, it's not that. I just didn't expect Sister Qinglan to be so young and beautiful.
Ha ha ha.
You really make me laugh, Chiroro. You're so funny. Wu Qianqian was amused by his anxious explanation and laughed so hard she almost fell over, gasping for breath. Song Qinglan smiled helplessly, took Wu Qianqian's hand, and whispered, All right, Qianqian, stop laughing. You're making others feel awkward. Wu Qianqian tried to control herself. Okay, I won't laugh anymore.
Haha.
Song Qinglan really couldn't do anything about her and turned to look at Chu Simo, explaining, Qianqian is like that, carefree and outgoing. Simo, don't mind her. Chu Simo smiled gently, I don't mind. Miss Wu has a cheerful personality, which is good. This sentence immediately made Wu Qianqian stop laughing. Suddenly, she remembered that earlier Wu Deong had said she was carefree and cheerful, just like a girl should be. Maybe he just didn't like her after all. Thinking of this, Wu Qianqian felt a faint sense of sadness in her heart. She instinctively glanced at the city gate. Luckily, Wu Deyong was not on duty today. Otherwise, if he had seen her laughing so openly after losing her composure just now, he would like her even less. Wu Qianqian's little thoughts, Song Qinglan clearly understood. Song Qinglan looked at her and teased softly, "Why aren't you laughing anymore? Have you laughed enough?" Wu Qianqian pouted and lowered her head, muttering softly, "Didn't we say we were going to Yunlai Tower? Let's go quickly." After saying that, she took the lead and walked ahead. Chu Simu was stunned for a moment and asked Song Qinglan, "Miss Wu, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong that made her upset?" Song Qinglan smiled and said, "No, it's not your fault. Let's go to Yunlai Tower together." When the three of them returned to Yunlai Tower, they just happened to bump into Song Qingdong coming out hurriedly from inside. Song Qinglan quickly asked, "Qingdong, you're so flustered. What are you rushing to do?" "Big sister, I'm going to find a friend." As Song Qingdong spoke, he suddenly saw Chu Simu beside Song Qinglan and exclaimed excitedly, "Simu." "How come?" Chu Simu immediately stepped forward. "Qingdong, long time no see. I just wanted the dock to pick you up, but I was told the ships from Lisho had already docked. I thought you might come to Yunlai Tower. I waited here for a long time, hoping to see you, and was about to report it to the authorities." Chu Simu explained, "When I entered the Imperial City, I felt a bit hungry. Later, some things happened, but luckily I met Miss Wu and Sister Qinglan. Otherwise, you might not have seen me today."
What?
"What exactly happened?" Song Qingdong asked nervously. Song Qinglan quickly suggested, "Why don't we go inside and sit down to talk properly?" Yes. Song Qingdong nodded repeatedly and led Chu Simu into a restaurant. The four of them sat in a private room on the second floor. Song Qinglan instructed the kitchen to prepare wine and dishes. Meanwhile, Chu Simu recounted everything that had just happened in detail to Song Qingdong. Song Qingdong poured him a cup of tea, smiling and saying, "You, as always, get so focused on food that you forget everything else." Wu Qianqian couldn't help but complain, "That's right. This is the first time I've met someone so serious about eating." Song Qingdong smiled and joked, "By the way, Qianqian, you take food very seriously. Every time you come to our house for dinner, you always choose the most difficult dishes to eat. It seems you and CMO get along quite well." "No way," Wu Qianqian quickly denied. "He looks so delicate and weak, fragile even. It's obvious we're not a good match." Hey. You can't judge a person by their appearance." Song Qingdong shook his head mysteriously. "Do you know who Simo's family is?" Wu Qianqian pouted. "What family? He already told me he's from Lisho." Song Qingdong smiled slightly. "Simo's father is the famous painter Chu Yifeng."
Chu Jiafeng?
Wu Qianqian frowned, thinking, "That name sounds so familiar. Where have I heard it before?" Hearing this, Song Qingdong immediately looked up and said, "Are you talking about the art madman Chu Yifeng? I heard he can sell a painting for over 100 taels of silver." Song Qingdong nodded. "Exactly, that's him."
Oh.
"I remember now," Wu Qianqian suddenly exclaimed, looking at Chu Simo. "My father wanted to buy a painting by Chu Yifeng earlier, but he couldn't get one. He talked about it for a long time." "So, Chu Yifeng is actually your father?" Chu Simo smiled modestly and said humbly, "It's all thanks to everyone's support. My father has become so famous because of it. But he always says he's just a painter who sells paintings, not as legendary as people say." Wu Qianqian pouted and glanced at Chu Simo sideways, saying, "If I could also paint a picture that sells for over 100 taels, I'd think I'm amazing. Also, can you ask your father to paint more? It's so hard to get a painting now, and my father has been feeling upset about it." Chu Simo looked at her complaining expression and found it quite cute. He smiled softly and said, "If my father knew his paintings were so popular, he would be very happy. How about this? Next time I come to the capital, I'll bring some of his paintings and personally deliver them to your house. How does that sound?" Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up immediately. "Really? You said it yourself, so you have to keep your word." "A gentleman's word is as good as gold," Chu Simo replied.
Great. Deal.
Wu Qianqian poured herself and Chu Simo a glass of wine. She raised her wine cup towards Chu Simo and said, "I like straightforward people the most. Drink this, and from now on we are friends. I will look out for you in the imperial city and won't let anyone bully you." Chu Simo was surprised by her boldness, but obediently picked up his cup and clinked it with Wu Qianqian's. Wu Qianqian drank her wine in one gulp. Chu Simo only took a sip and was immediately spicy from the strong drink.
Ha ha ha.
Wu Qianqian laughed happily. "So you can't really drink, huh?" Song Qingdong quickly explained, "Simo doesn't like drinking. Please don't laugh at him." Wu Qianqian softly responded with an "oh." Chu Simo hurriedly said, "I only tasted a little today. The wine is quite interesting. I can try more in the future." Wu Qianqian suddenly found this person quite interesting. She continued asking, "Your father is so talented. Are you also good at painting?" Chu Simo looked down and smiled faintly. "I'm still learning. Compared to my father, I am far behind." A trace of sadness crossed his face. Actually, Wu Qianqian's question had been bothering him for a long time. Sometimes having a very famous father isn't always a good thing because people naturally think you're very talented too. Chu Simo had been under high expectations for years and lived under his father's fame, which made him feel overwhelmed. Although he loved painting, he found it hard to create works he was satisfied with. When Song Qingdong met him, he saw the worries hidden in his heart. He quickly comforted him, "Simo, don't underestimate yourself. Isn't it all about the state of mind when you paint? Once your mood is right, you'll naturally create great work." Song Qinglan also saw that this young man was full of unspoken ambition. She poured him a cup of tea and softly said, "Success comes from perseverance. The world is big. Go out and explore. As your experiences grow, your heart will be full of inspiration, and you'll be able to paint with ease." Hearing this, Chu Simo immediately looked up, eyes wide with disbelief, and said, "Qinglan, you are truly amazing. Since I met Brother Qingdong and Liz Ho, I've also wanted to travel around. Before I left home, my father told me something similar to what you just said." After speaking, he looked at Song Qingdong with envy and said, "Brother Qingdong, your sister is really impressive, just as you said." Song Qingdong proudly raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course. By the way, Brother Qingdong, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to open a shop to sell goods. Has the shop already open now?" Song Qinglan frowned and turned to look at Song Qingdong beside her, asking, "Are you planning to open a shop? I haven't heard you mention it before." Song Qingdong smiled shyly and replied, "Actually, I've wanted to open a shop for a long time. But today, there are many family matters, and I saw that sister was very busy, so I thought I would wait until things settled down before telling you. Since you already planned to do this, it would be better to have a shop." Song Qinglan nodded and asked, "From what you said, you've already looked at some shops?" Song Qingdong nodded. "Yes, I've checked out a few shops. Once I compare the rent prices, I should be able to decide." "CMO, why don't you come with me to look at them tomorrow?" "Sure," Chu Simo agreed quickly. "Since I'm in the imperial city this time, I also plan to have some fun." Seeing that her younger brother could now handle things on his own, Song Qinglan felt very happy. She took a piece of braised pork and placed it into Song Qingdong's bowl, softly saying, "If you need any help, just tell your sister." "Okay, sister, I understand." After dinner, Song Qingdong took Chu Simo back to the inn to rest. Wu Qianqian also returned to the Jingshu martial arts school. The next day, early in the morning, Song Qingdong went to Shilai Inn to find Chu Simo. He knew Chu Simo liked to practice calligraphy early, so he was sure Chu Simo was already awake. He knocked on the door and asked Simo, "Simo, are you up?" Hearing this, Chu Simo recognized Song Qingdong's voice. "Oh, I'm up. Brother Qingdong, wait for me a moment." Saying that, Chu Simo immediately stood up, covered his new painting with a piece of gauze, and then went to open the door. When Chu Simo saw Song Qingdong, he smiled and said, "Let's go." Song Qingdong glanced into his room and asked, "What are you doing in there? You seem so secretive." "Nothing. Let's go. You said we still need to visit a few places today, right?" They spent the whole morning walking around. Finally, they reached the last shop, located on Yongding Street, not far from Song Qinglan's Xingyue Pavilion. This shop, which was for resale, used to sell antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. It was over 100 square meters, with a good layout and decoration, basically ready to use. The rent was a bit high, at 5 taels of silver per month. The landlord saw that Song Qingdong was genuinely interested, so he said, "Young Master Song, the rent in this area is usually around this amount. Since we've met, it's a sign of fate. If you really want it, how about this? Pay a full year's rent up front, and I will waive 1 month's rent. We can also agree to increase the rent every 2 years. How does that sound?" The shops here in Yongding Street generally have higher rent, and most rents increase once a year. Being able to negotiate this far is already quite a good deal. Song Qingdong silently nodded and then asked Zhu Simu nearby, "Simu, what do you think?" Zhu Simu's voice came slowly, full of excitement. "Great. Wonderful." Zhu Simu's voice carried a hint of joy, which made Song Qingdong feel a little puzzled. He turned to look and saw Zhu Simu at the door, looking up at a painting hanging on the wall, lost in thought. Song Qingdong walked over and saw that the painting depicted an old man with many wrinkles, cloudy and dim eyes, wearing tattered clothes. The whole scene looked gloomy. Most paintings are of beautiful women, so a painting like this is hard to sell. The landlord came over and explained, "Oh, this painting has been hanging in the corner. I forgot to take it down." Zhu Simu quickly asked, "May I ask who the artist of this painting is?" The landlord smiled and replied, "It's not by a famous artist. It was a poor scholar who set up a stall selling calligraphy and paintings on the street. I felt sorry for him, so I bought it for 101. It's been hanging here ever since, but it doesn't sell. If young Master Song likes it, I'll give it to you." "That's very kind of you. Thank you." Zhu Simu quickly expressed his gratitude. In the end, Song Qingdong truly rented the shop. On the way back, seeing Zhu Simu holding the painting like a treasure, Song Qingdong couldn't help but tease him. "Do you really like this painting that much? I don't see anything special about it." Zhu Simu smiled softly. "This painting's brushwork is full of spring breeze. The ink is exquisite. The old man's skill is very deep. Just looking at it, I can feel his heavy worries. Nowadays, everyone prefers to look at pictures of beautiful women and overlook the technique. If I could find out who the artist is, I would definitely want to learn from him." Ching Mou spoke more excitedly. "My father has always been good at painting landscapes. I've also tried hard in this area before. Today, I suddenly had an idea and want to try painting portraits too." Song Qingdong smiled and nodded, saying, "It seems your trip was not wasted." That day, Song Qinglan arrived at the Star Moon Pavilion. She happened to see a servant loading a stack of newly made clothes onto a cart, while Wei Minji nearby was counting and checking the items. She glanced at the clothes, embroidered with the character Wu, and understood immediately. She asked Wei Minji, "Are the training uniforms for the Jingwu Martial Arts School all finished?" Wei Minji nodded and replied, "Yes, according to the order. They should have been delivered a couple of days ago. But the shop has been busy lately, and we only finished everything today. I plan to deliver them myself later and apologize to the head of the martial arts school. It's our fault for being late, so we should apologize," Song Qinglan said thoughtfully. "Auntie, why don't I go instead? I can also visit Qingnan." Wei Minji was worried that Song Qinglan was too busy and might not have time, but after hearing her, she agreed, saying, "All right, I'll ask them to work faster and get everything ready." Finally, Song Qinglan and a few helpers arrived at the Jingwu Martial Arts School. Shen Xinghe heard that people from the Star Moon Pavilion brought training uniforms, so he came out to receive them. When he saw Song Qinglan, he paused and asked, "Why is Miss Song delivering the goods herself today?" Song Qinglan smiled and explained, our batch was late by 2 days. I decided to come personally to apologize to the head of the martial arts school. Shin Xinghe, who already had a commanding presence, smiled and waved his hand, saying, the Star Moon Pavilion giving us training uniforms at a discount is already an honor. It's just a day or 2 late, no big deal. After that, he signaled his disciples to carry the clothes into the school. Shin Xinghe guessed Song Qinglan's intention and asked, Miss Song, are you here to see junior brother Qingnan? Song Qinglan nodded with a smile. Yes, I wonder if it's convenient. Shin Xinghe suddenly whispered, it's good to see him more. If you want to meet again in the future, it will be difficult.
What?
What did you say? There is no explicit content in the text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Nothing much. Shin Xinghe suddenly regained his composure. Seeing Song Qinglan's puzzled look, he explained, junior brother Qingnan has been accepted as a disciple by our master. Now, our master personally teaches in the backyard. At this time, training is almost finished. Well, I will take Miss Song to see the backyard. Song Qinglan quickly thanked him, saying, thank you, senior brother. Shin Xinghe led Song Qinglan, taking twists and turns, until they reached the backyard. The environment was peaceful and pleasant, a good place for cultivation and martial arts practice. As they approached the gate, they heard sounds of swords clashing and fighting inside. At that moment, a young disciple hurried over, bowed to Shin Xinghe, and said anxiously, senior brother, something's wrong. Something happened up front. Shin Xinghe instinctively looked at Song Qinglan. She understood immediately and said, senior brother, you go ahead. I can go in by myself. Shin Xinghe nodded and left with the young disciple. Song Qinglan stepped into the yard and saw 2 figures fighting. One was Song Qingnan and the other was Wu Deong. When she realized this, she paused slightly but still quietly walked inside. From the moment Song Qinglan entered, Wu Deong noticed her. He felt a little excited, but in his distraction, Song Qingnan seized the opportunity. In the next moment, he pointed his sword at Wu Deong's chest. Wu Deong smiled helplessly. Watching from the side, Wu Dagon clapped and chuckled as he stepped out, saying, impressive, impressive. Junior brother, look at my disciple, I'm no match for you, but Qingnan is. Song Qinglan immediately sheathed her sword and bowed to both of them, softly saying, junior uncle Qingnan was kind. Song Qingnan saw this too. He knew he won because his sister arrived, distracting Wu Deong. Wu Dagon patted Song Qingnan's arm happily and said with admiration, Qingnan, don't underestimate yourself. You are truly talented in martial arts. Given time, you'll surpass me sooner or later. Yes. Wu Dagon nodded. I think this small temple can't hold such a great master like you. With your skills, you'll surely make a name on the battlefield. Hearing their conversation, Song Qinglan paused her steps. Wu Dagon looked at Song Qinglan with a smile and said, Miss Song, you're here. Hello, Director Wu. Song Qinglan replied softly with a smile and nodded. Today I brought the training clothes from the martial arts school, and I also came to see Qingnan. Good. Qingnan finished training today, so we won't bother your brother and sister talk, Wu Dagon said. Then he secretly signaled Wu De-yong with a look, indicating they should leave together. Wu De-yong was completely focused on Song Qinglan and didn't notice Wu Dagon giving him a look. Wu Dagon felt helpless and shook his head at the devoted young man. He stepped forward, grabbed Wu De-yong's wrist and smiled, little brother, it's been a while since we had tea together. Come with me to my yard for a few drinks. Senior brother, Wu De-yong started to refuse, but Wu Dagon pulled his hand and said, come on, come on. I've already prepared hot water. Song Qinglan naturally understood Wu De-yong's feelings. After they left, she sighed softly and turned to look at Qingnan, who was sweating heavily. She looked worried and said, look at you, sweating from training. Although it's past the spring equinox, the wind is still chilly. Be careful not to catch a cold. She then took out a cloth to wipe Qingnan's sweat. Qingnan felt warm inside. As the saying goes, the eldest sister is like a mother. Since their parents were gone, she had taken care of them and raised her brothers. While helping Qingnan wipe his sweat, Song Qinglan carefully looked at his face. They hadn't seen each other for over half a month, and Qingnan seemed to have become thinner again. His handsome features were more defined, giving him a cool, handsome look. When Song Qinglan finished wiping his face, Qingnan spoke softly, "Sister, there's something I want to tell you." "Yes, go ahead," Song Qinglan replied calmly, already guessing what he was about to say. Qingnan took a deep breath and then said, "Sister, a few days ago, the court issued a recruitment order. I signed up for the army and was accepted. I will leave for the border town at the beginning of next month." Song Qinglan's hand paused slightly. She whispered to herself, "Next month at the beginning. That's in about 10 days. I need to start preparing things for you. From now on, it will be summer. Your body tends to sweat easily, so I need to prepare more sweat towels for you. Otherwise, like in previous years, you might get heat rash, and I should also keep more medicine ready." Song Qinglan counted on her fingers, carefully making sure she didn't forget anything. Seeing her like this, Song Qingnan also started to feel uncomfortable and said, "Sister, it's okay. Everyone has their own choices. I told you before, your life is yours. You can go whichever way you want, and I will support you," Song Qinglan said with a smile. Song Qingnan bit her lip and looked worried, and Grandma. Yes, Grandma Song is also a difficult issue. Although the old lady is open-minded, she always hopes for a happy family reunion. Now that Song Qingnan might join the army, it's uncertain when she'll return. The old lady would definitely feel reluctant. Song Qinglan sighed softly, patted Song Qingnan's arm, and gently said, "What's meant to happen will happen. Let's choose a good day to decide." The two siblings chatted for a while longer. When it was lunchtime at the martial arts school, Song Qinglan finally left. As soon as she stepped out of the martial arts school gate, she heard a gentle call, "Miss Song." She turned her head and saw Wu Daong standing tall on the right side of the gate. He was smiling at her, clearly waiting there for some time. Song Qinglan smiled and pretended not to notice, softly asking, "Brother Wu, are you about to leave too?" Wu Daong was a little surprised, nodded, and smiled, "Yes. Want to go together?" Song Qinglan nodded and said, "Sure." They walked side by side, with Song Qinglan deliberately keeping some distance from him. Wu Daong felt happy inside and started to find topics to chat with her. "By the way, has Qingnan told you about joining the army?" "He just told me," Song Qinglan replied, then frowned slightly, "but this draft feels a bit rushed."
Could it be?
"Sure." Wu Daong put his finger to his lips, signaling silence. Then he looked around carefully and explained softly, "I heard that the situation in the northwest is tense. They need to strengthen the border city's troops, so this recruitment is for those about to go to the battlefield." Hearing this, Wu Daong saw worry appear on Song Qinglan's delicate face. He softly comforted her, saying, "You don't need to worry. This time, I will lead the new soldiers to the border city. I have already spoken to the vice general, and I will make sure he takes good care of Qingnan.
Nothing will happen to him."
Song Qinglan's eyes brightened immediately. She turned to Wu Daong and said, "Brother Wu, thank you so much." Wu Daong scratched his head shyly, blushing slightly, and said softly, "I'm happy to help you." "Miss Song, actually Brother Wu, I have to go this way," Song Qinglan interrupted before he could finish. They had reached a fork in the road at that moment. Song Qinglan pointed to the left street, which led to Yunlai Tower. It was time for them to part ways. Wu Daong was momentarily surprised but quickly understood. He smiled awkwardly and replied, "Oh, all right. I'll head back now. Be careful on your way." He then continued walking ahead. "Brother Wu," Song Qinglan suddenly called out. Wu Daong immediately stopped and turned around, looking at her expectantly. "Is there anything else?" Song Qinglan smiled and said, "Thank you for always taking care of our family. All of us siblings really appreciate you and see you as a brother." As a brother. Hearing this, Wu Daong's smile stiffened on his face. He realized that Song Qinglan was politely rejecting him again. He gently tugged at the corner of his mouth and showed a bitter smile. He waved to her and said, "I understand. Go back quickly." Song Qinglan also waved back with a smile. She turned around and let out a quiet sigh, thinking to herself, She had said everything she could. He should understand now, right? When Song Qinglan returned to Yunlai Tower, she went straight to a private room on the second floor. She activated a mechanism and took out a notebook from a hidden box. Since arriving at Yunlai Tower, Song Qinglan unexpectedly found a way to gather intelligence. Because the diners at Yunlai Tower were diverse, officials, commoners, and outsiders from beyond the imperial city, conversations over meals and drinks often revealed useful information. Song Qinglan had specially hired some people to collect and organize this information daily. The notebook recorded these details. She carefully examined the entries and, when she reached a certain page, her fingers tightened slightly and her heart tensed. The sign above reads, "The Northwest battlefield is tense, and our army has suffered many casualties." In recent days, Song Qinglan has been feeling a bit distracted. Even Meng Diao noticed her odd behavior. As Meng Diao watched Song Qinglan about to feed a spoonful of rice paste to Song Xingyue, she quickly stopped her and said, "Qinglan." Song Qinglan paused and asked, "Huh? What's wrong? Yaya is already full, and Chen hasn't eaten yet." "You fed her the wrong one," Meng Diao said as she took the bowl from Song Qinglan's hand and started feeding Song Chen. Meng Diao looked at Song Qinglan with concern and asked, "Qinglan, what's wrong? Are you worried about something?" Song Qinglan also wanted to talk to someone about her feelings. She opened her mouth to speak but was interrupted by the smiling old lady Song Taiko, who came over and asked, Oh, are Chen and Yi full?" Worried that Song Taiko might worry, Song Qinglan quickly changed her words and smiled at Meng Diao, saying recently, "Yunlai Tower and Xingyue Pavilion have been very busy. I might be too tired, so I feel a bit distracted." Song Taiko looked worried and said, Lan, your complexion hasn't been good lately. Now that the business is taken care of, you shouldn't overwork yourself. You still have Chen and Yaya. Grandmother, I understand. Don't worry, Song Qinglan replied, standing up. Today, Sister Xian is coming to the restaurant for dinner. I'll go to Yunlai Tower first. Sure enough, when she arrived at Yunlai Tower, Song Qinglan and Ling Xian acted naturally. They went to a private room on the second floor, and Lu Guixiao immediately arranged for the dishes and personally brought the herbal soup upstairs. After eating and taking her medicine, Ling Xian felt better, and Song Qinglan checked her pulse, as usual. "Xian, your pulse is much steadier now. Your body should be recovering well." Qingzhu, who was nearby, was very happy to hear this. "That's wonderful, madam." She then gave a thumbs up to Song Qinglan and said, "Miss Song, you're amazing. Since taking your herbal medicine, Our Lady's appetite and complexion have improved a lot. She looks much more energetic." Song Qinglan smiled and nodded. "That's good. By the way, Xian, did Bai Xiaoman bother you again?" Ling Xian smiled gently and shook her head, a look of happiness on her face. Qingzhu couldn't hold back her excitement and quickly said, "No, she hasn't bothered us anymore. Recently, I don't know what's going on. Bai Xiaoman and the old lady rarely appear in front of the madam anymore. Instead, my husband visits the madam's room every day." As she spoke, Qingzhu's face turned slightly red, and she glanced at Ling Xian. Ling Xian also blushed and shyly looked at her, saying, "Qingzhu, you're getting more and more bold."
Hee.
"The madam is teaching me," Qingzhu chuckled softly, then serious again. "But I heard from the maids in the house that my lord will soon send Bai Xiaoman back to her hometown. However, the old lady disagrees and has been causing trouble lately." Song Qinglan listened and nodded thoughtfully. It seems that after her talk with Wei Zilong last time, he really has started to take action, just as he said. A man who protects his wife like that is truly someone you can trust for life. Seeing Song Qinglan silent, Ling Xian became a bit worried. She gently took Song Qinglan's hand and said, "Enough about me. Qinglan, tell me, why do you look so worried? That's not like you at all." Song Qinglan sighed softly and said, "Qingnan has joined the army. He will leave for the border city soon. I also heard a bit from my husband about the recent conscription." Ling Xian nodded and replied, "What did the governor say?" Ling Xian held Song Qinglan's hand and said, "I heard that this recruitment is very strict. Qingnan must be outstanding to be chosen. The soldiers chosen will be used in the border city battlefield, and success and fame are just around the corner. Song Qinglan softly said, I don't expect him to become famous. I just hope he stays safe. However, Ling Xian shook her head and said, Qinglan, a man's ambition is to explore the world. Protecting the country is not something everyone can do. Now that the court values soldiers and generals, this is a great opportunity for Qingnan to build his career. Besides, life is only a few decades long. We should live freely and happily, just like you once told me. Song Qinglan was stunned, feeling enlightened, like a sudden realization. She smiled shyly and said, Thank you, Xian. Your words woke me up. It seems I was narrow-minded. It's not that you're narrow-minded, it's that you care too much, Ling Xian said, holding her hand again. Qinglan, you are the backbone of your family. If even you are confused, what about old lady Song? Song Qinglan nodded and said, I understand. Thank you, Sister Xian, for the reminder. 5 days later, Song Qingdong's shop officially opened. He indeed used the name Jibuoj that Song Qingxi mentioned, meaning a place that gathers treasures from all over the world. Inside the shop, he displayed various precious items from different places for customers to choose from. His main goal now was to supply goods to other merchants in the imperial city. If someone was interested in the items, they just needed to tell him the quantity, and he would handle the procurement. The more he ordered, the cheaper the price. This method of earning small profits from large sales was something Song Qinglan had taught him. Previously, Song Qingdong had gained some fame at the imperial warehouse because he focused on goods with good market value. So, after opening today, many merchants came to support him, and he was very busy in the shop. Song Qinglan and her siblings also came to help. Chu Simo arrived early with a congratulatory gift. Wu Qianqian looked at the scroll he held and asked curiously, Brother Qingdong, are you planning to give a painting for your grand opening? Could it be your father's painting? That would be impressive. Chu Simo shook his head and replied, It's not my father's painting. I wrote the characters myself. Song Qingdong quickly took it and said, Let me see. He unfolded it and saw a large character Cheng, sincerity. Cheng? What does that mean? Wu Qianqian frowned. I thought it would be something about bringing in wealth or good business. Song Qingxi explained, Miss Wu, the character Cheng has a deep meaning. For merchants, honesty is the foundation of lasting business. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth but earns it in the right way. If you treat people sincerely and do honest business, your wealth will naturally grow over time. Song Qinglan nodded and said, Exactly. In business, honesty is the most important. Simo, you really put thought into this. Wu Qianqian pouted and said, I only know how to wield my sword and spear. I don't understand all these literary and artistic things. Seeing her get a bit upset, Chu Simo went over and said nervously, Miss Wu, if you don't understand something, I can explain. But before he finished, Wu Qianqian's face changed, and she waved her hand happily, shouting, Big Brave, over here. Then, like a happy little bird, she ran quickly to Big Brave Wu. Chu Cmo looked at her smiling like a flower, standing next to the tall and strong Wu Deyong, appearing shy like a young girl. A hint of disappointment crossed his eyes. At this moment, Wu Qianqian pulled Wu Deyong to the door. Wu Deyong congratulated Song Qingdong at the entrance, saying, Brother Qingdong, congratulations. He also secretly glanced at Song Qinglan beside him. Song Qinglan was busy greeting other guests and didn't notice Wu Deyong's arrival.
Song Qingdong ne jali undusto uja jongsha intentino.
He subtly turned his body and blocked Wu Deyong's view of Song Qinglan, then happily said, Big Brother Wu, thank you for coming. Qian quickly take Big Brother Wu inside to take a look. He also gave Wu Qian a wink. Wu Qian understood immediately, pulling Wu Deyong into the shop while saying, Brother Deyong, let's go. I saw a hairpin earlier that looked nice. Brother Qingdong said there's an 80% discount for the opening. Maybe you can buy it for me. Chu Cmo watched their close figures and couldn't help feeling confused. He quietly moved closer to Song Qingdong and asked softly, Who is that big brother? Song Qingdong smiled and replied, his name is Wu De-yong. He's the captain of the city gate patrol. He's been very kind to our family and is considered a benefactor. He also has the surname Wu. What's his relationship with Miss Wu? Big brother Wu is a junior of Qian Qian's father's master. They share the same surname, but are not related by blood. Also, Qian Qian likes big brother Wu. At this point, Song Qingdong suddenly saw a familiar guest approaching. He said to Chu CMO, CMO, I need to go now. I'll talk to you properly during dinner. Okay, brother Qingdong. Go ahead. Chu CMO then found a quiet corner to sit down. He silently watched Wu Qianqian and Wu De-yong, secretly observing Wu De-yong. Now he finally understood why Wu Qianqian called him Chu Weakling. Compared to the tall, strong Wu De-yong, he truly was too weak. It turned out she liked that kind of man. After a busy day, on the first day of opening, Song Qingdong received many orders. As the sky darkened, everyone moved to Yunlai Lu for dinner. Song Qinglan and the others had prepared a rich meal. Their close friends and family dined together in a private room on the second floor. Song Qingdong first filled a glass of wine. He stood up and said to everyone present, today is the opening of Bao Bao Pavilion. Thank you all for coming to support us. I, Song Qingdong, toast to everyone. After speaking, he drank it all in one go. Then, he poured himself another glass and said to Song Qinglan beside him, this one is for my sister. My sister personally taught me how to do business and helped me realize what I want to do. I never thought I would own my own shop one day. Without my sister, I wouldn't be who I am today. Sister, thank you. He finished his drink again. Song Qinglan's eyes also turned slightly red. Having you brothers is my blessing. I believe every child of the Song family will be successful. She picked up her glass and drank it all. Seeing her brothers achieve so much made her very happy.
Great.
Wu Qianqian suddenly clapped her hands to liven up the atmosphere. She also smiled at old lady Song nearby and said, if you ask me, the luckiest person is Grandma. Having so many talented grandchildren around her makes many people envious. Old lady Song was delighted by her words and also picked up her glass, saying, yes, I am the happiest now. I'm so glad today. I'll have a drink with everyone.
Cheers.
Everyone raised their glasses. Chu Simo also drank a whole glass in one go. He put down his cup and looked at Wu Qianqian sitting opposite him, who was busy serving food to De-yong. He felt a tightness in his chest. He poured himself another glass and drank quietly. By the third glass, Song Qingdong noticed something was wrong with him and quickly dodged his wine bottle, whispering, Simo, what's wrong? If you can't handle alcohol, don't drink so much. Chu Simo, slightly tipsy and showing signs of drunkenness, smiled and said, it's fine. Today is Brother Qingdong's grand opening. I'm happy, so having a few more drinks is okay. He still desperately tried to grab the wine from Song Qingdong. At this moment, Li Xiuxiu handed him a wine jar and said, young Master Chu, I also have wine here. Drink this one. Chu Simo took it with a smile and repeatedly thanked her, Miss Li, you're thoughtful. Then he pouted at Song Qingdong and said, Qingdong, you're so mean. I want a drink, but you won't let me.
Hey, you.
Song Qingdong looked helpless. He meant well, but was misunderstood as being unkind. He turned his head to look at Li Xiuxiu. Li Xiuxiu mischievously winked at him and whispered, Brother Qingdong, don't worry. The jar I gave him is water. I think young Master Chu is already quite drunk, so he probably can't tell the difference. Song Qingdong smiled and said, you're clever. Then he looked worriedly at Chu Simo, who was drinking water by himself, and muttered softly, this kid, I don't know what's wrong. He was fine this morning. Before Chu Simo could settle down, Song Qingnan's side also started to move. Suddenly, Song Qingnan stood up, raised a cup of wine, and said to everyone present, today, on this good day of my elder brother's opening business, I also have good news to share. Song Qinglan hesitated slightly with her wine glass, gently put it down, looked at Song Qingnan, nodded secretly, then turned her gaze to the old lady Song. The old lady Song didn't notice him and asked with a smile, Qingnan, What good news do you have to tell? Song Qingnan smiled and replied, Grandmother, I am going to join the army.
What? What?
The smile on Old Lady Song's face immediately froze. Her hand trembled slightly, and with a loud crash, the wine glass fell to the ground and shattered. Song Yunfeng and Lu Guixia, standing nearby, immediately became tense. Song Yunfeng helped Old Lady Song and anxiously said, Mother, what's wrong? Are you okay? Lu Guixia quickly called Huang Xiaodo to help clean up the broken glass. Song Qingnan pursed his lips and looked at Song Qinglan. Song Qinglan quickly held Old Lady Song's hand and smiled. Grandmother, are you so happy to hear that Qingnan is going to join the army? Old Lady Song clenched her teeth, her eyes slightly red, and looked at Song Qinglan, saying, Lan, I. Before she finished speaking, her younger brothers nearby were already excited and started talking one after another. The happiest for Song Qingnan was Song Qingbei, who jumped over like a monkey and said happily, Second brother, congratulations. You finally achieved your wish. Song Qingxi also poured a cup of wine, offered it to Song Qingnan and said, Second brother, congratulations. I will also work hard in the future, aim to be top scholar, and the two of us, one talented in literature and one in martial arts, will serve the court together. Song Qinglin also smiled and said, Qingnan, you're amazing. Are you going to be a great general in the future? From now on, our family will have a great general. How impressive. Song Qingyuan also looked admiring, saying yes. Going to fight enemies and protect our home. Just thinking about it feels so amazing. Wu Qianqian joined in the fun, teasing Song Qingnan, little junior brother. When you become a great general, don't forget us brothers from the martial arts school. Of course. My martial skills come from the martial arts school, so I must remember my master's teachings and the care of my brothers, replied Song Qingyan confidently. Song Qingbei suddenly grinned and said, If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the martial school with second brother to learn martial arts too. Song Qinglin looked serious and asked, Do you think I can still go now? With your small build, you get tired just doing chores. You're not cut out for practicing martial arts. Song Qinglin playfully tapped his head and said, You should just focus on studying well instead. The younger brothers looked excited. Only the thoughtful Song Qingdong secretly glanced at Grandma Song, knowing her worries. Grandma Song ignored their chatter and continued eating her meal quietly. Finally, the meal ended amid the lively atmosphere. Chu Simo, unable to hold his alcohol, had already drunkenly fallen onto the table. Song Qinglan looked at Song Qingdong and said, Qingdong, take Simo back to the inn. About Grandma. Song Qingdong looked worried. Song Qinglan gave him a reassuring look and whispered, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Okay, nodded Song Qingdong, then signaled to Song Qingnan, indicating he should help Grandma Song home. Song Qingnan immediately understood and hurried over to Grandma Song. But Grandma Song shook off his hand and, like an old child, said, No need to help me. I can walk. After saying that, she wobbled a few steps. Seeing this, Song Qinglan quickly went forward, took her hand, and said with a smile, Grandma, you've had too much to drink. Your steps are heavy. Let me help you. After everyone left, Song Qingdong looked at Chu Simo, who was mumbling on the table, showing a helpless expression. He muttered to himself, You kid, are just looking for trouble for me, huh? Then he bent down and helped Chu Simo up, saying, Let's go. Chu Simo, dazed, opened his eyes and mumbled, Who are you? Where are you taking me? Stop fussing. I'm taking you back to the inn. You little brat. He refused to drink, but insisted on drinking anyway. You're really trying to tire me out. When this person got drunk, it was as if they suddenly gained several extra pounds. Chu Simo looked thin and weak, but now he was surprisingly heavy for Song Qingdong to carry. Finally, he managed to carry Chu Simo back to the inn. Just as Song Qingdong laid Chu Simo on the bed, he was already out of breath. He wanted to rest, but then he saw Chu Simo close his eyes and turn over, pretending to be about to. Alarmed, Song Qingdong shouted, Stop.
Wait.
I'll get you a basin. He initially wanted to hold out a basin to catch but he was too slow. Suddenly, Chu Simo vomited all over the floor, then lazily fell back onto the bed and fell asleep as if nothing had happened. At that moment, the inn's young clerk brought hot water upstairs. "Young master, do you need any help?" Seeing the mess on the floor, the clerk was visibly shaken. He hesitated and said, I. In his heart, he silently lamented, "Why am I so unlucky? Tonight is my turn on duty, and I've encountered a drunk guest." Song Qingdong saw the clerk's difficulty and understood that working in business isn't easy. So he said, "Sorry about this, little brother. My friend had too much to drink today. I'll help clean up with you." The clerk was both surprised and happy, quickly saying, "No need, no need. It's what we should do." After all, Chu Simo was staying in their most expensive room, and he was staying for several days. They had to treat this guest well. Finally, Song Qingdong personally wiped Chu Simo's face and changed him into clean clothes before he let him sleep peacefully. Once everything was done, it was already late at night. Looking at Chu Simo, who was now asleep and snoring peacefully, Song Qingdong smiled helplessly. It was so late, he decided not to go home and simply stayed at the inn for the night. Suddenly, he noticed a stack of drawing paper on a nearby desk. Driven by curiosity, he walked over and lifted the cloth covering the drawings. When he saw what was on the paper, Song Qingdong's eyes widened in surprise and he couldn't help but say, "Is that her?" It turned out that the drawings on Chu Simo's paper were of Wu Qianqian. He picked up the drawings to look at them and then discovered there were many more, all depicting Wu Qianqian. There is Wu Qianqian riding a horse with a brave and elegant look, Wu Qianqian playfully sticking out her tongue, Wu Qianqian smiling like a flower, and Wu Qianqian eating roasted pigeon. All are lively and adorable, vividly brought to life on paper. It turns out that this young person suddenly had the idea to paint portraits, and the inspiration came from Qianqian, that girl. Song Qingdong seemed to discover a secret and felt excited for a long time. Now he finally understood why Chu Simo was unusually drunk tonight. It was because of love troubles, using alcohol to forget worries. Another lovesick person. On the other side, Song Qinglan and her family returned to the Qian residence. Meng Jiawu immediately came out of her room. Manager Qian had other urgent matters today and couldn't attend Song Qingdong's opening ceremony. The couple had just returned home. Meng Jiawu heard the noise and came out. She was walking and smiling, saying, "Grandmother, Qinglan, you're back. I was just talking with my husband, and since you haven't returned yet, shall we go to Yunlai Tower together?" Old Lady Song softly responded, "We're back," and directly pushed open the door to go inside. Meng Jiawu only noticed after approaching that Old Lady Song's face looked unusual, as if someone had upset her. She looked confused and pulled aside Song Qinglan, whispering, "Qinglan, what's wrong with grandmother? She doesn't seem happy?" Song Qinglan leaned close and whispered, "She's a little upset." Meng Jiawu was surprised and asked what happened. "This is something I'll tell you later. Sister-in-law, please help me take Chun Chun and Yaya back to bed. I need to check on her," said Song Qinglan, handing the two children to Meng Jiawu and heading toward Old Lady Song's room. Meng Jiawu held the sleeping Song Xingyue and quickly asked her maid to hold Song Xingchen. She looked at Song Qinglan and said, "You go ahead. I'll take care of Chun Chun and Yaya." Song Qinglan nodded and stepped forward. Song Qingnan was already standing at the door. Seeing her approach, he softly called, "Sister." He was grown up now, and their grandmother had always loved all her grandchildren dearly, never showing anger like today. Song Qingnan felt a bit nervous. Song Qinglan gave him a reassuring look, moved her lips slightly, and mouthed, "It's okay. I'm here." So, she gently knocked on Grandma Song's door. "Grandmother, it's Lon Lon. Are you asleep?" There was no response inside for a long time. Song Qingnan's brow furrowed more and more. But Song Qinglan slightly curled her lips into a teasing smile and said, "Grandmother, since you're not asleep, I'll come in." After saying that, she pushed open the door. Grandma Song was sitting silently at the table. Song Qinglan closed the door and walked over, smiling. Grandmother, since you're not sleeping, why didn't you answer me? Humph. Grandma Song looked at her and asked directly, Qingnan joining the army. Did you know about it long ago? Song Qinglan didn't plan to hide it. She nodded and replied, yes. Why didn't you stop him? Song Qinglan smiled and said, Grandmother, I didn't know much earlier than you. I found out after Qingnan had already signed up. Besides, he always said he wanted to join the army, and we never opposed it. Grandma Song sighed heavily and said, it was different before. Our family was so poor we couldn't even feed ourselves. He wanted to join the army to help support us. That was out of filial piety. But now we no longer worry about food or clothes. Why should he risk his life for no reason? At this point, Grandma Song's eyes reddened. She grabbed Song Qinglan's hand and said, Lan, going to war isn't a joke. You never know if you'll come back alive. Think about Bai Yuhan. He died on the battlefield and was never found. Grandma is afraid. Afraid that Qingnan. Song Qinglan's eyes also welled up with tears. She held Grandma Song's hand and said, Grandmother, I understand what you're saying, and Qingnan does too. But life and death are decided by fate, and wealth is in the heavens. Even if Qingnan doesn't join the army, can we guarantee he won't have any accidents in his life? Grandma Song was stunned.
Well.
Song Qinglan continued, Grandmother, Qingnan is grown up now and can make his own decisions. He doesn't like business or studying, only martial arts. He's passionate about serving the country. If we don't let him join the army, what do you think he'll do in the future? Just live a dull, aimless life? Grandma Song's mood gradually calmed. She pouted and said, I didn't think that way. Of course, I want my child to have something to do. Yes, we should be proud of him. How can we hold him back? Song Qinglan then said, besides, the list for joining the army has already been decided. If Qingnan doesn't go, it would be considered desertion, which is a serious crime that could affect his whole family. Since everything is settled, why not happily congratulate him and let him go to the battlefield with peace of mind? If he keeps worrying about your unhappiness, he might lose focus and make mistakes while fighting. Don't say such unlucky words. Old Madame Song immediately became nervous. Then she clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and silently prayed, Bodhisattva, ancestors of the Song family, please bless us. Our Qingnan will return safely and reunite with us. Song Qinglan couldn't help but smile and said, Grandmother, do you mean? You don't oppose Qingnan going to join the army? Old Madame Song opened her eyes, looked at Song Qinglan, and said with a bit of annoyance, I've said everything I need to say. What more can I say? The two looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Then, Song Qinglan and old Madame Song exchanged a quick glance, nodded toward the door, and whispered, It's cold tonight, and Qingnan is still outside. Grandmother, you see. Old Madame Song's face immediately showed concern. She covered her mouth with her hand and softly said, Then you should let him in quickly. If he catches a cold, that wouldn't be good. Song Qinglan smiled, knowing her grandmother's temper well. This old lady is all sharp words but a soft heart. So, Song Qinglan got up to open the door, smiled at Qingnan outside, and said, Qingnan, grandmother said it's cold outside. Come inside. Qingnan's worried expression immediately disappeared. He nodded heavily and replied, Okay. Yes. He then quickly stepped inside, went to old Madame Song, and called grandmother. Old Madame Song's eyes welled up again. She lowered her voice and said, You haven't seen each other for a while, and you've grown taller. When you leave again, I don't know when you'll come back. I'm afraid I won't recognize you then. As she spoke, old Madame Song suddenly hugged Qingnan and softly whispered, Qingnan, you must promise grandmother, absolutely. You must come back. Qingnan's eyes also filled with tears. He nodded and solemnly replied, Yes, I will. Song Qinglan watched the scene of their hug and felt full inside. Maybe this is the family love she had always longed for. The next day, at dawn, Chu Sima woke up as usual. He liked to get up early, but no matter how late he slept, he would naturally wake up when the time came. However, this morning his waking was a little different from usual. He felt sore all over, his head was dizzy, and his temples throbbed painfully. It was really uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no!" At that moment, a teasing voice came from above his head. "Are you awake?" Chu Simo blinked a few times to clear his mind, and then saw that the enlarged face in front of him belonged to Song Qingdong. He rubbed his swollen forehead and said weakly, "Brother Qingdong, it's you. What's wrong with me? Why does my whole body hurt? Did you hit me last night?" "Humph. You really are unkind." Song Qingdong snorted, then pulled Chu Simo up from the bed. He asked, "Do you really remember nothing?" Chu Simo frowned and started to recall what happened last night. "I remember. We ate together at Yunlai Tower last night, and I drank." Suddenly, Chu Simo stopped. He had fully remembered now, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Song Qingdong naturally noticed this. He smiled slightly and teased, "So? Do you remember now?" "Oh, Brother Qingdong, my head hurts so much." Chu Simo quickly changed the subject.
You
shouldn't drink so much if you don't usually drink," Song Qingdong said, though he stood up and added, "Wait here. I'll call the waiter to bring some hangover soup." Soon, the waiter brought a steaming bowl of hangover soup. After drinking it, Chu Simo felt much better. He changed into clean clothes and looked more energetic. When he turned around, he saw Song Qingdong looking at him with a strange expression. Chu Simo felt a bit nervous and asked, "Brother Qingdong, why are you looking at me like that?" Song Qingdong slightly smiled and asked, "Simo, are we considered brothers who can talk about anything?" "Yes," Chu Simo replied. Song Qingdong then said, "You gave me a sincere word yesterday. I think brothers should be honest with each other. Tell me, is there something you're hiding from me?" Chu Simo frowned and thought carefully. "No, there's nothing I'm hiding from you," he said.
Ha.
Song Qingdong suddenly laughed and walked to his desk. He pointed at a painting on the desk and asked, "What do these paintings mean?" Chu Simo's face immediately turned red, and he looked at Song Qingdong with some confusion.
Qingdong Yi.
"I don't know how to explain. You like Qian, right?" Song Qingdong continued, finishing his sentence. Chu Simo clenched his teeth, and after a moment, he finally nodded. Song Qingdong suddenly smiled openly and teased, "I always thought you would like those well-educated young ladies who know poetry and music. I never expected you to like Qian. Simo, you really surprised me."
Chu Simo sợ mai ghen li.
When he thought about the first time he met Wu Qian, her brave and elegant horseback ride, his heart couldn't calm down. He softly said, "Miss Wu is brave and clever, a true heroine. She's not like ordinary young ladies." "You're really too deep into this," Song Qingdong said worriedly. "Simo, Qian already has someone she likes. And the person you like is really far from her." Song Qingdong pointed this out, hoping he wouldn't fall deeper into his feelings. But Chu Simo refused to listen. He insisted it's all about trying. "If I don't try, how will I know if I can win Miss Wu's heart?" Song Qingdong shook his head repeatedly. "If you really want to win her over, you first need to change your weak body. Or you could learn from my second brother and go train martial arts at the Jingwu Martial Hall." When he mentioned Song Qingnan, Song Qingdong suddenly remembered what happened last night that made old Madame Song unhappy. He quickly patted his head and said, "Oh no.
How could I forget about that?"
Then he got up and headed toward the door. Chu Simo watched him in a hurry and asked, "Qingdong Ji, what's wrong? Where are you rushing off to?" Song Qingdong glanced at him. "I need to go home quickly." "Hey, wait for me. I'll go with you," Chu Simo said, following right behind Song Qingdong. The two hurried to the Qian residence but accidentally bumped into Song Qinglan and Song Qingnan helping old Madame Song out of the house. Seeing this peaceful scene, Song Qingdong was surprised. This wasn't quite what he had expected. Grandmother Song frowned in confusion and asked, "Qingdong, it's early in the morning. Why aren't you at the shop? What are you coming back for?" Song Qingdong hesitated and looked at Song Qinglan, asking with his eyes, "Sister, what's going on? Is grandmother angry about Qingnan?" Song Qinglan smiled and winked at him, replying with her eyes, "It's all settled now. Sister has taken care of it." Song Qingdong nodded, secretly feeling impressed. Indeed, nothing could trouble his sister. He quickly turned to Grandmother Song and explained, "Grandmother, I came back to pick up something. I'll go to the shop soon. By the way, where are you all heading?" Grandmother Song smiled and said, "I'm taking your sister and second younger brother to Ganwon Temple." Ganwon Temple?
Yes.
Qing Nan is about to join the army soon. I thought I'd go to the temple to pray, ask for a peace charm for him, and pray for our family's safety. Chu Simo listened with great interest and asked, "I've grown up and never been to a temple. Grandma Song, can I go with you?" Grandmother Song cheerfully waved her hand and said, "Of course. Let's go together." So, the four of them got into a carriage and headed to Ganwon Temple. The temple was a bit far from the imperial city, about an hour's ride. It was busy with incense and prayers, with many people coming daily to burn incense and pray, some traveling from other cities just to offer prayers and wish for things to come true. When they arrived, the temple was already crowded. Grandmother Song went straight to find a master to get a peace charm for Qingnan, which made her feel at ease. Suddenly, she saw someone nearby asking for a fortune and remembered something. She pulled Song Qinglan's hand and said, "Lan, since we're here, you should also try drawing a fortune stick." In Song Qingnan's understanding, scholars like his third brother do not believe in mysterious things like praying to gods or Buddha. Also, asking for fortune-telling is mostly done by women. Chu Simo smiled calmly and replied, "Learning is all-encompassing. I'm just studying Zen, trying it out won't hurt." Then, Song Qinglan and Chu Simo burned incense, took a bamboo stick from the fortune-telling tube, and knelt on a mat in front of the statue to shake their fortunes. Soon, both of their sticks fell to the ground. Old Lady Song hurriedly asked, "Quick, see what kind of fortune it is." Song Qinglan picked up her stick and smiled. "It's a good sign." Meanwhile, Song Qingnan curiously moved closer to Chu Simo and asked, "Simo, what kind of fortune is yours?" Chu Simo opened his bamboo stick and said, "It's a bad sign." Old Lady Song looked at Chu Simo's gentle face, which showed some worry, and quickly comforted him. "Actually, the type of fortune doesn't matter. The most important thing is what the fortune teller says. Let's go outside and have the master interpret it." So, the four of them left the temple together. The fortune teller sat under an old banyan tree outside. He was a white-haired old man with a long beard, giving off a mysterious, wise aura, like a sage on the path to enlightenment. Old Lady Song looked at him and, feeling convinced, eagerly pulled Song Qinglan forward and said, "Master, we came for a fortune-telling." The old man stroked his long white beard, his eyes flickering slightly. He looked at Old Lady Song, then finally focused on Song Qinglan, smiling and asking, "What are you seeking?" Song Qinglan smiled gently and was about to reply, "Oh, I am seeking." But before she could finish, Old Lady Song spoke first, seeking a marriage partner. Song Qinglan was surprised, finally understanding why Old Lady Song was so eager for her to get her fortune told. Old Lady Song then turned to hold Song Qinglan's hand and smiled, seeking a marriage partner. The old fortune teller did not speak, but quietly looked at Song Qinglan. Song Qinglan didn't want to disappoint her, so she nodded slightly and softly replied, "Yes." "Good." The old man took the bamboo stick from Song Qinglan's hand, turned to find the corresponding fortune, and handed it to her. "Here." Song Qinglan looked at it and saw the words, "Like an old friend returning." Old Lady Song frowned slightly and hurriedly asked, "Master, what does that mean?" Chu Simo glanced at the paper and said, "Does this message mean that Sister Qinglan's destined person is someone she knows?" Old Lady Song pouted and said, "Lan is running a business, so she knows many people." The old man who read the fortune added with a mysterious smile, "Miss, I will give you one more hint. It's in the northwest." Suddenly, Song Qingnan had a flash of insight and said, "Northwest?
Could it be?"
Before he finished, Chu Simo excitedly interrupted, "I know. From what I understand, Yonghe Lane is located in the northwest part of the imperial city. So, This person is from Yonghe Lane. Old Lady Song nodded repeatedly, feeling that Chu Simo's explanation sounded very reasonable. She hurriedly asked, "Master, does that mean?" The old man smiled slightly and said, "Secrets of the heavens must not be revealed." Seeing that Old Lady Song wanted to ask more, Song Qinglan quickly held her hand and said with a smile, "Grandmother, if it's meant to be, it will come." The old man looked into Song Qinglan's eyes with admiration and said, "You truly are not of this worldly kind." For some reason, hearing this, Song Qinglan's heart suddenly gave a sharp jolt. She slightly lifted her eyelids and looked at the old man, sensing that his eyes seemed sharp and able to see through people. Unconsciously, she took a step back. A frightening thought suddenly appeared in her mind. She felt that the old man might see that she was not really Song Qinglan. Fortunately, at this moment, Chu Simo quickly handed over his bamboo slip and asked, "Master, please take a look. What does my fortune say?" The old man took the bamboo slip and handed another fortune paper to Chu Simo. "What does it say?" Song Qingnan leaned in curiously to look. Chu Simo moved his lips slightly and softly read, "Far away in the sky, yet close at hand." This fortune message hit right at his heart. Song Qingnan saw him frowning in deep thought and asked again, "Simo, what are you seeking?" The old man kept his gaze fixed on Chu Simo and smiled. "Your beloved is close at hand, yet far away in the sky." Chu Simo pressed his lips together and softly asked, "What should I do?" "Let it be and see what fate brings." In the end, the four of them left together. Song Qingnan couldn't help but feel curious and pulled Chu Simo to ask, "Simo, do you have someone you like?" "Who is it?" Chu Simo simply smiled and said nothing. Old Madame Song kept thinking about Song Qinglan's prophecy, quietly muttering, "Old friend? In the northwest?" Then she tugged Chu Simo's hand and asked, "Simo, which way is the northwest?" "Northwest? Let me see." Chu Simo looked around and suddenly pointed ahead diagonally, saying, "Grandmother Song, that's the direction." The other three looked in the direction Chu Simo pointed, which was the stairs leading up to the temple. At that moment, two familiar figures appeared gradually from the stairs. Soon, a clear, familiar voice rang out, "Da Yongji, hurry up." These two were Wu Qianqian and Wu Daong. Chu Simo looked at the spot she was pointing to and was excited to see her crush appear. His heart was pounding. This was amazing. He had just been thinking about her, and now she was here. Old Madame Song was even more surprised and said, "Wu Darren? Could it be that Lanlin's destined partner is Wu Darren?" She then excitedly grabbed Song Qinglan's hand. Song Qinglan looked at Wu Daong appearing before her and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She silently thought, what a coincidence. It was so coincidental that she felt a bit speechless herself. At this moment, Wu Qianqian and Wu Daong also saw Song Qinglan and the others. Wu Qianqian waved her hand and ran over, saying, "Grandmother, Qinglan, little junior brother. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here." As she spoke, Wu Qianqian noticed Chu Simo beside them. She smiled slightly, with a teasing look on her face, and said, "Weak Chu, what are you doing here? Last night, I saw you couldn't hold your liquor and got so drunk you looked like a mess. I thought you wouldn't get out of bed today, haha." Chu Simo's face turned slightly red, and he gave an awkward smile. He wasn't angry about being teased, but responded politely, "Miss Wu, you're joking." Song Qinglan looked at Wu Qianqian and asked, "Qianqian, why are you here at Ganon Temple today?" "Same reason as the little junior brother," Wu Qianqian replied, raising an eyebrow at Song Qingnan. She continued, "My father said the little junior brother is about to join the army, so I came here to ask for a safety charm at Ganon Temple. Wu Dayong is resting today, so I brought him along. By the way, aren't you also?" Old Madame Song smiled happily and nodded. "Yes, we all came for the same reason." It's rare to see head martial artist so thoughtful. "Qingnan, you should go personally thank your master." "Yes, I understand." Song Qingnan nodded sincerely. He felt a warm feeling inside. Although he had only recently joined the martial arts school, the Wuda Martial Hall was like another home to him. His senior brothers treated him like family, and his master cared for him like a father. He would never forget this friendship. Song Qinglan could sense Wu Daiyong's gaze sometimes resting on her. Thinking about what Grandma Song just said, that he was her destined person, Qinglan felt a bit uncomfortable all over. She quickly grabbed Wu Qianqian's hand and said, "Qianqian, you said you wanted to get a blessing for safety. Let's go quickly." "Oh, right. Let's go together," Wu Qianqian replied. They all returned to the temple again to get a safety charm for Song Qingnan. He carefully kept the charm in his chest pocket. As they stepped out of the temple, Wu Qianqian suddenly held Song Qinglan's hand secretly and whispered, "Qinglan, come with me somewhere?" "Where are we going?" "You'll find out if you come with me." Then Wu Qianqian pulled her in another direction. Grandma Song saw them running away and called loudly, "Where are you two going?" Wu Qianqian didn't look back and replied, "We're just going to the bathroom. Wait for us up front. We'll be back soon." Song Qinglan couldn't help but giggle and rolled her eyes at her, teasing, "You a girl," shouting so loudly about going to the bathroom. What kind of behavior is that? Wu Qianqian stuck out her tongue and ran a little faster, saying, "Let's go, let's go." The four of them stayed behind. Song Qingnan squinted slightly and whispered, "They're definitely not just going to the bathroom." Chu Simo turned around curiously and asked, "Then, what are they doing?" "I don't understand either." Song Qingnan shrugged and walked over to Grandma Song. "Grandmother, you've been tired all morning. How about I accompany you back to the carriage to rest for a bit?" Grandma Song nodded. "That's a good idea. Let's go." It turned out Wu Qianqian took Song Qinglan to the back of the temple to the wishing tree. She bought a red wish ribbon from her little master, then took a pen and wrote her wish on the ribbon. Wu Qianqian turned to look at Song Qinglan with a smile and asked, "Qinglan sister, do you want to buy one too? I heard that the wishing tree at the Gratitude Temple is very lucky." Song Qinglan smiled and waved her hand. "I don't need one." Soon after, Wu Qianqian finished writing her wish. Song Qinglan glanced at it and saw she had written on a red cloth, "May I find someone who truly cares and stay together forever." Song Qinglan smiled naturally, knowing who she meant by someone. Then, Song Qinglan followed Wu Qianqian to the wishing tree. It was an old, large banyan tree with thick branches and tangled roots, covered in bright red wish strips. From afar, it looked like the tree itself was red. Standing under the tree, Song Qinglan looked at the many red strips and whispered, "So many wishes. Even the gods might be too busy to handle them all." At that moment, Wu Qianqian called out from behind, "Qinglan sister, move aside a little. I want to throw my wish." Turning around, Song Qinglan saw Wu Qianqian holding her arm, then helping her toss the red cloth onto the tree. Seeing her wish hanging steadily on the branches, Wu Qianqian clapped happily. "Great. I believe my dream will come true now. Let's go, Qinglan sister." She then linked her arm with Song Qinglan's and headed back. Watching her happy expression, Song Qinglan couldn't help but tease, "Qianqian, I think you came to the Gratitude Temple today just for this wishing tree, right?"
No.
Wu Qianqian stared with big, round eyes and immediately retorted, "I came specifically to get a peace talisman for my little brother, and I just made a wish by the way. That's all." "Then why didn't you go get a fortune-telling stick?" Wu Qianqian pouted. "Fortune-telling isn't very interesting. If I get a bad sign, it just makes me feel bad. Wishing is different. If your heart is sincere, it will work. Even if it doesn't, it won't be so upsetting." Song Qinglan chuckled softly. "You're quite thoughtful for such a young girl." As they chatted and laughed, they arrived at the place where the carriage was parked and met up with Old Lady Song and the others. Chu Simo was the first to see them return and stepped forward with concern. "Qinglan sister, Wu girl, where have you been?"
We've been worried about you.
Wu Qianqian rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "We're not kids anymore. What's there to worry about?" "Qianqian," Wu Daiyong suddenly called in a deep voice, "Chu Gongzi is just being kind. How can you talk to him like that?" His tone of speaking was like an elder scolding a mischievous child. Wu Qianqian's confident attitude immediately weakened. She pouted without arguing and obediently got into the carriage. Then, Wu Daiyong said to Chu Simo, Young Master Chu, my niece has been spoiled by my senior brother since she was young. She speaks without thinking. Please forgive her. Chu Simo smiled gently, his warm and refined appearance making people feel like spring breeze. He softly replied, Mr. Wu, you're being too modest. Miss Wu has a bold personality, and I naturally don't mind. Unexpectedly, Wu Qianqian, sitting inside the carriage, suddenly got angry and pulled aside the curtain, shouting to Wu Daong riding outside, who said, I'm your niece. I'm not. Humph. Her sudden shout startled Song Qingnan, who was responsible for driving the carriage at the front. Wu Qianqian's anger grew, and she directed her frustration at Song Qingnan, saying, What are you standing there for? We're going back, right? Hurry up and make the horse move. After saying that, she swung the curtain shut and went back into the carriage. Chu Simo sat beside Song Qingnan, helping him drive the horse. He gently touched Song Qingnan's arm and whispered, What's wrong with Miss Wu? Why is she so angry? Song Qingnan shook his head and softly said, Just a word of advice. Don't try to guess a woman's thoughts. Chu Simo was slightly stunned, then smiled subtly, thinking to himself that this was truly a wise saying. Since returning from the Temple of Gratitude, Old Lady Song had been very excited. When she learned that Song Qinglan's marriage was not yet settled, she was happy no matter what. Especially after meeting Wu Daong by chance at the Temple of Gratitude, she became even more convinced that Wu Daong was Song Qinglan's destined partner. That night, as Song Qinglan was about to go to bed, Old Lady Song still cheerfully pushed open the door and asked, Lon Lon, Chen Sheng and Ye are already asleep? Song Qinglan immediately saw her purpose. She chose not to expose her and smiled. They're already asleep. Grandmother, why are you still awake? Do you need something? Old Lady Song quickly sat beside Song Qinglan, holding her hand and looking serious. Lon Lon, what are your true thoughts? What do you mean? Song Qinglan pretended not to understand. Old Lady Song hurriedly said anxiously, Mr. Wu. Her voice suddenly rose, startling Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, who were sleeping nearby. The two little ones opened their eyes and whimpered softly, wah wah. Song Qinglan quickly reached out and gently patted their little bottoms, softly comforting them. Oh, don't be afraid. Mama's here. Mama's here. Old Madame Song covered her mouth in frustration and held her breath until she saw the two little ones fall asleep again. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and let go of her hand. She lowered her voice and quietly said to Song Qinglan, Lon Lon, the more I think about it, I believe the monk from the Gratitude Temple said that the destined person is Lord Wu. Look, he lives in our Yonghe neighborhood, and you know him too. He has helped our family a lot. I feel that. Grandmother. Song Qinglan finally couldn't help but interrupt her. If you keep talking like this, it'll be dawn soon. All right, you should rest well now. Old Madame Song tactfully stood up. She walked toward the door, but before leaving, still couldn't resist saying, Lon Lon, you're still young. I hope to see you find your happiness in my lifetime. Only then can I die without regrets. Suddenly, a sad atmosphere began to spread. Song Qinglan slightly welled up in her eyes but smiled and replied, Grandmother, don't worry. I will make your wish come true. After hearing Song Qinglan's answer, Old Madame Song felt satisfied and left. Song Qinglan blew out the candle and lay on the bed, unable to sleep for a long time. It seems only by encouraging Lord Wu to get married soon can we stop Grandma from trying to matchmake them. The next day, Song Qinglan was drawing patterns at home. Meng Dai was playing the zither nearby, while Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue sat in a cradle, waving a small drum in their hands. They shook it and giggled happily. Suddenly, Meng Dai stopped her playing, and the music abruptly ceased. Song Qinglan also looked up at her and asked, What's wrong? Meng Dai looked hesitant, her charming peach blossom eyes shining with excitement. Finally, she couldn't resist her curiosity and asked Song Qinglan, Qinglan, I heard you, and Lord Wu. Song Qinglan put down her brush. She smiled helplessly and asked, Did Grandmother tell you that?
Yes.
Meng Dai nodded heavily and continued, Grandmother said that you went to the Gratitude Temple yesterday, asked for a top sign, and said that your destined person is Lord Wu. You don't know, she was so happy when she told me.
Ah,
Song Qinglan sighed softly. She felt both amused and helpless, and explained, actually, I prayed for fun, and didn't really want to ask about marriage. But I couldn't resist making the old lady happy, so I went along with it. I didn't expect things to become more and more complicated. I'm really worried about how it will end.
ah,
If I had known, I wouldn't have asked for that fortune stick. So, you and Lord Wu don't have any romantic feelings? Of course not. I just see him as an older brother. Song Qinglan looked at her and then seriously said, besides, can't you see that Qianqian likes him? For the sake of my friendship with Qianqian, I can't do that kind of thing. Yeah. Meng Jiao nodded. But I heard that praying at the Gratitude Temple is very effective. Maybe your destined person is someone else altogether? Hearing this, Meng Jiao became a bit more excited. Song Qinglan really couldn't understand why so many people cared so much about her future marriage. She smiled and said, I think it's not that mysterious. You don't need to take it too seriously. I feel pretty good now earning money, having children. I'm already satisfied. Meng Jiao also smiled. You always think and do things so differently. 2 days later, it was the day Song Qingnan left home to join the army. He had already told his family not to see him off, but Song Qinglan and Grandma Song couldn't help but come to see him off, and even the people from the martial arts school came. Song Qingnan said goodbye to his senior brothers from the martial arts school before walking over to his family. Grandma Song couldn't hold back her tears streaming down her face. She whispered hoarsely, Be good. Be good, our family. Wait for you to come back. Song Qingnan nodded. Song Qinglan handed him his packed luggage, looking serious. Remember to write home. Just as he was about to reply, a loud shout came from the distant army. They were about to set off. Song Qingnan hurriedly ran over. His younger brothers also ran after him, saying as they ran, Second brother, we'll wait for you to become famous and come back. Song Qingdong also warned Qingnan, be very careful. Song Qingnan looked deeply at them and nodded. Take good care of grandma, sister, and also Chun Chun and Yaya. I'll be back. They watched as Song Qingnan disappeared into the vast army until his figure was lost among the soldiers and they could no longer tell who was who. Chu Simo witnessed this farewell and naturally felt a twinge of sadness. He slightly turned his head and saw Wu Qianqian's beautiful side profile, with tears slipping down her cheek. Although she is usually carefree, she is actually a girl with a delicate mind. Song Qingnan and she haven't known each other long, but they have trained together, so their bond as senior and junior sisters remains. Seeing her tearful look, Chu Simo's heart was moved, and he blurted out, If I leave the imperial city someday, will Miss Wu also cry for me like this?
huh.
Wu Qianqian was surprised. She wiped away her tears, frowned slightly, and looked at Chu Simo with a strange expression, saying, What are you talking about? Chu Simo realized he had spoken out of turn and blushed. Fortunately, Wu Qianqian was a carefree girl and didn't think much of it. Suddenly, she smiled and teased Chu Simo. Chu weakling, can you compare to the little junior brother? My junior brother is out fighting enemies every day, living in constant danger. When he leaves, who knows when they'll meet again? If you're leaving, you're just going to travel and enjoy the scenery, right? Chu Simo smiled gently. Miss Wu is right. All right, I don't have time to chat with you. I'm going back to the martial arts hall. Meanwhile, Song Qinglan supported the old Madam Song and softly said, Grandmother, let's go home too. The old Madam Song could no longer speak and allowed them to help her home. After Song Qingnan left, life continued as usual. Song Qingdong's treasure pavilion business was very busy, with many orders every day. He hurried back and forth between the shop and the dock, busy beyond measure. Chu Simo was also not idle. Sometimes he helped Song Qingdong at the treasure pavilion, other times he sat at Yunlai Tower. Recently, he developed a special hobby, observing people. Every day, in crowded places, he watched various people, noting their different expressions, and then drew them all. Wu Qianqian sometimes came to Yunlai Tower for a meal and saw him, teasing, "Are you possessed?" Staring at others all the time. "Be careful, they think you're crazy." Chu Simo didn't mind and replied, "My father once told me that to draw a good picture, the first step is to learn to observe. Only through careful observation can you capture the true essence." Wu Qianqian pouted and waved her hand, saying, "I don't understand your mysterious talk." Every time Chu Simu started explaining his painting theories, Wu Qianqian began to get a headache. Suddenly, Chu Simu had an idea. "Miss Wu, if you're really worried about me being seen as crazy, why don't you do me a favor and help me out?" Wu Qianqian smiled cheerfully and said casually, "What kind of favor? How can I help?" As people from the martial world, they valued loyalty above all. A friend asks for help. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Chu Simu's dark eyes fixed steadily on Wu Qianqian, looking serious. "How about this, Miss Wu? Let me paint you." Wu Qianqian was surprised, blushing a little.
What's so special about me?
"But if you really think I can help, I'll do it." "Then I thank you, Miss Wu." "No need to thank me."
Just cheers.
Wu Qianqian poured Chu Simu a drink. Chu Simu looked uncomfortable. "Miss Wu, you know I can't handle alcohol very well." "Drinking more will help," Wu Qianqian said seriously. "Actually, I used to be the same, couldn't drink at all. But I didn't give up. I kept trying, and now I can drink a lot without getting drunk."
Is that so?
Chu Simu was doubtful, but decided to trust her words and drank it all. What he didn't see was a sly smile crossing Wu Qianqian's face as he raised his cup. Lately, she had taken a liking to teasing Chu Simu. She found it amusing that this gentle, painting-obsessed man was quite interesting. While pouring Chu Simu his second glass, Wu Qianqian suddenly saw a well-dressed maid hurriedly rushing into Yunlai Tower. She recognized her. It's Qingzhu, the personal maid of Lady Ling Xian, the wife of the local magistrate. Qingzhu looked around anxiously. Wu Qianqian immediately approached her. "Qingzhu? Miss Wu." Qingzhu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Wu Qianqian, knowing she often spent time with Song Qinglan. Seeing her, Song Qinglan was also here. Qingzhu hurriedly asked, "Miss Wu, is Song girl at the tavern? I have urgent matters to find her." Wu Qianqian frowned and replied, "Sister Qinglan isn't at the tavern right now."
What?
Qingzhu's eyes widened, and she looked so worried, she almost cried. "Do you know where I can find Song girl? I really need to see her urgently. Miss Qinglan is in Yongheli Lane at her family's old house. She said she plans to go see the progress of the construction today. How about I go with you?" Qingzhu looked grateful and said, "Yes. Thank you, Miss Wu." Just as the two were about to leave, Chu Simo, who was drunk, staggered over. He grabbed Wu Qianqian's arm and said, "Where are you going?" "I want to go too." His drunken behavior made him seem like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. Wu Qianqian felt both helpless and regretful. If she had known, she wouldn't have been so playful and given him drinks. Wu Qianqian looked at Qingzhu with a worried expression and said, "Qingzhu, time waits for no one." Qingzhu quickly said, "It's okay. I know where Miss Song's house is. I can go alone." After saying that, Qingzhu turned and hurriedly left Yunlai Tower, heading toward Yongheli Lane. Fortunately, she had visited Song Qinglan's house with her lady before, so finding it now wouldn't be too difficult. Using her memory, Qingzhu finally found the place. She immediately saw a graceful figure of Song Qinglan and felt her heart relax. She smiled and called out to the figure ahead, "Miss Song." The house of Song Qinglan's family was already roughly framed, and the overall shape of the house was beginning to show. She held her drawn blueprint and compared it with the construction, feeling very satisfied. She couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship of Li Guzi and the other artisans. Unlike modern times, with many high-tech tools and techniques, they relied solely on their hands and simple tools to build such a complex house. Truly impressive. Ancient people's wisdom is truly remarkable. Li Guzi is an honest craftsman who values quality. If the employer is ever dissatisfied, he will revise the work repeatedly until they are happy. Because of this, people like to hire him for building houses. Li Guzi came over to Song Qinglan with a sincere smile and asked, "How is it, Miss Song? If there's anything you're not satisfied with, just say so, and we'll fix it right away." Song Qinglan smiled and replied, "Master Li, I am very satisfied. In my opinion, in this imperial city, only you have the skills to build the house I want." Li Guzi blushed shyly, feeling very pleased. He looked at the craftsman working nearby and proudly said, "Miss Song, I don't mean to boast, but our craftsmen are top quality. Even compared to royal craftsmen, we are just as good, if not better. Honestly, I, Li Guzi, am impressed with you. I've been working for many years, but this is the first time I've built a house like yours. When it's finished, it will surprise many people." Song Qinglan smiled gently and said, "You all played a big part in this. Master Li, work hard. Once the house is built, it will be good for everyone." Li Guzi wasn't just flattering. He could already imagine how people would look and talk about the house once it was finished. Being part of this project was a proud achievement, and more work would come in the future. Because of Song Qinglan's careful planning, Li Guzi admired her even more. He nodded firmly and said, "Miss Song, don't worry. We won't let you down." Suddenly, a worried voice came from behind them. "Miss Song." She turned around and saw Qingzhu, looking serious and sweaty from running. She frowned slightly and asked, "Qingzhu, what's wrong?" Before she finished speaking, Qingzhu hurried over, grabbed her hand, and gasped, "Miss Song, come quickly. My lady. Something's wrong with my lady." Hearing that Ling Xian was in trouble, Song Qinglan's face changed instantly. She quickly handed her drawings to Li Guzi, grabbed Qingzhu's hand, and said as they headed out, "Let's go to the governor's mansion. We'll talk on the way." They had already reached outside the house. Song Qinglan jumped onto her donkey cart, skillfully took the reins, and said to Qingzhu, "What are you waiting for? Get on."
Oh.
Okay. Qingzhu was stunned by Song Qinglan's calm and quick actions. She hadn't reacted yet, but hurriedly climbed onto the cart. As soon as she was on, Song Qinglan started the cart and drove off quickly.
Ah.
Qingzhu wasn't ready and lost her balance, falling onto the cart. While driving, Song Qinglan looked back at Qingzhu with concern and asked, "Qingzhu, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Blue Bamboo shook her head and said, "It's nothing. Nothing serious." "All right." Song Qinglan narrowed her eyes slightly. "Then you better sit still." With that, she quickly rode her donkey toward the governor's residence. Seated in the carriage, Blue Bamboo watched the street scenery rushing past behind her, her hand clenched tightly, and she silently admired. Miss Song is truly a remarkable woman. Before long, they arrived at the gate of the governor's mansion. Song Qinglan jumped down quickly and said to the gatekeeper, "Watch my donkey cart carefully." As she spoke, she hurried inside the mansion. The gatekeeper was still surprised when Song Qinglan had already disappeared, leaving them stunned. However, they quickly followed her instructions. First, because they knew Song Qinglan was the lady's friend, and second, because her presence was very commanding. Song Qinglan was already very familiar with the layout of the governor's mansion. She walked briskly ahead, leaving Blue Bamboo behind. She headed straight to the courtyard where Ling Xian lived. She pushed open the door and saw Wei Zilong and old Madame Wei inside. Song Qinglan paused in surprise, then turned her gaze to the weak figure on the bed, calling out with concern, "Xian's sister." Wei Zilong also looked surprised. He looked at Song Qinglan and asked, "Miss Song, why are you here?" Old Madame Wei glared at Song Qinglan with disdain and coldly said, "What's going on with the housekeeper here? How can anyone be allowed to come in so casually?" She cared most about a person's background. Someone like Song Qinglan, who lived in Yonghe Lane, even if she earned a lot daily, was not someone she looked up to. Wei Zilong was already upset because Ling Xian suddenly fell ill. Hearing old Madame Wei's words, he furrowed his brows deeply and softly said, "Madam, she's Xian's friend." Old Madame Wei pursed her lips, about to say something, when suddenly Blue Bamboo returned to the door. Wei Zilong saw her and hurriedly asked anxiously, "Didn't I tell you to call the doctor? Why did it take so long? Where is the madam?" Blue Bamboo was exhausted and gasping for breath, unable to speak. She pointed at Song Qinglan with difficulty and said, "She's
Right there.
Wei Zilong and Old Madam Wei looked at Song Qinglan at the same time. Old Madam Wei's eyes widened as she shouted at Blue Bamboo, "You useless thing. I told you to call the doctor, and you brought the girl here instead. Such a small matter can't be handled well. Do you want to be driven out of the house?" Qingzhu looked very upset, with tears in her eyes, and whispered, "Madam asked me to invite Miss Song, because she only trusts Miss Song." As soon as she spoke, Wei Zilong suddenly had a bright idea and seemed to remember something. He turned to look at Song Qinglan and said seriously, "Thank you, Miss Song." Old Madam Wei, standing nearby, didn't seem to believe it. She quietly told the maid behind her, "Go quickly and call Dr. Li." "Yes," the maid nodded and immediately ran out.